Zhou Chen traverses into the realm of a disciple of the Wenxian Sect, once hailed as the foremost prodigy of the outer sect. However, prior to his ascension into the inner sect, he encounters a challenge from the fated child and faces a humiliating defeat, shattering his resolve. From that moment forth, his cultivation stagnates, rendering him the greatest laughingstock of the sect. At this juncture, the transmigrated Zhou Chen suddenly discovers that he has awakened a golden finger, enabling him to perceive the recent fortunes of others. What? To usurp the fortunes of others, and the system offers a 10,000-fold return? You are the child of destiny, soon to acquire an Earth-grade cultivation method. Pack it up and take it away. System: 10,000-fold return of an Imperial-grade technique. You are the reincarnation of a powerful being, about to refine the essence of heaven and earth. Pack it up and take it away. System: 10,000-fold return of the essence of heaven and earth. You are the future emperor, soon to obtain a sacred-grade spiritual artifact. Pack it up and take it away. System: 10,000-fold return of an innate imperial artifact. You are the saintess of an ancient clan, about to be rescued by the protagonist, and promise yourself after taming the Golden Emperor's heavenly flame. Pack it up and take it away. System: 10,000-fold return of the complete bloodline of the Empress Golden Emperor's supreme flame. Chapter 1. Transmigrating into a disciple of the Wenxian Sect, the story begins with my face swollen from slap. On the Tianxian continent, in the southern region, lies the Luojia mountain range. Beneath the peak of the third alchemy peak of the Wenxian Sect, the towering mountains pierce the clouds, shrouded in ethereal mist, with celestial cranes occasionally soaring past. A series of structures belonging to the properties of the Wenxian Sect are neatly arranged at the foot of the alchemy peak, serving as residences for the outer sect disciples. Surrounding the houses lies an endless expanse of medicinal fields, now in the winter season, with cold winds howling. Bang, bang, bang. The impatient knocking reverberates, akin to rolling thunder. Zhou Chen suddenly awakens. Where am I? I'm late for work. His head feels heavy and muddled, his limbs seemingly devoid of sensation, and waves of pain occasionally wash over his face as he struggles to rise. Before Zhou Chen could fully comprehend the situation, a torrent of fragmented memories floods his mind, causing his head to throb agonizingly. After a moment, Zhou Chen swiftly accepts the reality of his transmigration. The original host also bore the name Zhou Chen and hailed from the Zhou family in Luochen. At the age of 10, he was discovered to possess astounding cultivation talent, the best ever recorded in the history of the Zhou family in Luochen. Consequently, substantial resources were expended to allow Zhou Chen to join the third alchemy peak of the Wenxian Sect as a servant disciple. Within less than half a year of entering the sect, the original host ascended from the 1st to the 9th level of body refinement, achieving the rank of outer sect disciple. After 9 months of entry, he remarkably broke through to the 3rd level of chi refinement, ranking first among the outer sect, stirring a sensation throughout the entire outer sect. Furthermore, an elder from the inner sect proclaimed that upon his entrance into the inner sect, he would accept him as a personal disciple. The regulations governing the promotion of outer sect disciples to inner sect disciples in the asking immortal sect consist of 2 distinct methods. One may challenge any inner sect disciple, and upon successful challenge, one is granted entry into the inner sect. The second method involves defeating other outer sect disciples in the year-end assessment, thereby securing a position within the top 10 of the outer sect ranking of the asking immortal sect. Generally speaking, both avenues for promotion are fraught with considerable difficulty, not to mention that most inner sect disciples possess superior cultivation techniques and combat skills, as well as higher cultivation levels and even more potent spiritual treasures. Outer sect disciples are required to challenge inner sect disciples who are of a higher rank, a task that is exceedingly arduous. Given Zhou Chen's realm and strength, all outer sect disciples, including the original host, believed that his ascension to the inner sect was all but assured. However, his impatience led him to challenge Yi Chun, an obscure inner sect disciple. Consequently, he was defeated by Yi Chun, who was at the 1st level of chi refining, despite the latter's lower cultivation level. The original host stubbornly refused to concede defeat, and his originally distinguished and handsome visage became swollen under public scrutiny, until he lost consciousness and was unceremoniously thrown off the arena. Not only did he miss the opportunity for promotion to the inner sect, but he also became the laughingstock of all outer sect disciples. The inner sect elder who had previously expressed interest in taking the original host as a disciple completely disregarded Zhou Chen thereafter. After 3 days of unconsciousness, Zhou Chen awoke to find that, inexplicably, his cultivation had regressed to the first level of body refining, and no matter how he practiced, his progress was alarmingly sluggish, as if his innate talent had vanished. The original host sought justice from the sect elders, only to be met with a heartless rejection. Eventually, Zhou Chen sought assistance from an outer sect elder of the Li family, to whom he had previously shown filial respect, to examine his condition out of old camaraderie. Ultimately, it was discovered that he had been afflicted by a poison known as demonic boiling powder, specifically designed for the capture of fierce demonic beasts and remarkably insidious in nature. A common low-tier cultivator who inadvertently contracts this poison may find their cultivation dissipating overnight, as the toxin infiltrates their meridians, rendering them unable to cultivate unless a formidable master intervenes to clear the meridians or heavenly-grade elixirs are utilized to eradicate it entirely. Consequently, this poison is rigorously controlled by various sects, with a strict prohibition against its use on any low-tier cultivators. Thus, the outer sect elder ordered an investigation into the matter, resulting in a chaotic situation at the Third Alchemy Peak's outer sect. Yet after several days, the investigation concluded without resolution. After all, no one would expend considerable effort for a worthless individual devoid of connections. Due to the turmoil surrounding this incident, Zhou Chen found himself quietly resented by the outer sect disciples of the Third Alchemy Peak. Upon learning of the lack of further developments, the original host spat blood and fell into unconsciousness once more, awakening as an entirely different Zhou Chen. In his past life, Zhou Chen was a corporate drone reaping the benefits of a 996-work schedule, and he never anticipated that in this new existence, he would remain ensnared in the depths of life's adversities. Alas, what a catastrophic beginning, he mused, touching the dried blood on his face. Before Zhou Chen could gather his thoughts, an urgent knocking at the door interrupted his reverie. Bang, bang, bang. Zhou Chen, if you are alive, get up and open the door. Without waiting for a response, the door was kicked open with a resounding thud, and several individuals clad in outer sect disciple attire barged into the room. A stocky and brutish young man approached Zhou Chen, who was seated and preparing to rise. The youth scoffed derisively. You certainly know how to feign death. I knocked for ages and thought I would have to collect a corpse. Laughter erupted from the disciples trailing behind him. The young man then wiped the smile from his face and declared, Zhou Chen, the sect mandates that if one's cultivation does not exceed the 6th level of body refining within 1 year of entry, they shall be expelled from the outer sect and assigned to menial labor across the sect's various enterprises. With only 2 months remaining, you should cease your cultivation. You, a worthless individual, do not deserve to occupy one of the best residences for outer sect disciples. You are hereby ordered to relocate to the most dilapidated outer sect quarters, room 444, by the end of today. Zhou Chen regarded the stocky youth before him, and memories of the original host's impressions of this individual flooded his mind. The intruder was named Xianxiaofan, nicknamed Zhang the Skinner, and petty-minded, a cultivator at the 8th level of body refining, who was once a sycophant when he held the title of the top outer sect disciple. Wherever Zhou Chen went, he would be hailed as Brother Chen, with Zhang Xiaoxin's demeanor exuding exaggerated respect, a stark contrast to the deference shown by his subordinates towards the original host. Room 444, the most meager dwelling for outer sect disciples, was located perilously close to the latrine, reeking abominably, and was typically shunned by outer sect disciples. The sect would regularly distribute cultivation resources to outer sect disciples each month, including 2 bone-strengthening pills and 2 spirit stones. Since learning of Zhou Chen's regression to the 1st level of body refining and his inability to cultivate, Zhang Xiaoxin had adopted a new, contemptuous demeanor, not only mocking the original host daily, but also seizing the spirit stones and bone-strengthening pills allocated to Zhou Chen by the sect. Upon discovering that no one from the sect was backing Zhou Chen, Zhang Xiaoxin became increasingly emboldened. The sensation of trampling upon a genius he once admired brought him unparalleled delight. Relying on the fact that his uncle was a steward in the outer sect, Zhang Xiaoxin gathered a few strong sycophants and relentlessly seized spirit stones and bone-strengthening pills from other disciples. The reason behind this was Zhang Xiaoxin's cunning. He refrained from provoking outer sect disciples with exceptional talent or strength, even going so far as to curry favor with them. Consequently, many of the unprotected outer sect disciples often found themselves seething with anger but rendered speechless. Noticing Zhou Chen's silence, a glimmer of coldness flashed in Zhang Xiaoxin's eyes as he spoke. "Zhou Chen, are you deaf or simply unable to comprehend human speech? Did you hear what I said?" "I heard you," Zhou Chen replied with a frown, recognizing that the current situation necessitated a temporary retreat from confrontation. Zhang Xiaoxin was momentarily taken aback. It was the first time Zhou Chen had responded so straightforwardly. Previously, every instance of humiliation had been met with fierce resistance, which brought Zhang Xiaoxin a sense of satisfaction. "Consider yourself fortunate, but do not forget to submit next month's spirit stones and bone-strengthening pills on time. Otherwise, you may not survive until the day of your expulsion from the outer sect." Zhou Chen cast a faint glance at him and replied, "All right." Zhang Xiaoxin sneered derisively and then beckoned his lackeys to turn and depart. Zhou Chen had considered refusing, wanting to shout that his fate was his own to control, not dictated by heaven. However, given his current strength, he could not afford the repercussions of defiance. He propped himself up and gazed at Zhang Xiaoxin's retreating figure, and suddenly a panel appeared before his eyes. Name: Zhang Xiaoxin. Realm: 8th layer of body refinement. Fate: green fate. Ultimately, he will reach the 3rd layer of foundation establishment, serving as a steward in the outer sect of the Wenxian Sect, before being ambushed and killed by rogues during an outing 5 years later. Recent opportunity. In 3 days, he will undertake the task of tending to the sect's spirit fields, during which he will inadvertently discover a small box hidden among the tree stumps near the spirit fields, containing a pulse-cleansing pill. Zhou Chen squinted his eyes and examined it closely, discovering even more detailed information regarding the fate. Scion of a noble family, green fate. You hail from the Zhang family in Tianfeng City, having been immersed in medicinal baths since childhood, with your family's cultivation techniques enhancing your vitality, never lacking in wealth. Mastery of swordplay, green fate. You have harbored a fondness for swords since childhood, possessing a slight talent for the sword path. A modicum of luck, blue fate. Your fortune is relatively good. Your cultivation journey is smooth, and you occasionally stumble upon wealth. Zhou Chen marveled, finally having acquired a golden finger to secure his existence. The color of one's fate signifies an individual's future achievements, categorized from low to high as white, green, blue, cyan, red, purple, and gold. In the realm of Tianxian, treasures are ranked from low to high in 6 levels: Huang rank, Xian rank, D rank, Tian rank, Sheng rank, and D rank, each further divided into inferior, medium, superior, and exquisite grades. It must be noted that although Zhang Xiaoxin possesses a disreputable character, his fortune is indeed commendable. The cleansing pulse pill is an exceedingly rare exquisite grade Huang rank elixir, renowned for its considerable difficulty in refinement. For outer disciples of the Wenxian Sect, unless hailing from illustrious families, acquiring such a unique elixir is a formidable challenge. For cultivators at the body refinement stage, consuming it not only facilitates the unblocking of meridians and detoxification, but also offers the remarkable benefit of refining tendons and marrow. Should Zhou Chen obtain the cleansing pulse pill, he would not only be able to detoxify, but also mend his meridians, reshape his foundational essence, and even, with the aid of the elixir's potency, recover some of his cultivation. When Zhou Chen gazed at himself, he beheld a status panel. Name: Zhou Chen. Realm: body refinement stage, 1st layer. Fate: scion of a noble family, cultivation prodigy, alchemical genius, and a victim of envy. Destiny: poisoned by others after the outer disciple assessment, rendering him unable to cultivate. Expelled 2 months later and succumbed to depression after 5 years as a servant disciple. Recent opportunities: none. Scion of a noble family, green fate. You were born into a modestly prestigious cultivation family in Luoqing, living in comfort since childhood. Cultivation prodigy, cyan fate. Your cultivation speed is exceptional. Alchemical genius, cyan fate. Your talent in alchemy is remarkable, making the process as effortless as eating or drinking. Victim of envy, white fate. Your excellence invites jealousy, leading to unwarranted calamity and early demise. This is truly tragic. A victim of envy can obliterate everything. Fortunately, I possess a system. With this thought, a faint smile graced Zhou Chen's lips. Apologies, Zhang Pa Pai, but your fortune has now become mine. Without further hesitation, Zhou Chen promptly rose and, to avoid drawing attention, made a special trip to the affairs hall of the Third Alchemy Peak to accept a task involving the irrigation of a spiritual field. Upon arriving at the spiritual field, Zhou Chen did not immediately search for tree stumps nearby. Instead, he meticulously employed the spirit rain technique, carefully controlling the intensity of spiritual energy to irrigate the field. After 2 hours, he gradually came to a halt. Not far from the spiritual field, a figure was hastily departing. It was one of Zhang Xiaoxin's lackeys. He swiftly made his way to Zhang Xiaoxin's chamber, bowing as he approached. Boss, that kid seems to have resigned himself. He accepted a task to irrigate the spiritual field. And for the entire morning, he spent 2 hours doing so without any anomalies. Zhang Xiaoxin scoffed. Indeed, a waste. No need to pay him further attention. You may return to your duties. Understood, Brother Xian, Li Yong replied before departing. By the spiritual field, after sensing that the watchful gaze had vanished, Zhou Chen scrutinized the surrounding environment. After dismissing several locations, he finally discovered a tree stump at the edge of the field, near a mountain spring. This tree stump was substantial enough for 2 people to embrace. He quickly approached it, driven by a sense of urgency, uncertain if Zhang Xiaoxin would dispatch more observers. The stump was covered in moss, and he carefully examined it, finding nothing out of the ordinary at first. It was only when he noticed a squirrel dart into a corner of the stump and vanish that he finally discovered a hollow. Something seemed to be concealed within. Zhou Chen immediately reached inside, causing the small squirrel to bolt out, startling him. He hastily retrieved the contents, which turned out to be a decayed wooden box. Upon opening the box, he was astonished to find a jade vial within. Unscrewing the vial, a thumb-sized blue pill emerged, revealing itself to be the cleansing pulse pill. Just as Zhou Chen was about to reseal the jade box and conceal it within his garments, a voice resonated in his ear. Ding! Congratulations, host, for intercepting another's opportunity, triggering a tenfold return, and acquiring a low-grade Tian rank elixir, dragon and phoenix, cleansing marrow pill. Would you like to claim it immediately? Zhou Chen was utterly astounded. Not only had he intercepted an opportunity, but he had also received a critical return. The system was magnificent. Overjoyed, Zhou Chen contemplated the dragon and phoenix cleansing marrow pill, a rare Tian rank elixir, not merely uncommon in the Wenxian Sect, but throughout the entire southern region. Its low-grade classification was due to its efficacy only for cultivators below the foundation establishment stage, making it as rare as exquisite-grade Tian rank elixirs. The main ingredients for this elixir were the essence of the Jiao beast and the fierce three-legged bird, combined with dozens of millennia-old spiritual herbs. Cleansing tendons and marrow was merely its fundamental function. It could also reshape one's foundation, enhance physical strength, and even strengthen the soul, let alone trivial toxins. Suppressing the fervor in his heart, Zhou Chen opted to delay claiming it, placing the cleansing pulse pill into his bosom while feigning nonchalance as he continued irrigating the spiritual field. Soon, as dusk approached, Zhou Chen noticed that most outer disciples had departed, and he quietly returned to room 444 at the easternmost end. Chapter 2. Achieving Perfection in Body Refinement Stage. Zhang Xiaoxin delivers another opportunity. Upon returning to room 444, in the stillness of the night, Zhou Chen silently intoned, "Claim." Instantly, a pill materialized in his hand, emanating an astonishing aura, with the faint sounds of a dragon and phoenix resonating. Without hesitation, Zhou Chen decisively consumed the dragon and phoenix cleansing marrow pill. As the pill entered his stomach, an intense warmth enveloped him. Waves of heat surged from his dantian throughout his limbs, accompanied by the cracking of his bones. His skin flushed crimson, and veins protruded ominously. Thick clouds of blood mist coalesced around Zhou Chen, giving him a terrifying appearance. At that moment, it felt as though his bones were being forcibly shattered, yet they began to regenerate under the relentless onslaught of the elixir's power. The immense agony nearly caused Zhou Chen to lose consciousness. Gritting his teeth against the torment, he dizzily grabbed a towel and stuffed it into his mouth. This seemingly mundane action required nearly all of Zhou Chen's strength. He bore the excruciating pain without uttering a sound, fearing that any involuntary noise might alert other outer disciples and interrupt his process of cleansing tendons and marrow. Thus, he endured for half an hour, gradually sensing the elixir's potency waning, and the pain began to subside. Zhou Chen wished to hold on longer, but his entire body felt utterly drained, immobilized, and his head grew heavier, ultimately leading him to lose consciousness. Had anyone been nearby at that moment, they would have observed Zhou Chen covered in black blood scabs, with patches of blood revealing the tender skin beneath, while his bones glimmered translucently, flawless in their perfection. 2.5 hours later, as dawn broke, Zhou Chen slowly regained consciousness. He felt an unprecedented lightness in his body, brimming with strength, and a sense of unexplainable clarity enveloped him. Upon inspecting his body, he discovered that all previous injuries had healed. His previously swollen face had returned to its handsome form, even appearing more refined, exuding an aura reminiscent of a jade-like figure. His physique was striking, devoid of any excess flesh, transformed into an impressive set of 8-pack abs, with muscle definition that was sharp and pronounced. At this moment, he felt capable of defeating a first-layer Qi refinement beast with his bare hands. It is worth noting that, under equal cultivation levels, human cultivators held no advantage over beasts. Slaying a first-layer Qi refinement beast with bare hands was a feat even ordinary second-layer Qi refinement cultivators struggled to achieve. More importantly, Zhou Chen was astonished to discover that his control over spiritual energy was seamless, with all toxins completely purged from his body. And his cultivation had remarkably advanced to the pinnacle of the body refinement stage, achieving perfection. Such terror. Truly, the Earth-tier low-grade elixir is worthy of its reputation. Products from the system are invariably of exquisite quality. The Dragon and Phoenix Cleansing Pill not only purged the toxins from Zhou Chen's meridians, but also significantly expanded them, markedly enhancing the velocity of spiritual energy circulation. If the meridians of the original host during his peak were likened to a gentle stream, Zhou Chen's meridians now resembled a surging river, incomparable in stature. The surplus potency of the elixir assisted him in returning to the pinnacle of body refinement, placing him merely a step away from the Qi refinement realm. Unbeknownst to Zhou Chen, however, the power of the Earth-tier elixir was beyond his current cultivation level to fully absorb. Much of the elixir's essence lay dormant within his tendons, slowly being released. Additionally, his body had been ravaged by toxins for so long that it resembled that of a cripple, necessitating the majority of the elixir's potency for meridian restoration. Otherwise, even a mere pig, when given an Earth-tier elixir, would at least reach the 10th layer of Qi refinement. Now, he need not worry about being expelled from the outer sect. And as for the seemingly fated son, Yi Chun, the previous indignities would be settled in due time. Zhou Chen mused. He turned his gaze back to his status panel and noted the changes. Name, Zhou Chen. Realm, complete perfection of body refinement stage 10. Fate, scion of a prestigious family, a prodigy in cultivation, with an innate talent for alchemy, envied by heaven for his remarkable gifts. Destiny, 2 months hence. He will astonish the outer sect with his perfected body refinement, yet during the arena competition, he will be poisoned and rendered unable to utilize spiritual energy, ultimately leading to his untimely death at the hands of other outer disciples. Recent opportunities, cleansing pill, acquired. What the hell? Why am I being poisoned again? Who did the original host anger to merit such relentless pursuit? After a moment of contemplation, recalling the original host's experiences, he surmised that the one who had poisoned him previously had sensed his recovery and chose to strike again. After all, given Zhou Chen's previous cultivation aptitude, his future ascent would pose a significant threat to those who had wronged him, hence the renewed attempt to poison him. It seemed imperative for him to swiftly break through to the Qi refinement stage, thereby enhancing his ability for self-preservation. Zhou Chen resolved silently. In the Tianxian continent, the cultivation realms are categorized as body refinement, Qi refinement, foundation establishment, golden core, nascent soul, saint, and emperor, with each realm consisting of 10 layers. Within the Wenxian Sect, the majority of outer disciples are at the body refinement stage. Inner disciples typically possess at least the Qi refinement stage, with a select few geniuses breaking into the foundation establishment stage. Ordinary disciples who achieve the Qi refinement stage, lacking distinguished backgrounds and cultivation resources, may become sect stewards, completing tasks to acquire additional cultivation materials. Disciples at the foundation establishment stage can apply to become outer elders. Becoming an outer elder confers numerous benefits, such as a monthly stipend of spiritual stones and elixirs as fixed remuneration. Furthermore, outer elders wield considerable authority in assessing sect disciples. A mere word from them would prompt cultivation families to eagerly provide resources, and many of these families would go to great lengths to arrange marriages with the outer elders of the grand sections. After all, the essentials of cultivation, wealth, partners, land, and methods would pose no issue for those aligned with the outer elders of the Wenxian Sect, representing a profound allure for cultivation families. As for the inner elders of the Wenxian Sect, they are generally required to possess a cultivation level of at least the 7th layer of the golden core stage, while significant positions necessitate reaching the nascent soul stage. Thus, inner elders can be regarded as the most powerful individuals within the Wenxian Sect, with core disciples greeting them with utmost respect. Beyond that, Those at or above the 7th layer of the nascent soul stage are referred to as nascent soul ancestors, encompassing the sect leader and the heads of each peak. Regarding the saint realm, it is said that the Wenxian Sect once boasted a saint-level figure, the founding ancestor of the sect, who has not made an appearance for over a millennium, with rumors suggesting he may have passed into the afterlife. Zhou Chen's pressing concern is to elevate his cultivation level and uncover the mastermind behind the schemes against him. He has no desire to perish prematurely just as he awakens his golden finger. The following morning, outside the 3rd pillar of alchemy, within the dormitory district of the outer disciples, startled exclamations pierced the air, accompanied by distant cries of anguish. Please, stop beating me. Just return my spiritual stones. They are what I painstakingly saved for an entire year to purchase body refinement pills. Zhou Chen pushed open the door and, from a distance, spotted Zhang Xiaoxin and his entourage. At that moment, Zhang Xiaoxin, accompanied by several lackeys, was mercilessly assaulting a disciple clad in outer sect attire. Let us see if I can't beat you to death for secretly hoarding so many spiritual stones. 30 low-grade spiritual stones in total. Please, Brother Xian, spare me. All this money is what I saved for ages to buy body refinement pills. Without them, I cannot pass the sex assessment. I beg you, have mercy. The beleaguered outer disciple, Zhang Chong, whom Zhou Chen recognized as a mediocre talent, curled up on the ground, cradling his head and crying out. During Zhou Chen's earlier glory days, Zhang Chong had trailed him like a shadow, but after Zhou Chen's downfall, he had vanished, revealing himself to be a fair-weather friend. So Zhou Chen merely observed the unfolding drama without any intention of intervening. Numerous disciples ambled by, viewing the spectacle with casual indifference, none daring to speak up in support. Even those outer disciples who surpassed Zhang Xiaoxin in strength merely watched coldly, for in the ruthless world of cultivation, why would anyone risk aiding a person of no consequence? After all, dignity only exists within the bounds of one's power. No one wished to jeopardize their standing for an inconsequential failure, especially not when Zhang Xiaoxin had the backing of an outer sect steward. After a while, seeming to tire from their exertions, Zhang Xiaoxin and his crew ceased their assault. Sneering, you often claimed you had no spiritual stones to lend me. So consider this 30 low-grade spiritual stones my loan to you. You must repay me today. Ha ha. Zhang Xiaoxin's followers erupted in laughter, relishing the silence of the onlookers, which only served to inflate Zhang Xiaoxin's ego further. Shortly thereafter, they swaggered away, leaving the surrounding outer disciples shaking their heads and dispersing. Only Zhang Chong remained, groaning in despair. Zhou Chen regarded Zhang Xiaoxin's retreating figure, and his status panel once again displayed changes. Name, Zhang Xiaoxin. Realm, Body Refinement Stage 8. Fate, scion of a prestigious family, adept with the sword. Possessing a modicum of luck. Destiny, ultimately stalling at Foundation Establishment Stage 1. He shall serve as an outer sect steward, meeting his demise 5 years hence during an outing at the hands of bandits. Recent opportunities. In preparation for the outer disciples' grand competition, he will visit the 1st floor of the Techniques Pavilion this afternoon to select combat techniques, discovering a hidden compartment within a technique called Brawny Ox Fist, thus acquiring the yellow-grade superior combat technique, Clear Wind Sword Art. Zhou Chen noted with interest that Zhang Xiaoxin's ultimate fate had shifted from stalling at Foundation Establishment Stage 3 to now being limited to Foundation Establishment Stage 1, signifying that the loss of the cleansing pill had had a profound impact on him. After all, Zhang Xiaoxin's body had long been depleted by indulgence, and without the cleansing pill to restore his meridians and marrow, his path to cultivation would be fraught with difficulty, making his stagnation at Foundation Establishment Stage 1 all the more predictable. However, it was unexpected that his fortunes could be so easily altered. Could this be the joy of harvesting chives? Zhou Chen mused with a wicked sense of amusement. Yet, to discover a superior yellow-grade combat technique on the 1st floor of the Techniques Pavilion was shocking. Despite Zhang Xiaoxin's poor character, his luck had proven fortuitous, granting him another opportunity. Zhou Chen murmured to himself. The 1st floor of the Techniques Pavilion in the Wenxian Sect is exclusively open to body refinement stage cultivators, typically yielding only low-grade yellow techniques. To find a mid-grade yellow technique is already a stroke of luck, while superior yellow techniques generally only appear on the 2nd floor and above. The inner disciples enjoy unrestricted access to the 1st floor of the Technique Pavilion. However, it is rare to find an inner disciple foolish enough to cultivate the techniques housed there. The sect stipulates that only disciples at the Qi refinement stage and below may enter the 2nd floor of the Technique Pavilion. Each time an outer disciple breaks through a level, they are afforded the opportunity to select a technique or martial art from the pavilion without charge. While techniques and martial arts cannot be exchanged for spirit stones, they can be obtained in exchange for sect contribution points, though the costs are often exorbitant, rendering them inaccessible to most. Yet, for you, the naive Zhang Xiaoxin, Fortune smiles upon you, and now it is mine. At this moment, Zhou Chen felt rather crafty. He still had the chance to procure a technique and planned to intercept Zhang Xiaoxin's good fortune at the technique pavilion, to avoid any further delays. As dawn broke and Zhang Xiaoxin had just departed, Zhou Chen wasted no time and made his way directly to the pavilion. The Asking Immortal Sect is rooted in the majestic Luojia mountain range, a sprawling expanse composed of towering peaks, each surrounded by countless smaller mountains. At the heart of this range lies the tallest peak, which serves as the central hub of the sect, housing the core disciples, elders, and the sect leader. This locale boasts the densest concentration of spiritual energy, making it a tremendous privilege for even the lowest-ranking disciples to work there, as the rate of cultivation is exponentially faster than elsewhere. Important sect structures such as the Technique Pavilion, the Refining Pavilion, the Alchemy Pavilion, and the Internal Affairs Pavilion are strategically located across different areas of the main peak. Each mountain peak is connected by celestial crane stations, akin to the commuting vehicles of the past, albeit with cranes as the mode of transport, each capable of carrying only 5 disciples. This is the sole means for low-ranking disciples to reach the main peak. Walking from the third alchemy peak to the main peak could take days and nights, and one risks inadvertently triggering the sect's formation traps. Many disciples have met their demise by accidentally wandering into these traps, a cautionary tale relayed to every new recruit. Zhou Chen swiftly arrived at the celestial crane station, where he submitted a spirit stone to the attendant, leaving him with a meager single spirit stone for his return journey. It was indeed a dire situation. He needed to devise a means to earn more spirit stones, lest he find himself stranded. Zhou Chen pondered deeply. The spirit stones that the original owner possessed had been seized by Zhang Xiaoxin during his unconsciousness, and these 2 stones were borrowed from Elder Li, who had reluctantly acquiesced. With a sudden crane call, the celestial crane flapped its wings and soared into the azure sky, the wind rushing past Zhou Chen's ears while fluffy clouds hovered just within reach. Gazing out, he beheld the entire Luojia mountain range, its peaks piercing the heavens, shrouded in ethereal mist and radiant hues, with the main peak resembling a celestial body surrounded by stars, towering majestically between heaven and earth. The main peak is adorned with pavilions and palaces, each more magnificent than the last, while on the opposite side lies a sheer cliff, where the words Asking Immortal Sect are carved with astonishing craftsmanship. A breathtaking scene indeed stirred Zhou Chen's heart. Upon arrival, the disciple responsible for guiding the crane declared, and Zhou Chen leapt down, following the path imprinted in the memories of the original owner toward the Technique Pavilion. After a while, utilizing his identity token, Zhou Chen navigated through the sect's formation defenses and arrived at the entrance of the Technique Pavilion. Before him stood an elegant, ancient structure, with a massive stone tablet engraved with the words Technique Pavilion, the strokes seemingly imbued with a flow of spiritual energy. As he stepped inside, he was greeted by a wave of rich spiritual energy that revitalized him, bringing a refreshing clarity to his mind. The pavilion's architecture was crafted from a rare century-old sandalwood, not only resistant to moisture and decay, but also exuding an aroma that calms the spirit. By the entrance of the first floor of the Technique Pavilion stood a gaunt, sharp-featured middle-aged man, the steward of the first floor. In front of Zhou Chen, several outer disciples were queuing to enter, their exuberance betraying their recent breakthroughs. Halt! The steward called out just as Zhou Chen was about to enter. 1 low-grade spirit stone, he demanded, extending his hand. Zhou Chen was taken aback. Why had the others not been charged for spirit stones? The steward, upon recognizing Zhou Chen as the once prominent outer disciple, displayed a disdainful expression and coldly remarked, "They are they, and you are you. You, a mere first-layer body cultivator, wish to cultivate techniques and martial arts? How utterly absurd. 1 spirit stone. Take it or leave it." Zhou Chen, about to protest, suddenly paused, then promptly retrieved his last spirit stone and handed it over. "At least you're sensible. You may enter," the steward declared, his tone dripping with smug satisfaction. "It is said that the king of hell is easy to provoke, but the little ghosts are troublesome." Zhou Chen's reluctance to engage in further conflict stemmed not from fear of the steward, but rather from a fortuitous opportunity he had glimpsed on the steward's information panel. Recent opportunity. Tonight, as per tradition, the spirit stones extorted will be hidden beneath a green stone stump in the backwoods of the Technique Pavilion. While climbing a tree to survey the surroundings, an unexpected discovery of a mid-grade spirit stone lies within a bird's nest. In the Tianxian continent, spirit stones are akin to the gold and silver of the past, serving as hard currency throughout the realm. The spiritual energy contained within these stones can be employed for cultivation, the arrangement of formations, and even assisting in refining and alchemy. Spirit stones are categorized based on the quality of their spiritual energy into superior, high-grade, mid-grade, and low-grade stones, with exchange rates generally pegged at 1,000. Due to the rarity and portability of mid-grade spirit stones, coupled with varying qualities of spiritual energy, they command a premium. Stepping into the technique pavilion, Zhou Chen found himself surrounded by densely packed bookshelves, each brimming with an array of techniques and martial arts manuals. These texts are invaluable tomes collected by the Asking Immortal Sect over the years, with any single technique holding a profound legacy in the mortal realm. The technique pavilion resembles a library from a previous life, categorized into sections for techniques and martial arts. The martial arts section is further divided by weapon type, including sword, spear, staff, fist, whip, and leg techniques. Zhou Chen made his way directly to the section for fist techniques, halting before the manual for the brawny bull fist. Each manual emanated a faint spiritual glow, exuding an air of danger. These were the sect's protective wards. Should one attempt to breach the wards to seize a manual, the defenses would activate instantly, eliminating the thief, with sect experts arriving in an instant. Every floor of the technique pavilion contains numerous individual compartments for disciples to comprehend the techniques. Zhou Chen first placed his outer disciple token into the empty slot before the brawny bull fist, after which the light curtain vanished, allowing him to retrieve the manual. The token recorded Zhou Chen's selection, meaning he would not need to expend further attempts or contribution points for this technique in the future. Entering a private compartment, Zhou Chen opened the brawny bull fist and, upon inspection, discovered a hidden compartment within the cover. The compartment was sealed, explaining why no prior disciples had unearthed it. Zhou Chen extracted a stack of papers from within, unfurling them to reveal the clear wind sword technique. The material was unlike any he had encountered. Thin as a cicada's wing, reminiscent of gilded paper, yet possessing remarkable durability. Ding! Congratulations to the host for acquiring the chance to obtain the yellow rank superior combat skill, Clear Wind Sword Technique, and for receiving a 100-fold return of the Xian rank superior combat skill, Heavenly Gang Sword Technique. Would you like to claim it immediately? No. Zhou Chen felt a surge of excitement within. Xian rank combat skills typically only appear in the second floor of the martial arts pavilion and are considered the core techniques of various sections. An ordinary rogue cultivator might spend an entire lifetime without being able to learn even a single Xian rank inferior technique. Zhou Chen, currently belonging to the renowned Zhou family in Luo City, understood the immense value of such techniques, as the vast family fortune was built by their ancestor using the Xian rank inferior technique, Thunder Fist. This illustrates just how precious a single Xian rank inferior technique is. Even if Zhou Chen had been outstanding in the sect, without entering the inner door, he would have had no opportunity to learn such a technique. Yet, this return of fortune turned out to be in Xian rank superior technique. Suppressing the fervor in his heart, Zhou Chen swiftly stored away Clear Wind Sword Technique and returned Bull Fist to its original spot, preparing to leave the martial arts pavilion. Ha! Laughter erupted around him. Brother Wang, what did I say? He definitely won't last even a stick of incense. I can't believe he came out in just half a stick. A waste is just a waste, one disciple mocked. Indeed, he was once the top outer disciple. I wonder if that reputation was bought. He comes to the martial arts pavilion to feign cultivation and then runs away, another chimed in. These were outer disciples who had entered the pavilion before Zhou Chen, mostly at the 7th or 8th level of body refinement, all of whom had previously been defeated by Zhou Chen. Casting a glance at them, Zhou Chen chose to ignore their taunts and intended to leave the pavilion directly. Seeing Zhou Chen's indifference only fueled their merriment further. Silence is required in the martial arts pavilion. If you continue to make noise, you will be expelled. A sharp-nosed, monkey-faced steward had appeared, shouting at them. Yes, steward. The disciples replied in hushed tones. And you, Zhou Chen, a waste should possess the awareness of a waste. You should refrain from wasting time in the martial arts pavilion in the future. The steward sneered, his voice cold. Steward. Entering the martial arts pavilion is a right granted to all outer disciples by the sect. It is not for you to decide, Zhou Chen responded coolly. You are courting disaster. Once you fail the assessment and become a servant disciple, you will regret it. The steward's expression darkened as he waved his sleeve and departed. Currently, Zhou Chen still held the status of an outer disciple, which afforded him some protection. The steward dared not openly target him, lest he faced the sect's severe penalties. The situation for servant disciples was markedly different. They were burdened with numerous sect duties and forced to undertake perilous tasks, with countless servant disciples perishing each year. Though their lives were often disregarded, some exceptional talents still managed to rise and become formal disciples of the sect of seeking immortality. The support of powerful families ensured a steady influx of servant disciples to the sect, with many rogue cultivators vying desperately for these coveted positions. By the time Zhou Chen exited the martial arts pavilion, it was already afternoon. Just as he stepped out, preparing to seize the steward's opportunity, he spotted Xianxiaofan approaching. Zhou Chen, what are you, a waste, doing here? Do you still wish to cultivate? What a joke. Zhang Xiaoxin sneered. None of your business, Zhou Chen replied curtly, leaving without a backward glance. You're asking for death. Zhang Xiaoxin roared in fury, furious that a waste dared to speak to him like that. However, recalling that it was now afternoon and the pavilion would soon close, he glared at Zhou Chen's retreating figure, his teeth clenched, deciding to select his technique first and then humiliate Zhou Chen thoroughly. At that moment, Zhou Chen had already arrived at the grove behind the martial arts pavilion, which was vast and seemingly endless. Fortunately, there were blue stone stumps as reference points, or he would have expended much effort searching. Beneath a blue stone stump, Zhou Chen stumbled upon a bulging storage bag. Upon opening it, he was astonished to find a pile of spirit stones, roughly 400 to 500 in number. Indeed, fortune does favor the bold. Even a mere steward could embezzle such a sum, revealing the gradual decay of the entire sect of seeking immortality. However, Zhou Chen was surprised to find that he had not received a notification from the system regarding the return. After a moment of contemplation, he understood. These spirit stones were originally the steward's property and not an opportunity, thus failing to trigger a return. Deciding not to dwell on it, Zhou Chen surveyed the surroundings and soon discovered a bird's nest atop a tall tree. The nest reflected a few dazzling rays of light that an ordinary person would mistake for mere glimmers. With a leap, Zhou Chen ascended to the tree. Ding! Congratulations to the host for seizing an opportunity, obtaining a middle-grade spirit stone, and receiving a 100-fold return of a superior spirit stone. Would you like to claim it? Wow! I'm rich. A superior spirit stone. Zhou Chen exclaimed, utterly astonished. He had never even heard of a superior spirit stone in his life, let alone seen one. A single superior spirit stone was equivalent to 10,000 inferior spirit stones. However, the return on this opportunity was only 100-fold, indicating that the system determined the return based on the strength of the opportunity. Other features would have to be explored gradually. He recalled that the sect elders had once explained that the conditions for the formation of superior spirit stones were exceedingly stringent, and they only circulated among cultivators above the foundation establishment stage. Ordinary low-level cultivators would at most use middle-grade spirit stones. Moreover, after use, a superior spirit stone could absorb ambient spiritual energy over time to replenish its consumption, significantly extending its lifespan. Superior spirit stones were also the best materials for arranging formations. The protective formation of the sect of seeking immortality was said to be established using superior spirit stones, making their use for cultivation a waste. I shall not claim it for now. Zhou Chen knew that if the superior spirit stone were to be revealed, he likely would not survive the night. Maintaining a facade of nonchalance, he proceeded to the sect station and took a celestial crane back to the third pill refining peak. Meanwhile, Zhang Xiaoxin was in high spirits, having found a yellow-rank middle-grade combat skill, Bull Fist. Originally, it had been spotted by disciples from other sects, but Zhang Xiaoxin, relying on his superior cultivation and familial connections, had intimidated the outer disciple and secured it for himself. However, as he held Bull Fist in his hands, he felt a vague sense of incompleteness. Shaking his head, he dismissed the thought as absurd and began to ponder the technique. That night, the steward of the martial arts pavilion was in a good mood. Having collected several spirit stones once again, as usual, he brought the stones to the stone stump, but upon lifting it, he discovered that his original storage bag had vanished. In disbelief, he used a spell to dig deeper, but found nothing. That bag contained all the wealth he had accumulated over a year at the pavilion, now entirely lost. Oh! The steward's heart was filled with rage. His bloodshot eyes burned with a desire for vengeance. You scoundrel, if I find out who you are, I will flay you alive and dismember you. Noticing a bird's nest in the large tree ahead, he heard the chirping of nestlings. How annoying. The steward cast a fireball spell and quickly departed. The nest was swiftly incinerated, and several charred nestlings fell from the sky. Chapter 4. Mastery of Sword Techniques. Zhang Xiaoxin's doom. Zhou Chen left the scripture pavilion and promptly returned to his residence, number 444, at the third pill refining peak. As soon as he stepped inside, he shut the door tightly and silently chanted the command to claim his reward. A brilliantly clear superior spirit stone appeared before his eyes. At this moment, the supply of spirit stones was no longer a concern. Zhou Chen mused silently. He then proceeded to extract the Tiangang sword technique from his storage pouch, immersing himself in the profound understanding of its principles and variations. The Tiangang sword technique is a formidable upper-grade martial art of the Xian rank, divided into 3 forms. The first form, void severing, the second form, soul severing, and the third form, silence annihilation. Not only does it possess immense power, but its myriad transformations can even rend mountains and shatter stones when mastered to perfection. However, the technique is somewhat esoteric and difficult to comprehend, with Zhou Chen's innate talent. He spent almost half an hour merely grasping the basics. Setting the tome down, Zhou Chen couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. Truly, the Tiangang sword technique lived up to its reputation as an upper-grade Xin technique. For even the entry level was so challenging that an ordinary person might struggle to master it in a lifetime. Yet, once perfected, it could significantly enhance one's strength. Stowing away the manual, Zhou Chen grasped his sect's iron sword and began to practice earnestly. As he continued to refine each move and technique, he found each strike imbued with profound sword intent and limitless variations, deepening his appreciation for the intricacies of this martial art. Gradually, Zhou Chen became engrossed in his training. And as he devoted himself meticulously, a month slipped by. At the base of the third alchemy peak, beneath a waterfall, a low shout of void severing resonated, followed by a flurry of sword energy, echoing with thunderous roars. From a distance, one could see the waterfall cleaved in two by the sword energy. A young man, bare-chested, stood beneath the waterfall, his sword shadow swirling, tracing fleeting images in the air, resembling a celestial swordsman. Moments later, the young man sheathed his sword and sat cross-legged. The waterfall continued to cascade down, littered with shattered stones, each fragment exhibiting a smooth cross-section, faintly emanating a residual sword intent. This young man was none other than Zhou Chen, who now noticed the flow of spiritual energy within his meridians accelerating. The spiritual energy, previously concealed within his meridians after consuming the dragon and phoenix cleansing pill, surged forth, heralding a breakthrough. Zhou Chen continually guided the spiritual energy to cleanse his body and meridians, attracting the surrounding spiritual energy and forming a vortex, thus refining his own energy further. After some time, Zhou Chen was drenched in sweat, his body covered in a thick layer of grime, exuding a pungent odor. The first layer of qi refinement. The Tiangang sword technique truly was formidable. Merely achieving perfection in the first form endowed him with such tremendous power, allowing him to break through to the first layer of qi refinement. Zhou Chen laughed heartily in satisfaction. However, the formidable nature of this sword technique came at a steep cost of spiritual energy. Executing a single strike consumed a third of his energy, limiting him to 3 strikes at most in the first layer of qi refinement. Zhou Chen pondered. Previously, he had intercepted a substantial amount of spirit stones from the sect's deacon, which he used to purchase a vial of body-strengthening pills from the sect's treasury, greatly accelerating his training progress. Throughout that month, to keep a low profile, Zhou Chen had scarcely ventured anywhere. As night fell, he seized the cover of darkness to approach the bottom of the Sword Inquiry cliff within the sect. In a concealed spot behind the Sword Inquiry tablet, Zhou Chen sat cross-legged, deeply contemplating. The Sword Inquiry tablet was a relic left behind by the powerful ancestors of the Wenxian Sect, rumored to seal the swordsmanship legacy of a mighty being. A few days prior, when Zhou Chen had investigated Zhang Xiaoxin's opportunity, he discovered that Zhang Xiaoxin intended to come to the Sword Inquiry tablet tonight to comprehend the technique. Unexpectedly, he would acquire a decade-old enlightenment grass, which would enhance his comprehension upon consumption. Thus, Zhou Chen had arrived early to seize the enlightenment grass. The enlightenment grass is a high-quality yellow-grade herb that does not require refinement into a pill. Consuming it directly can enhance one's insight within half an hour. Unfortunately, the decade-old enlightenment grass is only effective for those within the qi refinement stage. A single decade-old enlightenment grass is worth a superior spirit stone, often rare and precious. Ding! Congratulations to the host for intercepting the decade-old enlightenment grass. A 100-fold return of an enlightenment stone has been granted. Would you like to claim it now? No. Zhou Chen was utterly astounded. In his understanding, the enlightenment stone was an artifact from ancient times, rendering the enlightenment grass insignificant in comparison. It had been ages since such treasures had appeared in the southern region. Not only did it lack the half-hour usage limitation, but it was also effective for those at the foundation establishment stage and below. Although its grade was not high, its utility was undeniable. Having intercepted Zhang Xiaoxin and acquired the fabled enlightenment stone, Zhou Chen's confidence soared. If memory served him correctly, today was the day when the third alchemy peak distributed bone-strengthening pills and spirit stones to outer disciples. Zhou Chen suddenly recalled this and made his way to the outer disciple courtyard at the foot of the third alchemy peak. Although he no longer required the bone-strengthening pills or a few inferior spirit stones, a little was better than none. Moreover, this was a complimentary distribution by the sect to all outer disciples, and everyone was entitled to receive them. Upon arriving at the outer disciple courtyard of the third alchemy peak, Zhou Chen found many outer disciples had already gathered there. The spirit stones and bone-strengthening pills for the outer disciples were distributed by the outer affairs manager of each peak, with the designated distribution point being a platform at the center. On the platform stood a stern-faced middle-aged man, the outer affairs manager of the third alchemy peak. The outer affairs manager, second only to the outer elders, is typically a younger inner disciple with higher cultivation. Older inner disciples are often assigned by the sect to manage the markets or cities under their jurisdiction, responsible for gathering intelligence, overseeing market transactions, or scouting for talented new disciples. The jurisdiction of the Wenxian Sect encompasses thousands of cities and hundreds of markets, with an immeasurable population. The outer disciples queued orderly, each receiving 2 bone-strengthening pills and 2 inferior spirit stones from the deacon. During the distribution, the outer affairs manager and law enforcement disciples meticulously verified the outer disciples' tokens and appearances to ensure no one received more than their due. Given the limited resources of the sect, Zhou Chen also received his share of bone-strengthening pills and spirit stones. Once the outer resources were distributed, the deacon and law enforcement personnel swiftly departed from the third alchemy peak. Zhou Chen lingered, intending to explore further in search of better opportunities, but after a brief survey, he found no immediate prospects among the outer disciples. Suddenly, a cacophony erupted from a distance. There was Xianxiafans, accompanied by his 2 sycophants, knocking on the doors of the outer disciple dormitories, demanding spirit stones and bone-strengthening pills. They aimed to seize at least 1 stone from each disciple. Those who were at odds with Xianxiafans, particularly the weaker ones, found themselves robbed of their bone-strengthening pills as well. Naturally, they did not dare to treat all disciples this way, especially those who were strong or had connections. Xianxiafans was wise enough not to provoke them, illustrating that while he was malicious, he was not foolish. Some outer disciples reluctant to part with their spirit stones were promptly dragged out and beaten, leaving many disciples seething with indignation yet powerless to retaliate. Before long, they reached Zhou Chen's room, number 444. Oh, isn't this the once magnificent outer sect's top genius? Brother Zhou Chen, long time no see. I heard you recently visited the technique pavilion to select a technique. Are you preparing to reclaim your title as the outer sect's number 1? Xianxiafans shouted with his usual sarcastic tone. His 2 henchmen burst into laughter, of course. After all, Brother Zhou is a genius. Yes, a fallen genius, soon to be expelled from the outer sect. Xianxiafans' smile faded as he fixed a cold glare on Zhou Chen. Great genius, will you surrender it willingly, or shall we take it by force? Zhou Chen remained composed, gazing steadily at him, noticing that Xianxiafans' progression had stagnated at the 8th layer of qi refinement. With his current cultivation at the 1st level of qi refinement, the distance was inconsequential. With a mere flick of his wrist, Zhou Chen could easily annihilate Xianxiafans without even resorting to the celestial gang sword technique. Xianxiafans' 2 lackeys, both at the 5th level of body refinement, were no match for him either. However, the rules of the Wenxian Sect were not to be trifled with. Internal conflicts and the slaughter of fellow disciples were strictly forbidden. To eliminate a fool like Xianxiafans would blatantly violate these edicts, inevitably leading to severe punishment from the sect, perhaps even death. Rather than risk such peril, it would be wiser to wait for an opportunity to discreetly dispose of Xianxiafans outside the sect's gates. After all, he had served as Zhou Chen's fortune radar for a while, allowing him to live a few extra days. With this thought in mind, Zhou Chen decided to hand over 2 inferior spirit stones and a bone-strengthening pill. Simultaneously, he had already sentenced Xianxiafans to death in his heart. Oh, as expected of the genius Brother Zhou, his generosity is boundless. Xianxiafans let out a shrill cry, and Zhou Chen's gaze sharpened. You are a mere cripple now. Consuming the bone-strengthening pill will be futile, and the spirit stones are of no use to you. Handing them over is indeed an honor for you. Xianxiafans sneered ominously, while his lackeys laughed boisterously. A worthless individual is still a worthless individual, once a genius, now reduced to a laughingstock. Zhou Chen merely smiled, regarding them as one would a corpse. You are quite perceptive, Xianxiafans remarked with a click of his tongue, before suddenly delivering a kick to Zhou Chen's chest. Zhou Chen instinctively tried to evade, but was restrained, enduring Xianxiafans' blow and propelled backward before landing gracefully. But your gaze is exceedingly displeasing, Xianxiafans scoffed, not even glancing back as he laughed heartily, clutching the bone-strengthening pill and the 2 spirit stones. Leaving room 444 with his 2 lackeys toward the quarters of an outer disciple, Zhou Chen rose calmly. Xianxiafans' kick had been delivered with all his might. Had he still been the old Zhou Chen, he would have been bedridden for at least a month, let alone participate in the outer disciple competition. The small inconvenience would not disrupt his greater plans. Zhou Chen resolved to let Xianxiafans live a few more hours. As he watched Xianxiafans' departing figure, a glint of cold light flickered in his eyes. Just moments ago, he had perceived a new opportunity for Xianxiafans. Recent opportunity, task received from the sect to deliver a message to Qingyun City, departing from Wenxian Sect tonight. On the way back, passing through Longtu Mountain, he inadvertently discovers a century-old dragon spirit mushroom, leading to a significant leap in cultivation to the 10th level of body refinement. The dragon spirit mushroom was indeed a remarkable treasure for cultivation, with a grade reaching superior yellow tier. A century-old specimen was of the highest quality. Normally, it would require the combination of several other herbs to maximize its efficacy, but consuming it directly would suffice, albeit with a slight waste of spiritual energy. Zhou Chen's gaze deepened. Longtu Mountain. This location was roughly 50 miles from the Wenxian Sect. By the entrance of a cave, Zhou Chen had arrived early. Congratulations, host. For seizing the century-old dragon spirit mushroom, you shall receive a tenfold return of 1 drop of spirit essence. Zhou Chen felt a wave of elation. Spirit essence not only rapidly replenished spiritual energy, reaching the highest quality of the yellow tier, but also continuously healed internal injuries and strengthened the physical body. Before long, a voice filled with skepticism resonated from behind Zhou Chen. Zhou Chen, what are you doing here? How dare you leave the sect without permission? You are doomed. I will report this to the sect. The speaker was none other than xianxiaofan, who happened to pass by. You won't be going back. Do you have any last words? Zhou Chen turned calmly to face xianxiaofan, regarding him as one would a corpse. Chapter 5. Qi Refinement 2nd Level. Encountering Yi Chen again. Ha ha ha. Zhou Chen, do you even know what you're saying? Do you still think you're the once exalted genius? Just based on your current state of helplessness? Zhang Xiaoxin paused for a moment, anger transforming into mocking laughter upon hearing Zhou Chen's words. Zhou Chen ceased to waste words. He reined in his aura, unsheathed the sword at his side, and concentrated his spiritual energy into the blade. Break the void, he shouted, lunging directly at Zhang Xiaoxin. Zhang Xiaoxin, grinning maliciously, sank his energy into his dantian, feeling the surge of blood and qi as he unleashed the 8th level of body refinement. Bull Rush Fist. It was the yellow tier technique Zhang Xiaoxin had selected from the technique pavilion. A powerful punch surged forth, cloaked in a thin layer of blood qi, indicating that he had mastered the Bull Rush Fist to a minor degree. However, it was evident that Zhang Xiaoxin was not exerting his full strength. In his eyes, a mere first-level qi refinement practitioner was an easy target to crush. Just as Zhou Chen closed in on Zhang Xiaoxin, he suddenly intensified his spiritual energy output. The shadows of the sword danced, and he unleashed the first form of the Celestial Gang sword technique with all his might, causing a cacophony of piercing sounds to fill the air. Break the void. A multitude of sword shadows appeared out of thin air, each trailing a remnant of sword energy. This was the perfected manifestation of the first form of the Celestial Gang sword technique. Upon seeing this, Zhang Xiaoxin's smile vanished in an instant. How could you possibly be at the qi refinement stage? This is a lie. All of it is a deception. Zhang Xiaoxin prepared to evade, but alas, his body had long been drained by indulgence. With almost no combat experience, he was unable to mount any effective response, and his pupils dilated in shock. Before he could react, the moment the sword shadows met the Bull Rush Fist, Zhang Xiaoxin's fist erupted, revealing gruesome bones, while countless sword cuts marred his body. With a thunderous roar, Zhang Xiaoxin was instantaneously torn apart, the residual sword energy gouging deep furrows into the ground behind him. Zhou Chen was momentarily taken aback, not expecting the first form of the Celestial Gang sword technique to be so formidable. This was his first time utilizing it in combat, and he had not calibrated the intensity properly. In the instant of Zhang Xiaoxin's demise, Zhou Chen felt a lightness in his body, as if some obsession had been relinquished. It seemed the former owner's lingering desires still exerted some influence over the current Zhou Chen. Zhou Chen was quite pleased with the sword technique's power, but its consumption was excessively high, depleting a third of his spiritual energy in one strike. If he encountered an enemy adept at exhausting resources, he could easily find himself at a disadvantage. It appeared he needed to seek out a more sustainable technique, one that prioritized endurance to avoid being targeted. Zhou Chen mused. After ensuring there were no traces left at the scene of the murder, Zhou Chen swiftly departed Longtu Mountain, stealthily returning to the sect under the cover of night. The next morning, Zhou Chen arose early and made his way to the waterfall near the 3rd Pill Refining Peak to continue practicing his swordsmanship. After careful consideration and noting that there was still some time before the outer disciple competition, Zhou Chen resolved to train in the superior yellow tier combat technique, the Gentle Breeze sword technique, which he had acquired from the Bull Rush Fist. The advantages were twofold. It would keep him under the radar, while also compensating for Zhou Chen's overly singular approach to combat. With the support of the Enlightenment Stone and the solid foundation laid by the Celestial Gang sword technique, Zhou Chen comprehended the essence of the Gentle Breeze sword technique within the span of half an incense stick, entering the initial stages of mastery. As noon approached, Zhou Chen gathered his belongings and returned to the outer disciple quarters near the 3rd Pill Refining Peak. He found all the outer disciples assembled at the plaza at the foot of the mountain. The overseer of the 3rd Pill Refining Peak stood at the center of the plaza, flanked by a grim-faced man, also clad in the overseer's uniform. The overseer cleared his throat lightly. Everyone, please be quiet. Is everyone here? If not, please inform one another. I have important announcements to make. Our outer disciple Zhang Xiaoxin from the third pill refining peak was discovered dead at Longtu Mountain yesterday, in an extremely gruesome state. We are currently investigating the murderer. If anyone has any leads, please inform us, and you will be rewarded with 10 medium-grade spirit stones. After a brief pause, he continued. This gentleman beside me is Manager Zhang from the second pill refining peak of our sect. Should anyone possess any leads, you may report directly to him. Upon his conclusion, Manager Zhang stepped forward, his countenance dark, addressing the assembled disciples. Zhang Xiaoxin is a member of our Zhang family. If anyone provides pertinent information, our family will offer an additional reward of 10 medium-grade spirit stones. Instantly, the disciples of the third pill refining peak erupted in excitement. After all, 20 medium-grade spirit stones equate to 2,000 low-grade spirit stones, a veritable fortune for outer sect disciples. However, Manager Zhang's voice turned cold. Should we discover that someone among you withheld information or, worse yet, harmed Zhang Xiaoxin, our Zhang family possesses myriad methods to make your lives a living hell. At that moment, the manager of the third pill refining peak glanced at Manager Zhang, ready to voice his displeasure, only to hear Zhang lean in and whisper, Manager Zhang. I was too angry earlier and spoke out of turn. I apologize. Let us share a drink tonight as amends. Manager Zhang smiled. Recognizing the unspoken rules between them, a round of apology drinks typically entailed at least 10 medium-grade spirit stones, a small windfall for him. He replied nonchalantly. No need for such formalities, Manager Zhang. The unusual circumstances are understandable. With that, the two managers departed, leaving the remaining disciples to murmur among themselves as they exited. Serves him right, that scoundrel. He robbed me of 20 spirit stones. One lamented. You're fortunate, I lost 50. Such a person deserves to rot in hell. Evil deeds will be repaid, not in vain, but when the time is ripe. It truly brings joy. Zhou Chen also left. Well aware that such an investigation was a mere formality, devoid of any genuine significance. He firmly believed that the situation had been handled thoroughly. He had even ensured that one disciple was thoroughly intoxicated during Zhang Xiaoxin's murder, creating a solid alibi. Unbeknownst to him, half a month slipped by. Zhou Chen had perfected the Qing Feng sword technique, grasping its true essence. The strike was swift yet deceptive, the sword's aura difficult to detect, allowing him to kill invisibly. Not only was its power immense, but it also remained sufficiently concealed. With minimal consumption of spiritual energy, Zhou Chen could now execute it dozens of times. The investigation into Zhang Xiaoxin's demise had meandered to a standstill. The cultivation world was merciless, and no one would squander time over a dead man. During his sword training, Zhou Chen had encountered no fortuitous opportunities nor discovered anyone with potential. At noon, he suddenly felt the flow of his vital energy within. Ethereal threads of spiritual power gradually converging towards him, seeping into his pores, a clear sign of an impending breakthrough. He hastily departed from room 444, seeking an unoccupied cave on the back mountain, where he sat cross-legged, absorbing the ambient spiritual energy. Before long, the energy began to coalesce around him, forming a swirling vortex about 5 zhang in length. Guided by Zhou Chen, the energy continuously funneled into his dantian. Yet the conversion rate fell short of matching the vortex's speed, largely due to the limitations of his cultivation method. It seems I must seek a superior technique. The Huang-level low-grade Ningxi Ju provided to all outer sect disciples can only be cultivated to the 10th level of Qi refinement, and its potency is limited, he mused. He then focused his mind, concentrating on guiding the spiritual energy's transformation. Gradually, the vortex spun faster, and beads of sweat began to form on Zhou Chen's brow. Suddenly, the flow of energy faltered, as if the vortex were on the verge of dissipating. Without hesitation, Zhou Chen swallowed the spiritual marrow he had previously seized from Zhang Xiaoxin. In an instant, energy surged from his abdomen, replenishing him with copious amounts of spiritual power, stabilizing the vortex. Consolidate, Zhou Chen exclaimed softly. As the surrounding energy finally transformed into the dantian's energy and stabilized, signifying his successful breakthrough to the 2nd level of Qi refinement. Phew, that was no easy feat. This technique truly is common, and I nearly failed to break through. Zhou Chen reflected, somewhat speechless. He tidied his belongings, casting a glance at the empty vial that once contained the spiritual marrow, silently lamenting its loss. Subsequently, Zhou Chen departed the cave and returned to room 444. Reflecting on his near failure during the breakthrough, he pondered where he might acquire a superior cultivation method. The first option would be to participate in the outer sect competition. Upon entering the inner sect, he would likely obtain better techniques, though they would hardly be the pinnacle of the sect's offerings. The second option would be to test his luck at the market, searching for overlooked techniques. But the odds of finding anything worthwhile were akin to searching for a needle in a haystack, an endeavor not meant for the destined ones. How foolish of me. I possess a golden opportunity, he realized. Intercepting the fortuitous opportunities of talented disciples is the most expedient and reliable method, rapidly accessing the memories of the original owner. He recalled that the most gifted individual he had encountered within the Wenxian Sect was his rival, Zhou Chen, who had once cast him down from his heights. Indeed, this Zhou Chen resembles a quintessential protagonist. If my techniques are insufficient, I shall seize opportunities instead. The following day, amidst the clamor of drums and gongs, the inner sect elders commenced their public lectures. Not only inner sect disciples attended, but many outer sect disciples also came to listen, albeit without seating. Forced to observe from afar, Zhou Chen was present as well, having learned that Zhou Chen was notoriously elusive, only appearing for significant public events and lectures related to cultivation. Soon, the seats for inner sect disciples were nearly filled. Zhou Chen spotted a familiar figure approaching, a vision in white, strikingly handsome. It was indeed Zhou Chen. Oddly, despite their deep-seated enmity, Zhou Chen appeared devoid of any animosity upon seeing Zhou Chen, triggering a sense of wariness within him. Truly, a protagonist template. It seems fate subtly influences events, causing all antagonists to lose their wits in the presence of the original owner, Zhou Chen mused. As he gazed at Zhou Chen, the attributes nearly blinded Zhou Chen with their brilliance. Name: Zhou Chen. Realm: 6th level of Qi refinement. Fate: Child of Fortune, Celestial Tao physique. Transforms calamities into blessings, Master of Opportunities, Fire Spirit Body, unawakened. Destiny: stopping at the 7th level of Saint Realm, becoming the Lord of the Flame Holy Land. Titled the Crimson Flame Saint. At the 7th level of Saint Realm, he challenges a rival half-emperor, battling for 7 days and nights, depleting his spiritual energy, and sacrificing himself to protect the Holy Land. Goodness, this isn't an enemy. He is clearly a benefactor. This attribute is undeniably that of a fortunate child. Zhou Chen marveled. Child of Fortune, Golden Fate. You are the destined protagonist, encountering extraordinary luck throughout your life. A fall from a cliff leads to an encounter with an old man. A visit to the market yields rare techniques. Exploring secret realms fills your coffers. And you often emerge unscathed from perilous situations. Your enemies, when encountering you, typically experience a decline in intellect. Celestial Tao physique, Golden Fate. You possess top-tier cultivation talent, seldom encountering bottlenecks, with the potential to attain immortality. Transforming calamities into blessings, Red Fate. You often turn dangers into opportunities and frequently gain fortune from desperate circumstances. Fire Spirit Body, Unawakened Purple Fate. You are a single attribute Fire Spirit Body, a natural master alchemist, and cultivating fire attribute techniques often yields remarkable results, alongside immense power. Recent Opportunity 1. Today attending the Inner Sect Elders' explanation of techniques, gaining insights, and breaking through to the 7th level of Qi refinement tonight. Recently, after 3 days, while undertaking a sect mission, I was ambushed by a pack of 2nd-tier demon beasts. In a moment of desperation, I leapt from the Qiolong mountain and unexpectedly discovered the earth spirit liquid at its base. Upon consuming it, I broke through to the 8th level of Qi cultivation. A week later, at Longtu Mountain, I fortuitously saved the sect leader's daughter, Lu Qianru, who graciously gifted me a returning essence pill. After taking it, I ascended to the 9th level of Qi cultivation. 10 days later, while escorting Lu Qianru back to the sect, we passed the ridge of Nyoto Mountain, where I stumbled upon a deserted secret realm and acquired a low-grade sacred technique, the Tianyanju. Half a month later, while on a mission in Qingyan City, I garnered the favor of the city lord, who granted me the opportunity to immerse myself in the Qingyun heavenly pool. To my astonishment, I discovered the precious fire crystal stone at the bottom of the pool, awakening my fire spirit body. A month later, in the market of Qingyan City, I uncovered a special earth tier technique, the Lianxi Ju, at the last stall. A further opportunity awaits, but for now, Zhou Chen's envy swelled as he realized that compared to him, Yi Chen's fortune was indeed remarkable. Yi Chen, your luck is splendid, but it now belongs to me. Zhou Chen relished the thought, suppressing an urge to laugh uproariously amidst the crowd. Chapter 6. The path of revenge begins with seizing opportunities. Sensing a gaze upon him, Yi Chen furrowed his brow slightly. He scanned his surroundings, attempting to identify the source of scrutiny, but found nothing amiss, and thus redirected his focus to the teachings of the inner elder. Spiritual energy is the essence of heaven and earth. Cultivators refine their bodies first, then their qi, defying the innate, cleansing sinews and marrow. Meanwhile, Zhou Chen had already slipped away. Although his innate talent allowed him to grasp the inner elder's teachings, it paled in comparison to Yi Chen's fortune, especially since he possessed a system. At that moment, Zhou Chen arrived at the sect's mission hall, which was nearly deserted as most were attending the elder's lecture. The once bustling hall now lay empty, with the outer sect's steward dozing off. "Steward, I am here to claim a mission," Zhou Chen stated calmly. The steward merely turned over and continued his slumber. "Steward, I am here to claim a mission." Zhou Chen raised his voice in a second attempt. The steward stretched lazily, slowly opened his eyes, and glanced at Zhou Chen and his mission to collect blood-red fruits. Such fruits typically grew in areas abundant with demon beasts, where only qi-refining disciples could barely protect themselves. Recognizing Zhou Chen, the steward, disturbed from his dreams, simply took note of his request without refusal or warning before dozing off once more, muttering, "Truly reckless. Let this serve to conserve sect resources." Zhou Chen heard this but paid it no heed, for he believed that such disciples would remain stagnant throughout their lives, possessing a narrow view. One shouldn't retaliate against a dog simply for a bite. Zhou Chen was confident that with the system, his future achievements would be extraordinary. These insignificant pests were hardly worth his concern. Departing the sect, Zhou Chen hastened toward Qiu Long Mountain, opting to search at its base rather than ascend. He was no destined child, and with second-tier demon beasts above, equivalent to human qi-refining cultivators, he knew their combat prowess far surpassed that of human practitioners at the same level. The foot of Qiu Long Mountain stretched vast for hundreds of kilometers. Based on Yi Chen's experience of falling from the cliff 3 days hence, Zhou Chen surmised that the opportunity Yi Chen discovered was likely near the precipice at the mountain's base. Zhou Chen focused his search in that vicinity, evading numerous demon beasts. After approximately 2 hours, he finally stumbled upon a concealed entrance to a cavern. Entering the cave, he found it shrouded in darkness. Using his magical power, he ignited a torch, illuminating the cavern's interior. The cave was not extensive, leading to a passage capable of accommodating 2 or 3 individuals. In the distance, he could faintly hear the sound of dripping water. As Zhou Chen ventured deeper into the cave, after walking several hundred meters, he encountered a naturally spacious cavern. At its center stood a colossal stalagmite radiating a pearly glow, surrounded by colorful stalagmites, resembling stars encircling the moon. This grand stalagmite dripped white droplets, enveloped in spiritual energy. Beneath it lay a small circular pool filled with milky white water droplets. Sensing the waves of spiritual energy emanating from above, Zhou Chen surmised that this was indeed Yi Chen's fortuitous earth spirit liquid. Thus, Zhou Chen retrieved his storage bag and collected the earth spirit liquid into a specially designated jade vial, filling 30 vials before completion. Ding! Congratulations to the host for intercepting a pool of earth spirit liquid, a 100-fold return of 10 drops of earth mother essence. Zhou Chen's joy surged. Intercepting the protagonist's reward was a stroke of fortune. The return of the earth mother essence was particularly advantageous, as the earth spirit liquid could rapidly provide vast amounts of spiritual energy, aiding the user in advancing their cultivation. Meanwhile, the earth mother essence not only boosts the user's spiritual energy, but also assists cultivators in widening their meridians, enhancing the speed and quality of spiritual energy circulation. Although effective only for foundational cultivators and below, it remained a rare treasure. Elation flooded Zhou Chen's eyes, seizing the moment when no one was around. He seated himself cross-legged and began to consume the earth mother essence. As a drop of the essence entered his mouth, a warm current surged within him, rapidly spreading spiritual energy throughout his limbs, coursing into his meridians. Zhou Chen couldn't help but moan in delight. He had not anticipated that consuming the earth mother essence would be so pleasurable, tingling sensations overtaking him, his eyelids growing heavy. Yet, he understood that maintaining awareness would maximize the essence's effects. Thus, he gritted his teeth, resisting the urge to succumb to slumber, repeatedly experiencing the process of cleansing sinews and marrow, as if someone were massaging his delicate meridians. Several times, he nearly drifted off, but the thought of finally having a golden finger, a fateful opportunity that he must seize, spurred him to remain vigilant. After about an hour, he felt the drowsiness dissipate. Though he was left utterly drained, a foul odor wafting from his body. Another half-hour passed, and Zhou Chen finally finished absorbing the essence. Immediately, he leaped into the small pool containing the earth spirit liquid, cleansing himself of the accumulated grime. Before long, the pool's once faint milky hue transformed into a murky gray. Emerging from the pool feeling rejuvenated, he performed the cleansing technique several times, relishing the newfound comfort before thoroughly assessing his condition. First and foremost, his cultivation had surged from the 2nd to the 4th level of qi refining, and the capacity of spiritual energy within his dantian far exceeded that of an ordinary 4th level cultivator. If his previous spiritual energy could be likened to a small basin, now it was akin to a small pond. Furthermore, the The most significant change was that Zhou Chen's meridians had expanded several-fold, greatly accelerating the flow of spiritual energy. His physical strength and reflexes were now incomparable. According to Zhou Chen's estimations, if he executed the first move of the Tiangang sword technique, Duan Kong, he could perform it thrice at the second level of qi refining, whereas now, he could unleash it at least 10 times, with enhanced power and speed. Truly, a product of the system must be exquisite, Zhou Chen mused. As he prepared to depart, just as he was about to destroy the stalagmite, a thought struck him, and he paused to retrieve a drop of earth spirit liquid. Subsequently, the spiritual essence within the earth spirit liquid was meticulously extracted, leaving behind only a delicate layer of spiritual energy, which would sustain itself for a few days before this drop of earth spirit essence completely dissipated. The essence was placed in a small bathing pool intended for Zhou Chen, who had even crafted a small recess to ensure that the luminous earth spirit liquid was easily visible within the water. The earth spirit liquid, being a highly concentrated amalgamation of spiritual energy, possessed a density greater than that of ordinary water and was insoluble in it. Thus, Zhou Chen was not concerned about its premature disappearance. After meticulously erasing any traces of his presence to ensure no issues arose, Zhou Chen swiftly departed. By this time, night had fallen, and 2 days remained until Yi Chun would arrive at Xiaolong Mountain, with a few more days until he would heroically rescue the damsel in distress. For Yi Chun to perform such a heroic act, he needed to reach the 8th layer of qi refining. Given that Xiaolong Mountain was relatively closer to Niutu Mountain, Zhou Chen intended to first intercept Yi Chen's cultivation method. As for whether he could seize the opportunity for the heroic rescue, Zhou Chen would assess the situation, for his own safety was paramount. To avoid being ambushed by ferocious beasts at night, Zhou Chen sought a secluded cave in which to rest. The following morning, he arrived early at the ridge of Niutu Mountain. The ridge was modest in size, and Zhou Chen found the entrance to the secret realm within half an hour. The entrance was surprisingly located at the deepest part of the ridge, and had it not been for the faint fluctuations of spiritual energy, Zhou Chen might not have discovered it at all. If a passerby were to sense this energy, they might mistakenly believe it to be some wild herb or medicinal plant, and no one would pay it any heed. Fortunately, Zhou Chen had the advantage of foresight and knew of the secret realm's entrance in advance. Upon entering the secret realm, he was greeted by a courtyard adorned with flowing water, artificial hills, and quaint bridges, evoking an idyllic scene reminiscent of a tranquil waterway. However, the sky within this secret realm was shrouded in a gray mist, devoid of any vitality. As Zhou Chen pushed open the courtyard door and entered, his pupils constricted in shock as he discovered a skeleton seated in a dignified posture, evidently having been deceased for quite some time. Beside the skeleton lay a scroll enveloped in spiritual energy. Upon approaching and opening it, Zhou Chen realized it was the low-grade saint-level technique, Heavenly Flame technique. Ding! Congratulations, host. For intercepting the low-grade saint-level technique, Heavenly Flame technique, you have received a 10,000-fold reward. The low-grade Emperor-level technique, Primordial Chaos Scripture. Would you like to claim it immediately? What? Zhou Chen was momentarily taken aback. It was an Emperor-level technique. One must understand that within the entirety of the Southern Domain, Saint-level techniques represented the pinnacle of openly acknowledged combat prowess. Emperor-level experts had all but vanished from this continent, with none appearing in the Southern Domain for at least 10 millennia. Zhou Chen speculated that perhaps the sect he belonged to was too lowly to access such knowledge, and only with future advancements in his cultivation would he be deemed worthy of such revelations. Saint-level techniques were typically exclusive to those sacred grounds that had inherited teachings for tens of thousands of years. If this technique were to surface in the realm of cultivation, it would undoubtedly incite a bloodbath throughout the Southern Domain, for no one could resist the allure of a saint-level technique, let alone one of emperor-level. Eagerly, Zhou Chen began perusing the primordial chaos scripture that had materialized in his mind, only to find it exceedingly obscure, challenging even his high aptitude to grasp. He quietly took out the comprehension stone and settled into a meditative position. His initial attempt to cultivate the primordial chaos scripture ended in failure. The second attempt also failed. The nth attempt met with the same disheartening result. Zhou Chen was focused on the qi refining section of the primordial chaos scripture, which required him to entirely abandon his previous cultivation methods, while simultaneously compressing and purifying his own spiritual energy. After repeating this process over 100 times, Zhou Chen's level did not rise. Instead, he regressed back to the first layer of qi refining, yet at last, he managed to grasp the fundamentals of the primordial chaos scripture. As he cultivated, a vortex of spiritual energy surged around him, drawing in the essence into his meridians. Initially, Zhou Chen furrowed his brow, but soon relaxed, for after the cleansing effects of the earth's spirit essence, this level of energy absorption did not impose significant pressure or burden upon him. However, The cultivation of the primordial chaos scripture demanded a tremendous amount of spiritual energy. Thus, Zhou Chen began consuming the earth spirit liquid, 1 bottle, 2 bottles, 3 bottles, up to 10 bottles, ascending from the first to the second layer, then to the third and finally the sixth layer of qi refining. The vortex of energy gradually subsided. It was only after exhausting 10 bottles of earth spirit liquid that Zhou Chen successfully completed the conversion of his technique. Fortunate that the process was more thrilling than perilous. And he even broke through to the sixth layer of qi refining. Unbeknownst to Zhou Chen, the reason for such a modest increase in his power was primarily due to his inferior physique. It was akin to attempting to fill a cup with the water from an entire lake. Expecting to ascend in one leap was clearly impossible, reminiscent only of the fantastical narratives from his past life. Zhou Chen realized that the primordial chaos scripture was extraordinarily formidable. Not only did it refine qi, but it also enhanced the body. After practicing the primordial chaos scripture, the quantity and quality of his spiritual energy surged beyond previous levels. If his earlier spiritual energy could be likened to a small pond, his current energy was akin to that of a small lake. However, just as he began his cultivation, he sensed a profound terror looming in the ether, momentarily locking onto his presence before vanishing in an instant. Zhou Chen was left uncertain whether it was merely an illusion. Chapter 7. Intercepting Lu Qianru, Yi Chun misses again. In the inner sect of the Wenxian Sect, Yi Chun was deeply engrossed in reflecting upon the elders' teachings of the day, lost in a state of profound contemplation. Surrounding him, spiritual energy surged, and before long, he broke through to the seventh layer of qi refining. Master, I have made another breakthrough, Yi Chun exclaimed, looking down at the ring in his hand with joy. Disciple, your talent for cultivation and comprehension is that of a contemporary prodigy. Had it not been for the excessive spiritual energy I absorbed during my slumber, you would likely have already reached the foundation establishment stage by now. An ancient voice resonated in Yi Chen's mind. Master, I bear no grudge against you. If not for my earlier regression in cultivation and the cold stares I faced within my family, I would not have devoted myself so earnestly to the path, nor achieved what I have today. Yi Chen replied, I am heartened to hear you think this way. I shall surely assist you, and in the future, you will undoubtedly ascend to the great path, the voice said again. Thank you, Master. I will also find a way to free you from your ethereal form and restore your life, Yi Chun replied earnestly. Good disciple, I eagerly await the day, came the ancient voice once more. 2 days later, Yi Chun set out to undertake a sect mission. His first destination was Niutu Mountain, where one of his tasks involved gathering red snowgrass, a medicinal herb believed to grow in the vicinity of Niutu Mountain. At long last, he found it. After persistent searching, Yi Chun discovered the red snowgrass and began to collect it. Suddenly, a small green snake sprang from the grass behind the red snowgrass, lunging directly at Yi Chen's face. Not good. It's a first-tier beast, bamboo green. Yi Chen swiftly dodged, drawing his sword to engage the beast in combat. However, it was evident that this creature was no match for him. After an initial advantage during its surprise attack, the snake demon was gradually subdued. Seizing an opening, Yi Chun delivered a fatal strike, slaying the serpent. After harvesting the beast's materials, he carefully uprooted the red snowgrass and placed it into a jade box. With that, Yi Chun quickly departed, heading to the next location to fulfill his sect duties. Meanwhile, Zhou Chen continued to cultivate the primordial chaos scripture, incessantly refining his spiritual energy, which flowed throughout his limbs and bones. He then produced 3 drops of earth spirit essence and consumed them all. If seen by others, they would undoubtedly berate Zhou Chen for his shameful extravagance in directly consuming the Mother Earth essence, an act of sheer profligacy that even inner sect disciples would not indulge in. As he drank, the moment the Mother Earth essence entered his belly, a familiar searing sensation surged through him, overwhelming Zhou Chen with a torrent of spiritual energy. He diligently activated the primordial chaos scripture, and as the technique flowed, his meridians absorbed the essence as if a whale devoured its prey, continuously drawing the potent energy into his dantian. Boom! With several dull thuds resonating within Zhou Chen's body, powerful spiritual forces erupted inside him. Yet, miraculously, none of this energy was wasted. All was absorbed by Zhou Chen, showcasing the overwhelming prowess of the primordial chaos scripture. With a low shout of triumph, Zhou Chen broke through to the 7th layer of qi refinement. Unbeknownst to him, however, much of the spiritual energy had not been absorbed, but was subtly flowing into his limbs and bones, gradually transforming his physique. Truly, this imperial-level technique had enabled him to reach the 7th layer of qi refinement, fortifying his chances of seizing the opportunity to outmaneuver Yi Chun. Feeling the surging spiritual energy within, Zhou Chen realized that both the quality and quantity of this energy were incomparable to what he had previously cultivated. More importantly, In contrast to the speed at which he absorbed this energy, the sect's techniques he had practiced before seemed utterly inferior. Zhou Chen could not help but lament once more that for an ordinary cultivator to stand out amidst the illustrious talents of noble lineage was exceedingly difficult. However, times had changed. He possessed a golden finger, and even the greatest protagonist's fortune was now at his disposal. Zhou Chen felt confident that if he encountered Yi Chen again, even if the latter were the fated child with numerous hidden abilities, he could still prevail. Suddenly recalling that in just 2 days, the time for Lu Qianru's bestowed opportunity would arrive, a glimmer of excitement flickered in Zhou Chen's eyes. He swiftly departed, not forgetting to erase any traces behind him. At this moment, in the Qiulong mountain range, Yi Chen was entangled in a fierce battle, surrounded by ferocious beasts, with a sheer cliff at his back. Master, what should I do? Yi Chen felt a wave of frustration. Had he not been so arrogant, he would not have found himself in such peril. Disciple, your only option now is to leap down the cliff. I will protect you, but I will be weakened for a time afterward. The rest is up to you. Yi Chen felt a pang of shame. I am sorry, master. I will not be so reckless again. I apologize for the trouble. A look of embarrassment crossed Yi Chen's face. Turning back, his eyes glinted with a fierce resolve. He vowed that once he achieved mastery, he would return to slaughter this pack of beasts. Without further hesitation, he leaped off the cliff. As the wind howled past his ears and his descent accelerated, a sinking feeling gripped his heart. Just as Yi Chen was about to hit the ground, a tremendous force emanated from the ring on his hand, suspending him in midair before gently setting him down. Despite having faced many dangers, beads of cold sweat dripped from Yi Chen's forehead. One misstep, and he could have lost his life. Disciple, it is now your turn. I need to rest for a while and cannot assist you. Understood. Thank you, master. Yi Chen replied. Surveying his surroundings, Yi Chen noted the absence of any beasts nearby. However, a faint sound of flowing water reached his ears. Taking a few steps forward, he stumbled upon the entrance to a cavern. I will rest here for a time to recover before departing, Yi Chen thought quietly. As he ventured deeper into the cave, he soon found himself in its innermost chamber. How could such a vast cavern be hidden here? The spiritual energy is so abundant. There must be rare treasures. Yi Chen's heart raced with excitement. He looked up to see a colossal milky white stalactite, surrounded by various colorful smaller formations. Beneath the stalactite lay a pool of dark gray water, within which faintly glowing droplets could be discerned. This place actually contains earth spirit liquid. Just as Yi Chen approached, a voice emanated from his ring. Master, what is earth spirit liquid? Yi Chen inquired. Earth spirit liquid is a rare treasure that can assist low-level cultivators in enhancing and solidifying their cultivation without any side effects. And it also has a chance to help one expand their meridians. However, it is strange that there is only a single drop here. There should not be so little. Perhaps the growing conditions for earth spirit liquid have become more stringent over time. The pool water seems old and somewhat foul. I will retrieve it now. With that, Yi Chen jumped into the water, suppressing the urge to gag, and quickly wrapped the earth spirit liquid in his spiritual power before leaping out. Master, please take a look. Is this the earth spirit liquid? Yi Chen cautiously requested his master to examine it. Indeed, the aura it exudes confirms it is earth spirit liquid, came the reply from the ring. Without hesitation, Yi Chen sat cross-legged and swallowed it whole. However, only 3 breaths later, before he could refine the earth spirit liquid, it dispersed within his body. Yi Chen suddenly felt an overwhelming stench rising from his abdomen, surging toward the top of his head, and he could not help but retch. Master, this earth spirit liquid has lost its spiritual energy. There is barely any left, and the smell is unbearable. Yi Chen explained between heaves. What? Impossible. The spiritual energy in earth spirit liquid can last for 1,000 years without diminishing. How could it be depleted? The ring then emitted a probing thought. Alas, foolish child. Someone must have arrived here before you. That drop of earth spirit liquid was likely intentionally left behind his waist. It is my fault for being weakened and unable to use my spiritual sense to examine it thoroughly. A sigh echoed in Yi Chen's mind. What? He could hardly believe it. He had been fortunate and smooth sailing until now, and this was his first encounter with such a situation, making it hard to accept. Cursed thief, if I discover who you are, I will surely kill you. Sensing the lingering stench, Yi Chen glanced at the dark gray pool, as if beginning to understand. At the periphery of the Longtu Mountain, a vast expanse of mountains stretched into the distance. The highest peak resembled a vividly lifelike dragon's head, hence the name Longtu Mountain. Perched upon a tree with a trunk 10 zhang wide, Zhou Chen pondered deeply. According to the records of the Wenxian Sect, Longtu Mountain is home to many third-tier beasts, equivalent to the human foundation establishment stage, and occasionally even fourth-tier beasts appear, comparable to human core formation cultivators. A mere breath from them could spell doom for Zhou Chen. However, the outer regions were relatively safe. mostly inhabited by Qi refinement stage beasts. Considering Yi Chen's opportunity, it was plausible that with Qi refinement strength, he could save the sect leader's daughter, Lu Qianru. Logically, it was improbable for him to confront high-tier beasts head-on. Zhou Chen surmised that Lu Qianru might be executing some task or hunting beasts here and had sustained injuries that led her to be rescued by Yi Chen, thus becoming one of his consorts. Calculating the time, just 2 days remained before significant events were likely to unfold. Zhou Chen dug a small hollow in the tree and began meditating on the primordial chaos scripture. Suddenly, a thunderous explosion erupted in the sky, jolting Zhou Chen from his meditative state. Zhou Chen swiftly emerged from the hollow of the tree, gazing upwards to behold a stunning figure standing high in the distance. Her form was elegantly curvaceous, and her exquisite visage emanated an aura of cold elegance, evoking a sense of distance that kept others at bay. At this moment, the oppressive force radiating from her unmistakably indicated her cultivation at the core formation stage. Judging by her attire, which belonged to a core disciple of the Asking Immortals sect, it was evident that this was none other than Lu Qianru. Rumors had long circulated among the outer disciples of the Asking Immortals sect, recounting how Lu Qianru had begun her physical training at the tender age of 5, progressed to Qi refinement at 10, established her foundation at 15, and astonishingly broke through to the core formation stage by the age of 23. Such youthful prowess in core formation was indeed a rare phenomenon throughout the entire southern domain. Following Lu Qianru's gaze, Zhou Chen's eyes fell upon a fearsome serpent demon with 3 heads. One head was crimson, another was gray, and the third was as dark as ink, each head adorned with menacing antennae that exuded a terrifying presence. Hiss! This serpent demon was surprisingly at the 6th layer of core formation. Zhou Chen couldn't help but marvel. Lu Qianru's audacity was remarkable, daring to confront a beast of such caliber. It was well known that demon beasts were inherently superior to cultivators in both physical prowess and spiritual energy, often boasting a combined combat capability that surpassed that of ordinary cultivators by a significant margin. Perhaps this was the essence of a true prodigy, relishing the thrill of challenging opponents beyond her level, thriving amidst peril, and achieving rapid breakthroughs through life-threatening encounters. A flicker of enlightenment ignited within Zhou Chen. At the age of 18, Zhou Chen remained at the Qi refinement stage, and a bitter smile crept across his face at this realization. However, he quickly found solace in the knowledge that he possessed a golden opportunity, confident that he would soon surpass one prodigy after another, destined for an extraordinary future. Beast, today marks your demise. A melodious voice rang out, and a tremendous surge of energy erupted from Lu Qianru's core. Behind her, a blurred silhouette materialized within the void. Though indistinct, the figure's long sword quickly solidified, launching forth towards the demon beast. Roar! A deafening sound reverberated, reminiscent of an ancient behemoth's roar, faintly accompanied by a hint of draconic majesty. The 3-headed serpent demon unleashed flames from one head, belched a cloud of mist from another, while the black head conjured a dark sphere of spiritual energy, exuding an ominous and perilous aura. Boom! With a cataclysmic explosion, the two forces collided, radiating light akin to a planetary detonation. The entire Dragonhead mountain range trembled violently, and hordes of demon beasts, heedless of direction, fled in a frenzied panic, creating a terrifying tide of creatures that engulfed everything in their path. At the epicenter of the explosion, torrents of blood rained down, and the colossal body of the serpent demon lay in tatters, its remains scattered everywhere. The crimson and gray heads had vanished, leaving only the black head, which had suffered the loss of half its serpent horn. In stark contrast, Lu Qianru appeared disheveled, her hair in disarray, and blood trickling from the corners of her mouth. Yet, in this state of disarray, her cold elegance was accentuated. "I warned you, today is your end," Lu Qianru stated coolly to the serpent demon. In the next moment, Lu Qianru sprang into action, channeling the remaining power of her core formation stage, condensing the phantom once more, and pointing decisively. "Die! Roar!" The serpent demon thrashed wildly, yet it was ensnared, its injuries rendering it unable to evade. Despair glimmered in its eyes as Lu Qianru exuded unwavering confidence in her technique, knowing that the demon was on its last legs. However, upon contact, Lu Qianru instinctively sensed danger and activated her protective spiritual energy, summoning all her defensive barriers. But it proved too late. Boom! An ear-splitting explosion erupted as the serpent demon self-destructed, the resulting shockwave surpassing even the previous battle's intensity. The self-detonation of the 6th layer core formation serpent demon sent Lu Qianru hurtling through the air, her body tracing a parabolic arc as she lost consciousness amidst the blood that stained her. "Damn it! I've distanced myself so far, yet I'm still affected." Zhou Chen emerged from a nearby cave, coughing. Aware that Yi Chen would soon arrive, He quickly composed himself and dashed to the spot where Lu Qianru had fallen. With no time to assess her condition, he scooped her up, gathering his spiritual energy to swiftly carry her away from the scene. Not long after Zhou Chen departed, Yi Chen appeared at the site. "Master, I noticed someone here from afar who seemed injured, yet they vanished in the blink of an eye," he said, vexed. "It is likely they fled," replied Yi Chen. "This place is no longer safe. Powerful individuals will soon come to investigate. You should leave quickly as well." He activated the ring in his hand. "Understood, master. I shall depart at once." Yi Chen hurriedly made his exit. Chapter 8. Securing the Return Essence Pill. Could Lu Qianru be interrupted? Ugh. The sound emerged from the unconscious Lu Qianru. Perhaps Zhou Chen had moved too hastily and inadvertently tugged at her wounds. At this moment, Zhou Chen had reached a secluded cave. He gently laid Lu Qianru down, observing that her clothing was tattered in several places. The frayed edges shimmered with faint spiritual light, indicating that even her garments were crafted from a high-grade spiritual artifact. Gazing upon Lu Qianru's striking figure, it was hard to deny the stirrings of admiration. Yet, a woman of such celestial stature would undoubtedly have her defenses in place. Zhou Chen was no fated son of destiny, and any rash actions could lead to dire consequences. After all, how many individuals could challenge a sixth-layer core formation demon beast at such a young age? Shaking off his distractions, he focused on tending to her wounds. Zhou Chen carefully cleaned the blood from Lu Qianru's body and, from his storage pouch, retrieved a set of clean garments to drape over her. He then produced a drop of Earth Mother essence, administering it to Lu Qianru while utilizing his rudimentary first aid knowledge to staunch her bleeding and apply basic bandaging. Having completed these tasks, Zhou Chen finally exhaled in relief. It had not been an easy endeavor. Now, he had a moment to pause and thoroughly assess Lu Qianru's condition. Her fair skin, beautiful features, and bright eyes, coupled with her impressive physique, made her striking even in unconsciousness. Truly, she was a paragon among the elite disciples of the Asking Immortals sect. System, display the panel. Taking advantage of the solitude, he opened the system interface to examine Lu Qianru's details. Name, Lu Qianru. Is binding desired? Current bindings, 03. Post-binding. Opportunities can be viewed at any time without face-to-face interaction. Realm, second layer of core formation. Fate, purple fate. Destiny, an empress once emerged from her lineage. Possessing the bloodline of an empress, unawakened. She is one of Yi Chen's consorts, but the empress's bloodline remains dormant, capping her cultivation at the 7th layer of Saint Realm. In the future, she will meet her end alongside Yi Chen in an explosive demise. Recent opportunities 1. After battling the serpent demon, she gains insight, breaking through to the 3rd layer of core formation. Recent opportunities 2. 3 days hence. Upon returning to the sect, she will discover a rejuvenation pill beneath an unknown stele on the sect's rear mountain. Recent opportunities 3. Empress Bloodline, Gold. Inactive possesses a fragmented Empress Bloodline. If fully activated, there lies a hope of ascension. Capable of vanquishing gods and immortals, invincible among peers. Heavenly Prodigy, Purple Exceptional Cultivation Talent. Astonishing Comprehension. Cultivating is as effortless as eating and drinking, destined to remain far removed from mediocrity. Profound Fortunes. Purple The heavens bestow their favor upon you, and your fortune runs exceptionally deep. Your life will be smooth sailing, often graced with remarkable treasures. In times of adversity, you possess the uncanny ability to turn calamity into safety, frequently aided by noble benefactors. Fortunate Spouse, Purple with great auspiciousness within you. Forming a partnership with you will bestow similar divine favor upon your companion, endowing them with a destiny of fortune and ease. Zhou Chen was taken aback. The incomplete bloodline of the Empress was a sight he had never encountered before, the Golden Fate. Achieving the 7th layer of the Sacred Realm without awakening the bloodline was extraordinary. And should the complete Empress bloodline be awakened, would it not elevate one to the Imperial Realm, or perhaps even beyond? The notion of possessing a complete Empress bloodline was unfathomable, invincible among peers, and possessing the potential for ascension. His admiration for Yi Chen, a girl of such unwavering devotion, was palpable. Damned Yi Chen, and that accursed protagonist halo that had so easily ensnared her. Ding. Congratulations to the host for intercepting the fated child's harem, Lu Qianru. The complete Empress bloodline has been returned at a 10,000-fold rate, complete, for female use only. What the hell? Could this possibly be the MVP settlement screen? Can Lu Qianru also intercept? Zhou Chen was utterly bewildered. With the complete Empress bloodline in his grasp, did that not open the door for Lu Qianru to ascend? Hiss. No. The revelation of the Empress bloodline must remain concealed for the time being. Zhou Chen pondered. To expose such a matter while still weak was akin to illuminating a toilet with a lantern, an invitation to death. In an era devoid of imperial realms, The emergence of a future imperial being would undoubtedly incite a bloodbath among all factions. If he were to assist Lu Qianru in awakening her powers now, it would be tantamount to courting disaster. It would be prudent to establish a good rapport with Lu Qianru first and assess the situation later. Zhou Chen resolved to take a cautious approach. However, it seemed the system had acquired a binding function. He recalled a prompt indicating a system upgrade when he had plundered Yi Chen's technique, the heavenly flame art. He had initially dismissed it, thinking it inconsequential, only to discover this new capability. Quite remarkable, as it would allow him to intercept opportunities without constantly monitoring the fated child. Bind, Zhou Chen silently intoned. In the next moment, Lu Qianru's panel transformed to read. Name, Lu Qianru. Bound. Current binding count, 1-3. After binding, opportunities can be viewed at any time without face-to-face contact. Who are you? As Zhou Chen assessed the system rewards, Lu Qianru suddenly opened her eyes and shouted, swiftly rising to strike him with a palm. Zhou Chen had no time to prepare. The disparity in their powers was too great, and he was sent flying, crashing heavily to the ground. Cough. Struggling to rise, Zhou Chen spat out a mouthful of blood. This was a casual strike from a golden core practitioner. And even without the use of spiritual power, it was not something an ordinary Qi refinement stage cultivator could withstand. I am an outer disciple of the Asking Immortal Sect. I found you unconscious outside, and, seeing you were also a disciple of the sect, I kindly attempted to assist you without any malice. Why do you strike me? Zhou Chen exclaimed, fearing another blow. His concern was not unfounded. At that moment, Lu Qianru slowly lowered her hand, and had Zhou Chen delayed his explanation further, his survival would have been in question. However, Lu Qianru did not lower her guard, instead extending her spiritual sense to carefully assess her own condition. Realizing her clothing had not been disturbed and the injuries were bandaged, and that her internal wounds and spiritual energy were recovering in a remarkable manner, she finally relaxed. I apologize, I misunderstood you. You are at the 7th layer of Qi refinement, quite talented. Have you not advanced to an inner disciple? I have not seen you before. Also, what elixir did you give me? I shall return it to you. Lu Qianru's demeanor softened slightly, though her tone remained somewhat rigid. No need for repayment. I am an outer disciple of the 3rd alchemy peak. My name is Zhou Chen, and I have yet to join the inner sect, Zhou Chen replied curtly. That aside, you saved me, and I am grateful. You possess remarkable skills yet remain an outer disciple? Those outer disciples must be blind, Lu Qianru remarked, frowning. My cultivation has only recently improved. I have encountered some opportunities, Zhou Chen responded coolly, as anyone would be irate after being unjustly harmed. Even Lu Qianru's typically composed demeanor flushed slightly. She recognized her error, yet as a golden core cultivator, she had to maintain a semblance of dignity when facing a Qi refinement stage individual. Nonetheless, the atmosphere grew increasingly tense. After a prolonged silence, Lu Qianru finally spoke. I am a core disciple of the sect, and my surname is Lu. Due to the need to suppress my injuries, I am currently unable to utilize spiritual power. If you escort me back to the nearest sect station, I shall reward you with a returning origin pill. Is that agreeable? Seeing Zhou Chen remain silent, she assumed he was unaware of the pill's efficacy. The returning origin pill is a rare low-grade mysterious elixir. I have few left. Consuming one will aid you in breaking through a layer of cultivation and continuously refine your spiritual energy, establishing a solid foundation during the Qi refinement stage, enabling you to maximize your potential and ease your future cultivation. Lu Qianru continued. Yet Zhou Chen remained unresponsive, feeling disrespected. He sensed a profound insult in her words. She had even failed to provide her full name. The thought of the returning origin pill struck him as amusing, were it not for the need to repay the reward. He might not have regarded it at all. Not to mention, a single drop of Earth Mother essence would yield results no less impressive than the returning origin pill. Indeed, only with sufficient strength does one possess dignity. Without strength, one cannot even face others with respect. Very well, we shall have no debts between us. I shall not make things difficult for you, Zhou Chen replied coolly after a lengthy pause. Excellent. With your talents, you have promising prospects for foundation establishment. Should you require assistance, do not hesitate to seek me out, Lu Qianru concluded before closing her eyes to meditate, lapsing into silence. After a brief respite, Zhou Chen guided Lu Qianru away from their location, setting off towards the sect's communication point, Niutu Mountain. Having not encountered Lu Qianru, Yi Chen proceeded directly to the vicinity of Niutu Mountain to continue gathering the second medicinal herb described in the sect's task, Red Heart Seed. Yi Chen slew several guardian beasts and packed the red heart seeds into a jade box, just as he prepared to depart. Suddenly, as if guided by an unseen force, he sensed a faint wave of spiritual energy emanating from the ridge not far ahead. Master, it seems this is a secret realm, Yi Chen exclaimed excitedly. Let me see. A thought projected forth. Disciple, the aura of this secret realm is quite stable. There is no risk of collapse, nor is there any formidable presence. It would be wise to enter and explore, the master advised. Upon receiving this counsel, Yi Chen swiftly darted through the entrance of the secret realm. Once inside, Yi Chen promptly activated his spiritual energy shield, gripping a sword tightly in his hand as he cautiously surveyed his surroundings. After a thorough inspection, he discovered the space was rather small, the area around him barren, the sky overcast, devoid of any vegetation. Before Yi Chen lay a solitary courtyard, and the entire secret realm appeared desolate. After inspecting carefully and confirming there were no formations or dangers, he stepped into the courtyard. What met Yi Chen's gaze was a skeleton. Out of respect, he bowed before the remains. He then scanned the area. Unbeknownst to him, Zhou Chen had already cleared this place, leaving nothing behind. An hour later, Yi Chen emerged from the secret realm, his expression one of frustration. The inside was even cleaner than his own face. Aside from a single skeleton, there was nothing at all. It appears that one must consult the calendar before venturing out these days, for this journey yielded little beyond the sect's tasks. Yet, Yi Chen was unperturbed. After all, he had encountered numerous fortuitous opportunities in the past, and it was unreasonable to expect all benefits to accrue to him alone. At the contact point of the inquiry sect, Zhou Chen and Lu Qianru arrived swiftly, exchanging no words along the way. Sister Lu, the sect's contact point lies just ahead. My mission is complete, Zhou Chen announced, halting and bowing respectfully to Lu Qianru. This is a return yuan pill for you. Lu Qianru produced a small porcelain vial from her storage ring, extending her elegant, slender hand not to directly hand the vial to Zhou Chen, but rather using her spiritual energy to deliver it to him from a distance. Thank you. With that, Zhou Chen turned and departed without a backward glance, aware that he would not impose his warmth upon her indifference. Lu Qianru stood motionless for a moment, then sighed inwardly and left quietly. Clearly, she did not consider Zhou Chen worthy of her acknowledgement. The disparity between the Qi refinement stage and the golden core stage was as stark as that between a mayfly and an elephant, a gap that required no further elucidation. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have intercepted a low-grade return yuan pill, with a 100-fold return of a low-grade return spirit pill. The system's notification chimed. Zhou Chen, initially feeling quite despondent, was suddenly elated upon hearing the system's announcement. The return spirit pill, derived from the return yuan pill, not only aids Qi refinement practitioners in breaking through their realms, but also boasts a refining effect on spiritual energy that surpasses the return yuan pill by several folds. Moreover, both pills can be consumed simultaneously without concern for destabilizing one's foundation. What a treasure! Truly, the system delivers. Zhou Chen returned to the sect's third alchemy peak and made his way directly to the training room. Witnessing Lu Qianru's battle with a beast had profoundly impressed upon him the extent of his current weakness, igniting an insatiable desire for strength. The training room served as a communal space for sect disciples to cultivate. The spiritual energy within was several times denser than outside, and each room was fortified with powerful protective and concealment arrays, ensuring uninterrupted training free from the inadequacy of spiritual energy. Ordinarily, outer disciples at the Qi refinement stage were entitled to one complimentary session in the training room, with subsequent visits requiring the expenditure of costly sect contribution points, which could not be paid with spirit stones. Fortunately, Zhou Chen had yet to utilize his free training session. The complimentary training lasted for 1 day. By this time tomorrow, you must exit, as the sect token will remind you. However, should you overstay, you will be charged double contribution points for the excess time. Do not say I did not warn you, one of the sect disciples explained. Very well. Please guide me to the training room. After verifying his identity token, Zhou Chen entered one of the training rooms. The training room was modestly sized, soundproof, and brimming with abundant spiritual energy, far surpassing the environment of his own quarters. Zhou Chen sat cross-legged, adjusted his breathing, and commenced his cultivation. Chapter 9. Qi Refinement Level 10. Terrifying Spiritual Energy Runes. Taking a deep breath, Zhou Chen took out the return yuan pill and swallowed it in one go, initiating the operation of the Taichu Chaos Sutra. As the return yuan pill entered his abdomen, it rapidly dissolved, and the pure spiritual energy was absorbed by Zhou Chen as if he were a whale swallowing water. Simultaneously, the medicinal power of the return yuan pill continuously washed over his meridians and internal organs. As the Taichu Chaos Sutra accelerated, beads of sweat dotted Zhou Chen's forehead. Even with his meridians having been reshaped by the Mother Earth essence, he felt a faint sting. Boom. After an indeterminate period, a muffled sound resonated within Zhou Chen, marking his breakthrough to the 8th layer of Qi refinement. With renewed vigor, he took out the return spirit pill and examined it closely. The return spirit pill shimmered with a radiant aura, and upon closer inspection, one could discern the intricate patterns that only the finest pills bore. Flickering in and out of view, truly a product of the system. The moment the return spirit pill was revealed, the spiritual energy within the training room subtly stirred. Without further hesitation, Zhou Chen swallowed the return spirit pill whole. Boom. In an instant, Zhou Chen's mind blanked. The potency of the pill, 100-fold greater than that of the return yuan pill, coursed through his body, threatening to burst him apart, stabilizing his mind with great effort. Zhou Chen dared not entertain a single stray thought, channeling all his energy into the operation of the Taichu Chaos Sutra. Under the potent draw of the return spirit pill, a massive vortex of spiritual energy began to form above Zhou Chen's head. Though the training room's spiritual energy was already abundant, the terrifying attraction emanating from within Zhou Chen only intensified. Finally, the spiraling vortex of spiritual energy whirled faster and faster, with the energy from the training room continuously flooding into Zhou Chen's body. Not enough, still not enough. Zhou Chen produced a vial of Earth Spirit liquid and the Mother Earth essence, placing them around him. The Taichu Chaos Sutra operated at full speed. If anyone were to observe, they would see Zhou Chen's complexion turn an alarming crimson, a truly harrowing sight. The spiritual power of the return spirit pill was astonishing. Yet the absorption process felt incredibly comfortable for Zhou Chen. This was primarily due to his meridians having been remodeled and widened, coupled with the gentle nature of the return spirit pill, rendering the experience entirely free of discomfort. After a while, boom, a formidable force erupted from Zhou Chen, causing the spiritual energy in the training room to nearly coalesce into liquid. The overwhelming spiritual energy surged, producing a series of explosive sounds that shook the entire training room. 9th layer of Qi refinement. 10th layer of Qi refinement. But it was not yet over. The vortex of spiritual energy showed no signs of abating. While Zhou Chen's body could no longer contain any more spiritual energy, his eyes brimmed with blood, and the veins in his hands and feet bulged, as if they might explode at any moment. At this juncture, Zhou Chen found himself in the gravest crisis since his arrival. The commotion he had caused had led to the formation of the spiritual energy vortex. The high-velocity vortex possessed tremendous inertia, akin to a tornado, making it exceedingly difficult to halt independently. This was also a consequence of Zhou Chen's lack of cultivation knowledge. After all, any native practitioner would know that spiritual energy must be guided gradually. Before consuming powerful pills, one must take various precautions, yet Zhou Chen had acted recklessly. Despair enveloped him. It seemed his journey through this world was destined to conclude here. In the next moment, the Taichu Chaos Sutra unexpectedly initiated its autonomous operation, rotating counterclockwise in a peculiar manner within Zhou Chen's dantian. A black and white sigil began to form within his dantian, transitioning from a gaseous state to a liquid state. And then compressing and rotating, it crystallized into a sigil flickering with a black and white halo. A terrifying pressure emanated from the sigil, swallowing the overwhelming spiritual energy that had nearly ruptured Zhou Chen, while the indistinct characters upon the sigil grew increasingly legible. Through his spiritual consciousness, Zhou Chen struggled to discern the characters inscribed. This state persisted for half an hour. As the spiritual energy from the training room, and even that from the connecting ley lines, was drawn towards Zhou Chen's dantian. Boom! The terrifying suction ceased. Doubt. Immediately following, a voice akin to celestial resonance erupted in Zhou Chen's mind. Upon introspection, he discovered that the characters on the black and white sigil within his dantian were now perfectly clear. They read Taichu. Zhou Chen's eyes slowly opened. He had achieved the 10th layer of Qi refinement. The spiritual energy within him was immensely powerful, almost tangible, and he brimmed with boundless strength. The meridians and the internal organs have undergone unprecedented enhancement, their bronze skin resembling steel. Upon reaching the 10th layer of Qi refinement, Zhou Chen distinctly sensed an impenetrable bottleneck akin to a rock, marking the threshold to the foundation establishment stage. Under the tempering of the primordial chaos scripture, Zhou Chen's foundation during the Qi refinement period was extraordinarily solid. However, the cost was substantial. His difficulty in breaking through to foundation establishment would surpass that of ordinary cultivators by a considerable margin. Zhou Chen harbored no regrets and felt no fear, for he possessed a system capable of surmounting any obstacle. Should he encounter insurmountable challenges, he would simply seize a few more opportunities. Initially, Zhou Chen felt a sense of pride, believing that no one within the same realm could best him, even harboring confidence to challenge foundation establishment cultivators. However, he suddenly recalled Lu Qianru's prowess. With a mere slap, she could easily end his life. That fleeting sense of pride evaporated instantly. He was still too weak. Shaking his head, Zhou Chen was filled with frustration. Lu Qianru, of the same youthful age, had already attained the core formation stage. If the disciples of the sect were to learn of Zhou Chen's thoughts, they would undoubtedly be taken aback. After all, Zhou Chen had consecutively broken through 3 realms in less than a day. It could be said that he was fortunate to have achieved such breakthroughs smoothly. Ignorance breeds fearlessness. If he were to attempt it again, Zhou Chen would not dare to be so reckless. Yet, Zhou Chen suddenly noticed that the once abundant spiritual energy in the cultivation chamber had dwindled, becoming indistinguishable from the outside. It turned out that during his practice, the lack of spiritual energy had led him to absorb the energy from other cultivation chambers. The disciples in the surrounding chambers were equally bewildered. The precious opportunities they had exchanged for had vanished in an instant. A cacophony of voices drifted in from outside, causing Zhou Chen's heart to leap. Upon listening closely, he realized they were demanding an explanation from the sect. Please remain calm. There has been an anomaly in the spiritual energy of the earth veins. We have summoned the elders of the sect, and they will provide an explanation. The disciples were drenched in sweat as they shouted to the surging crowd. Only after hearing this did the other disciples relent. Inside the cultivation chamber, Zhou Chen decisively packed his belongings, tidied the area, and silently apologized to the disciples before swiftly making his exit. He could not concern himself with whether those disciples, who had expended significant contributions to the sect, could reclaim their compensation. In the outer sect disciples' residential area, Zhou Chen had returned to his dwelling, stretching lazily. Though he had only practiced for a day, it felt as though a century had passed. Zhou Chen glanced at his status panel. Name: Zhou Chen. Realm: 10th layer of Qi refinement. Destiny: scion of a noble family, prodigy in cultivation, gifted in alchemy, pure body, new. Fate: passed the outer sect disciple assessment to enter the inner sect. But due to being poisoned, he was unable to cultivate, regressing in his cultivation, expelled from the inner sect after 3 months, reduced to a servant disciple, and succumbed to depression 5 years later. Recent opportunity: your fate is shrouded in mist, and recent opportunities cannot be discerned. Noble scion, green destiny. You were born into a modestly sized cultivation family in Luoqing, enjoying a life free from worry since childhood. Prodigy in cultivation, blue destiny. You possess earth-level cultivation talent, and your cultivation speed is extraordinary. Gifted in alchemy, blue destiny. Your talent in alchemy is remarkable. Refining pills is as effortless as eating or drinking to you. Pure body, new purple destiny. Through the tempering of the primordial chaos scripture, your foundation is exceptionally solid, achieving a pure body postnatally, making cultivation as simple as eating or drinking. Upon seeing the pure body destiny, Zhou Chen's eyes lit up. This was a newly emerged destiny, indicating that as he continued to cultivate, his destinies were evolving. The previous heavenly jealous of talent's white destiny had vanished. However, what infuriated Zhou Chen was that despite having reached the 10th layer of Qi refinement, he had still been poisoned. Zhou Chen vowed to uncover the identity of the perpetrator, which also served as a wake-up call. Being at the 10th layer of Qi refinement was not secure within the sect of inquiring immortals. With just over a month until the outer sect disciple assessment, he pondered who could help him break through. Lu Qianru. With her status as a core disciple, she had previously offered her assistance. It would be foolish to decline. In the face of life-threatening danger, a man's pride could be temporarily set aside. Zhou Chen's spirit soared. Given her core formation level and status as a core disciple, she was akin to a powerful ally, sparking a sense of clarity and joy within him. With time until the assessment, he resolved to seize the opportunity from Yi Chen first. With determination, Zhou Chen departed to the task hall to accept the mission. 3 days later, in Qingyun City, Zhou Chen arrived first at the marketplace of Qingyun City, one of the largest markets within the sect of inquiring immortals. He was uncertain if the vendor selling the concealment technique to Yi Chen had already appeared, considering Yi Chen would not arrive for another half-month. Reaching the end of the marketplace, where the vibrancy of the center was absent, he found only individuals setting up stalls on the ground, with a high turnover of people. Rare treasure for sale, only 10 spirit stones. High-grade, Xian-level spiritual weapon. Don't miss out. Excellent rejuvenation pills, restore your vitality overnight. The various calls for sale echoed, reminiscent of a bustling market from a previous life. Various cultivation techniques. 10 spirit stones each, feel free to browse. Zhou Chen paused, eyeing the stall selling cultivation techniques for 10 spirit stones. The vendor, unusually small and wiry, had shifty eyes that suggested a dubious character. In this era, even the simplest cultivation technique typically cost hundreds of spirit stones, yet he was offering them for a mere 10. Just as Zhou Chen was about to approach, he overheard nearby whispers. This guy is trying to swindle again. His techniques are all flawed or incomplete. Anyone who believes him is in for a misfortune. Indeed, there had been instances where someone, lured by a bargain, purchased a technique called prisoner's finger, only to end up with a severed finger. Based on Zhou Chen's experience, the more absurd the vendor, the more likely Yi Chen would be drawn to him. With this thought, Zhou Chen strode toward the vendor. Good sir, are all your techniques priced at 10 spirit stones each? Are they not fake? Zhou Chen feigned innocence. This esteemed guest, one may eat a haphazard meal, but one must not speak recklessly. Who doesn't he know I am the most reputable seller of techniques in Qingyan City? My techniques are offered at a uniform wholesale price of just 10 spirit stones, guaranteed authentic. The wiry vendor exclaimed, his voice shrill. The surrounding stall owners turned their heads. Having seen this many times, they thought yet another fool had fallen for it. Zhou Chen casually rummaged through the offerings, his eyes suddenly brightening. He discreetly selected 3 techniques, Prisoner's Finger, Celestial Ascendance, and Concealment Technique, handing them to the vendor. Ah, esteemed guest, your discernment is exceptional. These 3 techniques are among the finest I have. That will be 30 spirit stones. The vendor rubbed his hands together, thinking he had struck gold with another naive customer. Zhou Chen, maintaining his act of innocence, cheerfully handed over the spirit stones. It was only upon hearing the chime of a notification that he knew he had secured his fortune. Congratulations, host. You have intercepted the rare opportunity of the special technique Concealment Technique, with a tenfold return of the special technique Divine Shadow. Would you like to claim it now? No, my friend. I also have excellent techniques for just 5 spirit stones each. Would you care to take a look? Friend, I have foundation establishment pills at 10 spirit stones each. Do you have any need for them? The surrounding vendors gazed at Zhou Chen as if he were a tender rabbit in the sight of a ravenous wolf, greeting him with exuberant enthusiasm. In a desperate bid for escape, Zhou Chen fled without a backward glance. Chapter 10. The Power of the Godly Concealment Technique, the Fire Crystal in Hand. Zhou Chen chose not to leave Qingyan City, but instead made his way to a nearby inn. Greetings, how much for a night's stay here? He inquired of the attendant. Welcome, esteemed guest. Our establishment offers 3 tiers of accommodations, upper, middle, and lower. Each room varies in size and is fortified with arrays that shield against divine sense probing. The superior rooms are equipped with spirit-gathering arrays to enhance your cultivation experience, ensuring a more comfortable environment. May I inquire as to your preference? The attendant smiled obsequiously, bowing his head towards Zhou Chen. What are the prices? Zhou Chen pressed further. The lower tier is 10 lower-grade spirit stones per night. The middle tier is 30, and the upper tier is 50 spirit stones, the attendant continued. I will take an upper-tier room. Zhou Chen was quite adept at lavish spending when it came to spirit stones. Yet he understood well that any investment aiding his cultivation was worth the price. After all, with the system by his side, his spirit stones would only multiply. Certainly. Esteemed guest, please, allow me to escort you to your room. The attendant's tone shifted to one of heightened reverence upon hearing Zhou Chen had chosen the superior accommodation. Zhou Chen received a token, activated it, and entered his chamber. The room exuded an ancient charm, sprawling over 100 square meters, infused with a richness of spiritual energy akin to the cultivation chambers within the Wenxian Sect. System claimed the Godly Concealment Technique. A tome of profound skill materialized in Zhou Chen's hands. Indeed, it was the Godly Concealment Technique. However, Zhou Chen first retrieved the Breath Concealment Technique, intending to study it in conjunction with the Godly Concealment Technique. Seated cross-legged, he began his meticulous contemplation, gradually entering a state of profound enlightenment. So that is how it is, Zhou Chen murmured. The principle of the breath concealment technique lies in concealing one's cultivation within the dantian, continually gathering and compressing it, sealing the spiritual energy through special methods to achieve the goal of hiding one's own prowess. For instance, with his cultivation at the 10th level of qi refinement. By employing the breath concealment technique, an ordinary observer would perceive Zhou Chen as merely at the 7th level of qi refinement. Furthermore, this technique could only deceive cultivators not exceeding 2 great realms above his own. Those in the qi refinement stage wielding the breath concealment technique could only be seen through by those above the core formation stage, a quintessential skill for feigning weakness. Its only drawback is the potential for detection by certain specialized probing techniques. This technique is indeed powerful, as an ordinary qi refinement cultivator rarely encounters those of the core formation stage. The heavens are indeed favorable to their favored child, Yi Chen. Yet Zhou Chen felt no envy. The Godly Concealment Technique is truly worthy of the system's tenfold return, capable of completely altering one's appearance and aura, while also concealing one's cultivation from cultivators up to 3 great realms above. What a terrifying concept. For Zhou Chen, wielding the Godly Concealment Technique at the qi refinement stage would mean only those above the nascent soul stage could perceive his true level of cultivation. If the principle of the breath concealment technique involves sealing spiritual energy within a singular point, then the Godly Concealment Technique conceals all of one's cultivation within the internal organs and meridians. Moreover, It not only masks one's cultivation but also obscures one's aura and life fluctuations, even allowing for the simulation of another's presence. Without special secret methods, discovery is utterly impossible. How formidable! Zhou Chen no longer needed to fear that his rapidly increasing cultivation might attract the covetous eyes of others, especially those elderly monsters who had long given up hope of breaking through and sought to usurp the potential of promising youths. Fully unleashing the godly concealment technique, Zhou Chen appeared as an ordinary mortal in his flowing robes, utterly devoid of any sign of power. The following day, at the City Lord's mansion of Qingyun City. City Lord, I have come to request the use of the Qingyun heavenly pool to solidify my cultivation. Zhou Chen spoke directly and without preamble. Impudent. The Qingyun heavenly pool is a sacred site for cultivation, accessible only to the citizens of Qingyun City. As merely an outer disciple of the Wenxian Sect, what right do you have to partake? A youthful voice interjected sharply. Zhou Chen turned towards the sound and beheld a girl of about 12, her childish voice ringing out as she scolded him. Qing, do not be unruly. Return at once. The authoritative voice of the city lord boomed, causing the little girl to flee in fright. The city lord, named Li Yuntao, had once fought valiantly alongside the crown prince of the Tianyan Empire, earning great renown, and now held dominion over the city. Although Qingyun City was nominally under the jurisdiction of the Wenxian Sect, it operated independently, granting the city lord considerable autonomy. My apologies. Esteemed Taoist, my daughter is young and impetuous. I hope you can forgive her. However, her words do carry some merit. This Qingyun heavenly pool belongs to all citizens of Qingyun City, and thus I cannot grant your request, the city lord continued. Zhou Chen savored a sip of tea, leisurely surveying the surrounding maidens and guards. Li Yuntao, as the city lord, possessed remarkable emotional intelligence. Without waiting for Zhou Chen to speak, he dismissed those nearby, confident that, given his cultivation level, he had nothing to fear from this youthful figure. City lord, I admire your integrity, yet I am more inclined to believe that refusals stem from a lack of bargaining power. Your daughter is still young. Surely you must consider her welfare? A sudden, chilling killing intent locked onto Zhou Chen. Should this man dare to threaten his daughter, Li Yuntao would not hesitate to retaliate, even if it meant incurring the wrath of the Wenxian Sect. Do not be rash, city lord. I harbor no ill intentions towards your daughter. Quite the contrary. I wish to assist her. Zhou Chen set down his teacup and addressed Li Yuntao earnestly. If I am not mistaken, your daughter's congenital meridians were obstructed due to shock during her gestation, rendering her unable to cultivate? How do you know this? Li Yuntao stood abruptly, excitement coursing through him. At the time, my beloved and I were being pursued, which caused the shock. We nearly lost her. I have a modicum of knowledge about the healing arts, which allowed me to deduce this, Zhou Chen replied, careful not to mention that he had gleaned this information from the system panel, lest he be deemed mad. Do you possess a method to save my daughter? I will agree to any condition you propose, Li Yuntao implored, his voice tinged with desperation. I do have a remedy. Since your daughter's meridians are obstructed, she merely requires a drop of Earth Mother Essence, taken over the course of 7 days, Zhou Chen responded. Upon hearing this, Li Yuntao's expression froze, his shoulders sagging as he sank back into his seat. Young friend, I am aware of this method, but the Earth Mother Essence is exceedingly rare and invaluable. Even if I risk everything, it is still unattainable. He sighed heavily. By chance, I possess a drop. What? Li Yuntao surged to his feet once more. Disbelief etched across his face as he stared at Zhou Chen. Indeed, I happen to have a drop, Zhou Chen proclaimed with a hearty laugh. Young friend, if you grant me this drop of Earth Mother Essence, I will acquiesce to any condition you set, and the Qingyun Heavenly Pool shall be open to you free of charge, Li Yuntao declared. Zhou Chen regarded Li Yuntao with a bemused expression, even as the city lord. Li Yuntao could not suppress the flush of embarrassment that crept across his face, for the swift turn of events was utterly disconcerting. Li Chengzhu is an open-minded individual. I wish to immerse myself in the Azure Cloud Heavenly Pool, and I have a modest request. If you agree to it, the Mother Earth Essence will be yours. Zhou Chen stated. No problem. Feel free to instruct me, Li Yuntao responded, adopting a humble demeanor, fully aware that missing this opportunity could mean an indefinite wait for another chance. Furthermore, his daughter could not afford to wait in a year or two. As her meridians solidified, her chances of cultivation would vanish entirely. It's quite simple. I have a grievance with Yi Chun from our sect. If this person ever seeks your assistance or wishes to meet you, I implore you to deny all his requests. Can you do this, City Lord? Zhou Chen spoke softly. Absolutely. That's a trivial matter. I will adhere to your wishes. Li Yuntao felt an overwhelming joy, having anticipated a much more demanding request. Zhou Chen retrieved a small porcelain vial containing the Mother Earth Essence from his storage bag, tossing it through the air. Startled, Li Yuntao instinctively enveloped the jade vial with his spiritual energy. Chapter 11. Fusion of the Exotic Fire. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have intercepted the fire crystal, and shall receive a 10,000-fold return of the azure flame heart fire. Would you like to claim it? To Zhou Chen's astonishment, it was indeed an exotic fire. Exotic fire is a mysterious flame formed by the heavens and earth, with its origins shrouded in mystery. Its power is renowned throughout the realm of cultivation. Legend has it that a formidable being known as the Flame Emperor once fused with exotic fire, showcasing terrifying power that could incinerate mountains and boil seas, dominating an entire era. Claim it. The moment the exotic fire manifested, an intense heat surged forth, creating a vacuum around Zhou Chen, distorting the very fabric of space. What an overwhelming temperature, Zhou Chen thought to himself, relieved that he hadn't made direct contact with the exotic fire. Otherwise, his hands would have undoubtedly been reduced to cinders in an instant. According to ancient texts from the Cultivation Sect, absorbing exotic fire necessitates enveloping it with spiritual energy and guiding it into one's body for refinement. Any other method would be futile. Zhou Chen felt a wave of confusion. Could this terrifying exotic fire truly be absorbed? However, with an arrow knocked, one must shoot. Since it was a product of the system, it should pose no significant issues. Prolonged exposure to the exotic fire could attract formidable adversaries. Resolute, Zhou Chen ceased hesitating, channeling the Primordial Chaos Sutra to envelop the exotic fire, then swallowed it whole. In the next moment, veins bulged on Zhou Chen's forehead as beads of sweat cascaded down his face. It felt as though his internal organs were plunged into the depths of hell, perpetually scorched by raging flames, threatening to vaporize him entirely. The spiritual energy Zhou Chen cultivated through the Primordial Chaos Sutra far exceeded that of his peers, comparable to that of a foundation establishment cultivator, making it seemingly improbable for his energy to be depleted. Yet, at that moment, the consumption rate was alarmingly rapid, draining a significant portion of his spiritual power in mere moments. Such horror. Should anyone witness Zhou Chen in his current state, they would observe that his entire body was flushed crimson, blood seeping from his pores only to evaporate instantaneously. This cannot continue, otherwise, I may truly perish. Excruciating pain pierced Zhou Chen's mind, as though he were on the brink of losing consciousness. Enduring the torment, Zhou Chen hastily retrieved all remaining Earth Spirit liquid and Mother Earth essence from his storage bag. Gulp, gulp, without regard for what he was consuming. Zhou Chen drank it all in one go. Boom. A tremendous surge of spiritual energy erupted within Zhou Chen, akin to a parched land receiving much-needed rain, greedily absorbing the energy to counteract the continuous depletion. In an instant, a peculiar equilibrium was formed. The exotic fire relentlessly consumed Zhou Chen's spiritual power while simultaneously scorching his internal organs. The Primordial Chaos Sutra continuously drew spiritual energy into Zhou Chen's body, while the Mother Earth essence worked tirelessly to mend his internal injuries. After 2.5 hours, Zhou Chen gradually regained consciousness. That was close. I nearly met my end. He was left shaken by the experience. Unbeknownst to him, he had been fortunate. Absorbing exotic fire typically requires specialized techniques. When he had endured for an hour, the supplemental spiritual energy was almost entirely exhausted. Just before losing consciousness, he instinctively leaped into the azure cloud heavenly pool, his body subconsciously channeling the Primordial Chaos Sutra to absorb sufficient spiritual energy. Thanks to the timely replenishment of spiritual energy and the formidable nature of the Primordial Chaos Sutra, Zhou Chen inadvertently managed to suppress the exotic fire. Otherwise, he would have perished in the face of its terrifying heat. Nevertheless, Zhou Chen had underestimated the azure cloud heavenly pool's limitations. Its spiritual energy had become exceedingly scarce. What he did not realize was that the primordial runes he had previously condensed erupted with a powerful wave of spiritual energy at a critical moment, enveloping the exotic fire in layers, effectively suppressing it. Otherwise, he would not have had such ease in refining the exotic fire. Zhou Chen failed to notice that the black and white rune within him had dimmed significantly, the words primordial chaos barely discernible. In hindsight, one cannot place trust in sect literature. It is never as simple as it seems. Zhou Chen had been overly naive. Exotic fire is already rare, even if the sect had records. They would likely be mere rumors, and the perils involved are known only to those who have experienced them firsthand. Unless one belongs to a major sect in the central continent or a reclusive family or a holy land of cultivation, detailed records would be scarce. He vowed not to act so recklessly again. Although the system produces exceptional items, it does not provide after-sales service. Zhou Chen found himself at a loss for words. Learning from past experiences, Zhou Chen silently swore an oath. Coming back to his senses, he clenched his fist at the nearby stone slab. With a sudden effort, He heard a crack, a sound as the stone slab shattered beneath his grip. Such strength. He felt an unending reservoir of power coursing through him. Zhou Chen realized that his physical prowess had increased at least 2- or 3-fold, with the most significant enhancement evident in his internal organs, now rivaling the strength of a top-tier, yellow-grade spirit artifact. Clenching his fist, he struck the remaining fragment of the yellow-grade spirit artifact with a punch, shattering it with a resounding crack. Sensing the surge of power within him, Zhou Chen was filled with elation. Above his dantian, a vibrant blue flame floated serenely. Had he not personally experienced the excruciating pain it had caused him, he would hardly believe that this was the same exotic fire that had nearly claimed his life. In the next moment, Zhou Chen extended his palm, and a wisp of azure flame materialized in his hand. The air began to warp, yet he felt no heat, only a refreshing coolness. With a playful spirit, Zhou Chen began to manipulate the flame, making it swirl and dance in the air. He guided the azure flame onto the severed piece of the yellow-grade spirit artifact. Sizzle! A plume of blue smoke erupted, leaving only a puddle of molten metal on the ground. How terrifying! Zhou Chen was left in awe. This was a mid-tier yellow-grade spirit artifact, effortlessly evaporated in an instant. Truly, a marvel of nature. Truly, a product of the system. Though he had nearly lost his life, every moment was worth it. What a thrill! Zhou Chen flashed a satisfied grin. With a mere thought, the azure flame dove into Zhou Chen's dantian, with his energy cultivation at the 10th level. The Primordial Chaos Sutra and Heavenly Gang sword technique completed, alongside the exotic fire, Zhou Chen felt invincible. Even facing someone like Yi Chun, the fated child, he felt no fear. Even if Yi Chun had reached the foundation establishment stage, he would not be intimidated. With my head held high, I ponder the celestial beings that hover just 3 feet above me, while the realm of humanity lies within the palm of my hand. If heaven had not birthed me as Zhou Tianzuan, the alchemist's craft would remain shrouded in eternal night. Zhou Chen murmured the quintessential phrases required for a tale of grandeur from a previous life, shaking his head as he departed without so much as a greeting to the city lord. Who knows if City Lordly would regret seeing the spiritual essence of the Qingyuan heavenly pool entirely depleted. He certainly could not demand compensation from Zhou Chen, for the latter was not someone he could provoke. Recently, Yi Chen's fortunes had also been reaped, and it was time for him to return and participate in the sect's grand competition. Not long after Zhou Chen's departure, a chilling aura emerged above the Qingyuan heavenly pool. The figure was emaciated, appearing gaunt and withered, yet, upon its arrival, it seemed as if all the spiritual essence of the world bowed in subservience. Anyone witnessing this scene would surely be rendered speechless with astonishment. Ah, how intriguing! It is, indeed, a strange fire. One that has not made an appearance for countless years. How nostalgic! The aura of its technique is formidable, quite impressive. It appears this is a young man favored by the heavens. The gaunt figure intoned a disquieting voice. What a profound statement. Alchemy is as timeless as the eternal night. I, too, eagerly await this. Great terror, great opportunity. It seems a monumental change in the world is not far off. Soon after, the old man's figure gradually faded, as if he had never existed. The foundation is too solid. The bottleneck of the foundation establishment stage remains unyielding, Zhou Chen lamented. 3 days later, Zhou Chen returned to the outer disciple quarters of the sect, continuing to solidify his cultivation. Meanwhile, Yi Chen also returned to the sect. Master, my recent journey yielded little. There always seemed to be someone ahead of me, and that feeling is rather disheartening, Yi Chen confessed, feeling dejected. My disciple, this is but human nature. After all, the heavens are merciless and will not always come to your aid. However, you have me as your master. I shall assist you in your cultivation. This is an ancient and powerful technique, flame art. The aged voice, tinged with nostalgia, emanated from the ring. Thank you, master. Is this technique truly formidable? Why did you not impart it to me before? Yi Chen immediately sensed the uniqueness of this technique. Indeed, my disciple. This is a technique once practiced by an ancient emperor, forging oneself as a vessel to harness the strange fires of the world, seizing the very essence of creation, and paving a path to imperial ascendance. After a brief pause, the elderly voice continued. The reason I had not imparted it to you before was due to your good fortune. I did not wish to stunt your growth. Moreover, this technique has exceedingly harsh prerequisites, requiring the constant collection of the world's strange fires. The suffering endured during its practice far exceeds the imagination of ordinary cultivators, and I feared you might not withstand it. Master, rest assured, I can endure any suffering. I only wish to grow stronger now, Yi Chen declared with determination. Very well. I shall transmit this technique to you. First, gather the materials for these elixirs. I will assist you in absorbing the core fire of the alchemy chamber. Though it is but mundane fire, its power is not to be underestimated. and it will lay a solid foundation for you to absorb the strange fires in the future. Thank you, Master. Yi Chen's spirits soared as he traversed the sect and the marketplace, ceaselessly gathering medicinal materials. 3 days later, within the alchemy chamber, Yi Chen sat cross-legged in meditation, his face contorted, displaying a fierce expression as he absorbed the core fire. My disciple, focus your mind, consume the ice spirit pill, and pair it with the spirit essence pill. Maintain your consciousness. You only need to endure. The elder's voice remained vigilant, guarding Yi Chen. Master, I will not disappoint you. Yi Chen persevered through the pain of his cultivation. Had Zhou Chen witnessed this scene, he would surely have erupted in anger. He had toiled and nearly perished alone while absorbing the strange fire, with no guidance whatsoever. Truly, it was infuriating to see another grow stronger through different means. Despite having intercepted Yi Chen's opportunity, the heavens are merciless, yet they also show favoritism, it seems. After a while, Yi Chen opened his eyes, feeling the fluctuations of his cultivation reaching the 9th level of qi refinement. Master, I have broken through to qi refinement. I am confident I will secure the top position in this inter-sect competition, Yi Chen proclaimed, brimming with confidence. My disciple, I have faith in you. But remember to guard against arrogance and impatience. Only then can you progress further. Yes, Master. Yi Chen promptly left the alchemy chamber. Chapter 12, The Outer Sect Competition. Luring the serpent from its hole, Zhou Chen concealed his cultivation and approached the living quarters of the core disciples. The core disciples resided on the mountainside of the sect's main peak. Each core disciple had their own courtyard, fortified with independent arrays, making forced entry nearly impossible. The spiritual essence here was exceptionally abundant. Cultivating in any spot would yield results 2 to 3 times faster than in the outer sect. Senior Sister, I have urgent matters to discuss with Sister Lu. I kindly request you to relay my message, Zhou Chen said respectfully to a female servant disciple outside Lu Qianru's residence. You may leave. Sister Lu is not someone just anyone can meet. The servant disciple frowned at Zhou Chen's outer disciple garb, her eyes betraying a hint of disdain and aversion. Please, just inform her. There are matters beyond your authority, Zhou Chen replied, noticing her unyielding demeanor. How presumptuous. You think you can just waltz in here? I've seen many like you, who come claiming to know Sister Lu or have urgent business. Yet they're merely trying to ingratiate themselves. Take a good look in the mirror. The servant disciple retorted sharply. Zhou Chen's temper flared, and he shot her a cold glare, preparing to unleash his anger. Enough. Is this how I have taught you to treat others? For your labor, you are to reflect on your actions at the wall of regret for a month. A sharp voice pierced through the air, silencing them both. Senior Sister, I was wrong. I shall never do it again. The servant disciple's face paled, and she fell to her knees in a panic. Zhou Chen, you may enter directly, the voice called again. Disregarding the servant disciple, a portal in the array opened, and Zhou Chen strode into the courtyard, clad in white, with her back turned to him. Lu Qianru resembled a celestial being descended from the heavens. Lu Qianru's beauty was indeed striking, and coupled with her cool demeanor, she exuded a captivating allure. Even Zhou Chen, who had seen many beauties in his past life, could not deny Lu Qianru's charm. What brings you here? Lu Qianru broke the silence first. The promise I made to you still stands. Cough, cough, Senior Sister Lu, the outer sect competition is tomorrow, and I do indeed have a matter I wish to ask for your assistance with. Zhou Chen stammered awkwardly. With your abilities, you should not require my help to pass the outer sect competition. Is there something else at play? Lu Qianru inquired. Senior Sister, I was poisoned previously, which caused my cultivation to regress. I suspect the same dark forces may strike again during tomorrow's competition. Would you be able to attend and help me identify the one who poisoned me? Zhou Chen stated earnestly. Are you so certain that your assailant will strike again tomorrow? The sect has its own regulations, and if such an incident arises, they will surely provide an explanation, Lu Qianru responded, turning to face him, her voice clear and melodious. If the sect's regulations were effective, I would not have been poisoned in the first place. I am convinced that the mastermind will act once more. Zhou Chen replied with unwavering confidence. Very well, I shall be present tomorrow. After a moment of silence, Lu Qianru finally relented. Zhou Chen bowed to Lu Qianru and departed swiftly. Lu Qianru gazed at Zhou Chen's retreating figure, momentarily taken aback by his decisive demeanor. In the past, many disciples yearned to converse with her, to the point of overwhelming her, which inadvertently elevated her opinion of Zhou Chen. The following day, the outer sect competition commenced. The outer sect disciples were divided into 2 rounds. The first round involved testing their strength against the measurement stone of the Wenxian Sect. A score of 3 or above would suffice for passage, with the upper limit being 10. The second round consisted of duels to determine the top 10, who would then advance to become inter-sect disciples. A disciple approached the measurement stone, concentrating intently, and unleashed their full power against it. The stone emitted a faint glow, which dissipated to reveal a score of 1. Zhang disqualified. The sect steward proclaimed loudly. Zhou Chen recognized this steward as Zhang, who had previously sought to advocate for Xianxiaoxin. Steward, I do not wish to be a menial disciple. I implore you, grant me another chance. Zhang cried, prostrating himself and repeatedly bowing before the steward. With a loud thud, Zhang's eyes widened as he was sent flying by a single palm strike from Steward Zhang. Remove this waste from the stage. Anyone who disrupts the order of the competition will meet the same fate as Zhang. A hush fell over the crowd as the outer sect competition resumed. Senior Sister Lu has arrived. Suddenly, a voice called out, and everyone turned to behold a captivating figure on the distant platform, igniting a wave of excitement among the crowd. Regardless of where she appeared, her beauty and formidable prowess made her the center of attention, akin to a moon surrounded by stars. Let us perform well, should Senior Sister Lu take notice of us. Even a modest reward would be a tremendous opportunity. Indeed, Senior Sister Lu is breathtaking, like a celestial being. Do restrain your toad-like demeanor. It is laughable. You need to pass the assessment first. The outer sect disciples murmured among themselves. Next, Zhou Chen. Ah, it's the former top disciple of the outer sect, who has now become a mere shadow of himself. I wager he will be thrown out like Zhang. Some disciples scoffed. Exactly. What is he even doing here when he can no longer cultivate? It's nothing short of self-degradation. Others echoed their sentiments. If I were him, I would have sought connections to secure a position as a menial disciple long ago. Yet he still clings to the delusion of being the former champion of the outer sect. The disparaging remarks flowed like a tide, as Zhou Chen, once the pride of the outer sect, faced their scorn. He paid them no heed. In his eyes, they were unworthy of his regard, and their lives could be extinguished in a mere moment. He strode forward, viewing the outer sect competition as a mere formality. However, in order to draw out those who sought to poison him, he concealed his true strength, presenting himself as an 8th-layer body cultivator. This young man is intriguing. His cultivation is beyond my perception. Lu Qianru mused, certain that Zhou Chen possessed a technique to conceal his abilities. Yet, her surprise was tempered by the understanding that such techniques were diverse and common among practitioners. Still, she speculated on Zhou Chen's motives for concealing his strength, watching him with keen interest. As Zhou Chen approached the measurement stone, he focused his energy, taking a half-step back with his right leg. He subtly gathered power in his right fist, lowering his center of gravity, feigning an all-out effort. Without hesitation, he unleashed a punch that struck the measurement stone with tremendous force. Boom! The stone radiated a blinding light, and once it faded, a perfect score of 10 was revealed. Gasps of astonishment rippled through the crowd. Steward Zhang's jaw dropped in disbelief as he stared at Zhou Chen, struggling to swallow. Measurement score of 10. Zhou Chen, passed. Steward Zhang proclaimed loudly. His gaze shifted dramatically from disdain to shock, laced with complexity. Having been afflicted by the demon erupting powder, his foundation nearly obliterated. Yet his cultivation had remarkably returned. It was known that in previous years, outer sect disciples achieving a score of 10 were rare, and all who did, without exception, eventually became core disciples. Last year's inner sect promotion, Yi Chun, had also achieved a score of 10. Chapter 13, Inner Sect Competition, Treasure-Seeking Mouse Yi Chun. Steward, I wish to register for the inner sect competition. Upon leaving the outer sect competition stage, Zhou Chen swiftly made his way to the inner sect disciples arena. You are too late. The registration period has passed. It requires a day's notice. The steward, glancing at Zhou Chen's outer sect attire, responded dismissively. Let him participate. A voice rang out from afar. Rules are rules. The steward hesitated upon recognizing the speaker, then quickly changed his tone. Rules are fixed. But the living can be flexible. Our Wenxian Sect's regulations can be adjusted within reason. Zhou Chen turned to see that it was Lu Qianru. Thank you, Senior Sister Lu, for your timely assistance. Zhou Chen cupped his hands in gratitude, and she waved it off, soaring toward the central viewing platform. This young brother. You are acquainted with a core disciple? Why didn't you mention it earlier? Such a blunder. Here is your competition token. You may participate directly. The steward said with a sycophantic smile. Thank you, steward. Zhou Chen took the identity token and left, choosing not to engage further with such individuals. The inner sect competition featured 10 platforms. Each platform would determine a winner, and those who successfully defended their positions would advance to the top 10 inner sect disciples. Contestants could choose any platform to compete, and once the top 10 were established, a ranking battle would ensue to finalize their standings. Only the first place among the inner sect could become a candidate for core disciples. Due to limited resources within the sect, the number of core disciples would not exceed 100, most having pledged allegiance to various peak masters. Once designated as a core disciple candidate, one would be eligible to challenge any official core disciple. Success in such challenges would lead to becoming an official core disciple of the sect. Zhou Chen approached one of the platforms, recognizing the defender, Zhang Lei, who was Zhang Xiaoxin's cousin and her protector within the inner sect. Thanks to Zhang's backing, many disciples who had suffered under Zhang Xiaoxin's tyranny dared not voice their grievances, since he had already incurred the Zhang family's ire. Zhou Chen decided to decisively diminish their standing in the inner sect. Brothers, this platform is mine. I appreciate your support. Zhang Lei addressed the surrounding inner sect disciples with a bow. Currently, no one dared challenge him, as his strength at the 7th layer of Qi refining was formidable. Having secured 9th place last year, he certainly merited a top 10 ranking this year. Brother Zhang is truly impressive. He will surely make it into the top 10 this time. Indeed, I predict Brother Zhang will definitely place in the top 5. Ah, you are all mistaken. I foresee him at least in the top 3. As the disciples buzzed with excitement, Zhou Chen's voice cut through at an inopportune moment. I challenge you. The murmurings ceased abruptly as all eyes turned to Zhou Chen. Who is this? He looks unfamiliar. Could he be a newly promoted inner sect disciple? His attire still resembles that of an outer sect disciple. Such audacity. Is he ignorant or merely reckless? I am acquainted with him. He was previously the top disciple from the outer sect, who, after failing to challenge senior brother Yi Chun, suffered a regression in cultivation due to the effects of the demon boiling powder. Suddenly, a disciple shouted. The crowd of inner sect disciples erupted in astonishment, clearly recognizing Zhou Chen. What left them incredulous, however, was the fact that Zhou Chen had returned. Just 3 months prior, he had experienced a setback in his cultivation, with a damaged foundation that rendered him incapable of any training, and now he had somehow ascended to the rank of an inner sect disciple. This left those who had painstakingly spent years advancing from the outer sect to the inner sect feeling utterly disheartened. This junior brother was a stranger to them. Well, let us see how he performs. Zhang Lei feigned courtesy, but his expression was rife with disdain. Not only Zhang Lei, but many disciples beneath the arena also doubted Zhou Chen's ability to win, considering that Zhang Lei had long been a renowned figure in the inner sect. Even if Zhou Chen had recovered his cultivation and entered the inner sect, it was unlikely that his strength would surpass that of the 2nd level of Qi refining. Little did they know, Zhou Chen's true cultivation level was, in fact, the 10th level of Qi refining. Excellent. I was just hoping to seek guidance from senior brother Zhang, Zhou Chen declared as he leaped onto the arena. At that moment, Lu Qianru's gaze turned curiously towards him. Ruer, do you have any promising candidates in mind for this sect's grand competition? A deep voice resonated near Lu Qianru's ear. It was none other than Lu Qingtian, the sect leader of the Asking Immortal Sect. I believe Zhou Chen from Arena 10 shows great potential, Lu Qianru replied. I cannot see through this boy's cultivation. He seems to possess some fortuitous opportunity. However, I am more inclined to favor Yi Chun from Arena 1. His cultivation has already reached the 9th level of Qi refining. Lu Qianru could not help but cast a surprised glance in Yi Chun's direction. Indeed, he was impressive, yet her interest remained fixed on Zhou Chen. Subsequently, Lu Qianru fell silent. Junior brother Zhou, as a newly promoted inner sect disciple, I shall grant you 3 moves. After that, do not blame your senior brother for not giving you a chance, Zhang Lei declared, arms crossed, gazing down at Zhou Chen with arrogance. How wonderful, senior brother. You are truly kind, but I might struggle to control my strength and fear I may inadvertently harm you. Zhou Chen responded, flashing a radiant smile. Ha ha ha, do not fret. Give it your all. I, Zhang Lei, am not a petty person. A glint of malice flickered in Zhang Lei's eyes. He certainly recognized Zhou Chen, being aware of Zhang Xiaoxin's deeds in the outer sect, but he would not cast blame on his cousin. However, he was puzzled as to why his cousin had inexplicably ended up outside, and upon contemplating Zhou Chen's current cultivation, he began to form subtle suspicions. The arena match presented an excellent opportunity. After all, swords and blades show no mercy. Regardless of whether Zhang Xiaoxin was killed by Zhou Chen, a hefty price would have to be paid. Should luck be unkind and Zhou Chen perish, he could only blame his own overconfidence. Zhang Lei mused darkly. Thank you, senior brother. Truly, you are magnanimous. I humbly seek your guidance. Zhou Chen promptly channeled his spiritual energy, condensing it in his hand, and then unleashed a powerful punch. Zhang Lei, who had initially maintained his crossed arms posture, abruptly changed expression as he heard Zhou Chen's fist cut through the air with a piercing sonic boom. What appeared to be an ordinary punch seemed deceptively slow, yet it expanded rapidly in Zhang Lei's eyes. This is no ordinary martial technique. Zhang Lei's heart sank, and he swiftly gathered all his spiritual energy, launching a counterattack. His fist surged forward, accompanied by a thunderous roar, manifesting his ultimate technique, the Thunderbolt Fist. Bang! The 2 fists collided, causing a massive cloud of dust to explode at the center of the arena. Before Zhang Lei could react, Zhou Chen's other fist came crashing toward his lower dantian. Boom! Zhang Lei was sent flying by the punch, and a distinct cracking sound echoed as his lower dantian shattered. As the dust settled, it became evident that Zhang Lei had lost consciousness, collapsing to the ground, his right arm hanging limply, blood gushing forth. The entire arena fell silent. The spectators stared in shock at the scene unfolding in the center of the arena, unable to believe their eyes. The inner sect disciple Zhang Lei, who had ranked among the top 10 in the outer sect and cultivated at the 7th level of qi refining, had been defeated by a single punch. In the distance, Lu Qianru's delicate face also bore an expression of surprise. Quick, someone, help senior brother Zhang. He just said to let me have 3 moves. I never imagined it would come to this. I am so sorry, senior brother Zhang. Zhou Chen shouted, his righteous demeanor leaving no room for doubt. Soon, several disciples responsible for rescue rushed onto the arena, quickly attending to the unconscious Zhang Lei, staunching his bleeding before swiftly transporting him off the stage on a makeshift stretcher. When senior brother Zhang awakens, please convey my gratitude for his leniency. I shall come to apologize once the competition concludes. Zhou Chen called out to the disciples as they carried Zhang Lei away. A heartless act. The disciples nearly stumbled, almost dropping Zhang Lei from the stretcher upon hearing Zhou Chen's words. The surrounding disciples remained silent, watching the farcical scene unfold. The referee, equally astonished, stared at Zhou Chen, committing his appearance to memory, thinking that a disciple like this should be avoided in the future. Victory achieved. The winner is Zhou Chen. As Zhou Chen's gaze turned towards him, the referee announced with conviction. The crowd erupted in disbelief. Zhou Chen has won. A single strike to defeat him. This is astounding. Could it be that senior brother Zhang let him win? Nonsense. Did you not see that senior brother Zhang unleashed his famed thunderbolt fist? Senior brother Zhou is magnificent. Am I dreaming? This is a top 10 disciple from the inner sect. Senior brother Zhou is truly inspirational. From the top of the outer sect to suffering a regression in cultivation, and now to being among the top 10 of the inner sect. He is a true role model. The disciples below the arena snapped back to reality from their shock, engaged in fervent discussions. Indeed, it appears his cultivation is not below the 7th level of qi refining, though he is a tad impulsive. Lu Qingtian, the sect leader, observed Zhou Chen with an enigmatic expression and remarked to Lu Qianru. Lu Qianru appeared equally speechless. Senior brother Zhou, you are incredibly strong. How did you manage to recover your cultivation after being afflicted by the demon boiling powder? A disciple shouted towards Zhou Chen. I was fortunate enough to stumble upon a cleansing marrow pill, which eliminated the toxicity, Zhou Chen replied with a smile, recognizing the need to clarify this matter to prevent unwanted attention. However, he would never disclose that it was the rare dragon and phoenix cleansing marrow pill. A treasure so precious that even leaping into the yellow river of the Tianxian continent would not suffice to explain it. A cleansing marrow pill. How fortunate. I must go find one for myself. The surrounding disciples regarded the speaker with incredulous expressions. Meanwhile, on Arena 1, Yi Chen's battle had also reached its conclusion. Due to the distance between the arenas, he could only hear the distant clamor, unable to discern what had transpired. Master, I have defended my arena. I will claim victory in this inter-sect grand competition. Yi Chen thought to himself. Indeed, your physique is highly compatible with the flame art, allowing for rapid cultivation. You possess a latent spiritual body that awaits awakening, which will further enhance your training speed. A voice resonated in Yi Chen's mind. Thanks to Master for imparting me with the techniques. Yi Chen expressed his gratitude. Soon, champions emerged from each arena. During this time, several disciples attempted to challenge Zhou Chen, but they were all sent flying by a single punch. Fortunately, their injuries were minor, and none faced the dire fate that Zhang Lei did, leading to no further challenges. Time is up. The elder of the inner sect announced the conclusion of the defense competition. Those who successfully defended their positions advanced to the top 10 of the inner sect, and the ranking battles commenced. The rules of the ranking battles were as follows. In the first round, participants would engage in one-on-one matches determined by a draw. The 5 victors would compete for the top 5 positions, while the defeated would vie for the bottom 10. In the second round, 1 individual would receive a bye, and the remaining 4 would face off, with the winners contending for the top 3 spots. The elders of the inner sect continued to elucidate the rules. The first round of the competition commenced, and the draw for matches began. Each inner sect disciple descended from the arena to draw lots at the sect's main stage. At this moment, Yi Chen noticed Zhou Chen, whose visage became increasingly familiar. Suddenly, it dawned on him that this was his previous adversary, stirring a peculiar sense of intrigue within him. Master, it appears that Zhou Chen, previously my vanquished opponent, has unexpectedly ascended to the top 10 inner sect disciples. Yi Chen contemplated. My disciple, this individual likely harbors secrets. I cannot currently discern his cultivation level. Exercise utmost caution when encountering him, came the reply within his mind, prompting Yi Chen to heighten his vigilance toward Zhou Chen. Sensing Yi Chen's gaze, Zhou Chen responded with a subtle smile. Once again, we meet, treasure seeker Yi Chen. Zhou Chen promptly accessed Yi Chen's profile. Name, Yi Chen. Bindable. Realm, 9th layer of Qi refinement. Fate, child of fortune, embodiment of celestial path, transmuting calamity into blessing. Master of opportunities, fire spirit body, awakening pending. Destiny, stalled at the 6th layer of Saint Realm, became the sovereign of the flame holy land. Known as the Crimson Flame, Saint Venerable. Successfully cultivated the flame technique, absorbed foreign flames, challenged an opponent at the 10th layer of Saint Realm with his own 6th layer. Engaged in battle for 7 days and nights, exhausted his spiritual energy, and perished in a self-detonation to protect the Holy Land. It seemed that Yi Chen's prior opportunity plundering against Zhou Chen had taken effect, reducing his peak from the 7th to the 6th layer of Saint Realm. One must not underestimate this disparity. The gap in strength was readily apparent. Previously, Yi Chen could contend with half-emperors at the 7th layer. But now he could only face those at the 9th layer of Saint Realm without requiring the intervention of half-emperors. Zhou Chen swiftly bound Yi Chen to prevent any inadvertent breakthroughs on Yi Chen's part. It appeared that the heavenly decree was indeed biased, having stolen Yi Chen's technique. It also bestowed upon him a growth-type technique, flame technique, leaving Zhou Chen speechless. Zhou Chen continued to peruse Yi Chen's opportunity panel. Recent Opportunity 1. In the first round of the Inner Sect ranking competition, faced immense pressure and broke through to the 10th layer of Qi refinement. Recent Opportunity 2. In 3 days, the sect's secret realm will open, granting 1 foundation establishment pill within the realm. Cultivation will break through to the 1st layer of foundation establishment. Recent Opportunity 3. In 4 days, within the secret realm, before a certain statue. Acquire a high-grade saint-level technique, Great Wilderness Finger. Recent Opportunity 4. In 7 days, within the central palace of the sect's secret realm. Obtain a fragment of a mysterious bone finger. Recent Opportunity 5. In 7 days, within the central palace of the sect's secret realm. Receive a vial of spirit elevation pill. Consuming one will elevate cultivation to the 2nd layer of foundation establishment. Recent Opportunity 6. In 7 days, within the secret realm. Discover a top-tier mystic-grade spiritual weapon, Mystic Immortal Sword, in a dilapidated refining room. Recent Opportunity 7. In 10 days, at the deepest point of the secret realm. Before a mysterious tomb, find a top-tier mystic-grade protective inner armor. Ah, how dense with opportunities, Zhou Chen mused, feeling bemused once more. Truly, the favored child of the heavenly decree. Nevertheless, Zhou Chen's anticipation for the secret realm grew. The opportunities within were indeed remarkable. All of it shall be mine. He reveled in silence. Chapter 14. Zhou Chen's Ascendancy, Yi Chen's Grueling Struggle. Ladies and gentlemen, please check the number tags in your hands. Those with matching numbers shall compete together. Now, let the first group ascend the stage. Furthermore, the matches shall continue until a conclusion is reached. Any deliberate harm to a fellow sect member's life will result in disciplinary action, announced the elder of the inner sect. Zhou Chen glanced at the number 1 tag he held, shrugged, and leaped onto the arena. Soon after, a towering disciple also sprang forth, crashing heavily onto the platform. This junior, I am called Lei Xiong. You are no match for me. Retreat while you can, lest I be unable to restrain my strength. His voice boomed like a tolling bell, causing discomfort to the ears. Lei Xiong was the previous year's 6th-ranked inner disciple. Although he was at the 7th layer of Qi refinement, he was reputed for his body cultivation techniques, possessing unparalleled brute strength that could easily overwhelm ordinary 8th layer practitioners. Disciples below the arena began to murmur. I fear Zhou Chen is at a disadvantage. Despite his impressive performance, Lei Xiong has long been renowned. Zhou Chen's chances of victory seem slim. However, even in defeat, Zhou Chen would still be among the top 10, so I favor Lei Xiong in this match. Zhou Chen silently lamented. It appeared he was underestimated. This senior, I am Zhou Chen from the 3rd pill refining peak. I seek your guidance, Zhou Chen said, cupping his hands respectfully. Haha, straightforward. But remember, punches and kicks have no eyes. Do not blame me for not warning you. Lei Xiong laughed heartily. Then, with a mighty roar, Lei Xiong sank into a horse stance, gathering momentum before launching his right fist straight at Zhou Chen. Great strength diamond fist. The wind from his punch whistled ominously. Zhou Chen remained unfazed, recognizing the obvious flaws in an opponent who relied too heavily on brute force. This was insufficient to compel him to reveal his true strength. With a graceful sidestep, Zhou Chen easily evaded Lei Xiong's assault. Lei Xiong's face flushed with indignation, feeling mocked, and charged at Zhou Chen with greater speed. Great strength diamond fist. Bang! 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 The ground was pounded into several deep craters. Yet Lei Xiong could not land a single blow on Zhou Chen. Junior, if you're a man, do not evade. Let me see your true strength. Lei Xiong bellowed. Zhou Chen, no longer inclined to toy with him, halted and regarded Lei Xiong. Then let us decide our strengths with a single punch. Zhou Chen stated with newfound seriousness. Great strength diamond fist. As Lei Xiong struck, a thick layer of golden energy enveloped his fist, signaling the mastery of his technique. In the next moment, Zhou Chen advanced with a gentle punch of his own. Boom! Their fists collided, producing a tremendous explosion. A figure was sent flying from the center of the arena. Crashing heavily against the edge, it was none other than Lei Xiong. The crowd erupted. Zhou Xiong is incredible. Zhou Xiong, I adore you. Zhou Xiong is invincible. The atmosphere became electric, as no one had anticipated such an outcome. The Outer Sect disciples watching were equally exhilarated. Zhou Chen represented the face of the entire Outer Sect, and his prowess ignited their enthusiasm. Seeing Lei Xiong stagger to his feet, he clasped his hands in respect. Junior, I concede. Thank you for your mercy. He then departed the arena, his demeanor notably dejected. Senior's cultivation must be at least the 9th layer of qi refinement. Otherwise, he could not have defeated Lei Xiong. The Inner Sect disciples grew increasingly curious about Zhou Chen's cultivation level. Intriguing, indeed, mused the sect leader of the Wenxian Sect from afar. As Lu Qianru nodded slightly in approval. The result of the first match, Zhou Chen victorious, declared the Inner Sect elder, further intensifying the fervor in the arena. Yi Chen observed the outcome of Zhou Chen's match from a distance, his brows furrowing slightly. Disciple, if you can triumph over him once, you can do so again. Do not lose your composure. Master speaks true. Yi Chen regained his calm demeanor once more. At this point, Zhou Chen had undeniably achieved fame within the Xian Sect, particularly among the downcast outer disciples who fervently praised him, recounting tales of his rise at every opportunity. Zhou Chen felt a sense of helplessness in response to this adulation, hastily descending from the arena in search of a quiet place to recuperate. As time trickled by, the tournament swiftly progressed to its 5th match. In this bout, Yi Chen faced off against Li Yifan. As the Inner Sect elder declared the commencement, both Yi Chen and Li Yifan ascended the stage. This battle was destined to be a fierce contest. Li Yifan had secured the top position in the Inner Sect the previous year, wielding the mid-grade mystic technique, the solitary star sword technique, with extraordinary finesse. It was rumored that his senior brother had mastered this technique to its pinnacle. Yi Chen was formidable as well, boasting a measurement of 10 on the Inner Sect's strength assessment stone. Upon entering the Inner Sect, he had defeated the former 10th-ranked inner disciple, Wang Rahai, with a single sword strike, catching him completely off guard. I sense an air of mystery surrounding Yi Chen. He must possess numerous hidden strengths. I place my bet on Yi Chen. I bet on Li Yifan. He had already reached the 9th layer of qi refining last year. How could Yi Chen possibly triumph? Have you seen Zhou Chen? Quite impressive, isn't he? He was once thoroughly beaten by brother Yi Chen. I bet on Yi Chen. The discussions below the stage grew increasingly intense, with some even engaging in wagers. Zhou Chen contemplated placing a bet on Yi Chen's victory, but ultimately refrained. Despite having the advantage of foresight that assured Yi Chen's win, he could not afford to lose face, especially after having been humiliated by Yi Chen in the past. On the stage, the two opponents locked eyes, neither making the first move. In the next moment, Li Yifan struck. A sword light, swift to the extreme, flashed towards Yi Chen. The solitary sail drifted away, vanishing into the azure sky. Li Yifan transformed into a mere shadow, unleashing dozens of sword strikes in a brief span. Dressed in flowing white, he displayed an air of elegance. In contrast, Yi Chen enveloped himself in a wall of fire, desperately evading, yet numerous wounds already marred his body. As the mountains collapsed, seizing a fleeting opportunity, Yi Chen launched a punch. The force of his fist swirled with palpable energy, manifesting the prowess of a fully realized technique. The low-grade mystic skill, limitless collapse. Boom. Yi Chen's punch missed its mark, and he struck again. Soon, the arena bore witness to a chaotic tapestry of sword marks and fist silhouettes. In an instant, Yi Chen's heart sank as a sudden sword chant resonated in his ears. With a shrill cry, the solitary shadow, several sword lights erupted behind Yi Chen. Unbeknownst to him, Li Yifan had set a trap, suddenly appearing at his back. Boom. A successful strike revealed the full extent of Li Yifan's cultivation at the 10th layer of qi refining. Yi Chen was sent flying to the edge of the stage, enveloped in clouds of dust. Brother Yi, do not overexert yourself. I have reached the 10th layer of qi refining, while you remain at the 9th. Surrender now? Li Yifan proclaimed loudly. Surrendering is far too premature, brotherly. As the dust settled, Yi Chen's figure re-emerged before the spectators. Surprisingly, his back remained unscathed, yet a serious expression settled upon his face. Flame technique, Yi Chen silently intoned, and the temperature in the air began to soar. At that moment, Yi Chen's spiritual energy surged, doubling in intensity. Boom! Yi Chen's momentum skyrocketed, and he astonishingly broke through to the 10th layer of qi refining amidst the battle. Lu Qingtian and Lu Qianru exchanged glances, both astonished by the unexpected turn of events. After all, breakthroughs during combat were exceedingly rare, typically reserved for the most exceptional talents. Simultaneously, Yi Chen's injuries began to heal at a visibly rapid pace, a clear testament to the effects of the flame technique. Yi Chen himself was unsure why, but whenever he employed the flame technique, he experienced various anomalies, and the effectiveness of his skills surged beyond measure. Brotherly, it seems we can now engage in a fair battle. Yi Chen smiled at Li Yifan. Heavenly Thunder Collapse. Yi Chen unleashed yet another perfected martial art. The high-grade mystic skill, Heavenly Thunder Collapse. Yi Chen concentrated the heart fire within him and delivered a punch, the winds and flames roaring in unison, enveloping the entire arena. The solitary star in the heavens. A meteor-like sword light streaked across. Li Yifan too poured forth his utmost effort, revealing his hidden cards. Boom, boom, boom. The sound of explosions echoed endlessly from the stage, rendering the audience speechless. The surrounding dust clouded the view, obscuring the unfolding events within the arena. Two figures emerged from the haze, unmistakably Li Yifan. At that moment, he appeared disheveled, blood seeping from the corners of his mouth. Yi Chen was not faring much better. His body riddled with numerous wounds. Though they looked severe, to Yi Chen, they were merely trifling injuries that did not threaten his core. In the following moment, as Li Yifan attempted to speak, he suddenly staggered backward, losing consciousness. Yi Chen wins. The Inner Sect elder promptly announced the outcome of the match and swiftly arranged for medical assistance, administering low-grade mystic rejuvenation pills to both Yi Chen and Li Yifan. Their conditions visibly improved at an astonishing rate. Congratulations, Brother Yi, Li Yifan murmured as he regained consciousness, glancing at Yi Chen with a rueful smile. Thank you, Brother Li. Yi Chen replied with a respectful nod. In their eyes, they found a mutual recognition. Chapter 15. The Final Showdown. Enemies meet, tension mounts. Soon, the list of those advancing was revealed, with both Zhou Chen and Yi Chen securing spots in the top 5. In the second round, Yi Chen had a bye. The first match of the second round featured Zhou Chen against Lin Feng. The Inner Sect elder announced. As soon as the announcement concluded, Zhou Chen leapt onto the stage. Opposite him stood a young man clad in black, wielding a long spear. Lin Feng. Zhou Chen's heart sank. Lin Feng had claimed second place in last year's Inner Sect competition and had achieved the 9th layer of qi refining. I fear Zhou Chen stands no chance. Lin Feng may have even broken through to the 10th layer this year. Indeed, Lin Feng's spear techniques were masterful, aside from Brother Li Yifan. No one had managed to withstand his onslaught for over 10 rounds. Many outer and inner disciples below murmured in doubt, clearly not optimistic about Zhou Chen's prospects. Please, make the first move. My spear is only drawn for the worthy. Show me if you possess the qualifications to compel me to wield it, Lin Feng said coldly, devoid of any emotion. Then I thank you, Brother Lin, Zhou Chen replied with a hearty laugh. But do not regret it, Brother Lin. Noticing Lin Feng standing with arms crossed, showing no signs of movement, Zhou Chen wasted no time. With his left hand forming a sword with 2 fingers, he launched a direct strike at Lin Feng. A gentle breeze stirred, and in the next moment, a golden sword aura surged toward Lin Feng's face, a manifestation of the high-grade yellow technique, clear wind sword technique. Lin Feng's pupils constricted as he swiftly brandished his spear to counter, yet beads of blood began to seep from his cheek. Several strands of hair fell onto the arena floor. Had Lin Feng not dodged at the last moment, he might have met a grim fate. Is that the perfected clear wind sword technique? A disciple recognized the technique. Before Lin Feng could react, Zhou Chen's second sword strike followed, quickly succeeded by a third and fourth. Though the clear wind sword technique was classified as a high-grade yellow technique, it was characterized by low consumption, stealth, and formidable power. The might of the perfected clear wind sword technique could rival that of the top-tier yellow techniques. The previously aloof Lin Feng now regarded Zhou Chen with utmost seriousness, his spear continuously parrying the barrage of strikes. He also wished to retaliate against Zhou Chen, yet Zhou Chen's swordsmanship was swift, with each strike intercepting him precisely at the moment he was about to channel his spear techniques, rendering him incapable of executing them smoothly. Lin Feng felt a profound sense of discomfort. This predicament was also a consequence of Lin Feng's arrogance. Had he chosen to act simultaneously or take the initiative from the outset, he would not have found himself in such a woeful state. So weak. Zhou Chen felt a wave of disinterest wash over him, losing the desire to continue the battle. In an instant, Zhou Chen's figure, accompanied by a gust of refreshing wind, vanished from the arena. The next moment, a sword aura, half a zhang high, abruptly emerged in the air, as if to cleave the atmosphere itself in two, hurtling towards Lin Feng. Boom. Lin Feng had no opportunity to react. The protective spiritual energy along with his inner armor was shattered. His entire body was sent flying. A grotesque sword mark appearing across his chest. Zhou Chen had exerted merely 10% of his strength in this strike, were it not for the sect's regulations. And despite Lin Feng's tendency to boast, his transgressions did not warrant death. Had he applied a modicum more force, Lin Feng would have been reduced to a lifeless corpse. How could this be? Spitting out a mouthful of blood, Lin Feng fell unconscious upon the ground. The audience erupted in astonishment. Lin Feng was the second strongest among the inner disciples, second only to Li Yifan. His renowned spear technique, the yellow grade supreme skill 100 beast spear, had taken him a decade to master fully, and even ordinary practitioners at the 10th level of qi refinement could not contend with it. The other disciples never anticipated that Lin Feng would be so thoroughly defeated. The entire confrontation lasted less than the time it takes to burn a stick of incense. Haha. Ruhr, you have a keen eye. This lad is truly remarkable. The sword technique he just employed is already a profound grade combat skill. To possess such mastery at such a young age is impressive, laughed Li Qingtian, the sect leader of the Wenxian Sect. Somewhat passable, Lu Qianru remarked, observing Zhou Chen's performance, her lips curving into a slight smile. The dozens of inner elders and various peak masters present gazed at Zhou Chen with keen interest, as though they had stumbled upon a rare treasure. In the first round of the second match, Zhou Chen triumphs over Lin Feng, announced the presiding elder. Impressive. Brother Zhou Chen must be above the 10th level of qi refinement, perhaps even in the foundation establishment stage. Impossible. If he were above the foundation establishment stage, he wouldn't need to compete among the inner disciples. He could directly apply for the core disciple examination. Brother Zhou Chen is incredibly formidable. Worship. The disciples below the stage cheered exuberantly, particularly the outer disciples, who were even more excited. Brother Zhou Chen is still one of our outer disciples today. If he secures the first place in the inner sect, it would be astounding to achieve victory in both the inner and outer sect on the same day. Yi Chen observed Zhou Chen's victory, his expression darkening. Seeing the former waste he once trampled upon rise to become a celebrated genius was akin to swallowing excrement. In just a few months, Zhou Chen's cultivation had reached a level comparable to his own. He must have resorted to elixirs. Yi Chen scoffed inwardly. But even if you are at the 10th level of qi refinement, what of it? I shall still trample you beneath my feet. Yi Chen snorted coldly in his heart, knowing that his own cultivation in the qi refinement stage was painstakingly acquired step by step. Moreover, with his master guiding him meticulously, Zhou Chen had nothing. Furthermore, having absorbed the earth fire, his flame art had already advanced to the lower profound grade. In terms of both the quality and quantity of spiritual energy, there was no reason he should lose to Zhou Chen. Yi Chen held this confidence. As time flowed slowly, an hour later, the competition for the top 3 was underway. Remaining were Zhou Chen, Yi Chen, and a female disciple named Zhang Qingqing. Before the presiding elder could announce the rules for the third round, Zhang Qingqing stepped forward and clasped her hands towards the elder. Elder, Qingqing recognizes that I am no match for my 2 senior brothers. So I shall not waste everyone's time. I concede. With the elder's acknowledgement, Zhang Qingqing subsequently left the arena. This girl is commendable. She knows her place and acts appropriately. We at the Lotus Peak shall take her. Senior brothers should not compete with a frail girl for disciples, remarked a beautiful woman in palace attire, watching Zhang Qingqing depart. Haha, no problem. It is rare for you to take a liking to a disciple. We certainly won't contest with junior sister Zhang Yun for disciples, the woman replied. Zhang Qingqing's voluntary concession automatically advanced her to the next round of the finals. The presiding elder bellowed, next match, Zhou Chen versus Yi Chen. With the elder's announcement, the eagerly anticipated showdown for the inner sect's supremacy had finally arrived. This year's inner sect competition was exceptionally vibrant. Even many peak masters and core disciples who had been in seclusion had come to witness it. There was no other reason. They simply relished the spectacle. The clash between Zhou Chen and Yi Chen was too explosive and intriguing. In less than half a day's time, their enmity had become the talk of the sect. First, the genius known as the outer sect's number 1, Zhou Chen, was forcefully suppressed by Yi Chen. Subsequently, Zhou Chen was poisoned, losing all his cultivation, yet within 3 months, he made a powerful resurgence, facing Yi Chen once more. Such a thrilling spectacle even drew the attention of the janitorial disciples, who observed from afar with keen interest. As the saying goes, enemies meet with particularly red eyes. Standing on the arena, neither spoke a word, the air thick with the scent of gunpowder. Truly spectacular. After 3 months, the most formidable comeback of an outer disciple and an inner sect genius is about to unfold. Indeed, emotionally, I wish for brother Zhou Chen to win. not for any other reason, but because he is more handsome. Foolish infatuation. It is undoubtedly Brother Yi Chun who will claim victory. Go, Brother Yi. Brother Yi Chun is incredibly strong, yet I support Brother Zhou Chen. Go, Brother Zhou. The disciples below the stage engaged in fervent discussions. You are quite impressive. But I will make you understand the true gap between us and a genius. Yi Chen sneered. Seeing Yi Chen's pretentious demeanor, Zhou Chen could not help but twitch the corner of his mouth. However, with so many eyes upon him, he did not wish to lose momentum. I will also make you realize that a genius is merely the threshold to meeting me. With that, he slowly unsheathed his long sword and spoke in a deep voice. Yi Chen's pupils constricted, and he furiously launched an attack. A scorching fist surged towards Zhou Chen. Limitless burst. Clear wind sword technique. Yi Chen unleashed a flurry of punches with manic speed, while Zhou Chen's swordplay quickened, an intricate dance of fists and blades unfolding upon the arena, making it difficult for the disciples below to discern. Loud booms reverberated through the air. Boom. A deafening crash echoed as an explosive wave of energy surged forth. The presiding elder had to reinforce the barrier, and at that moment, Zhou Chen and Yi Chen separated, facing each other from a distance. You have managed to withstand my attacks. You are commendable. However, your luck will not hold for long, Yi Chen stated solemnly. Chapter 16. True Power, Killing with Intent. From this point forward, I shall be serious. I hope you do not disappoint me. Yi Chen's expression turned grave. Yi Chen, to be honest, you've grown weaker in just 3 months. If this is your only level, then there is no need for a contest. Zhou Chen laughed heartily. Seeking death, Yi Chen bellowed. A terrifying wave of energy surged forth as Yi Chen's aura doubled, revealing he had unleashed the flame art. Zhou Chen, you have already paved the way to your demise. Earth fire. Yi Chen swiftly coalesced his perfected heavenly thunder burst, enveloping it in earth fire, and hurled a punch towards Zhou Chen. Boom, boom. A cacophony of explosive sounds reverberated through the air, transforming the area where Zhou Chen stood into a veritable inferno. Ha ha. Is that all you've got? Yi Chen let out a triumphant roar. Before Yi Chen could finish his proclamation, a figure emerged slowly from the conflagration. With such meager flames, you dare to play with fire? Zhou Chen's voice, calm and unhurried, resonated in the ears of all present. Impossible. This is the heart fire of the earth. How could you remain unscathed? Yi Chen exclaimed, astonished. The disciples below the arena were once again taken aback. Yi Chen could absorb the heart fire to combat his foes. Even more astonishing was the fact that someone could withstand the onslaught of the heart fire without a scratch. The heart fire, as its name implies, is a flame drawn from the depths of the earth. Its temperatures are extraordinarily high, a level of heat that ordinary foundation establishment cultivators cannot endure. The heart fire is merely a toy I've played with. Since you are so fond of fire, allow me to show you what true flames are, Zhou Chen remarked nonchalantly. Then, a pale blue flame erupted from Zhou Chen's hand. At the very moment the flame appeared, the sect leader Lu Qingtian's pupils constricted. He quickly enacted a spell, conjuring a massive silvery barrier that enveloped the entire arena. The intensity of the spiritual energy flowing through it was significantly amplified. Even with the array's protection, the terrifying heat instantaneously raised the temperature surrounding the arena by several degrees. All the disciples below felt the effects, let alone Yi Chen at the center of the stage. Having absorbed the heart fire, Yi Chen was ordinarily unafraid of common flames. Yet, under Zhou Chen's fiery influence, he found himself overwhelmed by an unbearable heat. Zhou Chen lightly raised a hand. A small flame shot forth, rapidly absorbing spiritual energy and swelling into a colossal blaze. Chener, get out of the way. This is the Qingyan Heart Fire, ranked 19th on the exquisite fire list. The anxious voice of the elder from the ring echoed in his mind. However, Yi Chen's body was unable to keep pace with his thoughts, and with the flames expanding to half the size of the arena in an instant, he had nowhere to flee. Boom, boom, boom. A series of deafening blasts resounded, causing the disciples below to cover their ears while hastily circulating protective spiritual energy to withstand the dreadful heat. Finally, the explosive sounds ceased, and a collective sigh of relief escaped from everyone, including the sect leader. Lu Qianru's beautiful eyes glimmered as she gazed at the center of the arena. There, only Zhou Chen remained standing, while Yi Chen lay prostrate on the ground, his body battered and singed. Remnants of spiritual light hinting at the existence of a protective spiritual treasure. Yi Chen gasped for breath, attempting to rise. Suddenly, with a thunderous crash, he felt a terrifying force slam his head back to the ground, rendering him immobile. Master, help me. Please, Master. Yi Chen's eyes were bloodshot. His expression twisted in rage as he appeared to be on the verge of madness. This was the greatest humiliation Yi Chen had ever endured since beginning his cultivation journey. Once, he believed himself to be a true prodigy, dismissing all peers as inconsequential. He had never imagined he would be trampled like a dead dog. To make matters worse, the one standing over him was Zhou Chen, whom he had so brazenly insulted just 3 months prior. "Master, I beg you help me." A profound hatred surged within Yi Chen. He exerted all his strength to break free, but it was to no avail. The pressure upon his head felt like a mountain, immovable and unyielding. The onlookers, whether outer disciples, inner disciples, or core disciples, fell silent, watching the scene unfold with rapt attention. Meanwhile, the presiding elder and the sect leader observed Zhou Chen's lack of murderous intent, opting for a moment of patience. As Yi Chen had yet to concede defeat and remained within the bounds of the rules, Zhou Chen looked down upon Yi Chen, who lay like a defeated creature. Relishing the sight of the once mighty son of destiny being subjugated beneath his feet, a sense of exhilaration surging through him. At that moment, it felt as if some shackles within him had been released, bringing forth a sense of liberation. The final vestiges of the original host's lingering attachments dissipated entirely. Is this the sensation of enlightenment? Truly delightful. Zhou Chen could not restrain a hearty laugh, its sound echoing as an unbearable humiliation in Yi Chen's ears. However, the current situation required attention. Zhou Chen scoffed coldly. "Yi Chen, I told you before, talent is merely the threshold to my door. Do you concede?" "I will not concede." Yi Chen bellowed defiantly, simultaneously calling upon the ring spirit, yet no response came, no matter how fervently he pleaded. Boom. Zhou Chen struck Yi Chen's face twice with the back of his sword, continuing, "Will you concede?" "No, I refuse." Yi Chen rasped, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Smack, smack, smack. "Will you concede?" Zhou Chen persisted in slapping Yi Chen's face, his tone grave. "No, I refuse." Yi Chen glared at Zhou Chen, his defiance unwavering. Just as Zhou Chen intended to continue punishing Yi Chen, the sect leader Lu Qingtian shot a look at the presiding elder. The elder, understanding the cue, cleared his throat and quietly addressed Zhou Chen. "Zhou Chen, it would be wise to stop. The sect leader is watching." "Very well, thank you for the reminder, elder," Zhou Chen replied with a respectful gesture. The elder nodded in satisfaction, for who would not appreciate a disciple who possessed both formidable strength and social grace? "The competition has concluded. I declare Zhou Chen the champion of this inter-sect tournament," the presiding elder announced, channeling his spiritual energy to project his voice. The crowd fell silent for a moment before erupting into a deafening cheer. "Ah, Brother Zhou Chen is invincible. Brother Zhou Chen is incredible. Brother Zhou Chen, do you need a partner? I love you, Brother Zhou Chen." The cacophony soon unified, with the entire assembly chanting in unison, "Zhou Chen, Zhou Chen, Zhou Chen." Particularly among the outer disciples, the fervor of their cheers was unmatched, as they had witnessed the birth of a legend. Meanwhile, upon hearing the thunderous applause, Yi Chen felt an overwhelming tide of resentment threatening to engulf him. With a spurt of blood, Yi Chen sank into unconsciousness. The presiding elder gestured for someone to carry Yi Chen away. After all, while Yi Chen may not shine as brightly as Zhou Chen, he was still a promising talent. As the clamor gradually subsided, sect leader Lu Qingtian leaped onto the arena. "Zhou Chen, you have performed admirably. Would you consider joining my ranks as my 9th disciple?" Lu Qingtian said with a satisfied smile. "Zhou Chen, you might also consider aligning with our peak. Do remember, Lu Qianru is a core disciple of our peak." The elegantly dressed woman, who had appeared on the arena seemingly out of nowhere, smiled at Zhou Chen. "Do think carefully. Lu Qianru is still my daughter." Lu Qingtian cast a fierce glare at the elegantly dressed woman. In the distance, Lu Qianru overheard this and turned an unnatural shade, pretending to look elsewhere. "The disciple is grateful for the sect leader and peak master's kindness, but I must decline your offer. I hope to become a disciple of the sect leader. I bow before my master." Zhou Chen first bowed gracefully to the woman, then performed a formal bow to sect leader Lu Qingtian. After all, Zhou Chen was not the child of fate who could conveniently secure powerful masters. Naturally, he would cling to the strongest available support, for he was not foolish. "Very well. You are now my 9th disciple, while the remaining senior brothers and sisters have already attained core disciple status. I shall introduce you to them another day." The sect leader, Lu Qingtian, said with a warm smile as he assisted Zhou Chen to his feet. Subsequently, Lu Qingtian retrieved 2 items from his storage ring and presented them to Zhou Chen. "This is a token of my guidance for you. A premium Xiantier inner armor and a splendid flying sword, the Qinghong sword. One is for defense, the other for offense, sufficient for you to utilize until the core formation stage." "Thank you, master," Zhou Chen exclaimed joyfully as he accepted the 2 treasures. Feeling immensely grateful for the support he had received, envious glances from fellow disciples were cast in his direction. The other disciples had also pledged their allegiance to various peak leaders. The unconscious Yi Chen was taken under the wing of the leader of the first alchemy peak. who also served as the sect's Grand Elder. After a considerable time, Zhou Chen gradually regained consciousness, remaining silent and lost in thought. A sigh emanated from the ring. "Child, do you harbor resentment towards your master for not assisting you today?" "I dare not," Zhou Chen replied calmly. Upon hearing his response, the voice within the ring fell into a contemplative silence. Today, a powerful being from the Immortal Inquiry sect was observing. Had I intervened, it would have revealed your position, with consequences beyond your current capacity to endure. Zhou Chen's expression shifted dramatically upon hearing this. "Master, I apologize. I should not have allowed my emotions to surface. Do not fret. This setback may prove to be beneficial for you, strengthening your resolve to cultivate. Your loss to Zhou Chen was merely due to his extraordinary flame. There is no shame in that. Thank you for your understanding, Master." Zhou Chen gradually calmed himself. The following day, sect leader Lu Qingtian summoned the top 10 inner disciples to the sect's assembly hall. Alongside the sect leader were the various grand elders. "Silence," the 7th elder proclaimed. "The sect leader has called upon you for a significant announcement. Please listen attentively. Recently, a large-scale secret realm has been discovered, likely a remnant of a powerful being from the sacred realm. This secret realm is safeguarded by formations that only allow individuals below the Qi refinement stage to enter. After discussions with several major sects, it has been decided that each will send 10 disciples to explore it." Lu Qingtian paused before continuing. "You, the inner disciples, are the finest talents of our sect, and we have chosen you to venture forth and seize opportunities within. The treasures obtained will be divided with the sect receiving 90%. Do not underestimate this 1%, for it can amount to substantial wealth. Moreover, all disciples participating in this exploration will be exempt from assessment and will directly advance to core disciple candidates." "Wow!" several disciples exclaimed excitedly. This was indeed a monumental opportunity. With a stroke of luck, they might uncover legendary treasures. Zhou Chen, already aware of this news through Zhou Chen's panel, exhibited no reaction. However, a flicker of surprise and anticipation crossed Zhou Chen's face. Chapter 17. Exploring the Secret Realm, Gift of the Beauty Restoring Pill. Yet, opportunities are often accompanied by risks. No one knows the true nature of the secret realm. Lu Qingtian cautioned. The secret realm will vanish within a month, and all must exit within this time frame. Otherwise, its closure will spell certain death. Now, anyone wishing to withdraw, please raise your hand. This sect does not compel anyone, Lu Qingtian continued. No hands were raised. After all, for most cultivators, such an opportunity might never present itself again. Even with the inherent risks, the potential rewards for those who survive the experience would drive ordinary cultivators to madness. Excellent. All disciples participating in this secret realm expedition will also receive double the rewards from the inner sect competition. You may all disperse now. We shall depart tomorrow morning. Escorted by the 9th elder. With that, Lu Qingtian exited, and Zhou Chen followed suit. His current residence was now among the finest in the sect, second only to the core disciples. The number 1 residence on the 3rd alchemy peak belonged to Zhou Chen. Instead of returning immediately, Zhou Chen made his way to the core disciples' quarters halfway up the main peak. "Junior sister, could you kindly inform senior sister Qianru that I wish to seek her counsel?" Zhou Chen politely addressed the new guard outside Lu Qianru's cave. "Please wait a moment. I shall notify her," the young woman replied courteously before departing, leaving Zhou Chen to wait. Having avoided the previous cold reception, he found that his reputation had spread throughout both the inner and outer sects, and even among the core disciples. Moments later, the woman returned and gestured for him to enter. "Come in." Lu Qianru's melodious voice echoed in Zhou Chen's ears as he stepped inside. "Speak, what brings you here?" she inquired, her presence imbued with the fragrance of musk. "Sister, I am to set off for the secret realm tomorrow. Before departing, I wanted to bid you farewell and present a small token of my gratitude for your assistance," Zhou Chen said as he handed her a jade vial. Lu Qianru extended her delicate hand to accept the vial without examining its contents, nodding in acknowledgement. "You are thoughtful. This vial contains a premium healing pill of the Xian tier, suitable for those below the foundation establishment stage, capable of rapidly mending most injuries." She then retrieved a vial from her own storage ring and offered it to Zhou Chen. "Then I shall not disturb you further. Farewell." Zhou Chen departed, recognizing the moment's delicacy. Once Zhou Chen had left, Lu Qianru casually inspected the contents of the jade vial with her spiritual sense. In the next instant, her complexion paled, quickly followed by a look of delight as she gazed at the vial in her hand. It was, astonishingly, a legendary beauty restoring pill, and a superior one at that. Such pills had nearly vanished from the Tianxian continent, primarily due to the extinction of many ingredients recorded in their recipes, making them impossible to refine. Rumor had it that a few sacred places still preserved the beauty-restoring pill, yet she never expected Zhou Chen would possess one, let alone gift it to her. No female cultivator is indifferent to beauty, and Lu Qianru was no exception. The beauty-restoring pill could ensure a cultivator retains a youthful appearance indefinitely, with the superior variant even maintaining their skin in pristine condition, potentially allowing those who had aged significantly to regain their former beauty, never to grow old. The thought sent her heart racing, and a notion surfaced in her mind. Could he possibly have feelings for me? Yet, he was merely at the qi refinement stage. How could it be? Perhaps she should take more care of him in the future. Lu Qianru shook her head, but recalling her earlier nonchalance when offering the healing pill, her cheeks flushed with warmth. She felt she had embarrassed herself in front of him and wished she could disappear into the ground. Unbeknownst to her, Zhou Chen possessed 100 such beauty-restoring pills, having intercepted them from Lu Qianru's returns. If she were to learn this, one could only imagine her reaction. The next morning, the top 10 inner disciples gathered at the main peak station. With a wave of his hand, the 9th elder summoned a grand and ancient flying vessel that appeared before them, adorned with intricate arrays and unique patterns. It radiated an aura indicating it was a treasure of at least earth-tier quality. All disciples, we shall commence our journey now, the 9th elder proclaimed. Without further ado, as all disciples assembled, he activated the vessel, setting forth on their expedition. Half a day later, at the entrance of the secret realm, various disciples from different sects were already gathered. A group of formation masters, donned in diverse sect attire, were meticulously arranging formations at the entrance. The remaining disciples of various sects awaited outside, and Zhou Chen counted, astonished to find that as many as 5 sects were participating in this secret realm: the Wenxian Sect, Wenxian Sect, Huangfeng Valley, Tianlong Temple, and a Mei Cave. It seemed that this expedition bore a certain degree of risk. However, Zhou Chen felt confident in his ability to handle any situation during the qi refining stage, unafraid even of foundation establishment cultivators. All these sects were renowned alongside the Wenxian Sect, and among them, the Mei Cave, with its exclusively female disciples, presented a captivating sight from afar. Leading the Wenxian Sect was a young man clad in a green robe, possessing striking features and a cultivation level at the 10th layer of qi refining. The Huangfeng Valley disciples were more reserved, standing at the rear of the group and refraining from engaging with those from other sections. Meanwhile, the Tianlong Temple was represented by a group of monks in cassocks, most of whom bore solemn visages. Yet one short and stout monk stood out, casting curious glances at the female disciples of a Mei Cave. "Su Kong, must you always be so indiscreet? Cease your wandering gaze." The leading monk of Tianlong Temple admonished the fidgeting little monk. The stout monk pouted, his expression one of dissatisfaction. "I understand, senior brother Su Ku, but I am merely curious." Reluctantly, he returned to the ranks. "Esteemed disciples, the formation has been set. You may now enter the secret realm," announced the formation masters of the various sects ahead. 5 entrances to the secret realm emerged, each guarded by representatives of the different sects, thus eliminating any need for disputes over the order of entry. Seizing this opportunity, Zhou Chen quickly surveyed the system panels of those around him, discovering a plethora of opportunities. Though none rivaled that of Yi Chen, I must first seize Yi Chen's opportunity, he resolved inwardly, knowing he could not claim every chance that arose. Unbeknownst to him, Yi Chen watched Zhou Chen's departing figure, a flicker of animosity crossing his gaze. Yet, Zhou Chen remained oblivious, as his sights were firmly set on Yi Chen's grand opportunity. With this thought, Zhou Chen could not help but quicken his pace, entering the secret realm. Soon after, the other sects followed suit. In a flash of white light, Zhou Chen materialized within the secret realm. Chapter 18, Racing Against Time. Opportunity Hunter Zhou Chen. The secret realm stretched vast and boundless, encompassing endless mountains, lakes, and towering trees. It appeared almost indistinguishable from the outside world, save for the abundant spiritual energy in the air and the myriad auras of mystical beasts surrounding them. The deeper one ventured into the center, the thicker the presence of these beasts became. Prior to entering, Zhou Chen had meticulously examined the opportunities available to everyone, fully aware of the dangers and fortunes that lay ahead. To maximize efficiency, he formulated a comprehensive route for snatching opportunities based on Yi Chen's path, combined with the promising routes of others, ensuring he could intercept chances with utmost efficiency. Those who discovered Zhou Chen's methods would likely be infuriated. Without hesitation, Zhou Chen made his way towards the most secluded alchemy chamber on the outskirts, where a foundation establishment pill awaited him. Ding! Congratulations, host, for intercepting a high-grade yellow-tier foundation establishment pill. 100-fold return. A high-grade xian-tier foundation establishment pill. Do you wish to claim it? Not yet. Zhou Chen's realization dawned upon him. It appeared that the opportunities belonging to the fortunate were contingent upon whether the interceptor was also a child of fortune, as well as the magnitude of the opportunity itself. If it was an opportunity of a true child of fortune, particularly a critical one, It could yield returns of 1,000 or even 10,000 times, while the likelihood of ordinary opportunities granting such vast returns was exceedingly low. The Foundation Establishment Pill aided one in breaking through to the core formation stage, significantly enhancing the probability of success, with a premium version boosting this chance by at least 50%. Its rarity was such that even ordinary cultivation sects would vie for it, and the Wenxian Sect operated on a quota system, distributing them in limited quantities. Ordinary core disciples needed to contribute immensely to the sect to earn the chance to receive even the most basic variant of such a pill. Zhou Chen swiftly departed after claiming the opportunity, heading to his next destination. Shortly thereafter, Yi Chun arrived at the outer alchemy chamber, only to depart in disappointment after finding nothing of note. Ding! Congratulations, host, for acquiring a century-old Qingling grass. 100-fold return, a millennium-old Qingling grass. Ding! Congratulations, host, for obtaining a century-old Zhu fruit. 10-fold return, a 1,000-year-old Zhu fruit. Ding! Congratulations, host, for receiving a piece of thunderstrike wood. 100-fold return, a drop of heavenly thunder liquid. Zhou Chen had no time to pause, continuously intercepting opportunities, even steering clear of powerful mystical beasts with formidable auras. Thanks to the prowess of the divine concealment technique, he drew no attention from any beasts, moving through the secret realm with ease. A day later, within a dilapidated temple, a mysterious stone statue stood, accompanied by a meditation cushion below. Zhou Chen appeared beside the statue, having rushed through the realm. He circled the statue a few times, finding no signs of any technique, yet felt a nagging sensation of having forgotten something. Of course, a child of fortune kneels where the meditation cushion is placed. Zhou Chen smacked his forehead in realization. He promptly knelt upon the cushion and bowed 3 times to the statue. In the next instant, the cushion emitted a brilliant glow, with a stream of spiritual light penetrating Zhou Chen's mind at an incredible speed. Just as he was on guard, a surge of memories flooded his consciousness, revealing the high-grade holy-level technique, Great Wilderness Finger. As Zhou Chen had anticipated, these opportunities required unconventional triggers, accessible only to those with the peculiar thought processes of a child of fortune. Ding! Congratulations, host, for acquiring the high-grade holy-level technique, Great Wilderness Finger. 1,000-fold return. The Imperial-grade high-level technique, Great Wilderness Capturing Finger. Zhou Chen's pupils dilated in astonishment. He had obtained an Imperial-grade technique, and it sounded vaguely familiar. Gasp! An Imperial-grade high-level technique. Zhou Chen's first instinct was one of trepidation. Nevertheless, he unhesitatingly chose to learn the Great Wilderness Capturing Finger. For being weak was a sin. To deliberate over choices while weak was a foolish endeavor. However, Zhou Chen soon discovered that the requirements for mastering this technique were exceedingly stringent. Even if he learned it, his current cultivation would render him unable to wield it. Attempting to do so would likely deplete all his spiritual energy. With no other option, Zhou Chen resolved to set it aside, focusing on the Great Wilderness Finger first, planning to return to the Great Wilderness Capturing Finger once his cultivation sufficed. At that moment, on the other side, Yi Chun gazed towards the center of the realm, an overwhelming sense of loss washing over him, as though something significant had been taken from him. Master, it seems my luck has waned recently. It has been a day or two since entering, and I have yet to encounter any good opportunities, while the number of obstructing mystical beasts has increased. Yi Chun spoke to his ring as he journeyed forth. Disciple, temper your ambition and impatience. The path of growth is seldom smooth. Allow things to unfold naturally, and do not let desire lead you astray, lest you fall into demonic thoughts, echoed the wise admonition of the ring's elder. Understood, thank you. Master, I will adjust accordingly, Yi Chun replied with a slight pout. Meanwhile, at the center of the secret realm, a grand and ancient palace came into Zhou Chen's view. This palace was extraordinarily vast, filled with countless chambers, resembling the former abode of the realm's master. Zhou Chen could hardly contain his eagerness to enter the innermost sanctum of the palace, only to find himself obstructed by a powerful formation emanating an imposing aura. Originally, this was the formation that obstructed Yi Chun's entry, which even Yi Chun himself needed the guidance of the old man with the ring for 2 days to penetrate. Zhou Chen murmured to himself. The intricacy of this formation was such that it could be deemed both challenging and simple. Essentially, one only needed to disrupt the core of the formation. Typically, the core of a formation is situated within it, yet this formation intriguingly subverted that norm, placing its core externally. Should a cultivator venture inside the formation, they would be incapable of breaching it from within, especially given the formidable strength of this formation, which was interconnected with the entire secret realm. Even a golden core cultivator would be unable to force their way through. Fortunately, Zhou Chen had the advantage of the opportunity panel's guidance. Before long, He discovered the formation I beneath an inconspicuous stool nearby, effortlessly dismantling the formation. It was indeed fortunate that the old man with the ring had the foresight to recognize such an ancient formations arrangement. Zhou Chen swiftly entered the main hall, whereupon he discovered a mysterious finger bone resting upon a beam. He enveloped the bone with his spiritual energy and reached out to grasp it. To his surprise, as soon as he made contact, an overwhelming surge of malevolent energy surged into Zhou Chen's mind. He was met with apocalyptic visions, a terrifying hand breaking through the clouds from a height of 10,000 meters, aiming directly at the ground. Boom! In an instant, mountains and rivers shattered, and the sun and moon lost their radiance. A desolate aura enveloped the land for miles. After that single strike, not a blade of grass remained. It was, astonishingly, the essence of the Great Wilderness Finger. The Great Wilderness Finger that Zhou Chen had just obtained unexpectedly advanced to a minor completion within a brief moment. Hiss! What manner of object is this? It is terrifying indeed. Ding! Congratulations, host, for acquiring a fragment of the mysterious finger bone, resulting in a 10,000-fold return of the complete mysterious hand bone. Would you like to claim it? Chapter 19. Premium Spirit Stones. Zhou Chen's astonishment. Declined to claim. Zhou Chen suppressed his excitement, deciding to wait until he exited the secret realm to collect these items. After all, upon returning, the sect would inspect his storage pouch. By the way, most systems typically come with built-in storage functions. Perhaps mine possesses such a feature as well? Zhou Chen pondered. He took out a piece of lightning-struck wood from his storage pouch and silently chanted, "System, store." Whoosh. The lightning-struck wood vanished in an instant. And beside the panel in Zhou Chen's mind, a new option labeled Storage appeared. Storage, lightning-struck wood X1. System, retrieve the lightning-struck wood. Zhou Chen intoned again. In the next moment, the lightning-struck wood reappeared in his hand. It truly works. This delighted Zhou Chen immensely. He no longer had to worry about insufficient storage space or the possibility of his acquired treasures being discovered by stronger individuals. This was indeed a relief for Zhou Chen. He promptly stored all the items obtained from the system into the storage space, while the more mundane items remained in the storage ring, serving as a means of concealment. After all, as the foremost disciple of the inner sect, if Zhou Chen were to enter the secret realm without acquiring anything of value, he would be looked down upon by his peers and scrutinized by the higher-ups. Although Zhou Chen was unperturbed, he preferred to avoid unnecessary troubles. Activating the God Concealment Technique, Zhou Chen swiftly departed from the scene to continue exploring other areas. As he made his way out, he sensed someone approaching from a distance, and upon closer inspection, he realized it was Yi Chen. Remarkably, he had arrived a day earlier. It seemed fate was subtly guiding Yi Chen. Thus, Zhou Chen exerted the full extent of the God Concealment Technique, ensuring that Yi Chen remained oblivious to his presence as he headed towards the central area, the very direction from which Zhou Chen had emerged. Zhou Chen reopened Yi Chen's panel and noted that the opportunities within had begun to refresh once more. Name: Yi Chen. Cultivation: Qi Refinement 10th Layer. Destiny: Child of Fortune. Celestial Bearing: Turning calamities into blessings. Master of Opportunities. Fire Spirit Body. Awakened. Fate: Stalled at the 5th layer of the Holy Realm. Becoming the Grand Elder of the Flame Sanctuary, known as the Crimson Flame Saint. Engaged in a 5-day battle against an 8th layer Holy Realm adversary, ultimately self-destructing to protect the Flame Sanctuary. Recent Opportunity 1. Recently discovered a fire crystal stone in the Transformation God's secret realm, awakening his fire spirit body under the guidance of the old man with the ring. Acquired. Recent Opportunity 2. 2 days later, within the depths of the Transformation God's secret realm forest, he will discover a low-grade earth-tier spiritual item, the Millennium Tree Heart, which will enhance his cultivation aptitude by 1 level upon consumption. Recent Opportunity 3. 5 days later, in the dilapidated refining chamber located in the northwest of the secret realm, he will obtain the Xianxia's supreme spiritual weapon, the alchemy furnace Zhou Tianding. Recent Opportunity 4. 10 days later, at the bottom of the spiritual lake in the secret realm, he will find a premium spirit stone. Recent Opportunity 5. Half a month later, a small monk from Tianlong Temple will take a liking to him and gift him a premium foundation establishment pill. Recent Opportunity 6. 1 month later, while passing through a market outside the secret realm, he will whimsically gamble on a source stone and obtain the extraordinary Fire Golden Emperor Spirit Flame. The flame technique will be upgraded to low-grade celestial level. Recent Opportunity 7. 1.5 months later. After reviewing Yi Chen's list of opportunities, Zhou Chen was both astonished and speechless. The astonishment stemmed from the unexpected new opportunities bestowed upon Yi Chen by fate and the sheer abundance of them. The speechlessness arose from the realization that some opportunities were now beyond his reach, leaving him to wonder if this was a deliberate targeting by the heavens. For example, The fire crystal stone. Had he been a moment's distraction, Yichun would have already awakened his physique. Moreover, the premium foundation establishment pill was directly gifted to him by the little monk, while the extraordinary fire had inexplicably manifested within a source stone. Source stones were akin to fossils, sealing a myriad of items, but they could also be entirely empty. The origins of source stones were obscure. Cultivators only knew they could be bought and sold or gambled with. Winning could lead to instant fortune, while losing could result in a fateful encounter on the heavenly platform. Furthermore, the randomness of source stones implied that if Zhou Chen attempted to seize them or interfered with any timeline, it would prevent Yichun from obtaining them. Zhou Chen inwardly lamented the absurdity of it all. What difference was there between this and directly handing opportunities to Yichun? Truly, the heavens were infuriating. Zhou Chen cried out in his heart. Thankfully, there remained a few items that Zhou Chen could still intercept, providing him with a modicum of solace. With this thought in mind, Zhou Chen decided to depart from his original location. Ding! Congratulations, host, for acquiring the low-grade Earth-tier Millennium Tree Heart, resulting in a 10,000-fold return of the low-grade Celestial Millennium Tree Heart. Would you like to claim it? Decline to claim. Ding! Congratulations, host, for discovering the Xian-tier Zhou Tian Ding, resulting in a 10,000-fold return of the low-grade Earth-tier He Luo Ding. Would you like to claim it? Ding! Congratulations, host, for acquiring a Premium Spirit Stone, resulting in a 10,000-fold return of 10,000 Premium Spirit Stones. Would you like to claim it? Zhou Chen was left utterly dumbfounded. 10,000 Premium Spirit Stones. This was likely all the wealth of the Wenxian Sect. It should be noted that within the Wenxian Sect's perspective, they spent only a few dozen Premium Spirit Stones annually. The majority of expenditures were allocated to maintaining various formations within the sect. The thought of 10,000 Premium Spirit Stones was beyond the imagination of an ordinary person. With this wealth, Zhou Chen would no longer have to fret over Spirit Stones for a considerable time. Indeed, one cannot attain prosperity without unexpected windfalls. Chapter 20. The Secret Realm closes. Contributions acknowledged. As Zhou Chen continued to traverse the Secret Realm, he managed to seize nearly all the opportunities available for competition. He amassed dozens of Earth-tier spiritual herbs, numerous martial arts manuals, and over 100 bottles of various pills of differing grades. The rewards he returned with were monumental, given his current accumulation of resources. Reaching the 10th layer of the Golden Core was well within his grasp. Among the most exceptional martial arts techniques is the method acquired from the young monk of the Heavenly Dragon Temple, known as the Void Technique, a supreme body-refining method of celestial grade entitled the Golden Body Secret. This technique yields a tenfold return in the form of a holy grade body-refining skill. The Indestructible Golden Body Secret. The Indestructible Golden Body Secret consists of 6 tiers. Upon successfully cultivating the first tier, a practitioner can attain the strength of 9 bulls, enabling their physical form to withstand the assaults of chi-refining monsters. Achieving the second tier grants the practitioner the strength of an elephant, with physical resilience rivaling that of foundation-building beasts. The third tier bestows the power of a dragon, allowing the cultivator to confront core formation monsters head-on. Upon mastering the fourth tier, one possesses the might of 10 dragons, rivaling nascent soul practitioners. The fifth tier, once cultivated successfully, endows the body with the strength of 100 dragons, capable of battling at the saintly realm. The sixth tier, theoretically, would grant the practitioner the strength of 10,000 dragons, enabling them to confront Imperial Realm monsters without defeat. However, this remains a theoretical aspiration, as the cultivation of this technique significantly enhances the practitioner's physical strength. To succeed, an immense quantity of rare materials is required. Nonetheless, the technique's creator reportedly only reached the 5th tier, which accounts for its classification as a holy grade skill. The rationale is straightforward. The resources and treasures necessary for the 6th tier's cultivation are of extraordinarily high caliber, often requiring numerous ancient wonders, many of which have become extinct. It is feared that even if all resources on the heavenly Xian continent were to be concentrated in a single practitioner, they would still be unable to truly cultivate the 6th tier of the indestructible golden body. Perhaps only during ancient times would there have been sufficient rare materials available. Yet, Zhou Chen is an anomaly. With the existence of the opportunity system, many materials not found in the heavenly Xian continent can be returned through this system. Thus, upon beginning his cultivation of the indestructible golden body secret, Zhou Chen faces no limitations and finds it more suited to him. It is evident that this practitioner was likely an alchemist in life, having cultivated numerous spiritual herbs and medicines, as well as possessing a supreme-grade alchemical cauldron. Furthermore, the practitioners of Huangfeng Valley have extraordinary fortunes, averaging a dozen spiritual medicines each. Had Zhou Chen not intercepted many of these, the low-profile Huangfeng Valley would likely have emerged as the greatest victor in this expedition. However, The secret realm is not entirely safe. Zhou Chen has discovered several tragic fates among the practitioners of the Heavenly Dragon Temple and a few solitary cultivators. There was also a practitioner from the Inquiry of Immortals sect, indicating that relationships between different sects are not as amicable as they seem on the surface. Nonetheless, this does not concern Zhou Chen, as he refrains from involving himself, utilizing the hidden god technique to minimize his presence. A few audacious practitioners attempted to seize Zhou Chen's resources, but even those at the 10th level of Qi refinement were swiftly extinguished by him. Zhou Chen encountered Yi Chen several times, but chose not to engage, understanding that a destined child like him possesses countless hidden cards. Moreover, there is an ancient figure protecting him, rendering Zhou Chen temporarily unable to act against him. Soon, a month passed. Zhou Chen emerged from the secret realm unscathed, while Yi Chen followed closely behind. However, the latter's expression was notably gloomy, indicating a lack of significant gains. His greatest reward was the supreme foundation-building pill gifted by the young monk. When submitting resources to the sect, Yi Chen's supreme foundation-building pill went undetected, evidently concealed by the elder in the ring. Zhou Chen submitted half of his resources, including techniques, pills, and spiritual herbs. It was not out of generosity. Rather, these items were of little consequence to him, as he found them unremarkable. Nonetheless, this did not diminish the shock he instilled in others. While others submitted their items one by one, Zhou Chen presented several storage bags filled with resources. Although the specifics remained unclear, it was evident to all that he possessed a considerable bounty. Especially the 9th elder, whose eyes widened at the sight of these resources, struggled to contain his excitement. Choosing not to make a scene, other sects had likely lost 3 or 4 disciples. The expressions of those returning from the secret realm mirrored disappointment, suggesting they had not discovered anything of value. Particularly, the young monk from the Heavenly Dragon Temple appeared utterly dejected, trailing behind the others with a lack of spirit. The most formidable were the individuals from Huangfeng Valley, who, regardless of their harvest, astonishingly lost no disciples in the secret realm. As the passage of the secret realm began to close, they quickly piloted their flying vessels back to the sect. In this expedition, 10 disciples from their sect entered, yet only 7 returned alive, a testament to their strength and fortune. The resources you bring back from the secret realm, upon returning to the sect shall not neglect you, the 9th elder proclaimed aboard the vessel. Thank you, elder. The crowd responded in unison. In the Inquiry of Immortals sect, within the main Peaks conference hall, Sect Master Lu Qingtian addressed the returning elders and inner disciples. You have all worked hard, and your contributions to the sect are duly noted. Each of you will receive a layer of the opportunities brought back from the secret realm to be distributed shortly. Furthermore, all inner disciples shall automatically be promoted to core candidate disciples. The 3 disciples who did not return will also have their families well compensated, with their families receiving a recommendation for 1 disciple to enter the inner sect directly. Pausing for a moment, Lu Qingtian continued, in light of Zhou Chen's particularly immense contributions, the sect has decided to allocate 2/10 of the resources to him, along with double contribution points and 10 free uses of the core disciple training room. What? This is unfair. We have all worked hard for this, and he alone receives 2/10? I refuse to accept this. Before the sect master could finish his announcement, a disciple interjected loudly. The other disciples remained silent, their gazes fixed intently on the sect master. His single contribution is equivalent to 3 times the total contributions of all of you. If you could achieve similar feats, you too would receive 2/10. Lu Qingtian replied calmly. Upon hearing this, the disciple sheepishly returned to the crowd. The other disciples erupted in a fervor. 3 times the total contributions of everyone. What does that even mean? Hundreds of spiritual herbs, dozens of high-grade cultivation techniques, numerous vials of superior spiritual medicines. How did Zhou Chen accomplish this? This is simply outrageous. Countless questions floated in the minds of the disciples. This child's luck is truly extraordinary. Opposing him will be challenging for you, Chener, if the opportunity arises. Do not hold back, Yi Chen thought, astonished. Yes, master, I can hardly contain my desire to flay Zhou Chen, Yi Chen declared with resentment. Chapter 21. The Secrets of Foundation Building and Zhou Chen's Ambitions. After receiving the resources, Zhou Chen received a transmission from Lu Qingtian, instructing him to wait in a side hall. Shortly thereafter, Lu Qingtian's voice echoed from behind Zhou Chen. Zhou Chen, you have performed admirably this time. You have brought honor to your master. It is all thanks to my master's guidance, Zhou Chen humbly replied. You need not be modest. You have only recently entered, and I have taught you little. The sect will not forget your merits. Lu Qingtian laughed heartily. I truly did not expect you to have such profound luck and even discover a holy grade technique. Speak, what rewards do you seek? Master, the sect has already rewarded me. There is no need for more, Zhou Chen said, feeling a bit embarrassed as he scratched his head. That is the reward from the sect. The reward from your master does not count. Lu Qingtian waved his hand dismissively. This left Zhou Chen in a rather awkward position. Master, if you must reward me, could you please enlighten me on the fundamentals of foundation establishment? Zhou Chen indeed required knowledge in this area, as no one had previously imparted such wisdom to him. Chinner, your heart is pure, and you remain unaware of the significance of resources on the path of cultivation. I hope you will come to understand this and strive to secure more for yourself in the future. The knowledge pertaining to foundation establishment is something I should impart to you, regardless of whether you inquire about it. Here, I grant you a spirit ascension fruit. This precious item, of low heavenly grade, can elevate a cultivator's innate talent by 1 tier, making it a rare treasure indeed. Lu Qingtian remarked with a hint of admiration towards Zhou Chen. Master, you are exceedingly kind to your disciple. Thank you, Master. Zhou Chen responded, genuinely taken aback by such generosity. A low-grade heavenly treasure is exceedingly rare and valuable, particularly for those above the yuaning stage, and the fact that it was bestowed upon him, a qi refinement disciple, was truly moving. You are also my disciple. Besides, senior sister Lu Qianru often speaks of you, so you must endeavor to excel. Lu Qingtian gazed at Zhou Chen with a knowing smile. Master, please do not tease me. Rest assured, I will look to senior sister Qianru as my role model, Zhou Chen replied, clearing his throat politely. Lu Qingtian chuckled heartily. Now, let us return to the topic at hand and discuss the secrets of foundation establishment. At this point, his expression grew grave. Training is no trivial matter. Foundation establishment is the most crucial phase concerning one's future achievements. Each individual's aptitude varies, and thus the quality of their foundation differs. The quality of one's foundation directly dictates their future cultivation limits and combat prowess. The principle of foundation establishment lies in the transformation of spiritual energy into spiritual liquid, which cultivators condense within their dantian to support their Dao foundation. There are different grades of Dao foundations. When condensing the foundation, one may hear the resounding Dao sounds. The first sound signifies the condensation of the first-grade foundation, the second sound indicates the second-grade foundation, and so forth. Upon hearing the sixth sound, one may condense a sixth-grade foundation, which holds the potential to reach the imperial realm. As for foundations above the seventh grade, they exist only in legend. Historical records of cultivation recount that the most gifted individual of ancient times, surnamed Shi, whose given name is unknown, condensed a ninth-grade foundation. With immense willpower, he shattered the ninth-grade foundation, merging all foundations into one, thus condensing the legendary 10th-grade foundation, eventually ascending to the upper realms and conquering throughout the ages. As Lu Qingtian spoke, a glimmer of yearning appeared on his face. However, one must not aim too high. Everything requires a solid foundation. Condensing a 5th-grade foundation today offers a chance to achieve sainthood, making one an unparalleled genius of this generation. Your senior sister Lu Qianru possesses a 5th-grade foundation and is not inferior even when compared to the talents of the sacred grounds. Lu Qingtian said with a hint of pride, Master, can a Dao foundation be supplemented later on, or is it true that once condensed, it becomes difficult to enhance? Zhou Chen inquired, voicing his confusion. You pose an excellent question. Generally speaking, it is indeed challenging to supplement a Dao foundation, with a few exceptional circumstances as exceptions. These include sacred-grade heavenly materials and treasures, blood essence from beasts of sacred grade or higher, the awakening of a special physique, special elixirs such as the supreme sacred grade lonely pill, and special techniques, typically forbidden arts. The final method involves innate qi. Master, what is innate qi? Zhou Chen interjected, unable to contain his curiosity before Lu Qingtian could finish. Innate qi is related to special techniques and is rumored to be part of a select few methods above the imperial level. It can assist cultivators during the qi refinement period to reverse their innate nature and condense a trace of innate qi within themselves, significantly enhancing the grade of their Dao foundation during establishment. However, do not dwell on this. Even the sacred ground's holy sons cannot practice imperial grade techniques during the qi refinement stage, let alone ordinary disciples of the Wenxian Sect. Zhou Chen nodded thoughtfully, recalling his own practice of the Primordial Chaos Sutra to condense the primordial runes, pondering whether it could be considered innate qi. As for Lu Qingtian's assertion regarding the impossibility of practicing imperial-grade techniques, Zhou Chen seemed to have already achieved this, indicating that his Dao foundation's grade would not be low. Alright, I digress. The conditions I mentioned are all exceedingly stringent. Mere encounters are rare. Even if you have the best of fortunes, encountering a few opportunities in a lifetime is a tremendous blessing. Do not aim too high, nor entertain fanciful thoughts. And certainly do not stray into the path of harmful forbidden arts, for that would incur the wrath of heaven and earth. Lu Qingtian suddenly turned serious. addressing Zhou Chen with gravity. Understood, master. I shall remain grounded and diligently cultivate, Zhou Chen replied earnestly. Lu Qingtian nodded in approval, a look of satisfaction on his face. He then waved his hand, signaling Zhou Chen that he could take his leave. Upon realizing the importance of the Dao Foundation, Zhou Chen suddenly thought of Yi Chen, the fated treasure-seeking mouse. If Yi Chen's future achievements could reach the saintly realm, then his chances for Foundation establishment would likely be significant, at the very least at the 5th grade Dao platform. With this thought in mind, Zhou Chen departed with determination. At the residence of the core disciples on the main peak, in front of Lu Qianru's cave dwelling, he called out, Senior Sister Lu, I wish to seek your presence regarding a matter. This time, Zhou Chen did not request an announcement, but directly transmitted his voice. Senior Brother Zhou, Senior Sister Lu has just stepped out. If there is something you need to convey, please let me know, came a gentle voice from a female disciple guarding the cave. Ah, I see. Please, Junior Sister. Hand this storage ring to Senior Sister Lu and convey my gratitude to her. I must take my leave now, Zhou Chen replied. Certainly, Senior Brother. I will ensure your message is delivered. Please take care, the female disciple said, bowing respectfully to Zhou Chen. He nodded and made his way back to his own cave. Just as he turned to leave, Lu Qianru's figure appeared, preparing to enter her cave. Senior Sister Lu, this is something Senior Brother Zhou sent for you. He expressed his gratitude and asked you to take a look, the female disciple said, surprised at Lu Qianru's swift return. Lu Qianru felt a surge of curiosity. What is Zhou Chen up to? After accepting the storage bag, Lu Qianru did not inspect it immediately. Instead, she returned to her cave and probed it with a hint of her consciousness. Ah, she gasped, astonished by the contents. Not only were there precious heavenly-grade spiritual plants and elixirs, but there was also a technique that appeared to be no less than heavenly grade. Such extravagance. Even for someone like Lu Qianru, who had witnessed great spectacles, Zhou Chen's generosity left her astounded. Unbeknownst to her, this was merely a result of Lu Qingtian's kindness towards Zhou Chen. He loathed being indebted to others, so he bestowed upon Lu Qianru some items he deemed unnecessary, considering it a way of repaying kindness. The 2/10 of Zhou Chen's earnings from the secret realm were also facilitated by Lu Qingtian in the background, making this act of kindness entirely justified. However, Lu Qingtian had not anticipated that Zhou Chen would promptly give away resources that could drive golden core cultivators to madness and entice even yuaning cultivators without hesitation to Lu Qianru. This fortuitous mishap, however, stirred within Lu Qianru an unusual feeling for the first time. Aside from his lower cultivation, Zhou Chen seems to be quite commendable in other aspects. Lu Qianru murmured to herself. Chapter 22, Preparations for Foundation Establishment, Yi Chen's Opportunities Renewed. Achoo! Zhou Chen sneezed inexplicably, sensing that someone had been thinking of him. As for Lu Qianru, he felt nothing. His heart was solely focused on the path of the Dao. Once he became stronger and discerned her character, he would consider passing on the bloodline of the empress he held. After all, it was of no use to him. Having more future friends would open more paths, and Lu Qianru's future achievements would certainly be significant. System, check for opportunities. Zhou Chen silently activated Yi Chen's opportunity panel, and indeed, it seemed that heaven was generously bestowing its favors upon him, causing Zhou Chen's eyes to gleam with excitement. Name, Yi Chen. Cultivation, Qi refinement, 10th layer. Fate, child of fortune, celestial bearing, fortuitous in adversity, fire's spirit body, awakened. Destiny, stalled at the 4th layer of the sacred realm. Became the 2nd elder of the flame holy land, known as the Crimson Flame Saint. Engaged in battle with a 7th layer sacred realm adversary for 4 days and nights, ultimately sacrificing himself in a self-detonation to protect the Holy Land. Recent opportunities 1. 20 days hence, while passing through a market, whimsically gambles with source stones. Acquiring the extraordinary fire of the Golden Emperor's spirit flame, upgrading flame technique to heavenly tier, lower grade. Recent opportunities 2. 1 month later, in search of foundational treasures. He joins a rogue adventurer group with ulterior motives to venture into the sacred realm of heavenly source. After turning the tables on the rogues, he obtains a heavenly tier, supreme quality, 5-colored Kirin fruit, which, upon consumption, successfully aids in establishing his foundation, achieving 5th grade Dao base. Recent opportunities 3. 1 month later. In pursuit of foundational treasures, he again enters the sacred realm of heavenly source with the rogue adventurers, defeating them and acquiring a drop of mid-grade monster blood of heavenly tier. Recent opportunities 4. 1 month later. Seeking foundational treasures once more. He enters the sacred realm of heavenly source with the rogue adventurers, defeats them, and obtains a heavenly tier, supreme quality, dragon glass pill, which he has yet to consume. Intended for the old man in the ring to restore his spiritual essence. Recent opportunities 5. 1.5 months later, in the Bichio mountain range. He acquires a lower grade 7 fragrance flower of heavenly tier, consuming it to break through to the second layer of foundation establishment, elevating his Dao base to 6th grade. Recent opportunities 6. Good heavens! Zhou Chen exclaimed again, as it appeared that heaven was no longer pretending, directly feeding him opportunities. To compensate Yi Chen, it even forcibly elevated his Dao base to 6th grade. If it were not for an imminent calamity in his fate that he could not overcome, it seemed likely that this realm of cultivation would soon witness the emergence of another great emperor. Just the thought of it sent shivers down Zhou Chen's spine. He needed to keep a close watch on him, ensuring that this life-and-death adversary had no chance to escape. Zhou Chen silently heightened his vigilance. He had also devised a plan for the next steps. First, he would address the issue of the market for hundreds of thousands of miles around. The territory belonged to the questioning Immortal Sect, and it was highly probable that Yi Chen would not venture far. Furthermore, as long as it was within the sect's domain, all markets were the property of the questioning Immortal Sect and under its jurisdiction. Therefore, the administrators of these markets were primarily former members of the sect or families of cultivators closely associated with it. With this in mind, Zhou Chen promptly departed his residence and made his way to the sect leader peak. The sect leader peak housed the abode of the sect leader, an entire mountain devoted to his private residence, and no one could enter without permission. Thus, Zhou Chen first reported through the mountain gate disciples to gain entry. Disciple Zhou Chen, paying respects to master. Zhou Chen stepped forward and respectfully bowed to Lu Qingtian. Disciple, it has not been long since your last visit. Yet here you are again. It appears you seek something from me. Lu Qingtian revealed a faint smile, as if everything were under his control. Yes, master. Recently, I plan to venture outside for training and may encounter some troubles and dangers. Thus, I wish to inquire if you possess any protective treasures. Zhou Chen spoke awkwardly. Oh, you remember your master only at this moment. It is good that you have the intention to venture out. One must not cultivate in isolation. Lu Qingtian chuckled softly. Take this spiritual tool. Though it is merely of mid-grade earth tier, it will activate to protect you in times of danger. The second item is a high-grade earth tier spiritual tool containing my full force strike. Should your cultivation not reach the late stage of Yuan-ing, it could obliterate you in an instant. Use it with caution. Lu Qingtian handed the items to Zhou Chen, then gently sipped his tea. This is far too precious. Thank you, master. Zhou Chen felt a surge of deep gratitude. Unbeknownst to him, this was also Lu Qingtian's way of reciprocating his kindness. As Zhou Chen had given 2/10 of the resources obtained from the secret realm to Lu Qianru, a fact Lu Qingtian was already aware of. Thus, he held Zhou Chen in even higher esteem, generously providing him with resources. Well then, if there is nothing else, you may take your leave. Remain humble and diligent, and establish your foundation soon. Lu Qingtian began to dismiss him. Master, while traveling outside, I will inevitably interact with the surrounding markets. I worry that my low cultivation may tarnish your esteemed reputation. Could you perhaps lend me a word of introduction or help me establish some connections? Zhou Chen asked anxiously. Uft. Lu Qingtian spat out his tea, utterly astonished that Zhou Chen was so fearful of death as to request the sect leader to intervene on his behalf. If other sects were to discover this, he would be utterly humiliated. Get lost. Lu Qingtian showed no mercy. Sending Zhou Chen tumbling down the mountain with a gust of wind, Zhou Chen nearly fell flat on his face. The gatekeeping disciples at the foot of the sect leader peak were equally startled by Zhou Chen's sudden appearance, and upon seeing his disheveled state, they could not help but laugh. Zhou Chen's expression stiffened as he bowed towards the highest point of the sect leader peak before awkwardly departing. Just as Zhou Chen had not gone far, a streak of light shot into his embrace. Startled, he looked down to find a radiant golden token, inscribed with the character Lu in an elegant script, and the reverse bore the gilded insignia of the questioning Immortal Sect. This is the sect leader's token. Displaying it within the sect ensures that no one dares to trouble you. Lu Qingtian's voice echoed in his ears. Disciple expresses profound gratitude once again, master. Zhou Chen grinned widely. After all, the primary purpose of his journey was to obtain this identity token. With it, no one within the questioning Immortal Sect would dare to cause him trouble. Ha 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 ha. At that moment, Zhou Chen's heart was filled with overwhelming joy. Subsequently, he quietly confirmed Yi Chen's whereabouts, discovering that he was still within the sect, and promptly reported this to the sect before departing. Less than a mile from the sect's exterior, Zhou Chen employed the concealment technique and silently sat down to meditate. This location was a necessary thoroughfare for those exiting the sect, and the surrounding demonic beasts had long been cleared away. Should any disturbances arise, the sect would detect them immediately, so Zhou Chen had no concerns regarding safety. After resting for approximately 3 days, Zhou Chen finally caught sight of Yi Chen. It was now evening, and Yi Chen was clad in a form-fitting black outfit, wearing a bamboo hat, and quietly channeling his cultivation as he hastily exited the sect. Zhou Chen followed closely behind, maintaining a careful distance. Perhaps due to his training in the primordial chaos scripture, Zhou Chen found that even while employing the concealment technique, he felt no depletion of spiritual energy. Instead, he felt exceptionally invigorated. In contrast, Yi Chen occasionally paused to rest and frequently changed directions, displaying great caution. Chapter 23. The Stone Pavilion Goes Wild. Yi Chen faces setbacks. Master, I don't know if it's just my imagination, but I always feel like someone is following me, Yi Chen remarked, continuously shifting directions as he spoke to the ring. Disciple, your vigilance is commendable. I hope you maintain this caution in the future. I used my divine sense to scan the area, and there is no one within a 10-mile radius, came the reassuring reply from the ring. Yes, Master, Yi Chen replied. Despite the ring's reassurance, the feeling of being followed lingered persistently in Yi Chen's mind. Fortunately, he focused all his energy on his journey, allowing him to feel much more at ease. A few days later, 10,000 miles west of the sect, in the Chuansha mountain range, a loud boom echoed as a black demonic bear radiating the aura of the 10th layer of qi refinement collapsed before Yi Chen. Yi Chen, gasping for breath, lay down. Inhaling deeply. Chener, once you have dissected the materials from this demon bear, make your way to the nearby market for some rest. After all, you've slain quite a number of demon beasts over these past few days. It's time to consolidate your cultivation. Understood, Master. Upon hearing this, Yi Chen mustered his strength, proceeded to dissect and categorize the demon beast materials, and stored them in his spatial ring before heading towards the market. Disciples of the Asking Immortal sect typically carry a map during their excursions, so Yi Chen was not concerned about losing his way. There were 3 markets in the vicinity, the closest being one named Blackstone Market. After confirming his direction, he set forth directly towards Blackstone Market. Not long after Yi Chen departed, Zhou Chen glanced in his direction, a plan forming in his mind. He quickly took a shortcut, racing towards Blackstone Market. An hour later, at the Gathering Treasure Pavilion within Blackstone Market, the attendant said, "Esteemed guest, that will be a total of 8,000 low-grade spirit stones. Please count them." The shopkeeper, eager to please, cast a favorable glance at Yi Chen. With a transaction of 8,000 spirit stones, the attendant would earn a commission of 200 low-grade spirit stones. A substantial sum indeed. Could you offer a bit more? These are all fresh materials from demon beasts. Yi Chen frowned, sensing the price was somewhat low. Oh dear guest, it seems this is your first visit. Our Gathering Treasure Pavilion operates throughout the Tianxian continent, and we assure you, we are absolutely honest in our dealings. Please rest assured. Our prices are fair. You can inquire if you wish, the attendant smiled amiably. The trading hall was bustling with patrons, and as some bargained with the Gathering Treasure Pavilion, many curious eyes were fixed on Yi Chen. Very well, convert it into medium-grade spirit stones for me, Yi Chen replied coldly. Certainly, esteemed guest. Here are your spirit stones. We welcome you to visit the Gathering Treasure Pavilion again. Yi Chen accepted the spirit stones and departed without looking back, feeling quite uncomfortable under the multitude of gazes. Not far from the Gathering Treasure Pavilion, Yi Chen soon heard a cacophony of voices. Source stones, fresh source stones. Come and seize your chance for a meteoric rise. The shouts piqued Yi Chen's curiosity, leading him to a lively shop prominently displaying the name Strange Stone Pavilion. The exterior was packed with people, while inside, sounds of jubilation and despair intermingled. Bang! Return my spirit stones. I'm done gambling. Please, I beg you, return my spirit stones. A figure was thrown out, visibly distressed, his aura revealing he was at the 3rd level of qi refinement. Isn't that Hu Laosan? He used to have a modest fortune here in Blackstone Market. But after getting addicted to gambling on source stones, his wife ran off with a foundation establishment cultivator. Indeed, Hu Laosan deserves it. I heard he even sent his wife to entertain clients just to gamble on source stones. Is that even human? It seemed the foundation establishment cultivator was the one she met while working. She preferred being a concubine to a foundation establishment cultivator rather than remaining Hu Laosan's wife. If you were in his shoes, would you choose differently? Hu Laosan is hardly a candidate for companionship, people around him murmured, allowing Yi Chen to overhear their conversations. Indeed, those who are pitiful often have their own faults, Yi Chen mused inwardly. However, just as he intended to leave, he was drawn to a particular source stone within the Strange Stone Pavilion. The stone was dull and lacked any spiritual aura, resting in a corner by the entrance, used merely as a decorative stone for the shop's spiritual plants. Yet, Yi Chen could not tear his gaze away from it, despite its unremarkable appearance. It resonated with a powerful intuition that compelled him to acquire it. Yi Chen could distinctly feel his blood and energy surging, as if they were boiling in response to the source stone. Resolute, he strode directly into the Strange Stone Pavilion. Observers nearby sighed. recognizing yet another fanciful young soul destined for ruin. While there were tales of sudden wealth, they were few and far between. Even instances of source stones yielding sacred or imperial-grade artifacts were exceedingly rare. "Excuse me, how much for your source stones?" Yi Chen inquired of an elegantly dressed attendant. The attendant's eyes flickered, scrutinizing Yi Chen before responding lethargically. "For the first floor source stones, 1 high-grade spirit stone or 100 medium-grade spirit stones. For the second floor, 10 high-grade spirit stones. No negotiations." From Yi Chen's modest attire, the attendant deduced he was unlikely from a wealthy family. "What about that source stone?" Yi Chen pointed to the dull stone in the corner behind the door. "As stated, 1 high-grade spirit stone or 100 medium-grade spirit stones. No negotiations," the attendant replied. Visibly impatient, the attendant wore a knowing expression, clearly accustomed to individuals like Yi Chen attempting to bargain. Seeing Yi Chen's interest in a source stone, even who Lao San found unworthy, his opinion of Yi Chen was low. "Fine, I want 2 source stones. This one and that one." Yi Chen feigned a pained expression, casually pointing to another source stone to mask his true intent. "Please hold on a moment while I register this." The attendant's demeanor softened slightly, surprised that Yi Chen could afford 2 source stones. The attendant then disappeared to the second floor. A short while later, the attendant returned, sweat beading on his forehead. "My apologies, esteemed guest. But I just received word from the pavilion master that all source stones on the first floor have been purchased by a significant client. To compensate, you may purchase a source stone on the second floor at a 50% discount. How does that sound? How can you be so untrustworthy? How dare you do this?" Yi Chen's fists clenched in anger. The attendant maintained a smile, responding, "Esteemed guest, I apologize, but perhaps you would consider moving to the second floor?" "I refuse. I am an inner disciple of the Asking Immortal Sect. Do you wish to offend me?" Yi Chen nearly roared, his fury boiling over. Chapter 24. The Capture of the Golden Emperor's Spirit Flame, Zhou Chen VI. Onlookers from the outer sect began to gather their attention on the strange stone pavilion, intrigued by the spectacle of someone daring to cause a disturbance. The attendant's expression grew cold as he announced, "Esteemed guest, this is the strange stone pavilion. I must inform you once again that the source stones on the first floor have been sold out. If you continue to cause a ruckus, you will meet the same fate as Hu Laosan." With that, the attendant fixed a cold glare on Yi Chen, suddenly unleashing the pressure of his foundation establishment cultivation. Pressing down on Yi Chen, rage boiled within Yi Chen. He longed to eliminate this pompous fool before him, yet he hesitated. He was increasingly convinced that the source stone was his opportunity, yet he felt utterly powerless. Glaring at the attendant, Yi Chen turned to leave, his steps heavy with reluctance. "Master, if I were to seize that source stone, would you be able to ensure my escape?" Yi Chen silently pondered. "Perhaps not. There's the aura of a core formation cultivator here. Your current cultivation cannot withstand my full core formation power, lest it lead to your physical collapse," came the response. Yi Chen fell into silence, bewildered by the situation. Weary, he left the vicinity, feeling despondent and defeated. He had contemplated seeking out the one who had bought the stones. But with their wealth, it would likely lead to his own humiliation. At this moment, on the third floor of the Qishir Pavilion, Zhou Chen sat opposite an elderly man, whose aura revealed him to be a 6th-layer core formation cultivator, serving tea to Zhou Chen with a fawning expression. The old man shamelessly addressed him as Junior Brother Zhou, inquiring, "How has the sect leader been of late?" "Thank you for your concern. My master is doing quite well," Zhou Chen replied nonchalantly. "That's splendid to hear. The source stones from the first layer have been prepared for you, originally priced at 100,000 mid-grade spirit stones, equivalent to 1,000 high-grade spirit stones. However, since you are the esteemed disciple of Sect Master Lu, and we share the same master, I shall offer you a discount of 20%. You need only pay 800 high-grade spirit stones," the old man said with a beaming smile as he presented a storage ring. "Many thanks for your generosity. Senior Brother Qian, I must take my leave now. You carry on with your business," Zhou Chen said, accepting the ring and handing over a storage bag in return. "Here is a black gold card from Qishir Pavilion. With it, all your future purchases will enjoy a 20% discount. We welcome you to visit often, Junior Brother Zhou." Upon hearing this, the old man retrieved a black gilded card from his storage ring and handed it to Zhou Chen. Zhou Chen took it without a glance and departed. Primarily sensing that Yi Chen seemed to be moving further away, he needed to catch up. Who knows if fate might suddenly offer Yi Chen another opportunity. The art of cutting source stones has reached a highly advanced level in the cultivation world, so Zhou Chen did not require assistance. Sensing Yi Chen's aura moving toward the outskirts of the city, Zhou Chen set aside the source stone for the moment. Boom. Yi Chen furiously pounded on the rock face before him, throwing punch after punch, until he finally ceased, gasping for breath after a full hour. "Alas, Chener, it is not that I do not wish to assist you. The risks are simply too great for me to intervene. A voice resonated in Yi Chen's mind. Master, I am filled with rage. I despise my own powerlessness, my inadequacy. I loathe my low cultivation. I can feel the opportunity right before my eyes. Yet I lack the strength to seize it. I am consumed with hatred. Yi Chen roared to the heavens. Chener, perhaps that opportunity is not meant for you. I do not sense anything unusual, the voice replied. No, Master, that source stone is undoubtedly extraordinary. It ignites the blood within me. Even the flame technique stirs restlessly. I am certain it represents a significant opportunity. Yi Chen's spirits plummeted as he spoke. Chener, alas. The air fell into a heavy silence. As the elderly figure in the ring seemed at a loss for words to comfort Yi Chen, if it were indeed a monumental opportunity, it might profoundly impact the heights he could achieve in the future. 10 miles away, within a cave, Zhou Chen quietly extracted the source stone that had caught Yi Chen's attention. Externally, it appeared rather unremarkable. Thus, following the widely circulated guidelines for cutting source stones within the cultivation realm, he began to gather spiritual energy. He enveloped the source stone with this energy, meticulously peeling away its outer layer bit by bit. This process demanded immense patience. Hasty actions could jeopardize the integrity of the stone's internal treasures. After approximately half an hour, Zhou Chen finally finished refining the surface of the raw stone. The source stone had shrunk to 1/10 of its original size, now covered by a crystalline layer resembling that of a precious gem. Through the stone, one could distinctly see a golden light emanating from within, flickering incessantly. Is that the Golden Emperor spirit flame? The aura was terrifying, and Zhou Chen gazed in disbelief at this extraordinary flame, reminiscent of the records from the Wenxian Sect. Although it was not his first encounter with an exotic flame, the sensation remained profoundly shocking. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have intercepted the opportunity of the 17th ranked exotic flame. The Golden Emperor spirit flame, which yields a 10,000-fold return of the 3rd ranked exotic flame, the Great Flame of Transformation. Gasp! This was Zhou Chen's first realization that exotic flames had rankings. It seemed he needed to further educate himself on this subject. However, the notion of a 10,000-fold return from the Great Flame of Transformation, ranked 3rd, was indeed terrifying. Notably, according to the records of the Wenxian Sect, no exotic flames within the top 10 had appeared in the Tianxian continent for over 10 millennia. Each of the top 10 flames possessed earth-shattering power, and the further up the ranks, the more mysterious and fearsome they became. It is said in the cultivation world that the overwhelming power of the top 10 exotic flames was taken to the upper realms by ancient emperors, which is why such potent flames have not been seen since. Zhou Chen was left speechless. Could this exotic flame be one that the system had drawn back from the celestial realm to the Tianxian continent? I shall refrain from claiming it for now, he muttered. The most pressing matter was to solidify his own cultivation. He needed to proceed one step at a time. The top 10 exotic flames contained terrifying power, and without a solid foundation, forcibly absorbing one could lead to dire consequences. Having learned from his previous experience of absorbing an exotic flame, Zhou Chen felt somewhat more adept this time. He first drew the exotic flame from the source stone, then encased it in spiritual energy as he introduced it into his body. Boom! The moment the Golden Emperor's spirit flame manifested, the surrounding rocks instantaneously vaporized. Thankfully, it lasted only an instant before Zhou Chen managed to swallow it within. An overwhelming wave of heat surged through him, igniting every organ and limb. It hurt. It hurt terribly. The pain exceeded that of his first experience with an exotic flame. Fortunately, Zhou Chen had adequately prepared himself. He had continuously absorbed spiritual pills he had laid out beforehand, and with a certain resistance to flames, he faced this situation without the previous panic. Even the beads of sweat forming on his forehead evaporated before they could fall. Despite having already undergone enhancement from the exotic fire once, it seemed almost inconsequential. The pain was still deeply rooted. Even more frighteningly, the azure flame of the Earth's core seemed unwilling to yield and began to clash head-on with the Golden Emperor's spirit flame. Though the azure flame's power was evidently inferior, it had the advantage of a steady supply of Zhou Chen's spiritual energy, continuously consuming the terrifying heat of the Golden Emperor's spirit flame. This standoff continued for an hour until Zhou Chen finally sensed the pain beginning to dissipate. Before long, the scorching sensation faded, and he felt an unprecedented lightness. Chapter 25, Fusion of Exotic Flames, Golden Emperor Glass Flame. Huff! Zhou Chen let out a long sigh of relief. The ordeal of absorbing the exotic flame had finally come to an end. The excruciating pain was something he hoped never to endure a third time. Thinking of the great flame of transformation still awaiting him, Zhou Chen's expression darkened. He could not discern whether it was a blessing or a curse. The terrors of the 17th ranked Golden Emperor spirit flame were already formidable. The thought of the third-ranked great flame of transformation sent shivers down his spine. Shaking his head, Zhou Chen resolved to push such thoughts aside and began to introspectively examine his body. He soon discovered that his meridians had expanded several times over. Torrents of spiritual energy surged within him. He felt as though his total spiritual energy could rival that of a mid-stage foundation establishment cultivator. The azure flame of the Earth's core and the golden Emperor spirit flame had fully merged, indistinguishable from one another. Upon closer inspection, one would note that the exotic flame in his dantian radiated a profound golden hue, with flickering flames exhibiting a vibrant azure color. With a thought, Zhou Chen drew forth a high-grade yellow-tier spirit artifact in his left hand, and a flame shot forth along with his spiritual energy. Sizzle! In the blink of an eye, the high-grade spirit artifact was instantaneously vaporized. Zhou Chen couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. Such might was truly formidable. The temperature and potency surpassed that of the mere golden earth spirit flame and the azure flame heartfire by a significant margin. Since this was a newly concocted exotic fire, he decided to dub it the Golden Emperor Glazed Flame. Zhou Chen mused to himself. As he attempted to channel his spiritual energy, he was astonished to discover that, under the augmentation of the primordial runes, his energy circulation speed surpassed that of an average late-stage foundation establishment practitioner. Zhou Chen felt an inexhaustible power surging within him, to the extent that a single punch could fell a colossal elephant beast. How could this be so absurd? Confusion arose in his heart. In the next moment, he activated the indestructible golden body technique, emitting a faint golden radiance around him, clearly indicating that he had entered the first layer of the technique. Boom! With a single punch, the rock before him crumbled spectacularly. This is not good. Zhou Chen swiftly darted towards the cave's exit. Cough, cough, cough. At this moment, the individual emerging from the cave, covered in dust and grime, was none other than Zhou Chen himself. He truly hadn't anticipated that his strength would be so overwhelming. With one blow, the entire cave had collapsed. Fortunately, he had fled quickly, otherwise, he would have been buried alive. Zhou Chen silently rejoiced. Successfully cultivating the first layer of the indestructible golden body technique granted him the strength of 9 oxen, along with the capability to withstand the might of foundation establishment practitioners. Even more alarming was the fact that the strength of his physical body had reached a point where ordinary grade weapons could no longer inflict harm upon him, rendering him unafraid of foundation establishment level beasts. The black and white primordial runes within his dantian began to manifest 6 mysterious golden lines. Evidently, Zhou Chen had yet to notice this anomaly. At this moment, he was brimming with excitement, confident that if he were to establish his foundation now, the base he would condense would not fall below the 5th grade of Luqianru. After a moment of contemplation, he opened Yi Chen's opportunity panel. Name: Yi Chen. Cultivation: Qi Refinement Level 10. Fate: Child of Fortune, possessing celestial potential, able to turn calamity into blessing, fire spirit body, awakened. Destiny: Stalled at the 3rd layer of the sacred realm, became an elder of the flamed sacred land. Title: Crimson Flame Sovereign. Engaged in battle with a 5th layer sacred realm opponent from an opposing faction for 4 days and nights, ultimately self-destructing to protect the sacred land. Recent opportunities 1. 5 days later, in search of foundation establishment treasures, he follows a group of rogue cultivators with ulterior motives into the sacred realm of Tianyuan. Slaying the rogues and obtaining a heavenly grade top-tier multicolored Chilan fruit, successfully establishing his foundation and achieving 5th grade base. Recent opportunities 2. 5 days later. In search of foundation establishment treasures, he follows a group of rogue cultivators into the sacred realm of Tianyuan, slaying them and obtaining a drop of mid-grade beast blood. Recent opportunities 3. 5 days later. In search of foundation establishment treasures, he follows a group of rogue cultivators into the sacred realm of Tianyuan, slaying them and obtaining a top-tier elixir, dragon glass pill, which he gives to the elder in the ring to recover from soul damage. Recent opportunities 4. Half a month later, in the Baika Mountains, he acquires a low-grade heavenly flower, 7 fragrance, which enables his cultivation to break through to the 2nd layer of foundation establishment and elevates his base to 6th grade. Recent opportunities 5. It appears that the loss of the Golden Earth Spirit Flame has dealt a significant blow to Yi Chen, leading to a decline in his foundational base and lowering his future cultivation ceiling to the 3rd layer of the Sacred Realm. Even his title has changed. Once the Crimson Flame Sacred Sovereign, he is now merely referred to as an ordinary sovereign, which brought Zhou Chen a sense of satisfaction. In the heavenly Xian continent, strength is paramount, and indeed, one's title aligns with one's prowess. With 5 days remaining before Yi Chen enters the secret realm, Zhou Chen utilized the concealment technique to swiftly depart the scene, racing towards the location where Yi Chen and the rogue cultivators would soon meet. "Excuse me, young brother." Are you adventuring alone in the Tianyuan Mountains? A jovial middle-aged man approached Yi Chun with enthusiasm. And what of it? Yi Chun replied, his gaze wary as he scrutinized the newcomer. Greetings, young brother. My surname is Wang, and we are a group of rogue cultivators here to team up for an adventure in the Tianyuan Mountains. We've discovered a secret realm nearby, and, considering the risks, we seek companions to explore it together, sharing both risks and rewards. What do you say? The Wang cultivator said with a beaming smile towards Yi Chun. Master, may I join? Yi Chun inquired, feeling a sense of distrust towards these individuals. He did not immediately agree, instead consulting the ring spirit in his mind. Chener. Among these individuals, the one with the highest cultivation is this rotund man at the 6th layer of foundation establishment. Aside from a Qi refinement level 10 female cultivator, the others are merely at the 1st and 2nd layers. If any danger arises, the master will ensure your safety. After hearing this, Yi Chun clasped his hands in salute and addressed the 5 individuals ahead. Since fellow cultivators have extended such a warm invitation, I shall humbly accept. Haha, little brother. Your straightforwardness is refreshing. Time waits for no one. Let us set off immediately. The plump cultivator laughed heartily. As the rotund man turned, a sly smirk crept across his lips. The other 4 cultivators remained expressionless, scarcely glancing at Yi Chun. Perhaps there was no need for recognition. They all understood what was to unfold next. Apart from the fact that the secret realm was indeed a new discovery, all other information was fabricated. The 5 of them were cultivators from Blackstone City, who regularly ventured outside the city to hunt for lower-tier practitioners as prey. This low-risk, high-reward endeavor had been their modus operandi for 5 years, and they had never encountered any issues. Thus, they were confident that Yi Chun would soon become their meal. Observing their demeanor, Yi Chun could roughly deduce their motives and intentions, a hint of cold amusement bubbling within him, though he maintained an impassive facade. Little brother, let me tell you, the name Tianyuan Mountains originates from a powerful being of the 6th layer of the sacred realm, who is said to have attained enlightenment here a millennium ago. It is highly probable that his legacy lies within these mountains. The rotund man spoke slowly. This matter caused quite a stir many years ago, prompting various sects to conduct extensive searches here. Can you guess what happened? They found nothing. Perhaps it is merely a legend. Otherwise, it wouldn't have remained undiscovered for so long. Yi Chun replied nonchalantly. Chapter 26. Breaking the Formation. Secret Realm. What you say holds some merit, but humans are often driven by a sense of luck, the plump cultivator chuckled. Let us be on our way. The group began their journey. One individual took the lead to scout ahead, while the rotund cultivator and Yi Chun walked in the middle, with the remaining 3 trailing behind, subtly forming a pincer formation. Yi Chun feigned ignorance, engaging the plump man in casual conversation. The group masked their presence and disappeared into the Tianyuan Mountains. Everyone, be vigilant. Suddenly, the leading man shouted, his voice low and urgent. The tension escalated as all eyes fixed on the front. Rustling sounds emerged, and weapons of various kinds appeared in their hands, readying for confrontation. Yi Chun was no exception. Whoosh! A massive brown serpent lunged from the thicket ahead, its gaping maw revealing menacing fangs. Simultaneously, a torrent of black liquid surged towards the group, prompting everyone to activate their protective spiritual energy. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. Be careful. It's highly toxic. Wang the plump cultivator urgently warned, as the corrosive liquid eroded a significant hole in their protective barrier. Their expressions shifted dramatically as they hastily distanced themselves. It's a foundation establishment level 4 serpent. Wang's gaze fixed with gravity upon the beast ahead. The expressions of the others also shifted slightly, but the 5 soon regained their composure, refraining from a panicked escape. Instead, they gradually drew together, backs facing one another. Yi Chun discerned the underlying coordination. Such tacit understanding was not something ordinary cultivators could achieve. Thus, he quietly took a few steps back. Brother Yi, this is merely a foundation establishment stage crimson black striped python. You are only at the 10th level of Qi refinement. Take care of yourself while we handle this giant serpent. The rotund cultivator turned back, forcing a smile at Yi Chun. Thank you, Brother Wang. Yi Chun feigned fear, continuing to retreat. Boom. At that moment, the colossal python lunged once more, unleashing a torrent of black liquid. In Wang's hand appeared a net-shaped spiritual artifact, radiating the unique aura of a top-tier yellow-grade item. As the net absorbed his spiritual energy, it swiftly expanded, effectively blocking all the black liquid from reaching the 5. Mazi, the stout cultivator, shouted to the nearby cultivator clad in a patched robe. Upon hearing this, the patched robe cultivator promptly drew a long spear emanating a menacing aura, infusing it with spiritual energy as it grew in size, aiming fiercely at the python. Clang, clang, clang. The spear struck the python's abdomen, yet its scales were unnaturally tough, producing a jarring sound. Roar! The crimson-black striped python let out an enraged roar, charging toward the female cultivator on the far right, who was also at the 10th level of chi refinement. This is bad, the stout cultivator exclaimed upon witnessing the event, activating the giant net once more, positioning it in front of the female cultivator. The python, unable to dodge in time, was ensnared by the massive net. Brother Wang, be careful. The female cultivator anxiously called out to the stout one, simultaneously retreating rapidly. Boom. The black-clad cultivator at the 2nd level of chi refinement unleashed a long knife artifact, striking fiercely at the python's head, yet it merely created a small puncture. Yi Chun watched, his heart racing in astonishment. He had not anticipated the formidable defense of a Foundation establishment beast. It seemed he would need to exercise caution in future encounters. Seizing the opportunity while the python was restrained, the group unleashed their spells and spiritual energies upon it. Boom, boom, boom. The crimson-black striped python thrashed wildly, yet remained unable to free itself from the net. After approximately half an hour, the giant serpent gradually ceased its struggles. Stop, it has perished, the stout cultivator announced to those around him. The group skillfully proceeded to skin the python, extracting valuable materials and its demon core. Before long, all that remained was a disfigured corpse of the serpent. Little brother, you weren't frightened, were you? It is not uncommon for Foundation establishment beasts to appear here. But fear not. We will protect you, the stout cultivator said with a cheerful smile directed at Yi Chun. I am grateful for Brother Wang's generous assistance. Without you all, I might have met an untimely end, Yi Chun replied, his vigilance heightened, though he maintained a charming demeanor. Such is the way of the world. We must aid one another to survive better in the outside realm. Wouldn't you agree, little brother? The stout man chuckled warmly. Indeed, Brother Wang is quite insightful. Yi Chun responded, appearing as a naive newcomer to the world of cultivation. The 5 exchanged silent glances, discreetly averting their eyes before continuing on their journey. Unbeknownst to them, a shadow lurked a distance behind, belonging to Zhou Chen, who was employing the divine concealment technique. An hour later, Yi Chun and the group had traversed several hundred miles, encountering Foundation establishment beasts a few times, all of which were dealt with by the stout crew. Little brother, the valley ahead is the location where we discovered the secret realm, the stout cultivator exclaimed, his face alight with joy as he pointed forward. Brother Wang, I have a question. With such a remarkable opportunity in the secret realm, why do you wish for me to join you? This was a conundrum Yi Chun had been pondering. If this group intended to rob him, there was no need for such elaborate efforts to bring along a mere 10th level chi refinement cultivator. Haha, little brother, it is merely your good fortune. There is a formation at the entrance of the secret realm that we have studied for quite some time, and we have pinpointed its core. He paused. This formation is quite peculiar. It has 2 cores that must be destroyed simultaneously for it to be successfully dismantled. Most crucially, only those below the Foundation establishment stage can enter the formation. Anyone above that level will be instantly annihilated by it. As he concluded, the stout cultivator's expression grew serious. The formation harbors dangerous traps, and those below the 10th level of chi refinement find it exceedingly difficult to perceive them. Even if they do, evading them is another challenge. Thus, with your presence, we have acquired 2 10th level chi refinement cultivators, the patched-robed cultivator added. Ah, I see. I am indeed fortunate, Yi Chun replied with a smile, discreetly observing another 10th level female cultivator. Soon, the group arrived at the entrance of a concealed cave. A faint glow emanated from within, revealing a thin membrane of spiritual energy covering the cave's entrance. Subsequently, the smallest man in the group produced 2 spherical beads, handing one to Yi Chun and the other to the female cultivator. These are 2 array-breaking beads. Each of you must hold one. Once I activate the formation, you will each position yourselves on either side of the cave entrance and simultaneously insert your beads into the circular sockets of the array's core, the diminutive man instructed, gesturing toward the cave's interior for clarification. He then retrieved an array plate, murmuring incantations before suddenly exclaiming, "Go!" Before them, the energy membrane tore open, creating an opening just large enough for 2 to pass through. Without hesitation, Yi Chun and the female cultivator swiftly entered the membrane. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Yi Chun adeptly navigated, dodging a barrage of swiftly approaching spiritual traps. The other female cultivator, though petite, displayed remarkable agility. Before long, they reached the ends of the cave entrance, where they found 2 circular sockets embedded in the door's wall. Yi Chun exchanged a glance with the female cultivator before declaring, I will count to 3, and we will insert the beads together. At this moment, Yi Chun felt a twinge of anxiety, uncertain whether the ring spirit would protect him in a critical moment. 3, 2, 1. Now, both cultivators nearly simultaneously inserted their array-breaking beads into the array's core. Crack, crack, crack. A thunderous sound echoed as the barrier at the entrance rapidly disintegrated. Chapter 27. Entering the secret realm, the clam and the heron compete. In the instant the barrier vanished, an ancient grand hall emerged. At the entrance of the hall, a swirling nebula spun slowly. Hiss! It is the entrance to the secret realm. Let us hurry inside. The stout cultivator became instantly ecstatic, as even a fool could discern the extraordinary nature of this secret realm. Whoosh! The stout cultivator wasted no time, charging directly into the secret realm, with Zhou Chen following closely behind. Before long, all six entered the secret realm. Inside, a towering palace loomed before their eyes. At the forefront of the palace stood a mysterious, colossal statue, exuding a powerful aura that stirred the hearts of all who beheld it. Connecting the palace were enormous steps, each one so vast it seemed only ancient giants could tread upon them. Below the massive palace lay an unfathomable abyss. Mystifying, breathtaking. The group stood in stunned silence, rendered speechless by the scene before them. Soon, a luminous barrier appeared out of nowhere, with words gradually materializing upon it. Secret realm of the heavenly source sage. Exclusively for selecting the most suitable inheritor. The first to ascend the steps of the grand hall shall receive the legacy of the secret realm. Wow! A wave of astonishment swept through the crowd as they realized they had stumbled upon the fabled sacred realm of Tianyuan. It is important to note that this is a sanctuary for saints. Even the slightest fortune here could suffice for several lifetimes. Should one acquire the legacy, the ascent would be nothing short of meteoric. Even those of modest talent could amass formidable cultivation through the opportunities presented within this realm. The five individuals exchanged glances, each seeing the greed and murderous intent reflected in the other's eyes. Before the rotund cultivator could utter a word, a sudden cry pierced the air. It was the pockmarked cultivator who had taken action, striking down a female practitioner of the 10th level of Qi refinement, who fell into a pool of blood, lifeless from a single blow. What are you doing? Have you lost your mind? The plump cultivator bellowed at the ragged-clad practitioner, while the other two foundation-building cultivators watched warily. Ha ha ha, Wang Fatty, do not presume I am unaware. That woman has entangled herself with you. Are you not aware that she is mine? The ragged cultivator retorted with a twisted grin. Now, with one less person in the sacred realm of Tianyuan, our share of the bounty increases, does it not? Knowing she was involved with me, you still killed her? You must be tired of living. The plump cultivator narrowed his eyes, his aura growing dangerously ominous. Brothers, he possesses the highest cultivation here. If we cannot unite to eliminate him, none of us shall survive once he acquires the treasure. The ragged cultivator, noticing the plump one's intent to strike, hurriedly rallied the two cultivators of similar strength. After exchanging glances, the other two practitioners silently positioned themselves behind the ragged cultivator, clearly not foolish enough to underestimate the greatest threat in their midst. Excellent. It appears you are not fools after all. Do you know why I sought you? Because your cultivation is feeble, even if you band together. Crushing you would merely require a tad more effort, the plump cultivator guffawed. The ragged cultivator and his companions wore grave expressions, while Zhou Chen had already sidled away, intrigued by their internal strife. Kill. The plump cultivator unleashed a massive net, hurtling toward the three. The ragged cultivator and his companions swiftly scattered, each summoning their magical artifacts to counter the plump cultivator. Boom. The plump cultivator began chanting, and the immense net swiftly altered its course, targeting the first-level foundation cultivator on the right. Be careful, he aims to pick us off one by one. The ragged cultivator shouted to the others. Yet, it was too late. The net enveloped the right-side cultivator in an instant, transforming into an inky blackness. Before the first-level foundation cultivator could utter a cry of despair, he was consumed by the net. As it constricted, a sizzling sound echoed through the air. Boom. Moments later, the net opened once more, revealing a completely blackened skeletal figure. Zhou Chen discerned, with some difficulty, that it was the very cultivator who had just perished. You are a demon cultivator. Such abominations must be exterminated. Only by joining forces can we hope to survive. The ragged cultivator's visage paled as he addressed the remaining first-level foundation cultivator. Futile. Killing you is as simple as squashing ants. The plump cultivator grinned malevolently, casting another spell. The dark net unfurled again, this time lunging at the second first-level foundation cultivator. That cultivator narrowly evaded the attack, but before he could react further, he felt a sharp pain in his chest and discovered a gaping hole in his torso. Uffed. He spat a mouthful of blood and collapsed. Oh, I forgot to mention, my spiritual artifact is a dual-tiered treasure of the highest grade in the Xian tier. Alas, you can no longer hear me. The plump cultivator revealed a black orb in his hand. Die. The ragged cultivator's assault arrived before the plump cultivator. Boom. The sound resonated as the full-force strike of the second-level foundation cultivator failed to breach the plump cultivator's black net. I am a second-grade Dao foundation cultivator. And this is a spiritual artifact forged from 999 infant hearts. Do you truly believe you are worthy of opposing me? The plump cultivator wore a derisive expression. Oh, I will fight you to the end. The ragged cultivator, realizing the dire situation, channeled all his spiritual energy, his form rapidly swelling. The plump cultivator's expression shifted slightly, but he had no time to evade. Boom. Cough, cough. Truly, mere ants, do you think such a display could harm me? As the dust settled after the explosion, the plump cultivator emerged, clothing tattered, revealing patches of flesh, evidently injured by the self-detonation. Child, how would you prefer to die? The plump cultivator addressed Yi Chen nonchalantly, clearly dismissive of any threat he posed. I choose to send you on your way, Yi Chen replied as though discussing a trivial matter. Ha ha, amusing. Very well. I shall grant you 3 moves. After that, you may rest easy in death. The plump cultivator's face twisted into a sneer. Master, assist me, Yi Chen silently intoned. Open your mind, a voice echoed in Yi Chen's consciousness. He promptly released his inhibitions, allowing the ring spirit to take control of his body. Yi Chen's aura surged to the 6th level of foundation building. Wuji collapse, kill. Yi Chen, unbeknownst to himself, had already materialized before the plump cultivator, delivering a powerful punch. Boom. A resounding crash echoed, sending the stones scattered across the ground. At the epicenter, the plump cultivator coughed blood. Uffed. His entire body trembled. As a 6th level foundation cultivator, he could not withstand even a single blow from Yi Chen, his organs feeling as though they might burst. Impossible. What manner of monster are you? The plump cultivator gazed at Yi Chen in disbelief, a hint of retreat creeping into his heart. Yet, driven by the allure of the Tianyuan sage's legacy, he gritted his teeth and summoned the black net and orb, charging at Yi Chen. Regardless of what you are, you shall perish. Kill. Wuji collapse. In that moment, Yi Chen remained expressionless, employing the same technique once more. Boom, boom, boom. Accompanied by a deafening sonic explosion, a gaping hole appeared in the plump cultivator's chest, extinguishing his breath as he collapsed to the ground. Chener, the danger has passed. I may need to slumber for a time. Just as Yi Chen felt his body nearing its breaking point, the ring's spirit withdrew from his form. Upon Yi Chen's consciousness returning, he immediately felt as if he had been hollowed out, suffering intensely. He struggled to rise, scavenging the magical artifacts and possessions of the fallen cultivators. After completing these tasks, he collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath. Chapter 28. The Sage's Legacy, A Grand Harvest. After a considerable duration, Yi Chen finally rose from the ground. To avoid detection, he stifled his weakness and began surveying his surroundings. Before him stood a mysterious palace, and in the distance, he could see the rich spiritual energy visible to the naked eye. Further afield, there were towering peaks, stone forests, and medicinal gardens, with ethereal wisps of spiritual energy swirling in the air, as if ready to condense into droplets. In this secret realm, even the most ordinary medicinal herbs could mature in an incredibly short span. For instance, a century-old spiritual herb rarely seen outside would, in this place, flourish within a year, rivaling the efforts of a century elsewhere. Yi Chen gazed at the expansive fields of herbs, where an array of medicinal plants thrived, ranging from the yellow tier to the mysterious tier, and even the earth and heavenly tiers. Hiss, I've struck it rich. Yi Chen was filled with astonishment upon witnessing this scene. Even the most ordinary medicinal herbs here boasted at least several hundred years of age, and the abundance of both medicinal and spiritual herbs surpassed that of the sect's own spiritual herb garden. Truly, this was the wealth of a saint. A single individual's fortune rivaling that of an entire grand sect, with several hundred years of ordinary herbs. Yi Chen's alchemical skills would suffice to concoct some low-grade yellow-tier elixirs, not to mention those of higher grades. Suppressing his inner excitement, Yi Chen refrained from immediately harvesting the herbs and instead approached the front of the Palace of Inheritance, preparing to ascend the inheritance steps. Before climbing, he stood before the mysterious statue and bowed 3 times in reverence. Just as Yi Chen was about to rise, a sudden loud thud echoed. Instantly, he felt a sharp pain in the back of his head and lost consciousness. Behind Yi Chen, the figure of Zhou Chen gradually emerged, clad in black and masked. He wielded a hefty slab of stone. The reason Yi Chen had not sensed any danger was primarily due to the overwhelming effectiveness of the divine concealment technique bestowed by the system. Even the slumbering grandfather ring had failed to detect the impending threat. This stone was one Zhou Chen had picked up in the secret realm, its material unknown but undeniably sturdy. Seizing the opportunity, Zhou Chen struck Yi Chen with it, achieving unexpectedly effective results, as Yi Chen promptly fainted. To ensure Yi Chen did not awaken too swiftly, Zhou Chen struck him on the forehead a few more times before binding him with rope. Zhou Chen refrained from killing him, knowing it was not the right time. If he approached the situation with a lethal mindset and ended Yi Chen's life, It would likely lead to unforeseen complications. Not to mention, the grandfather ring in Yi Chen's possession must have set up some contingencies. Moreover, within the Holy Source Saint's secret realm, there could be other powerful arrangements, leading Zhou Chen to resolve to first seize the opportunity. With a heart full of delight, as he passed the mysterious statue, Zhou Chen imitated Yi Chen's earlier gestures and bowed 3 times in reverence. He then proceeded toward the steps of the Palace of Inheritance. No sooner had he set foot upon them than a tremendous pressure assailed him, causing him to nearly stumble. What an immense force! Zhou Chen was taken aback. It was noteworthy that, at this moment, Zhou Chen had not only undergone the refinement of the Golden Emperor's glazed flame, but had also cultivated the indestructible golden body technique, granting him the strength of 9 bulls, rendering most ordinary foundation establishment cultivators unlikely to be his match. Yet the pressure from the steps was overwhelming. Such formidable weight made him ponder how Yi Chen had managed to obtain this opportunity. Truly, he was the favored child of the heavenly Tao. Zhou Chen internally scoffed. In the next moment, as he fully activated the indestructible golden body technique, he felt a lightness wash over him and began to ascend the heavenly steps. Drip, drip. Zhou Chen's sweat trickled down as he neared the final 10 steps. Yet the pressure was so great that moving forward was nearly impossible. His spiritual energy was nearly depleted. And even the operation of the indestructible golden body technique had slowed considerably. But Zhou Chen gritted his teeth and persevered. Just as he was grappling with how to ascend the last step, the Yin-Yang primordial rune within his dantian suddenly emitted a beam of golden light. Zhou Chen felt a surge of spiritual energy flooding into his limbs, accompanied by mysterious luminous points that nearly erased his fatigue. Astonished, he seized the opportunity and swiftly reached the top of the steps, collapsing onto the ground, gasping for breath. It was exceedingly challenging. Even Zhou Chen's willpower had nearly given way, but thankfully, the primordial rune had come to his aid. He resolved to study it more thoroughly in the future. Zhou Chen surveyed his surroundings and discovered an ancient, grand bell standing before him. Before he could fully comprehend the situation, the bell suddenly began to resonate. Dong, dong, dong. 3 resounding strikes echoed in his ears. The inheritor of this secret realm has been determined. All unrelated individuals will soon be transported out of the secret realm, and it shall close immediately. Yi Chen remained with his eyes shut, yet the furrow in his brow indicated he was on the verge of awakening. Before Yi Chen could regain consciousness, a beam of white light enveloped him, and he vanished in an instant. Several light orbs flew out from the Palace of Inheritance, one of which entered Zhou Chen's forehead while the others floated before him. An influx of information surged into Zhou Chen's mind, gradually forming a diamond-shaped mark at his brow before disappearing. He rubbed his throbbing head, processing the information. Essentially, he was now the master of the secret realm, and with the mark on his forehead, he could freely enter and exit the realm. However, there was a limitation. The entrance was fixed at 3 locations, and the secret realm would collapse after a year due to energy depletion. Ding! Congratulations, host, for intercepting Yi Chen's Holy Source Saint's secret realm, 1 year, and receiving a 10,000-fold return of the portable Holy Source Saint's secret realm, permanent. Do you wish to claim it? Zhou Chen was astounded. A permanent secret realm, and even portable. This meant he would possess a movable small world. He could even store living beings. Such an achievement was typically reserved for beings of the Holy Realm, with only a minuscule chance of success. Among dozens of Holy Realm experts, having one who could nurture a small world was already remarkable. It was important to note that even nurturing a small world in the Holy Realm was no simple task. One must comprehend multiple laws of the Tao and possess a certain understanding of time and space laws to construct a stable small world. Claim it. Boom, boom, boom. The edges of this small world began to converge, and the space twisted and churned at a terrifying speed. After about the time it takes for a stick of incense to burn, the entire world settled down, with the original palace, medicinal fields, mountains, and other environments remaining unaffected. Zhou Chen took a cursory glance and noted that the area of the secret realm had shrunk to half its original size, yet it was now more stable, spanning at least several hundred kilometers. The spiritual energy in the air had also intensified, nearly dozens of times that of the outside world, truly making it a paradise for cultivation. Moreover, it was safer. Should he encounter a higher-level cultivator he could not resist, he could retreat into the secret realm. As long as the pursuer was not a being of the Holy Realm or above, they would be unable to detect him. Zhou Chen turned his gaze toward the remaining light orbs and reached out. Ding! Congratulations, host, for intercepting a top-tier heavenly-grade multicolored Qilan fruit, receiving a 10,000-fold return of a top-tier, holy-grade 9-colored glazed fruit. Do you wish to claim it? Ding! Congratulations, host, for intercepting mid-tier heavenly-grade beast blood, receiving a 10,000-fold return of a drop of mid-tier holy-grade beast blood. Ding! Congratulations, host, for intercepting a top-tier heavenly grade dragon glaze pill. Receiving a 10,000-fold return of a top-tier holy grade 7-colored dragon glaze pill. Haha. Zhou Chen let out a triumphant roar. These treasures had originally belonged to Yi Chen, and now they were all his. Moreover, he had fortuitously acquired a secret realm. Yi Chen would surely be infuriated upon discovering this. Truly, he was the favored child of fortune, the divine emissary of the heavenly Tao. How delightful. Chapter 29, Foundation Establishment. 8th Grade Tao Foundation. Claim. Zhou Chen took a deep breath, suppressing the fiery excitement within him, and then surveyed his surroundings, making his way toward the statue of the Holy Source Saint. A serious expression crossed his face as he solemnly bowed before the statue. Before the statue stood a stone tablet, upon which appeared to be inscriptions. Suddenly, Zhou Chen noticed small characters engraved in the center of the tablet, its edges adorned with mysterious patterns. Holy Source. The characters were forceful and vigorous, exuding an aura that seemed to look down upon the world, imparting to Zhou Chen an almost palpable sense of pressure. Boom. In the next moment, the entire square began to tremble, and a line of small characters inscribed on the stone tablet radiated a dazzling golden light. From the statue emanated an aura that sent shivers through Zhou Chen's heart, as if some powerful entity were on the verge of awakening. Suddenly, Zhou Chen felt an overwhelming weight descend upon him, as an immense pressure enveloped the entire secret realm. The statue of the heavenly source sage at the center gradually cracked open, its blinding brilliance obscuring Zhou Chen's vision of the unfolding events. A vague yet towering figure slowly materialized, exuding an ancient presence, as if traversing countless epochs to approach Zhou Chen. Such terrifying power. Merely a fleeting silhouette transcending the river of time nearly left me breathless. As the time-worn figure scrutinized him, Zhou Chen couldn't help but feel a chill in his heart. The introduction to Yi Chen's fortune had not foreseen this apparition. He felt uncertain whether it was a boon or a bane. Bearing the immense pressure, Zhou Chen swallowed hard and awkwardly saluted the statue. Junior, Yi Chen pays respects to the sage. Today, I inadvertently entered the secret realm, and I am profoundly grateful for the opportunity bestowed upon me by the heavenly source sage. In moments of uncertainty, invoking the name of the Son of Heaven was undoubtedly a wise choice. What year is it tonight? After a prolonged silence, the time-worn figure in the void opened its eyes and spoke slowly. Senior, it is the 13,982nd year of the Tiannin calendar. Upon hearing the resounding voice of the heavenly source sage, Zhou Chen replied to the apparition. In the blink of an eye, several millennia have already passed. Youngster, your foundation is commendable, yet I have not left behind any techniques. Can you blame me? The heavenly source sage stated languidly. I would not dare to, for I am immensely satisfied to receive the blessings left by you. Senior, Zhou Chen quickly refuted. It is known that such great beings imbue every word and action with profound significance. The absence of a legacy must harbor some hidden secret. The techniques I possess are entangled with great karmic consequences, and upon cultivation, would undoubtedly attract the attention of my enemies, making it impossible to pass them on. The heavenly source sage paused before continuing. I see that your foundation is indeed commendable, and you are a person of destiny. Very well. I shall bestow upon you a fragment of fortune. With that, before Zhou Chen could respond, a beam of light shot forth, directly piercing the mark on his forehead and entering his sea of consciousness. Zhou Chen suddenly felt an intense pressure in his head, as an abundance of unique insights regarding techniques flooded his mind. Areas of confusion he previously harbored regarding various methods now became exceptionally clear. Thank you, Senior. Zhou Chen exclaimed excitedly to the increasingly ethereal figure. There is no need for thanks, merely a small gift. Should the opportunity arise, young friend, please deliver this token to the heavenly star sacred land, where all your desires will be fulfilled. The voice of the heavenly source sage gradually faded away. A token slowly materialized in the space where the figure had vanished, drifting into the palm of Zhou Chen's hand. I will certainly deliver it if given the chance. Zhou Chen murmured. Having never heard of the heavenly star sacred land, he planned to inquire with Lu Qingtian later. Surveying the expansive secret realm, Zhou Chen felt immensely satisfied. This portable secret realm was exceedingly convenient. Hidden within Zhou Chen's consciousness, the secret realm could evade even the keenest senses of a sage. Even if discovered, any attempt to forcibly breach it would result in its immediate destruction, lost amidst the chaotic currents of space. For now, let us refer to it as the Unity Secret Realm, Zhou Chen resolved inwardly. Not good. My realm cannot be suppressed any longer. Due to the abundant spiritual energy within the secret realm and Zhou Chen's continuous efforts to restrain his own cultivation, the energy within him began to boil, signaling a breakthrough. Without a moment's hesitation, Zhou Chen produced the 9-colored glazed fruit he had just received and swallowed it whole. The 9-colored glazed fruit traveled down his throat and into his dantian. In an instant, a vast surge of energy erupted from the fruit, causing Zhou Chen to feel as though he had swallowed a red-hot iron block. His body instinctively resisted, yearning to expel this overwhelming energy. Yet, Zhou Chen grit his teeth and persevered, directing the energy from the 9-colored glazed fruit toward his dantian. This colossal energy forcefully struck his meridians, flesh, and bones, then flowed back to the dantian, creating a relentless cycle of agony. Suddenly, Zhou Chen noticed a phantom of a Tao platform emerging within his dantian, with steps ascending toward the heavens. Evidently, this was the foundation of his Tao. Having cultivated the Primordial Chaos Sutra, Zhou Chen had forged an immaculate body, attaining the 5th grade of the Tao Foundation, with a significant opportunity for future sanctification. With the immense energy from the 9-colored glazed fruit enhancing his cultivation, mysterious light points began to coalesce on the Tao platform within Zhou Chen's body. Gradually, boom, accompanied by a muffled sound resonating from within. The steps on Zhou Chen's Tao Foundation continued to extend upward. Tao Foundation, 6th grade. Not enough. Continue. Zhou Chen's heart screamed in fervor. Subsequently, Zhou Chen produced a porcelain vial. The moment he opened it, an overwhelming pressure descended, nearly interrupting his breakthrough. Without hesitation, he swallowed its contents, blood essence from a mid-tier holy beast returned by the system. Hold on. Zhou Chen clenched his teeth, relentlessly consuming several pills to restore his spiritual energy. Simultaneously, the Primordial Chaos Sutra operated frantically. Boom. Tao Foundation, 7th grade. Zhou Chen's dantian emitted a radiant 7-colored light, akin to a treasure emerging from the depths, visible for hundreds of miles within the secret realm. Zhou Chen continued to consume the Imperial Grade 7-colored dragon glazed pill. An enormous influx of spiritual energy surged forth into his Tao platform. In the blink of an eye, the spiritual energy within Zhou Chen was entirely devoured by the Tao platform. The 7-colored dragon glazed pill, besides providing spiritual energy, released peculiar light points that surged toward Zhou Chen's sea of consciousness. Instantly, under the influence of this mysterious energy, Zhou Chen's sea of consciousness rapidly expanded. Soon it was 10 times larger than before. Not enough. Breakthrough. Zhou Chen gritted his teeth, unwilling to forfeit this opportunity, and continued to consume more spiritual herbs. A 7th grade Tao Foundation would allow for achievements beyond the Imperial realm, potentially reaching even greater heights. Yet, Zhou Chen was not satisfied at this moment. In the next instant, the black and white runes within him suddenly stirred, and a colossal vortex of spiritual energy began to form. From within the primordial runes emerged an exceedingly pure essence of spiritual energy, surging into Zhou Chen's Tao platform. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Zhou Chen's Tao Foundation began to rise once more, accompanied by a series of crisp resonances within him, each echoing like profound Tao sounds that shook the very soul, rippling through the depths of his sea of consciousness. With his eyes tightly shut, Zhou Chen felt his aura gradually strengthen, solidify, and transcend as the 8th grade Tao Foundation took shape. The transformation from the Qi refining stage to the foundation establishment stage represented a qualitative leap in cultivation. Zhou Chen's foundation had been relatively weak, which explained why he had not swiftly utilized many of the treasures returned to him. The vast amounts of spiritual energy and essence he absorbed were primarily used to enhance his physical aptitude. This breakthrough of the Tao Foundation marked an extraordinary metamorphosis for Zhou Chen. Chapter 30. Yi Chen's Collapse, in search of the 7 fragrant flowers. Endless radiance surged forth from Zhou Chen's dantian. Foundation established, accomplished, he roared. At this moment, it felt as if he possessed boundless strength. Upon careful examination, Zhou Chen discovered that the spiritual energy within his dantian had transformed into a liquid state, forming an expansive lake of spiritual energy. At the center of this lake, the yin-yang primordial runes floated mysteriously. Under the transformation of the Imperial Grade Elixir, Zhou Chen's meridians have not only expanded significantly compared to his pre-foundation state, but their resilience has also surpassed that of his former self. Moreover, having absorbed the potent blood essence of formidable beasts, his skin radiates a luster akin to that of white jade, with a faint glow emanating from within, as he attempts to circulate the indestructible golden body technique. An overwhelming surge of vitality fills Zhou Chen's entire being. Astonishingly, he directly advances to the 2nd layer of the technique, rendering his physical strength comparable to that of foundation-level demonic beasts. Clink, clink, clink. A low-grade mystical artifact merely leaves a light white mark upon his skin. How formidable! Zhou Chen cannot help but exclaim. He now possesses the confidence that even foundation-level demonic beasts of the same realm, wielding low-grade spiritual weapons against him, would find him capable of withstanding their onslaught with sheer physicality. Haha. I have indeed broken through the foundation stage, into the 8th rank of Dao Foundation. Zhou Chen's face beams with delight. The next step is to consolidate his cultivation. He promptly sits cross-legged and resumes his meditation. Unbeknownst to him, his innate talent is still rather lacking, rendering him unable to fully absorb the medicinal potency. Much of the essence is wasted on cleansing his meridians and enhancing his cultivation qualifications. Had it been Yi Chen, he would have likely reached the Dan formation stage in a day. However, Zhou Chen, though somewhat disheartened by his talent, remains indifferent. After all, if one lacks innate ability, one can rely on opportunities to make up for it. Meanwhile, 1,000 miles away from the secret realm, Yi Chen awakens languidly, feeling as though his head might explode from an excruciating pain. Just as he prepares to recall the events that transpired, he suddenly realizes he is completely naked, lying in a muddy pit. His eyes turn bloodshot, and fury boils within him. Who has robbed me of my opportunity and left me in such a disgraceful state? I shall surely slay you. His roar pierces the heavens. Days pass in succession, and soon 10 days have elapsed. Zhou Chen has completely absorbed the medicinal power. Unconcerned about being discovered, he wholeheartedly operates the primordial chaos scripture, resulting in a significant depletion of spiritual energy in the vicinity. At this moment, Zhou Chen's cultivation level has ascended to the 2nd layer of foundation establishment. He senses that the solid foundation laid by his 8th rank of Dao Foundation has allowed him to resonate more harmoniously with the world's spiritual energy. As he begins to cultivate, torrents of spiritual energy rush towards him, reminiscent of the scenes witnessed by nascent soul cultivators. Not only does he absorb spiritual energy faster, but the energy he ingests is also far purer. The speed of his cultivation has transformed from a mere trickle to a raging river, incomparable to his previous pace. Zhou Chen is confident that he has firmly established the 2nd layer of his foundation. After leaving the Unity secret realm, even without the aid of any elixirs, he is confident that he can break through to the 3rd layer of foundation establishment within 3 months. Considering the time, it is indeed time to depart from the secret realm, for Yi Chen, the treasure seeker, seems to have another opportunity awaiting him. Zhou Chen murmurs to himself. He retrieves a new set of disciple robes from his storage ring and leaves behind a few unnecessary treasures within the secret realm. The method to exit the Dao secret realm is quite simple. One merely needs to channel spiritual energy into the mark on their forehead. Before long, Zhou Chen finds himself at the entrance of the secret realm, precisely at the spot where he had paused before entering. Calculating the time, he realizes that it would take 5 days to reach the Biqiu mountain range, which conveniently allows him to arrive before Yi Chen acquires the 7 fragrance flower. With his full speed ahead, he only requires 4 days to reach his destination. Concerned about potential unforeseen incidents along the way, such as being obstructed by demonic beasts or becoming embroiled in some turmoil, Zhou Chen resolves to hasten his journey, employing the divine concealment technique as he strides forth with determination. With Yi Chen having nearly exhausted his opportunities, he assumes that no significant upheaval shall arise. He intends to assess if any further advantageous opportunities remain. If not, it shall soon be time to settle scores. As for Lu Qianru, her cultivation at the Dan formation stage remains unassailable for now, but with the current speed of his cultivation, it is only a matter of time before he can subdue her, especially since he still possesses an unutilized opportunity connected to the bloodline of the Empress. While journeying, Zhou Chen contemplates and simultaneously opens his opportunity panel. Name: Zhou Chen. Realm: 2nd layer of foundation establishment. Fate: scion of a prestigious family, prodigy of cultivation. Martial arts genius, new. Acquired Dao body, new. Destiny: your fate is shrouded in mist, and it is no longer viewable. Recent opportunities: your fate is shrouded in mist, and recent opportunities are not viewable. Scion of a prestigious family, green fate. You were born into a modestly influential family of cultivators in Luo City, having lived a life free of worries since childhood. Prodigy of cultivation, golden fate. With an 8th rank Dao foundation, your cultivation speed is extraordinary. Martial arts genius, new purple fate. Your innate talent in martial arts cultivation is remarkable. Practicing techniques is as effortless as eating and drinking. Acquired Dao body, new purple fate. After undergoing the tempering of the primordial chaos scripture, and subsequently consuming an imperial-grade elixir, your foundation is extraordinarily solid, allowing for cultivation as effortless as the most mundane of activities. The prodigy of cultivation fate has transitioned from blue to gold. Moreover, the previous alchemy wisdom root has now transformed directly into prodigy of cultivation, indicating that the talent associated with being a prodigy encompasses abilities in alchemy and artifact forging as well. Wouldn't that make the cultivation of all techniques and martial arts significantly easier in the future? Zhou Chen's breath quickens, his heart igniting with fervor. It appears to be the effect of the seven-colored dragon Li Dan, which not only enhances his spiritual consciousness, but also elevates his comprehension. Truly, it is a rare imperial-grade elixir within the realm of cultivation. Were the major sanctuaries to learn that such an elixir was consumed by Zhou Chen, they would undoubtedly wish to eliminate him and refine him into a human elixir for their own use. Zhou Chen smiles confidently. He has finally turned the tide. 3 days later, Zhou Chen arrives at the Biqiu mountain range. Beneath a concealed waterfall, he senses a faint fluctuation of spiritual energy emanating from within. If one does not pay close attention, it would be easily overlooked. Upon closer inspection, it appears that there is some mystery hidden behind the waterfall. Threads of spiritual energy stretch out from the heart of the waterfall, beckoning him. Zhou Chen retrieves an ordinary weapon from his storage ring and tosses it toward the center of the waterfall from a distance. Whoosh! The spiritual weapon penetrates the waterfall without any other sound. Indeed, something is amiss. Without further hesitation, Zhou Chen gathers his strength and, with a resounding crash, propels himself toward the center of the waterfall like an arrow released from a bow. Boom, boom, boom. Even with the prior shielding of spiritual energy, Zhou Chen feels an immense force upon impact. However, it lasts only a moment before he emerges behind the waterfall. The interior is surprisingly spacious, although sheltered by the waterfall. Sunlight streams in from all directions, creating an ambience reminiscent of the water curtain cave. Peering further inside, he discovers the seven fragrance flower, a low-grade special spiritual herb of the heavenly tier. Were it not effective solely for those below the nascent soul stage, its ability to enhance one's Tao foundation by 1 to 3 layers would undoubtedly elevate its value beyond that of a mere low-grade holy tier herb. Such treasures are exceedingly rare within the entire realm of cultivation. Chapter 31, Third Layer of Foundation Establishment. 9th Rank of Tao Foundation. Indestructible Golden Body. Ding. Congratulations to the host for seizing the low-grade Heavenly 7 Fragrance Flower, receiving a 10,000-fold return of the low-grade Holy 7 Fragrance Flower. Would you like to claim it immediately? Hiss. The 7 Fragrance Flower. Zhou Chen gasps in astonishment. It is rumored that the 7 Fragrance Flower can enhance the Tao foundation of all individuals below the holy tier by 1 to 3 layers. Such a sacred-grade spiritual object is a rarity, even within the esteemed ranks of the Asking Immortals sect, having not been witnessed in the southern domain for centuries. The 7 Fragrance Netherflower thrives on the 7 human emotions: joy, anger, sorrow, happiness, greed, obsession, and resentment. Its growth conditions are exceedingly stringent, unable to flourish in environments rich in the 5 elemental essences of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. Only in remarkably unique circumstances can the 7 Fragrance Netherflower endure. Legends tell that whenever this flower emerges, the southern domain is inevitably engulfed in chaos and bloodshed. Particularly, ancient beings of the Yuanying stage emerge in droves, fiercely competing for the flower, driven by madness. Its potency is fearsome. Not only does it forcibly elevate one's Yuanying foundation by 1 level, but it also bestows an abundance of life energy upon its consumer. For those at the Yuanying stage, consuming it can extend their lifespan by decades. Furthermore, the 7 Fragrance Netherflower can cleanse the marrow and strengthen the physical body, even enhancing one's comprehension. Alas, such a spiritual treasure cannot be consumed simultaneously with the 7 Fragrance Flower. Despite their differing grades, they share the same root and origin, rendering the initial consumption the only effective one. Given the gravity of the situation, Zhou Chen's expression grew grave, necessitating meticulous preparation before daring to consume it. Calculating the time, Yichen would likely arrive shortly. Just as he was about to erase his traces, a sudden whim struck Zhou Chen, prompting him to inscribe several large characters in the ground before departing with a flourish. Zhou Chen sought refuge in a remote cave, activating the diamond-shaped mark on his forehead to enter his personal unified secret realm. The implications of the 7 Fragrance Netherflower were too significant. He feared it might attract the attention of ancient beings. Heaven knows whether these ancient entities possess methods to forcibly intrude upon secret realms. Claimed the 7 Fragrance Netherflower. Zhou Chen silently intoned. Boom. The low-grade sacred 7 Fragrance Netherflower materialized before him. Its blackened roots and stems contrasted starkly with its 7 colored petals, adorned with mysterious golden patterns, encircled by visible spiritual energy. After admiring it for a moment, Zhou Chen, wishing to avoid prolonged uncertainty, promptly consumed it. Bang, bang, bang. In an instant, his heart raced violently, as if it might burst. A torrent of vast spiritual energy and life essence surged from his abdomen to his limbs and bones, causing his blood vessels to throb, threatening to rupture. It is noteworthy that at this moment, Zhou Chen's indestructible golden body technique had already reached the 2nd level. rendering ordinary magical artifacts incapable of harming him. Clearly, the seven-fragrance nether flower was not easily refined. The situation sent chills down Zhou Chen's spine, compelling him to concentrate on assimilating the flower. Perhaps he had acted too hastily. He cursed inwardly. His entire being felt as if it were being torn apart and then remolded. A furious and mysterious energy incessantly flowed into Zhou Chen's meridians, blood, and bones. His entire body crackled, and despite having attained the second layer of the indestructible golden body technique, it felt as though he might shatter. Veins bulged on the surface of his skin, and beads of sweat the size of mung beans cascaded from his brow. Yet, he gritted his teeth, nearly fainting multiple times. Ultimately, Zhou Chen prevailed through sheer willpower. Boom! With a resounding noise from within, his foundational stage ascended to the 8th level, radiating a spectrum of colors. Should anyone have witnessed this extraordinary sight, they would have been utterly astounded. At that moment, Zhou Chen's foundational essence seemed to take on a life of its own, gradually growing and extending upward. Suddenly, a petal of 7-colored golden flower shattered within Zhou Chen's foundation. Pop! It transformed into countless mysterious energies, surging wildly into his foundational essence. Gradually, it melted, solidified, metamorphosed, and transcended. Buzz! A brilliant and enigmatic light erupted from Zhou Chen, reminiscent of something ancient, overwhelming all present with its ancient aura. Golden lotus flowers appeared to rise from the ground, manifesting the phenomenon of the Earth's surfacing golden lotus. Tiny spatial fractures began to form within the secret realm. Boom! Outside the secret realm, thunder roared across a radius of 100 miles, with bolts of lightning cascading down. Nearby birds and beasts scattered in panic, and some lower-tier cultivators met a hasty demise amidst the animal stampede. Unbeknownst to him, Zhou Chen's cultivation had silently breached the 3rd layer of foundational establishment. As the 7-fragrance nether flower was gradually absorbed, his aura began to stabilize. The tempest of thunder outside the secret realm dissipated as if it had never existed. Upon closer inspection, one might discern dark golden patterns flowing across Zhou Chen's skin, an unmistakable sign of advancing to the 3rd layer of the indestructible golden body technique. At this moment, Zhou Chen felt that, with the strength of his physical body, he could even contend with cultivators at the 1st layer of the Jedon stage. This harvest was monumental, with his foundational essence, cultivation, physical body, and even spirit experiencing tremendous enhancements. What a delight! Zhou Chen could not help but let out a howl of exhilaration. His mind felt clear and refreshed, as if his comprehension had attained a significant elevation. 3 days later, in the Biqiu mountain range, Yi Chun stood before a waterfall, looking disheveled and quite the sight. His expedition had yielded no rewards. Instead, he had been relentlessly pursued by demonic beasts. This left him, who had always enjoyed smooth sailing, feeling utterly vexed and perplexed. Had he committed some misdeed that had caused the heavens to withdraw their favor? It seemed not, Yi Chun murmured to himself, catching a whiff of his own foul odor. He approached the pool beneath the waterfall, intending to cleanse himself. Suddenly, he raised his head, sensing something behind the waterfall, a feeling strikingly reminiscent of past fortuitous encounters. Without hesitation, he struck out. Bang! Yi Chun's fist collided with the waterfall, unleashing a vortex of spiritual energy that revealed a hidden cave within. With his experience, he surmised that treasures must lie within. Without a second thought, he activated his protective spiritual energy and plunged into the waterfall. To his astonishment, there was nothing inside. Yi Chun surveyed his surroundings, discovering no items of spiritual essence, and disappointment washed over him. But what was that on the ground? He hurried over to investigate. There, inscribed in the earth, were the words, "The treasure is a low-grade celestial 7-fragrance flower, taken by me. To those who come after, are you angry? It was even dated 3 days prior. Don't let me find out who you are." Boom. Yi Chen's eyes instantly reddened, and he struck the ground with his palm, creating a massive crater, pulverizing the words into dust. "Chen, fortune belongs to those with destiny. Maintain your heart." A voice echoed in Yi Chen's mind. "Yes, master." Yi Chen quelled his fury, a fleeting glint of ruthlessness flashing in his gaze. Although the 7-fragrance flower could not compare to the 7-fragrance nether flower, it remained an exceptional treasure in the realm of cultivation. Acquiring it would significantly enhance Yi Chen's cultivation aptitude. How could he not feel incensed at missing such a grand opportunity? The thought of having let slip such a fortuitous chance caused his heart to bleed. Chapter 32, Slaying the Demonic Beasts, a Transformation Unseen. System, check the panel. Zhou Chen intoned. Name, Zhou Chen. Realm, 3rd layer of foundation establishment. Fate, indestructible golden body, new. Talented comprehender, new. Cultivation prodigy, alchemical wisdom, acquired Tao body, new. Recent fortunes, Your destiny is shrouded in mist. Recent opportunities cannot be viewed. Indestructible golden body, new red fate. You possess an extraordinary talent for physical training, finding the process of cultivation remarkably effortless. As a prodigy of enlightenment, new with a purple fate, having ingested the 7 fragrance flower. Your comprehension of the great Tao transcends the ordinary. As a cultivation genius, with a golden fate, you have established an 8th grade Tao foundation, resulting in an unparalleled speed of cultivation. As a martial arts prodigy, new with a purple fate, your aptitude in martial arts training is exceptional, rendering the practice of techniques as simple as the act of eating or drinking. As a postnatal Tao body, new with a purple fate, after being tempered by the Primordial Chaos Sutra and subsequently consuming an imperial-grade special elixir, you have achieved a postnatal Tao body, allowing for rapid cultivation. As an alchemical genius, with a blue fate, your talent in alchemy is outstanding, making the process of pill refinement effortless for you. Having traversed to this moment, I finally possess a modicum of self-preservation. The enhancement of my strength grants Zhou Chen a profound sense of security. It is hard to forget how a mere qi refinement stage xianxiaofan once dictated Zhou Chen's fate, evoking a sense of melancholy. Zhou Chen also recalls that there remains a certain individual who had poisoned him, yet to be brought to justice. He silently resolved that upon returning to the sect, he would conceal his power and draw the snake out of its hole. Roar! Just as Zhou Chen was lost in thought, a sudden roar from a fierce beast echoed from not far ahead. Countless birds and beasts, their expressions filled with terror, fled past him without a glance. Even the natural adversaries among the beasts, normally indifferent, were now caught in a frantic escape. Exercising caution, Zhou Chen restrained his vital energy, activating the divine concealment technique as he advanced forward, occasionally dispatching a few foolish beasts that dared to approach. Moo! The thunderous roar resounded again. Yet this time the sound was markedly different. Zhou Chen soon beheld a vast expanse of fallen trees in the forest ahead. At the center of the clearing, 2 ferocious beasts were engaged in a frenzied clash. To his astonishment, they were both mid-stage foundation-building beasts. Zhou Chen recognized both creatures. One was a great strength demon ape, immensely powerful and carnivorous, notorious for its brutality. The other was a unicorn demon bull, typically non-aggressive towards cultivators, yet terrifying when provoked. Under normal circumstances, any cultivator would wisely steer clear of them. Although the materials from their bodies were highly valuable, the costs associated with subduing them, organizing personnel, the consumption of elixirs, and spiritual tools were daunting. Bang! Bang! Both beasts, now consumed by rage, collided with ferocity, their fists meeting flesh with no restraint. The aesthetic of their violent confrontation was visually stunning, captivating Zhou Chen's attention and even igniting a desire to join the fray. The rumble of their battle echoed through the air. The unicorn demon bull appeared to possess greater strength, absorbing the demon ape's blows as if merely tickled, showing no visible signs of injury. Conversely, the demon ape was accumulating wounds, blood flowing freely from its body. Just as Zhou Chen thought the demon ape was on the verge of defeat, a sudden crimson glow enveloped it, its form expanding as its injuries visibly healed. Remarkably, the demon ape had achieved a breakthrough in the heat of battle, advancing to late-stage foundation building, reaching the 7th layer, letting out a bellowing roar. It unleashed a furious punch at the unicorn demon bull. Thud! The blow connected with the bull's horn, sending it flying, the horn detaching midair. The bull's body crashed to the ground, rolling several times. The sound of shattering bones echoed, akin to stepping on a bundle of dry twigs. Astonishingly, it was struck dead by a single blow. Clap! Clap! Zhou Chen couldn't help but applaud. The demon ape turned its gaze towards him, a wave of rage igniting within its eyes. Overcome with fury, it charged at Zhou Chen. At this moment, Zhou Chen refrained from utilizing spiritual energy, eager to test the newly acquired 3rd layer of the indestructible golden body technique. As the demon ape's fist approached with a terrifying gust, reeking of blood, even early-stage golden core cultivators would hesitate to confront such a strike head-on. Unperturbed, Zhou Chen raised his fist. The seemingly slow motion of his strike produced a golden afterimage. Indestructible golden body technique. Bang! A muffled thud resonated as the impact erupted. The demon ape's shriek of agony pierced the air. Its arm, now gushing blood, bore a large dent, exposing its stark white bones. The creature, once intent on tearing Zhou Chen apart, was now filled with fear and confusion, unable to comprehend how a mere human, seemingly at the early stages of foundation building, could possess such strength. Meanwhile, Zhou Chen remained unscathed, gaining a clearer understanding of his own power. Ordinary early-stage golden core beasts could not harm him through sheer strength. With a swift motion, the demon ape turned and fled, limping yet surprisingly quick. Zhou Chen was speechless, This demon ape had indeed become cunning, opting to flee when overmatched. However, he was determined not to let it escape, especially now that it was injured. Bang, bang, boom, crack. Zhou Chen sprang into action, swiftly pursuing the retreating demon ape. Then, an almost eerie silence enveloped the scene for a fleeting moment. Thud. The heavy thud of the demon ape's body crashing to the ground followed. A large hole now marred its chest. Zhou Chen never held back against such beasts, understanding well that in the realm of cultivation, even beasts may possess formidable backgrounds. Quite impressive, a demon core has emerged. A demon core rolled out from the demon ape's chest. Zhou Chen grasped the core, but before he could examine it closely, a rugged voice boomed from behind him. Ha ha ha, what a splendid day. Young one, drop the demon core, and you may leave unharmed. Before Zhou Chen stood 3 burly figures. The leader, a bald man with prominent scars across his face, strode forth, flanked by 2 companions at the 6th layer of foundation building, while the scarred man himself stood at the 7th layer. Their faces were alight with delight, utterly oblivious to the prior events. Hey, are you deaf? Drop the demon core, and you can walk away. The scarred man sneered, his disdain palpable. The 2 behind him exchanged glances, revealing sinister smiles. Their leader's ploy had proven successful time and again. They would wait for the unsuspecting cultivator to relinquish the core, lower their guard, and then strike to seize their prize. The 2 men moved in unison, encircling Zhou Chen from different directions. Are you sure that obtaining the demon core guarantees my safety? Zhou Chen inquired. Ha ha ha, rest assured. We 3 brothers are men of our word. They replied in unison, their laughter echoing. Then you best catch it. The demon core might be a tad hot to handle. Zhou Chen tossed the demon ape's core towards the scarred leader. A smile spread across the man's face, only to be swiftly replaced by horror as he shouted to his companions. Brace yourselves. Watch out. Chapter 33. Return to the Asking Immortal Sect, Lu Qianru's astonishment. Yet, before the scarred man's companions could react, a gentle breeze swept in. A low chant rang out, reminiscent of a whisper from the abyss. A fleeting shadow emerged, caressing the air like a gentle breeze, revealing the high-tier yellow-grade battle technique, the gentle wind sword technique. The smiles of the 2 individuals froze in an instant. Immediately thereafter, a line of blood faintly appeared on their necks. In a flash, a torrential spray of blood erupted into the air. Swift. Too swift. The scarred man's pupils trembled violently, his face contorted in horror. 2 cultivators at the 6th layer of foundation establishment had been instantaneously slain, without even a moment to react. It must be noted that even a fully realized cultivator at the 10th layer of foundation establishment could not achieve such abruptness. This was no mere slaughter of 2 ants. Flee. The only thought in the scarred man's mind was to escape, and without hesitation, he turned to run. But could he truly escape? Zhou Chen smirked. The killer is always hunted by the hunted. This band of robbers had undoubtedly committed their fair share of nefarious deeds. Zhou Chen had no intention of showing mercy. Void severance. A blade of sword chi pierced through the air in an instant, emitting a piercing whistle as it sped towards the scarred man. Hearing the ominous sound, the scarred man's heart sank. He activated his protective spiritual energy and summoned a sword-shaped magical artifact from his hand. It was a mid-grade yellow-tier spiritual weapon. He hurled it backward with all his might, not daring to look back even once. Clang. The scarred man rejoiced, believing the artifact had worked. However, he was suddenly seized by excruciating pain in his lower body. Glancing down, he realized with horror that his lower half had vanished without a trace. The world around him began to spin, and everything plunged into darkness. Upon witnessing the scarred man's collapse, Zhou Chen did not rush over immediately, wary of potential tricks. He first extended his spiritual perception and, finding no anomalies, began to survey the battlefield. To his dismay, he discovered that the most valuable possession among this group was the mid-grade yellow-tier spiritual weapon, which he had rendered into 2 pieces, completely unusable. He silently rejoiced that he was not a lone cultivator at the outset. Otherwise, he might be even poorer than them, perhaps oblivious to his own demise. After a moment of reflection, Zhou Chen departed. At the main peak of the Asking Immortal Sect, ha! Lu Qingtian's hearty laughter echoed through the air. Chener, you have done remarkably well. In just a few months, you have already reached the 1st layer of foundation establishment. A prodigy indeed, a force to be reckoned with. It is all due to Master's excellent guidance. Zhou Chen clasped his hands and straightened his posture. With the enhancement of the hidden god technique, he was not concerned about Lu Qingtian seeing through him. No need for modesty. There is no need for such formalities between master and disciple. Lu Qingtian waved his hand. It seems you will not be needing the foundation establishment pills you prepared. Here are 2 bottles of essence-enhancing pills. Consider them a congratulatory gift from your master. Zhou Chen was somewhat taken aback, not expecting the essence-enhancing pills. He had often heard disciples discussing them during his time in the outer sect, and they were quite expensive, providing ample spiritual energy for cultivators at the foundation establishment stage. Consuming them during a breakthrough could even enhance the chances of success. They were indeed a rarity within the Asking Immortals sect. Thank you, Master. Zhou Chen hesitated for a moment before joyfully accepting the gift. Excellent. Seeing Zhou Chen's proper demeanor, Lu Qingtian felt a sense of satisfaction. Now that you have established your foundation, you may consider participating in this year's assessment for core disciples. Master, what does the assessment for core disciples entail? Zhou Chen scratched his head. He was unfamiliar with such matters concerning the sect, having never been informed. The sect holds an assessment for core disciples every 2 years, and all inner disciples are eligible to register. Do you not know this? A sweet and melodious voice interrupted. Turning towards the voice, Zhou Chen discovered it was Lu Qianru. With bright eyes and pearly teeth, her skin appeared as delicate as a flower petal. It seemed the effects of the premium beauty elixir had taken hold, making her appear even younger than the last time he saw her. What brings you here? Zhou Chen inquired. The sect master is my father. I can come and go as I please, Lu Qianru replied, turning her head away in discontent. Lu Qingtian gazed at her with affectionate indulgence. Well, it is only natural that your junior brother, having just entered the inner sect, is unfamiliar with these things. You should guide him well. I have matters to attend to and shall not linger. Farewell, master. Farewell, father. Zhou Chen and Lu Qianru both bowed towards Lu Qingtian as he waved his hand and vanished. Left behind, Zhou Chen and Lu Qianru exchanged glances, each momentarily stunned. Sensing Zhou Chen's current cultivation at the first layer of foundation establishment, Lu Qianru was secretly astonished. With her own talent, it had taken her over a year to progress from the 10th layer of qi refinement to the foundation establishment stage. And that was with her father as the sect master, surrounded by abundant resources. After a prolonged silence, neither dared to break it first. Junior brother Zhou, thank you for the premium beauty elixir. Lu Qianru finally spoke, unable to contain herself. Being a girl, she was not as thick-skinned as Zhou Chen. There is no need for thanks, senior sister. You have treated me well in the past. You lack for nothing, and this premium beauty elixir, obtained by chance, is but a humble return, Zhou Chen replied with a resonant voice. Upon hearing his words, Lu Qianru felt a surge of admiration for him. After all, had it been any other young man, he would have already been lost in his own fantasies. Zhou Chen exuded an air of humility and composure, and his progress in cultivation was remarkably swift among the inner disciples. In just a few months, you will soon participate in the core disciple advancement assessment. Let me explain the rules to you, Lu Qianru stated. As Lu Qianru elaborated, Zhou Chen gained a clearer understanding of the assessment for core disciples. The format of the assessment remained largely consistent each year. All registered disciples would enter the Asking Immortals Tower. The Asking Immortals Tower was the foundation of the Asking Immortals sect in the southern region of the Tianxian continent, its grade unknown, containing its own unique space. The internal space was vast, home to various demonic beasts, and currently, disciples of the Asking Immortals sect had only explored a tiny fraction of its area. The tower could only be opened by the current sect master in December each year. No means existed to enter the Asking Immortals Tower at other times. Disciples would earn points by hunting demonic beasts and could even steal points from their peers. If a disciple sensed a life-threatening danger, the tower's formation would activate, instantly teleporting the inner disciples out to ensure their safety, continually nurturing excellent disciples for the sect. However, the tower could only admit 200 individuals at a time, and those beyond the foundation establishment stage could not enter. This was also why the Asking Immortals Tower had not attracted the attention of other formidable beings. After all, the restrictions were too numerous, and the treasures of various holy lands far surpassed those of the tower. Thank you very much for your explanation, senior sister. I must now go collect my advancement reward, so I will take my leave, Zhou Chen said, having acquired the information he sought, bowing respectfully to Lu Qianru. If you have any questions, feel free to ask me at any time. Here is a passage token for the core disciple area, Lu Qianru remarked before departing, leaving Zhou Chen with a beautifully crafted core disciple token, which radiated a gentle warmth. Chapter 34. The heavens are feeding him. Yi Chen is about to advance again. Meanwhile, in a hidden cave, Yi Chen sat in meditation, his eyes tightly shut, deeply engrossed in his cultivation. Spiritual energy surged around him, revealing that he had reached the pinnacle of the 10th layer of qi refinement. Had it not been for his master's prohibition, Yi Chen could have entered the foundation establishment stage at any moment. Suddenly, a streak of light dashed towards him from afar, resembling a meteor as it plunged into Yi Chen's embrace. Old thief, do not flee. Leave the technique behind. What you cannot obtain, neither shall you desire. Let us perish together. The voices of the two conversing seemed to emanate from a distant realm, yet felt astonishingly near. Yi Chen's eardrums nearly shattered under the reverberation. "Chenner, conceal your aura. A saintly presence is at play." Yi Chen's expression hardened as he swiftly suppressed his energy. A ring in his hand emanating a cerulean glow that enveloped him in layers. Simultaneously, a thunderous explosion resonated through the air. Boom, boom. Yi Chen then felt a formidable divine consciousness sweep across him, suffocating him. Humph. The voice from the sky struck like a sledgehammer, causing blood to seep from the corners of Yi Chen's mouth. Yet, he dared not utter a sound. If discovered, his master would likely be unable to protect him. Fortunately, this divine presence soon dissipated, alleviating the pressure on Yi Chen. "All right, Chenner, he has departed." A feeble voice echoed in Yi Chen's mind. "Master, thank you." Yi Chen's eyes brimmed with tears. Once again, his master had saved him. "I require rest. Avoid perilous places until I recover." Disciple obeys. Yi Chen heightened his vigilance, cautiously surveying his surroundings. Only after confirming the absence of danger did he lower his gaze to the object in his arms. It was, astonishingly, a translucent jade slip. Inscribed upon it were the powerful characters, Flame Emperor's prison break technique. The words on the jade slip seemed to possess an enchanting allure, captivating Yi Chen's heart and drawing him into its depths. It is actually a low-grade saint-level technique. Moreover, it perfectly aligns with the fire spirit body. Yi Chen's heart surged with ecstasy. He had been lamenting the absence of a suitable powerful technique, only to find a solution unexpectedly at hand. Zhou Chen, wait for me. With this technique, Yi Chen was confident that the next encounter with Zhou Chen would see him beneath his feet in humiliation, just as Zhou Chen had once humiliated him. In the Wenxian Sect, Zhou Chen advanced to the foundation establishment stage and visited the technique pavilion, the artifact pavilion, and the alchemy pavilion to claim his rewards. The disciple responsible for distributing the rewards, upon recognizing Zhou Chen, discreetly bestowed additional cultivation resources upon him. Although Zhou Chen currently had little regard for such trinkets, he understood the wisdom of not letting opportunities slip away. When one is weak, being overly individualistic can be a grave misstep. Suddenly, a jolt of realization struck Zhou Chen. He had not checked on Yi Chen's fortunes for several days. "Check Yi Chen's opportunities," he murmured. "Name, Yi Chen. Cultivation, Qi refinement level 10, perfection. Fate, child of fortune, celestial path aura, turning calamity into blessing. Fire spirit body, awakened. Destiny, stalled at the third layer of the saint realm, becoming the second elder of the flame holy land, titled the Crimson Flame Venerable. Engaged in battle with a formidable opponent at the seventh layer of the saint realm for 4 days and nights, ultimately self-destructing to protect the holy land. Recent opportunity 1. Today, while cultivating in a cave, he chanced upon a fierce battle between two saint-level powerhouses, one of whom carelessly tossed an opportunity far away, which fortuitously landed in Yi Chen's arms, granting him the low-grade saint-level technique Flame Emperor's prison break technique. Recent opportunity 2. 1 day hence, mistakenly entering a secret realm, he will acquire a low-grade heavenly treasure, the dragon python fig, which upon consumption will allow him to attain the 5th grade Dao Foundation and advance to the first layer of Foundation establishment. Recent opportunity 3. 10 days from now, within Qing Mountain, he will reverse ambush a rogue cultivator and obtain a drop of low-grade saint-level demon beast blood, significantly enhancing his fire spirit body and elevating him to the 2nd layer of Foundation establishment. Recent opportunity 4. 1 month later, he will accidentally fall from the cliffs of Longmang Mountain and discover a medicinal garden at the bottom, acquiring a bounty of low-grade and mid-grade spiritual herbs. Recent opportunity 5. 1.5 months later, having gifted a bottle of rejuvenation pills to an elder of the Technique Pavilion, he will gain guidance and uncover the mysterious low-grade, Xian-level movement technique 8 parts chase cicada in the innermost corner of the pavilion. Recent opportunity 6. Upon reading this, Zhou Chen could scarcely contain himself. Is this not blatant cheating? Truly, the heavens are unjust. Not only had he been thwarted in his quest for Yi Chen's heavenly flame technique, but now the universe had unceremoniously bestowed opportunities upon Yi Chen, executing a perfect time delay. Even if he raced there now, Yi Chen would have long since fled. Sigh. Zhou Chen silently reminded himself not to become overly complacent. The child of destiny could not be fathomed through mere logic. Moreover, Yi Chen's cultivation speed was truly terrifying. Not only had he swiftly established his foundation, but his power was also surging exponentially. With this in mind, Zhou Chen wasted no time and set off toward Qingyang Mountain. He was certain he could not catch up to the dragon python fig, but hoped to intercept Yi Chen's subsequent opportunities. 3 days later, at Qingyang Mountain, Zhou Chen had exhausted both bottles of pills gifted by Lu Qingtian, yet his cultivation had only increased marginally. Had Lu Qingtian known, he would surely have been astonished. After all, these 2 bottles of primordial enhancement pills could enable an average disciple to reach the 6th layer of foundation establishment. Yet for Zhou Chen, it barely yielded a whisper of progress. This was still a result of tirelessly cultivating amidst the abundant spiritual energy of the return to Unity's secret realm. There was no other choice. Zhou Chen's cultivation method, the Primordial Chaos Sutra, demanded an extraordinary amount of spiritual energy. Fortunately, the rewards were equally astonishing. Zhou Chen's spiritual energy was now exceedingly pure, likely surpassing that of ordinary foundation establishment perfection cultivators. Zhou Chen arrived at a nearby market. Have you heard? Qingyang Mountain has been quite unsettled lately. What do you mean? Some rogue cultivators have been vanishing without a trace. I suspect someone is lurking nearby, robbing and killing. Indeed, just last month, a disciple from a major sect also went missing here. Despite investigations, nothing has come of it. We must tread carefully. Who knows what fiend is behind this, making us live in fear and unable to hunt demon beasts for resources. As their voices faded into the distance, Zhou Chen lowered his head, deep in thought. It seemed highly likely that those who had targeted Yi Chun were lurking nearby. One must acknowledge, their strength appeared to be around the 3rd layer of foundation establishment, indicating a possible group effort. However, Zhou Chen found it perplexing how a rogue cultivator could possess low-grade saint-level demon beast blood. Perhaps only upon encountering them would he uncover the truth. Thus, Zhou Chen sought a secluded spot, concealed his aura, and donned an ostentatious outfit. With this flamboyant demeanor, he boldly entered the market, resembling a naive rich heir. Shopkeeper, how much for this bottle? Zhou Chen exclaimed loudly. The surrounding crowd was drawn to Zhou Chen's voice, and many shook their heads upon seeing his extravagant attire. Chapter 35. Luring the snake out of its hole, blood in hand. Ah, esteemed guest, your eye for treasure is remarkable. A sharp-featured individual sprang up from the ground, eagerly introducing the item to Zhou Chen. The treasure you have set your sights on is called the Jade Cleansing Bottle. It is rumored to be a mysterious vessel brought forth by a saintly being from the endless sea. Due to a long period without use, it was mistakenly deemed an ordinary bottle and fortuitously fell into the world. Originally to be sold for 100,000 mid-grade spirit stones, I am offering it to you for merely 1,000 spirit stones. With that, he rubbed his hands together in excitement, gazing at Zhou Chen as if he were a great fool. Do not miss this chance. Divine objects possess spirit. Perhaps this bottle is waiting for a master like you. After finishing his words, he shot a mischievous glance at Zhou Chen, leaving him utterly disgusted. Fine, 1,000 spirit stones it is. Just wrap them up. Zhou Chen feigned an air of extravagance, eliciting gasps of astonishment from those around him. After all, in the eyes of the onlookers, a cultivator at the 10th layer of Qi refinement possessing such a wealth of spirit stones was akin to a child parading around with gold. No one had anticipated that anyone could be foolish enough to this extent. It was likely the folly of a second-generation heir from a family that had seen little of the world. The murmurs of disbelief grew louder, and some gazes began to harbor ill intentions. Seizing the opportunity, Zhou Chen frantically purchased items from several stalls, never bothering to haggle. In no time, he had spent over 10,000 low-grade spirit stones, creating quite a stir in the marketplace. Given that this was a small bazaar, such significant transactions were rare. Even when they occurred, they were done discreetly, unlike Zhou Chen's ostentatious display. After wandering for a while longer, Zhou Chen gauged it was time to leave and swaggered out of the market. Of course, after his departure, several groups of individuals followed in his wake. Sensing the pursuers closing in, a slight smirk graced Zhou Chen's lips. Unfazed, he made his way toward a secluded area. As he ventured farther, a palpable aura of danger began to emerge. Instinctively, Zhou Chen sensed the looming threat around him. Suddenly, he halted, eyes widening in feigned terror, and shouted tremulously into the surroundings, "Who is following me?" From the nearby thicket, 3 groups of people emerged from various directions. The most powerful among them was at the 6th layer of foundation establishment, while the weakest was at the 1st layer. All wore masks, exchanging wary glances, clearly not allies. One slender, masked figure spoke first. "Friends of the road, we spotted this fat sheep first. Why not retreat?" Despite his hushed tone, Zhou Chen recognized him as the sharp-featured vendor who had first sold him the vase in the market, exuding an aura that betrayed his 5th-layer foundation establishment. "Ha! Who decreed that spotting it first makes it yours? If you want to feast, let us see your true mettle." A burly man scoffed. Just as his words faded, the slender vendor suddenly raised a hand, and a flash of an arrow shot through the air, piercing the atmosphere straight toward the burly man's face. His expression shifted dramatically as he instinctively attempted to evade the incoming projectile aimed at his throat. However, it was too late. The arrow plunged directly into his throat. The scene unfolded like lightning. The two individuals behind the burly man didn't even think to retaliate. They bolted away swiftly, realizing that with one less person, the prospect of murder and plunder was nearly impossible. Better to cut their losses, for after all, the lives of friends are worth less than their own. Concurrently, the remaining two groups began to engage in a chaotic skirmish. The entanglement soon revealed a victor. The slender man at the sixth layer of Foundation establishment displayed signs of impatience, nodding to his companions. The three simultaneously activated another technique, their palms igniting with blood-red flames. Their entire essence transformed into an inky blackness. Not good, they're from the Blood Demon Sect. Run. The crimson flames shot forth, directly striking several others. The ensuing chaos was accompanied by blood-curdling screams, and soon the ground was littered with heaps of black ash. Bah! The slender man removed his black mask and disdainfully spat onto the ground. After this, he turned his gaze toward Zhou Chen, only to find him surprisingly unmoved. As if emboldened by some assurance, the slender man's expression shifted to one of astonishment. Assessing opportunities, Zhou Chen silently mused. Name, Chen Wei. Realm, sixth layer of Foundation establishment. Fate, green fate. Some talent, yet destined to meet an untimely end. Destiny, ultimately stagnates at the sixth layer of Foundation establishment, a disciple of the Blood Demon Sect, son of the third elder. Prepared by his father. A drop of inferior-grade demon beast blood awaits him. Out on training to refine his strength, he prepares to challenge the seventh layer, but is slain by Yi Chun in a counterattack days later. You're quite remarkable, staying calm in the face of death. Join our Blood Demon Sect, and I might consider sparing your life. It's known that the Blood Demon Sect is infamous across the southern region. Their methods are notoriously ruthless, and they are fiercely protective of their own. Offending them leads to relentless pursuit. In the southern region, they rival the righteous sects such as the Asking Immortal Sect, the Wenxian Sect, and the Huangfeng Valley. I refuse, Zhou Chen replied coolly. Seeing Zhou Chen's lack of gratitude, the sharp-featured vendor immediately lost interest and waved his hand. The two black-clad men at the fourth layer of Foundation establishment beside him wasted no time, swiftly channeling their demonic powers. They darted toward Zhou Chen, their hands raised. Red flames akin to blood prepared to send him to his demise. The next second, bang bang. The anticipated screams did not echo. Instead, two figures were sent flying toward Chen Wei, spitting blood as they crashed to the ground, their magical artifacts scattering around them. With a resounding thud, they landed heavily, creating two massive craters, blood staining the earth. The two black-clad men lay motionless, their chests caved in, life extinguished. Chen Wei stared at Zhou Chen in sheer terror. Why you concealed your realm? Zhou Chen regarded the fallen figures, gaining a deeper understanding of the power of the third layer of the undying golden body. A cultivator at the fifth layer of Foundation establishment, caught unawares, could not withstand his full force. What's the matter? Surprised? Zhou Chen chuckled, harboring no fondness for the demonic sect. Sensing Zhou Chen's aura at the third layer of Foundation establishment, Chen Wei felt a slight reassurance. But the deaths of his subordinates kept him on high alert. He silently began to channel the blood demon technique, mobilizing all his spirit energy. Blood-red flames ignited in his palms, tinged with a hint of blue at the center, a sign of having achieved a small mastery of the blood demon technique. In a flash, he lunged at Zhou Chen, aiming to deliver a devastating blow. Chapter 36. A bountiful harvest of spiritual herbs. Chen Wei unleashed his full power, attempting to severely injure Zhou Chen. Confronted with Zhou Chen's strength, Chen Wei realized he was far from an ordinary cultivator at the third layer of Foundation establishment. Boom! Chen Wei's demonic flames surged with the wind, instantly engulfing the area in a sea of fire. Oh, are you playing with fire in front of me? Zhou Chen remained unfazed, raising a finger as a strand of mysterious flames manifested at its tip. This flame shimmered in a glass-like hue, with a mysterious golden core. The moment the flame appeared, a terrifying pressure descended, causing the temperature to spike dramatically. The surrounding air began to vaporize, and even the very fabric of space seemed to distort. It was Zhou Chen's Golden Emperor glazed flame. Chen Wei's demonic flames reached Zhou Chen at that moment. Die! Chen Wei roared in fury. Yet, what terrified him was the sudden absence of his blood demon flames. The next instant, he bore witness to a scene he would never forget. Just moments ago, the once haughty blood demon flame now seemed to bow reverently before the Golden Emperor glazed flame held by Zhou Chen. With a mere glance at the submissive blood demon flame, Zhou Chen spoke calmly, as if comprehending his intent. The blood demon flame swiftly retracted all its flames and surged towards the Golden Emperor glazed flame, ultimately being absorbed by it. Zhou Chen raised his gaze to Chen Wei, flicked his fingers, and a strand of flame shot towards Chen Wei's body. Flee! At that moment, Chen Wei felt a surge of panic, his complexion paling as he dared not linger. He immediately employed the secret technique of the demon gate, the heavenly demon disintegration, swiftly severing his own arm. With the sacrifice of his limb, he transformed into a streak of blood light, darting away into the distance, abandoning even his storage ring in his haste. Leave your name. I will surely kill you next time. 1,000 cuts, 1,000 tortures. I am Yi Chun of the Asking Immortal Sect. If you have the ability, come and kill me. Zhou Chen declared loudly. Yi Chun, you wait for me. Chun Wei's face twisted in rage, vowing in his heart to slay Yi Chun. Observing Chun Wei's desperate flight, Zhou Chen promptly checked his storage ring, then relaxed his expression. He chose not to pursue Chun Wei, partly due to the other's remarkable speed, and also because he received a system notification the moment he acquired Chun Wei's storage ring. Zhou Chen had yet to master any speed-based techniques, and chasing after him might prove futile. Ding! Congratulations to the host for intercepting a drop of low-grade saint-level beast essence. Receiving 100 drops of high-grade saint-level beast essence in return. Would you like to claim it now? Not yet, Zhou Chen replied. With the imminent arrival of Blood Demon Sect members, he resolved to wait until he reached a safer location to claim his reward. Meanwhile, Chun Wei's face was overcome with an indescribable terror. Thud! Exhausted of spiritual energy and propelled by his speed, Chun Wei crashed into several trees. Hearing the commotion, he struggled to rise, preparing to cast the heavenly demon disintegration once more, fearful that Zhou Chen might catch up and kill him. My apologies, young master. I am late. A figure dressed in the attire of a Blood Demon Sect disciple, wearing a mask, appeared before Chun Wei, emanating a powerful aura. Indeed, he was at the 9th level of Foundation establishment. This person was Chun Yi, a servant assigned by the Third Elder to protect Chun Wei. Chun Wei was a ruthless individual himself. In his quest for self-improvement, he had brazenly dismissed Chun Yi. Upon seeing the newcomer, an eruption of anger surged within Chun Wei, and he bellowed, "Dog slave, where have you been? I was nearly killed. My father sent you to protect me, not to play around." "Young master." I was just about to explain, the masked man began, but the current situation rendered any explanation futile. "Enough. Be silent. Take me back, and face your punishment." "You know my father's methods," Chun Wei stated ominously. The masked man shivered but dared not speak further. After tending to Chun Wei's injuries, he swiftly carried him back toward the Blood Demon Sect. At that moment, Zhou Chen did not linger, propelling himself towards Longmang Mountain. It was not that he was disinterested in cultivation. Rather, time was of the essence. The locations of the opportunities he sought were remarkably distant, seemingly designed to hinder him. Zhou Chen's anticipation for speed-based techniques intensified, even as he traveled tirelessly. Reaching Longmang Mountain would require several days. Not to mention the detours and encounters with formidable beasts along the way, which he intended to avoid. Though Zhou Chen was unafraid of battle, time was relentless, and he needed to seize Yi Chen's opportunity swiftly. His current objective was to intercept all spiritual resources and return to the sect to acquire techniques. Zhou Chen remained silent, continuing his journey. Chun Wei's appearance was merely a minor interlude for him, and he had inadvertently saved Chun Wei's life. Had Yi Chen intervened, it would have undoubtedly ended in disaster, with no chance to execute the heavenly demon disintegration. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. At the edge of the Longmang Mountain cliff, Zhou Chen gazed down at the abyss below, shrouded in mist and miasma, a twinge of trepidation gripping his heart. Falling from such a height would likely spell doom, even for those at the core formation stage. He could hardly fathom how Yi Chen had survived. It could only be said that he was indeed the child of destiny. Not only had he survived the fall, but he had also fortuitously discovered a vast expanse of unclaimed spiritual herbs at the cliff's base. Fortunately, these treasures were destined for Zhou Chen. His confidence in descending stemmed from his cultivation of the indestructible golden body, rendering the cliffside beasts a negligible threat. Furthermore, bolstered by the primordial chaos scripture, he was nearly devoid of a shortage of spiritual energy. With this in mind, Zhou Chen hesitated no longer, using the vines and rocks at the cliff to descend gradually. After approximately 3 hours, Zhou Chen reached the foot of the cliff. To his astonishment, the surrounding spiritual energy was remarkably abundant, a stark contrast to the miasma-laden scene above. Thus, he continued to explore further. Before long, he stumbled upon a narrow crevice, from which rich spiritual energy surged forth, invigorating him. This must be it, Zhou Chen mused. Without a moment's hesitation, he passed through the crevice. After only a few steps, the landscape opened up before him, revealing a vast expanse of spiritual herbs, blooming like wildflowers across the terrain. Astonishingly, many were over 100 years old, and some even boasted a millennium's age. Remarkable. There are even herbs thought to be extinct. Zhou Chen exclaimed, though he had known of their existence beforehand. The sight still left him awestruck. The entire herb garden was home to at least 10,000 spiritual plants. Ding! Congratulations on intercepting a herb garden, acquiring 16,800 low-grade and mid-grade earthly spiritual herbs, with a 1,000-fold return of an equal amount of heavenly low-grade and mid-grade spiritual herbs. Would you like to claim it now? Yes. Claim it immediately into the returning one secret realm. Zhou Chen excavated all the spiritual herbs along with the rich soil beneath them, transporting the entire patch into the returning one secret realm. Before long, the garden was entirely stripped bare, not even a single weed left behind. The spiritual energy in the area thus diminished significantly. It's time to leave, Zhou Chen remarked, brushing off the dirt from his attire. He retrieved a pristine inner sect disciple robe from his storage ring and donned it before striding away with purpose. Chapter 37. The Unfortunate Yi Chun and the Mad Chen Wei. As night enveloped the world like ink, the mountain winds whispered mournfully. In a hidden cave, Yi Chun consumed the dragon python fig, an unexpected boon from a secret realm, seemingly signaling the return of his fortune. Chener, quickly focus your mind. Gather the 5 energies in your dantian. Prepare to break through. Yi Chun sat cross-legged upon a stone, his surrounding spiritual energy swelling. A faint crimson vortex swirling above his head. The potent medicinal force rapidly disseminated within him. Soon, Yi Chun entered a profound state. As the liquid spiritual energy within him surged tumultuously, revitalizing every part of his body with newfound vigor. Condense, Yi Chun commanded with a low voice. As the Flame Emperor breaks, the prison technique reached its zenith, a red glow enveloped him, revealing the full activation of his fire spirit body. The spiritual energy born from the dragon python fig swiftly converged within his dantian, progressing through the layers of foundation. Just when Yi Chun thought he had reached a dead end, a tremendous surge of spiritual energy surged into his dantian, rapidly coalescing the remaining medicinal power that he had yet to absorb and channeling it into the foundation of his Tao. Master, I have successfully established my foundation, Yi Chun exclaimed, unable to conceal his excitement. At a critical moment, his master had lent him a helping hand, enabling him to successfully condense a 5th-grade foundation and break through to the first layer of foundation establishment. Very well, a faint yet comforting voice emanated from within the ring. Your foundation is even more solid than anticipated. Consolidate it quickly and depart. This place is not suitable for lingering. Heeding the advice, Yi Chun began to adjust his breath. Yet his mind was already calculating his return journey. Armed with the Flame Emperor's prison-breaking technique and his newly established foundation, he felt confident that he would astonish everyone during the core disciple assessment of the Wenxian Sect, reclaiming all that he had lost. Most importantly, he would exact revenge on Zhou Chen for the humiliations he had endured. After a brief period of adjustment, Yi Chun discerned the direction and soared rapidly towards the Wenxian Sect. Just as he passed through a grove of black pines, a chilling and bone-piercing killing intent suddenly locked onto him. With a whoosh, a wave of bloodthirsty demonic flames shot forth from the shadows, striking directly at Yi Chun's face like a venomous serpent. Who? Yi Chun gasped in shock, but reacted with remarkable speed, hurriedly activating the Flame Emperor's prison-breaking technique and striking out with both palms ablaze in crimson. The collision between the demonic flames and his fiery onslaught sent Yi Chun hurtling back several feet, his blood surging, and the sleeves of his robe instantly charred. Stumbling to the ground, he raised his gaze. Under the moonlight stood a young man with a severed arm, his features twisted in malice. His eyes brimmed with resentment. It was Chun Wei of the Blood Demon Sect. Yi Chun, it is indeed you, the scum of the Wenxian Sect. You shall pay for my severed arm and the theft of my treasures. Yi Chun wore a perplexed expression. What theft? What arm? You must have mistaken me for someone else. He did not recognize the crazed, one-armed man before him, whose cultivation clearly surpassed his own by a significant margin. Recognize you? Even if turned to ash, I would still know you, Chun Wei bellowed, his voice laced with humiliation. You masqueraded as a second-generation heir in the Qing'ong Mountain Market, deceiving me, shattering my blood demon flame, and ultimately revealing your true identity as Yi Chun. You did it all. Do you dare deny it? Today, I will ensure you suffer a fate worse than death. I shall extract your soul and refine your essence to quell the hatred in my heart. His intense loathing had driven Chun Wei to the brink of madness. Chun Yi, join me in striking him down, Chun Wei commanded, abandoning any further words. His remaining left arm surged with demonic energy, unleashing the terrifying pressure of a peak 6th-layer foundation without reservation. The blood-red demonic flames surged higher, deepening in hue, transforming into a roaring blood python that charged full force at Yi Chun. Blood prison, soul devour. At the same time, Chun Yi unleashed his full power at the 9th layer of foundation. Yi Chun's complexion drastically changed. Their cultivation levels far surpassed his own. Without reservation, he fully activated the Flame Emperor's prison-breaking technique, igniting his fire spirit body. Flames erupted around Yi Chen, transforming him into a towering figure of fire. His fists meeting the onslaught of both opponents. Flame Emperor's mountain splitter. However, even with his newly formed 5th grade foundation, the gap in their realms was akin to an insurmountable chasm. With a sickening sound, the crimson flames were instantaneously engulfed by the blood python. The terrifying remnants of the demonic flames crashing violently against Yi Chen's chest. His protective high-grade mystical armor flickered wildly before dimming and shattering piece by piece. A metallic taste flooded his mouth as he coughed up a mouthful of blood, the bones in his chest cracking painfully. The 5th grade foundation quivered violently. The spiritual lake within his dantian surging with raging waves, nearly collapsing. Yi Chen's body was sent flying like a kite with its string cut, crashing heavily into an ancient tree, which splintered upon impact. Die. A glimmer of cruelty flashed in Chen Wei's eyes, denying Yi Chen any chance to recover. Chen Yi transformed into a shadow of blood, rapidly lunging forward, a dripping demonic blade materializing in his hand as he aimed for Yi Chen's brow. Not only did he seek to kill, but he also aimed to obliterate Yi Chen's very soul. Only then could he atone for Chen Wei's severed arm. Otherwise, upon returning to the Blood Demon Sect, Chen Yi would face even worse consequences for failing to protect his master. Blood Demon, Soul Shadow Rift. The shadow of death loomed ominously over Yi Chen. Chenner. From within the ring, an elderly voice erupted in urgent fury. In a moment of peril, buzz. The ring on Yi Chen's hand suddenly erupted with a blinding azure light. An ancient spirit figure appeared, exuding an aura of timelessness as it gazed down upon Chen Wei. The ring's spirit, at the cost of its already dwindling source of soul power, forced itself into existence. With a slow, yet immensely heavy gesture, the spirit pointed at the advancing Chen Wei and Chen Yi. Starfall, Oblivion Finger. That singular point seemed to drain the surrounding light and sound. Time appeared to freeze for an instant. A terrifying wave split in two, silently shooting forth. There was no earth-shattering momentum, as though it transcended space. Precisely striking the foreheads of Chen Wei and Chen Yi. Their faces, once contorted in rage, instantly froze, and the excitement in Chen Wei's eyes morphed into shock. Chen Yi's body maintained an odd posture as he charged forward, a minuscule hole appearing in his brow. In the next moment, like statues turned to stone, they crashed heavily to the ground. Their life forces were obliterated beneath that singular point, unable even to emit a cry of despair. All of this transpired in the blink of an eye. Upon completing this attack, the spirit figure dissipated instantly. A wave of intense agony emanated from the depths of Yi Chen's soul, exploding in his mind. Yi Chen let out a heart-wrenching scream. This pain far exceeded that of his physical injuries by 100-fold or more. It felt as though a piece of his very soul had been violently torn away. Chapter 38. Yi Chen faces setbacks, emerges from despair. Yi Chen's body trembled violently as blood trickled from his 7 orifices, his complexion paling to a ghastly white. The 5th grade foundation that had only just stabilized quaked violently once more, fissures appearing within. The once pure spiritual energy became chaotic, rampaging through his meridians and searing them mercilessly. What terrified Yi Chen the most was the aura emanating from the ring. Following that earth-shattering finger, it had grown exceedingly faint, ephemeral, like a candle flickering in the wind, ready to extinguish at any moment. The cost to eliminate an adversary at the 9th layer of foundation was far greater than any of his previous efforts. Master. Yi Chen cried out in desperation, his voice hoarse. Do not worry. Quickly, leave this place. It is dangerous. The already frail voice from the ring spoke in a broken, intermittent manner, weakened to the extreme, as if every word drained the very essence of its being. Yi Chen's heart was filled with overwhelming panic and guilt. His master had paid an unfathomable price to save him. Enduring the excruciating pain coursing through his body, Yi Chen struggled to rise, disregarding the scattered belongings of Chen Wei. He cast a long, sorrowful glance at Chen Wei's cold corpse, his thoughts racing. At this moment, clarity returned to his mind. There were not many enemies he had made in the Wenxian Sect, and Zhou Chen was most likely one of them. Moreover, Yi Chen was no fool. The only one who possessed the strength to contend with Chen Wei, as well as the motive to frame him, was none other than Zhou Chen. Since encountering Zhou Chen, he has felt an unrelenting streak of misfortune. Not only has he been deprived of the honors that rightfully belonged to him, but his fortune has also nosedived. With this thought, a glint of cold light flickered in Yi Chen's eyes. Zhou Chen, it must be you. You are the one who has caused such calamity for me and my master. This enmity is irreconcilable. Gritting his teeth, Yi Chen wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, oriented himself, and staggered into the dark, dense forest. He must find a place of absolute safety to tend to his wounds swiftly, secretly praying that his master would also endure this trial. The journey back to the Wenxian Sect had become even longer and fraught with peril than before. Not long after he departed, Zhou Chen caught sight from afar of the place where he had slain Chun Wei. Dozens of fireworks erupted into the sky, flames leaping high. Who has slain my son? I will have your flesh scattered to the winds. Everyone, find him at once. I want him alive or dead. If you cannot find him, you shall accompany my son in death. An elderly man with white hair and a stooped posture emerged, his chilling words sending shivers down spines. Yes. As the old man's voice faded, dozens of figures swiftly dispersed in different directions, evidently well-trained and organized. Even from a distance, Zhou Chen could sense the overwhelming intent to kill. Chun Wei's apparent high status suggested that the Blood Demon sect would soon unleash its frenzied retribution, weighing heavily on Zhou Chen's heart. The night was as crimson as blood, the mountains silent as the grave. Zhou Chen's staggering form appeared behind an ancient tree. He violently coughed up a mouthful of black blood, laced with fragments of his internal organs, his already pale face growing even grayer. Master. Zhou Chen glanced at the dim ring on his ring finger, a surge of immense panic flooding his heart. This was the first time he had encountered such a perilous situation since beginning his cultivation. The spirit of the ring had waned to the point of near extinction. And no matter how he called out, there was no response. This silence was more despairing than the pain in his body, amplifying his hatred for Zhou Chen. The intense sense of crisis brought by the Blood Demon sect continuously prodded Zhou Chen's nerves. He could not head back to the sect. He must take a detour. Must evade any potential pursuers. The thought flashed through his mind. A fierce determination flickered in Zhou Chen's eyes as he bit his tongue, forcing a sliver of spirit into action, and immediately dashed towards the southwestern direction, entirely opposite to the Wenxian sect. However, his internal condition was exceedingly dire. The last directive from the ring spirit not only drained its own soul power, but also inflicted severe backlash on Zhou Chen's body, as if the heavens conspired against him. Even worse was the residual spirit energy from the Flame Emperor's prison-breaking technique, which now seemed to have broken free of its restraints, rampaging within him like a wild stallion. Had he not possessed a fire spirit body, he would have perished by now. In the distance, the roars of demonic beasts echoed intermittently, likely indicating the approach of pursuers. There are none here. Check over there. There are traces of blood. Everyone stay alert. The skies have been searched. The river has been searched. The forest is currently being searched. The voices in the distance grew increasingly distinct. Zhou Chen's speed was now reduced to mere fractions of his prime. He dared not fully utilize his techniques for healing or flight, fearing that the fluctuations in spirit energy would attract demonic beasts or pursuers. With a sudden burst, he forced himself to travel several dozen miles, only to vomit another mouthful of fresh blood. His internal spirit energy was completely out of control, his legs buckled, and he collapsed onto a patch of rubble. The excruciating pain nearly caused him to lose consciousness. No, he must find an absolutely safe place to heal. He must hold on. Zhou Chen struggled to rise, surveying his surroundings. The mountain shadows under the moonlight loomed like colossal beasts ready to devour him. Over there, it seemed somewhat safer. He swiftly recalibrated his direction, racing towards a jagged cliff area where he sensed the spirit energy was thinnest and the terrain most treacherous. His thoughts were chaotic, driven solely by his survival instinct. The injured body struggled to scale the rugged cliffside. Zhou Chen slipped several times, perilously close to disaster. Sweat and blood mingled, soaking his clothes, rendering him a pitiful sight as his strength rapidly ebbed away. He was uncertain how long it had been, but just as Zhou Chen felt his consciousness fading, he lost his footing on the slick moss, sending him tumbling down the steep rock face. Oh no! He barely had time to think this thought before his body uncontrollably rolled down the precipice. It hurt. The combination of severe injuries and disorientation left Zhou Chen unable to muster much spirit energy for protection, instinctively covering his head with his hands. The sensation of the world spinning did not last long. Plop! Zhou Chen's body plunged into a frigid, bone-chilling current, the immense impact causing him to choke on several mouthfuls of water before being swept away by the turbulent undercurrent. The icy river water sent a jolt through him. Water? Zhou Chen struggled fiercely to raise his head above the water's surface, greedily inhaling a breath of air. Beneath this cliff lay a concealed river. A fierce will to survive propelled Zhou Chen as he poured every last ounce of strength into swimming towards the shore. Just as he felt his strength waning, his left hand grasped a stout vine dangling from the riverbank. Cough, cough. With immense effort, Zhou Chen finally managed to crawl onto the bank. He collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath. Had he not possessed the extraordinary physique of a cultivator, he would have already perished, and Zhou Chen silently felt grateful for it. However, the rending sensation brought on by the cracks in his foundation and the conflicting spirit energy felt as if a multitude of ants were gnawing at his heart, compelling him to curl up in a tight ball. No, I cannot pass out here. Yi Chen struggled to lift his head, scanning his surroundings. The dark river beneath the cliff flowed endlessly, with moonlight barely penetrating, allowing only faint light and the sound of trickling water. However, when Yi Chen's gaze landed on a crevice in a nearby sheer cliff, his pupils abruptly constricted. Chapter 39. From misfortune comes fortune, Yi Chen advances. There stood an extraordinarily peculiar plant, merely a foot tall, with stems as green as jade, yet at its apex blossomed 3 oval-shaped leaves radiating a soft golden light. A thin layer of milky white spirit mist enveloped the leaves, exuding a refreshing aroma brimming with boundless vitality. The surrounding damp chill seemed to be dispelled by this aura. What kind of spiritual herb is this? Yi Chen was so astonished that he forgot his pain. The pure life force emanating from it triggered an instinctive yearning within his body. Such potent vitality. Yes, it must be immensely beneficial for healing. The overwhelming joy dispelled his despair. He nearly crawled to the edge of the crevice, carefully reaching out to touch the golden leaves. A warm current flowed through his fingertips, seemingly calming the turmoil of spirit energy within him. Wonderful. I have found salvation. It must be a celestial-grade spiritual herb. In a frenzy of delight, Yi Chen wasted no time and immediately began to circulate the Flame Emperor's prison-breaking technique. Although it was challenging to operate at this moment, it was sufficient for refining. He carefully plucked the 3 golden leaves. However, he was cautious not to consume too much. An excess of spirit energy could lead to catastrophic results. He picked up one of the leaves and brought it to his nose, inhaling deeply the rich essence of life, which invigorated his spirit. Without hesitation, he placed a golden leaf into his mouth. The moment it touched his tongue, the leaf dissolved, and an overwhelmingly potent vitality erupted within him. This force was not ferocious. It resembled the gentlest spring breeze or the tender embrace of a nurturing mother, swiftly enveloping Yi Chen's entire being. Wherever the life force flowed, the damaged meridians greedily absorbed it, akin to parched earth rejoicing in a long-awaited rain. Not only rapidly mending the meridians, but also miraculously calming the previously uncontrollable spiritual energy within him. What astonished Yi Chen even further was that a portion of this life force actually permeated into his Tao foundation, where the fine cracks on his 5th-grade foundation were visibly healing at an astonishing rate. The impurities within his body were continuously expelled under the cleansing power of the life force. Had Zhou Chen been aware of Yi Chen's condition, he would surely marvel at the terrifying resilience of the Chosen One. The protagonist from his previous Life-S novels could easily vanquish such a destined child. But that notion was indeed a farcical fantasy. Without first-hand experience, one could hardly fathom the protagonist's formidable nature, until Yi Chen's luck was extinguished. Even if he were ground to dust, there remained a possibility of rebirth from the foul earth. Heaven does not abandon me, Yi Chen roared inwardly. He immediately focused his mind and exerted all his energy into operating the Flame Emperor prison-breaking technique. A stream of pure, more intense crimson-golden spiritual energy was forged and integrated into his Dantian sea of energy. As the medicinal power was continuously absorbed and refined, his injuries began to heal at an astonishing pace. Time seemed to stretch endlessly, and just as the 2nd golden leaf was about to be fully refined, a deep rumble erupted from within Yi Chen's body. The previously tranquil lake of spiritual energy in his Dantian suddenly roiled violently, with water levels rising dramatically. The cracks in his foundation vanished completely, not merely restoring to their original state, but solidifying several times over. Yi Chen's aura surged abruptly, shattering the barrier of his foundational layer and seamlessly breaking through to the 2nd layer of foundation establishment. Surviving a great calamity surely brings future blessings. A more powerful and refined aura radiated from him. He sensed that some of the latent injuries he had accumulated were also being healed. Exhaling deeply, Yi Chen released the turbid energy from his body and slowly opened his eyes, now radiating brilliance and vitality. The pitiful state of near death was utterly erased. Excitedly, Yi Chen examined himself. His internal spiritual energy surged, far more robust than when he was at the 1st layer of foundation establishment. This was undoubtedly a transcendent healing elixir of heavenly rank. Yi Chen mused silently. He glanced at the last remaining golden leaf in his hand and carefully stored it in a jade box. This was truly a life-saving trump card that might save him once again in a critical moment. It must be well preserved. However, just as he prepared to place it into his storage ring, Yi Chen instinctively glanced at the ring on his hand. The ancient ring remained dull and lifeless. Devoid of any response, Yi Chen attempted to concentrate his thoughts and call out, "Master? Master, can you hear me?" Yet, there was still no reply, leaving Yi Chen feeling as though he had been doused with cold water. "Master, I will surely find a way to restore your soul power. You must hold on." Yi Chen clenched the ring tightly, vowing softly, The most pressing matter now was to find a safer location before the enemy took notice. He would devise a plan then. Zhou Chen suppressed his aura and resolutely gazed deeper into the canyon. Days later, at the Wenxian Sect, in a tranquil cultivation chamber within the core disciple area, Zhou Chen was in excellent spirits. Upon returning to the sect, he promptly followed the hints regarding Yi Chun's recent fortunes and discreetly made his way to the scripture pavilion. Zhou Chen encountered difficulties in his cultivation and sought the counsel of Elder Lu, who managed the outer sect and some inner sect collections. This elder was known for his keen insight and had gained some renown for mentoring younger disciples, though he also appreciated small favors. Elder Lu, I have been struggling with a certain movement technique recently. I wonder if you might offer some guidance? Zhou Chen respectfully bowed, discreetly placing a small white jade vial on the nearby table. The vial's mouth was slightly ajar, releasing a refreshing fragrance of elixir. Elder Lu's nostrils flared slightly, his eyes instantly brightening. Oh, is that the Nourishing Yuan pill? Its efficacy surpasses the Revival pill by tenfold, and it's a premium yellow-tier elixir. You, lad, certainly know how to make an impression. Pray tell, what movement technique are you practicing? I am quite dim-witted and have been trying to comprehend the Cloud Crane steps, but it feels somewhat lacking. Zhou Chen casually named a mid-grade yellow-tier movement technique. Cloud Crane steps? So, it is this mid-grade yellow-tier technique. Elder Lu stroked his beard, shaking his head slightly. Remember this well. Such techniques are merely superficial, possessing agility but lacking power, making it difficult to balance long-distance pursuits with nimble maneuvers. True superior movement techniques emphasize speed and fluidity. This technique is too lowly ranked and has evident flaws. I recommend you switch to another. Sipping his tea, Elder Lu continued. You should go to the second floor, in the farthest corner covered in dust. I recall there being a discarded and nearly forgotten beast skin tome titled 8 Parts Pursuing Cicadas. Although it is a damaged, high-grade, mysterious technique, its fundamental principles are sound, emphasizing the fusion of explosive power and agility. You might find inspiration in the introductory principles. Off you go. With that, he lifted his teacup once more, the implication clear. Zhou Chen understood immediately, discreetly leaving behind a plump storage pouch containing 300 low-grade spirit stones before hastily departing. Observing Zhou Chen's astuteness, Elder Lu's smile deepened, and taking advantage of the absence of others, he swiftly pocketed the storage pouch. Chapter 40. The Movement Technique Seized. Foundation Establishment Layer 4. Zhou Chen's heart swelled with joy. Indeed, there was hope. He hurried towards the neglected, dusty corner. As expected, beneath a pile of debris and discarded papers, Zhou Chen discovered a tattered tome made of an unknown beast's skin. The barely discernible characters on the cover read 8 Parts Pursuing Cicadas. Upon closer inspection, Zhou Chen realized that this was not a damaged technique, but a complete one. It had been mistaken for a fragment due to its extreme difficulty. Some inner sect disciples had labored for years without success, and to save face, they had concocted the tale of it being a remnant. Other disciples who had practiced this technique had not exposed the truth, and over time, it naturally became known as a so-called remnant, ultimately benefiting Yi Chen in vain. Ding! Congratulations, host, for seizing the high-grade mysterious movement technique 8 Parts Pursuing Cicadas. Triggered 100-fold return. Reward. Earth-tier high-grade movement technique, white rainbow, piercing the sun. Claim it now? Claim. Instantly, a torrent of profound information surged into Zhou Chen's mind. The incantations, operational methods, and key insights of white rainbow piercing the sun were imprinted deep within his consciousness. Compared to 8 Parts Pursuing Cicadas, white rainbow piercing the sun was evidently more exquisite and systematic. It was indeed an earth-tier high-grade movement technique, far surpassing 8 Parts Pursuing Cicadas in quality. The core essence of white rainbow piercing the sun is to maximize both explosive power and speed, akin to a white rainbow flashing across the sky, instantaneously traversing space and leaving behind a fleeting afterimage, thus earning its name. Zhou Chen immersed himself in contemplation, unable to suppress his astonishment. How swift! However, the difficulty of cultivation seems quite high. Earth-tier techniques are more than tenfold harder than mysterious tier ones. White rainbow piercing the sun demands precise control over one's spiritual energy and a certain strength of the physical body, all while maintaining a sense of direction during high-speed movement. Movement techniques are inherently challenging to cultivate, which explains why so many disciples in the Wenxian Sect have left 8 Parts Pursuing Cicadas to gather dust. Had it not been for Zhou Chen's extraordinary talent for enlightenment and the robust foundation of his indestructible body, mastering this technique would have taken an exceedingly long time. He needed to find a spacious and secluded place to practice diligently. Suppressing his immediate urge to begin, Zhou Chen returned to his independent courtyard. He did not commence training in white rainbow piercing the sun right away. Instead, he first took a moment to sense his surroundings, ensuring that no one was eavesdropping. Once satisfied that he was alone, Zhou Chen retreated to his room and feigned sleep. In the next instant, with a mere thought, a mysterious diamond-shaped mark at his brow glimmered faintly, ushering him into the realm of unity. Surveying the emptiness of the realm of unity, Zhou Chen nodded in satisfaction. This was his safest and most secret refuge. It was not paranoia that gripped him, but rather the awareness that anything he possessed could lead to dire consequences if exposed. However, Zhou Chen did not rush to practice white rainbow piercing the sun, for he had more pressing matters at hand. In the next moment, he retrieved a porcelain vial from his storage ring. With a flick of his right hand, he stirred his spiritual energy. Boom! A drop of blood, exuding a terrifying aura of malice, hovered before him. Blood from a high-grade holy beast. Such a precious essence was a rarity even within sacred lands. Derived from beasts above the holy realm. This blood was unlike ordinary blood. A typical ferocious beast might yield only a single drop. Beasts of the holy realm could condense merely a few drops, and these were hoarded as strategic resources by the great holy lands, reserved for true prodigies. Gazing at the drop before him, Zhou Chen inhaled deeply, his eyes ablaze with fervor. Yi Chen truly was a good man, consistently providing him with invaluable treasures. He fully activated the third layer of the indestructible body technique, cautiously guiding the essence into his palm. Hiss, hiss, hiss. An unimaginable surge of power surged through his meridians, flooding his body. Zhou Chen stifled a groan, feeling as though his arm, and indeed his entire being, might burst apart. This experience was far beyond that of absorbing the dragon and phoenix rebirth pill. The vitality of a high-grade holy beast was unparalleled. Pain, excruciating pain. Yet alongside this agony, Zhou Chen's sinews and flesh were incessantly eroded, cleansed, refined, and reshaped. A thread of purer gold began to flow beneath his skin. Zhou Chen could sense the increasing density of his flesh, the fortification of his bones, and even the resilience of his internal organs was incomparable. The third layer of the indestructible body technique operated at full capacity. Absorb, transform, condense. Yet, the energy from just a single drop of blood threatened to overwhelm him, leaving the breakthrough to the fourth layer seemingly unattainable. Not enough. Keep going. Even if he could not break through, he must continue to elevate. Gritting his teeth, his eyes gleamed with madness. Zhou Chen understood the risk, yet felt compelled to take the gamble. Furthermore, with the destined prodigy Yi Chen advancing at an alarming pace, any sign of complacency could see Zhou Chen left far behind. The consequences of offending a figure of destiny were indeed grave. His fate would likely not be favorable. With this in mind, Zhou Chen invoked another drop of blood. 1 drop, 2 drops, 3 drops. A torrent of energy raged within him, crashing and erupting, relentlessly battering his veins, bones, and flesh. His skin began to tear, heal, and then tear again in an endless cycle. Zhou Chen felt as if he were a piece of red-hot iron, enduring relentless forging. After absorbing a total of 10 drops of blood, the third layer of the indestructible body technique finally reached its limit. Yet, an instinctive understanding told Zhou Chen that to break through to the fourth layer, he required deeper comprehension and an opportune moment. Continuing in this manner would surely lead to catastrophe. Zhou Chen lamented the necessity of restraint. Yet he was content with his current achievements. The residual spiritual energy did not dissipate, but rather surged into his dantian. Zhou Chen immediately shifted his focus to fully operating the primordial chaos scripture. The black and white primordial runes erupted with radiant light, forming a powerful vortex that voraciously devoured the energy. The spiritual energy within his dantian compressed and coalesced. Wait, he felt a shift. Zhou Chen suddenly sensed a subtle change at the bottleneck. His heart leapt with joy, and he quickly adjusted his breathing rhythm. After half an hour, boom, boom. Foundation establishment level 3. Foundation establishment level 4. Sensing the surging spiritual energy within him, Zhou Chen's face lit up with delight. At foundation establishment level 4, combined with his techniques and the third layer of the indestructible body technique, he could stand undefeated against peak foundation establishment cultivators and possess a certain degree of self-preservation against core formation practitioners. As for those of the same realm, he would undoubtedly dominate. Next, it was time to cultivate white rainbow piercing the sun. Zhou Chen cast aside distracting thoughts and delved into his studies. Chapter 41. The initial mastery of body techniques and Zhou Chen's ambitions. Although the flow of time within the realm of unity mirrored that of reality, its secrecy allowed Zhou Chen to practice his techniques without reservation. In the vastness of the realm of unity, Zhou Chen closed his eyes, his breathing gradually stabilizing, and his mind emptying completely. As the enlightenment stone in his hand emitted a mysterious glow, Zhou Chen's thoughts raced like lightning. The earth-grade white rainbow, piercing the sun, seemed to unveil its secrets before him entirely. Spiritual energy flowed flawlessly through each critical juncture of his meridians, moving slowly yet rhythmically. This was largely due to the third layer of the indestructible body, which afforded Zhou Chen a terrifying mastery over spiritual energy and physical form. In his spiritual awareness, he could even distinctly perceive the muscle fibers within him, resonating in perfect harmony with the technique at its ultimate operational state. Spiritual energy in the air began to coalesce into a swirling vortex, as if rejoicing. This was the remarkable result of the dual enhancement from the Enlightenment Stone and his talent for enlightenment, granting Zhou Chen an extraordinary grasp of the technique. Yet, he did not rush to attempt it. Instead, he mentally rehearsed it countless times. Every initiation of spiritual energy, every execution of white rainbow, piercing the sun, was meticulously refined to achieve perfection. Zhou Chen felt as though the surrounding space had transformed into water, enabling him to keenly perceive the fluctuations of space itself. Envisioning himself as a fish yearning to return to the embrace of the ocean of space, time gradually slipped away. Perhaps only a single incense stick had burned in the outside world, yet Zhou Chen had rehearsed innumerable times. In the next moment, Zhou Chen suddenly opened his eyes, his gaze sparkling with intensity, as if capable of piercing through the void. Simultaneously, his body moved instinctively. Initially, his movements were not swift, even somewhat clumsy. However, each motion adhered strictly to the foundational principles of white rainbow, piercing the sun. Uncertain how long had passed, Zhou Chen, immersed in a profound sensation, felt the harmonious resonance of his muscles, bones, and spiritual energy. His body was as solid as a mountain, yet his intent flowed like a bowstring, swift as the wind. The rhythm of the spirit turned. White rainbow piercing the sun. He whispered the true incantation, and his figure abruptly vanished. Swish! A blurred white silhouette shattered the silence. Akin to lightning streaking across the night sky, Zhou Chen's speed had more than doubled compared to before. However, under the enhancement of the Enlightenment Stone, Zhou Chen soon sensed something amiss. His footsteps lacked the necessary straightness, with his spiritual energy dissipating slightly during his rapid movements. More importantly, he could only execute a linear dash in open spaces. He was still far from achieving the minor success of the white rainbow piercing the sky technique, which was renowned for its agility and the ability to leave afterimages in its wake. Zhou Chen halted, breathing slightly heavier. Yet there was no trace of discouragement on his face as he lowered his head to ponder quietly. Indeed, the operation of his technique was insufficiently coordinated. The points of spiritual energy release failed to align with the spatial nodes, and the explosive power during the execution of his movement lacked decisiveness. Zhou Chen earnestly reflected on his shortcomings. He steadied himself, no longer rushing for immediate results. Closing his eyes, Zhou Chen once again immersed himself in contemplation. The force arose from the earth, yet did not stagnate upon it. The breaking of air was not a matter of brute strength, but rather the gentle stirring of spatial ripples. The key to the long rainbow, piercing the sun, lay in the mastery of the long rainbow itself. Time flowed silently once more. After an indeterminate period, Zhou Chen's figure stirred again. This time, he was as still as a maiden yet moved like a hare, completely devoid of the previous thunderous sound. His toes barely grazed the ground, and he transformed into a nearly imperceptible pale white light, silent yet as swift as lightning. White rainbow piercing the sky. Streams of light manifested in the air, creating layers of afterimages that continuously shifted in direction. Not enough. The fierce wind reveals the resilient grass. The white rainbow traverses the vast sky. Zhou Chen voiced a low shout. His form flickered within a radius of several dozen zhang, turning, advancing, and retreating, each movement leaving behind a white afterimage, flooding the entire space with his myriad of silhouettes, until the final ray of light dissipated. His human form slowly reappeared in place. Returning to a state of calm, Zhou Chen stood steadily at the center, his breath even and a smile of understanding gracing his face. It was accomplished. These afterimages were indeed the hallmark of the white rainbow, piercing the sky technique, having entered the realm of minor success. Feeling a slight warmth coursing through his body, Zhou Chen could not help but let out a long, triumphant howl. Delightful. The high-tier Earth-grade technique white rainbow piercing the sky had now reached minor success. Complemented by his third layer of the indestructible golden body and the pinnacle of the fourth layer of foundation establishment, Zhou Chen was confident that, should an ordinary early-stage golden core cultivator not utilize powerful spatial sealing artifacts or divine abilities, they would struggle to even graze the hem of his robes in a short span of time. Core disciple assessment. Yi Chen, I am coming for you. Excitement sparkled in Zhou Chen's eyes. With this thought, he departed the secret realm, quietly returning to his courtyard. Meanwhile, deep within the vast mountains, in a hidden cave obscured by natural vines and massive stones, Yi Chen sat cross-legged, his aura dense and formidable. Already at the pinnacle of the second layer of foundation establishment, the two golden leaves had bestowed upon him a tremendous vitality, not only mending his injuries, but also propelling his cultivation forward, even hinting at the threshold of the third layer of foundation establishment. Yet at this moment, Yi Chen's brow was furrowed, devoid of any joy from his breakthroughs. His gaze rested upon the still dim ancient ring on his finger. Master, 3 days have passed. Your aura is growing weaker. What should I do? Yi Chen murmured softly, guilt filling his eyes. Moreover, he had a foreboding sense that the blood demon sect's pursuit was imminent. Without his master's protection, he might find it impossible to escape. Suddenly, Yi Chen slapped his forehead and retrieved the last remaining golden leaf, which radiated a gentle golden light from his storage ring. This golden leaf was far more extraordinary than ordinary spiritual herbs, capable of mending the foundations. Could it awaken my master? A daring thought erupted in Yi Chen's mind. If he failed, he would not only lose his last life-saving spiritual herb, but might also inadvertently harm his master's lingering soul due to the energy backlash. Yet if he did not attempt it, he could not be certain whether his master would forever remain in slumber. Never mind. A dead horse is worth treating as a live one. Anything is better than waiting idly. A flash of determination crossed Yi Chen's eyes. He ceased hesitating and fully activated the Flame Emperor's prison-breaking technique, allowing the gentle radiance of the fire spirit body to circulate as he carefully infused his pure spiritual energy into the golden leaf. Remarkably, as his fire energy made contact with the golden leaf, the light intensified, and the gentle life essence became vibrant. Subsequently, a source of life, as pure as that which Yi Chen had consumed before, seemed to embody some form of rule-based power, gradually transforming into a golden stream that gently enveloped the ancient ring. Chapter 42. Taking risks, serendipitous miscalculations. Master, absorb it. Wake up quickly. Yi Chen shouted in his heart. He dared not let his focus waver. Beads of sweat rolling down his forehead. The moment the golden stream touched the ring, it seemed as though a stone had been cast into water, creating the faintest ripples. The long-dormant ring suddenly pulsated. It seemed effective. Yi Chen rejoiced, not daring to relax for a moment. He continued to channel his spiritual energy, steadily feeding the golden stream into the ring. The glow of the golden leaf diminished at a visible pace as its essence was rapidly extracted, while the faint light on the ancient ring grew ever brighter. The life essence became increasingly rich, and the fluctuations within the ring intensified. Finally, when the last strand of golden light merged into the ring, the entire golden leaf was reduced to ashes. Buzz! A dazzling pearlescent light erupted from the ring. A soul shadow, more solid than before, slowly ascended from the ring. Though still ethereal, the shadow no longer bore the previous dimness but instead radiated a subtle pressure. Master! Yi Chen exclaimed, his voice trembling with excitement. The shadow slowly opened its eyes, and in those weathered orbs, a flicker of confusion passed before clarity swiftly returned. Sensing the refinement of its soul, a voice tinged with nostalgia spoke. Chener, where did you find such a spiritual object? It actually contains a hint of the nurturing source's rule-based power, mending my depletion and seemingly solidifying the source. Yi Chen hastily recounted the acquisition of the golden leaves from the dark river at the cliff's base and the risks he had taken. Destiny has not forsaken us. Master and disciple, the ancient voice expressed, filled with relief. Those 3 golden leaves must be the legendary treasures of the world, the mid-grade, sacred-level source leaves. This item embodies the rules of the source of life, directly targeting the essence of life, capable of reshaping foundations with ease. Most importantly, it can even enhance a cultivator's foundation. Its rarity far surpasses that of high-grade, sacred-level spiritual herbs. You actually obtained 3 at once. Truly, your luck is extraordinary. He gained a profound understanding of Yi Chen's fortuitousness. Chener, no wonder I sense that not only has your foundation been repaired, but it has also subtly advanced. You are truly fortunate. What a pity, had your foundation not been injured, you might have progressed even further. Master, I did not think too much. I am just relieved that you are safe. Yi Chen sighed with relief, but his expression grew serious again. This place is ultimately not safe. The Blood Demon Sect is likely still searching, and I must return to the sect as quickly as possible. Indeed, the ancient shadow nodded, instantly merging back into the ring. Yi Chen's spirits soared. With his master present, he felt emboldened. After all, he had encountered countless dangers along the way, and as long as the ring spirit was with him, he could generally turn misfortune into fortune. Yi Chen carefully erased any traces in the cave before concealing his aura. Harnessing his cultivation, Yi Chen discerned his direction and subtly condensed his spiritual energy, his figure darting like a specter towards the direction of the Wenxian Sect. He traversed stealthily, evading several patrols from the Blood Demon Sect, aided by the formidable spiritual awareness of the ring spirit, which granted him precognition. With the boundary of the Wenxian Sect now less than 100 miles away, Yi Chun felt a flicker of relief. However, just as he was about to cross the low hills ahead, a terrifying aura of murderous intent suddenly locked onto him. Yi Chun's complexion turned ashen, cold sweat trickling down his brow. The sky transformed into a blood-red hue, and distant black figures surged closer. "You little beast, I have searched for you for days, only to find you hiding here. The vengeance for my son cannot be tolerated. Prepare to pay with your life." A gaunt figure appeared like a wraith atop a towering boulder. His face was ashen, enveloped in a dense aura of bloodthirsty demonic energy, his eyes bloodshot, seemingly intent on tearing Yi Chun apart. Indeed, it was the third elder of the Blood Demon Sect. The terrifying pressure of the nascent soul realm erupted without restraint, crashing down upon Yi Chun with palpable force. Yi Chun staggered as if struck hard, falling to one knee. His protective spiritual light shattered in an instant, and a mouthful of blood erupted forth. The disparity in their realms was akin to a chasm. Under this overwhelming pressure, Yi Chun found himself unable to even raise his head to face the adversary. "You little beast, die." The third elder of the Blood Demon Sect wasted no time in unleashing his attack, filled with hatred. A colossal blood-red hand, imbued with a potent, acrid wind, rapidly took shape, carrying the power to obliterate everything, descending ruthlessly upon Yi Chun below. Yi Chun felt as though he had plunged into an icy abyss, the sensation of impending death engulfing him. He even felt his internal spiritual power freeze, rendering him incapable of summoning his master. In this moment of peril, the Flame Emperor's prison-breaking technique surged within him, driven by the instinct for survival, attempting to resist. The ring spirit sensed the urgency and prepared to burn its essence at all costs. Yet, just as the blood hand was about to descend, a cold, authoritative female voice resounded like celestial music. "Humph! You Blood Demon Sect fiend! What audacity to bully a mere Foundation Establishment junior here! Truly shameless!" Whoosh! A spear of terrifying purple flame cleaved through the air, striking precisely at the center of the massive blood hand. Sizzle! The colossal blood hand was instantly pierced by the purple flame spear, engulfed in searing purple flames, reducing it to a cloud of smoke. The cataclysmic energy wave swept the ground clean of debris. As the storm subsided, a figure gracefully descended. The newcomer was exquisite. Adorned in luxurious palace attire of pale gold embroidered with fire cloud patterns, her face partially concealed by a white veil, revealing only a pair of captivating eyes. Though she exuded no overt forcefulness, she possessed an air of noble grace, as if she commanded the very essence of fire itself. Most striking was the serpentine dragon of translucent crimson flames that swirled around her, an ethereal manifestation of the burning sky purple crystal dragon. Its vivid presence signified the extraordinary prowess and status of its mistress. A golden core cultivator capable of manifesting such extraordinary primordial fire? The third elder of the Blood Demon Sect's pupils constricted sharply, a rare gravity and wariness etched onto his face, his fury forcibly tempered. Although her cultivation was beneath his, the fire energy radiating from her, which induced a subtle burning sensation within his demonic essence, and the manifested true fire, indicated her formidable background. She was likely a person of the sacred land, especially with that veil, which seemed to be a high-tier protective artifact. Moreover, the third elder keenly felt an ominous presence nearby, as though any reckless movement on his part would lead to his demise. Resolving himself, the third elder of the Blood Demon Sect steadied his composure, contemplating the necessity of probing her background before making any decisions. Chapter 43, Flame Fire Sacred Land. Wang Yu, Assessment Token. Who are you? Why do you interfere in my Blood Demon Sect's private vendetta? The third elder inquired in a solemn tone, his demeanor grave. Flame Fire Sacred Land. Wang Yu, the veiled woman replied with a cold, composed voice, as if stating a trivial matter. I merely intervene in the face of injustice. This child I shall protect. The purple crystal dragon behind her roared silently at the third elder, its scorching aura radiating outward. Wang Yu, Flame Fire Sacred Land. The third elder's heart shuddered. The Flame Fire Sacred Land was a colossal entity that towered over the central continent, far surpassing the Blood Demon Sect in power. Even as a nascent soul elder, he was loath to make an enemy of a core figure from the sacred land, especially one with such remarkable potential and a clearly profound background. The Flame Fire Sacred Land of the central continent? The third elder's gaze flickered between Wang Yu and Yi Chun, his expression shifting tumultuously. While the blood feud was undeniably important, risking his life and provoking the sacred land for the sake of a deceased son was utterly imprudent. Moreover, the combat prowess displayed by this woman was far beyond that of an ordinary golden core cultivator, Her previous attack had even caused a faint pain to his soul. Most critically, achieving the golden core stage at such a young age likely placed her on the cusp of nascent soul. His instincts were correct. Such a prodigy typically had protectors or formidable life-preserving trump cards. Furthermore, they were now perilously close to the Wenxian Sect, and any delay could invite unforeseen complications. After weighing his options, the third elder's apprehension ultimately eclipsed his rage. Humph, what a flamed fire sacred land. I shall remember this day, he spat with gritted teeth, casting a final scathing glance at the woman and Zhou Chen. In a flash of blood light, he vanished into the sky, decisively and unexpectedly. The oppressive aura that had enveloped the land dissipated along with him. As the pressure abruptly lifted, Zhou Chen felt his body weaken, nearly collapsing to the ground. Gasping for breath, his sweat soaking through his garments, he gazed at the enchanting figure shrouded in a veil before him, filled with gratitude for having survived the ordeal. Struggling to rise, he bowed respectfully. Junior Zhou Chen, thank you, fairy, for saving my life. This immense debt of gratitude, I shall repay in the future. In truth, Zhou Chen was astounded. The flamed fire sacred land, a behemoth that cultivators in the southern region could only look up to in awe. Wang Yu's gaze fell upon Zhou Chen, assessing him thoughtfully, a flicker of intrigue passing through her veiled eyes. Earlier, when Zhou Chen faced life and death, the surge of power within him, imbued with a certain affinity for fire, although fleeting, had caught her attention. Is this a fire spirit body? And not just any ordinary one, but seemingly refined or elevated through a higher power. Wang Yu's heart stirred. Within the sacred land, possessing a top-tier spirit body was not uncommon, yet a mere foundation establishment disciple from the insignificant Wenxian Sect could wield such a foundational fire spirit body was indeed extraordinary, especially given its vigorous aura and apparent possession of rare techniques. Which sect do you belong to? Wang Yu inquired, her voice still cold, yet now imbued with a hint of interest. I am a disciple of the inner sect of Wenxian Sect, Zhou Chen, he replied respectfully. The master within the ring silently cautioned Zhou Chen to remain vigilant. A daughter of the sacred land was not to be trifled with, as the complexities behind her existence were profound. Wenxian Sect? A Taoist sect from the southern region. I have not heard of it, Wang Yu nodded slightly, concluding that it was indeed a sect from a lesser region. At such a young age, he already possessed a foundation establishment second-layer cultivation, with a fairly solid root foundation, and his fire spirit body showed considerable potential. In this southern domain, he was somewhat wasted. Her tone was calm, yet carried a natural sense of superiority as she appraised him. As she spoke, she raised her hand slightly, and a palm-sized, ancient-looking token appeared out of thin air, hovering in front of Zhou Chen. The token was made of neither metal nor wood, entirely crimson, carved with a pattern of raging flames. This was a token from the flame sacred ground. Wang Yu's clear voice echoed. If you ever tire of staying in the southern domain, or find the cultivation resources here limited, insufficient to support the potential of your spirit body and martial arts, you might consider coming to the central continent and trying your luck at my flame sacred ground. With this token, you can bypass the cumbersome initial selection in the southern domain and directly participate in the sacred ground's entry assessment. At the very least, you can become an outer disciple. Her gaze carried a hint of amusement. Within my flame sacred ground, there is the saint-level superior martial art flame emperor scripture, the chaotic fire pool, and the ninefold nirvana technique, specially prepared for fire spirit bodies like yours. Many opportunities here cannot be compared with southern domain sections. Whether you rise or fall will depend on your own fate and fortune. Zhou Chen stared at the sacred ground token in front of him, exuding an irresistible allure, and his heart began to race uncontrollably. Flame Emperor Scripture, Ninefold Nirvana Technique, Chaotic Fire Pool. Just by the names, he could tell these were supreme opportunities. If he could join the Flame Sacred Ground, all sorts of resources and martial arts would be within reach. His cultivation environment would undergo a tremendous transformation. The threat of the Blood Demon sect would be nothing. His future path would be limitless. The enormous temptation made his breathing quicken. But just as he instinctively reached out to take the token, the voice of his Jing, spirit ring, exploded in his mind with urgency. Chener, don't be so quick to agree. Although the sacred ground is full of entangled paths, with geniuses everywhere, the competition is ruthless. You possess the Flame Emperor prison-breaking technique. So first solidify your foundation here in the southern domain. Only then will you have a place in the Flame Sacred Ground. A great sect is good, but it is more suitable for strong cultivators to grow. As if doused with a bucket of ice water, Zhou Chen's half-raised hand froze. His master's words instantly awakened him. The sacred ground does not welcome the weak. The Flame Sacred Ground is a place longed for by countless cultivators, and correspondingly, the competition is exceptionally fierce. With his current cultivation, entering the Flame Sacred Ground could mean failing even the inner gate assessment. He still had a mysterious master. This could not yet be exposed in the sacred ground. Moreover, if he left now, Zhou Chen's humiliation would remain unresolved. How could Yi Chen accept that? His thoughts twisted and turned as Yi Chen took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the fervor in his eyes. Restoring a respectful and grateful expression, Yi Chen bowed once more. Your Grace, I am deeply grateful. The sacred ground is a place of fortune that countless cultivators dream of, and my heart yearns for it. However, the sect has shown me kindness, and I cannot leave for now. I will go to the sacred ground within 3 years. Do as you wish. Wang Yu's words had barely fallen when she appeared on the spectral image of the flame sky amethyst Jiaolong. Roar. With a piercing roar, the flame sky amethyst Jiaolong took off, quickly turning into a black dot. The mountain wind howled, rustling Yi Chen's slightly disheveled robes. He stood atop a high slope, staring at the blurred outline of the Wenxian Sect's mountain gate, his expression complex. The flame's sacred ground token lay quietly in his storage ring, extraordinary in material. Smooth to the touch, the flame's sacred ground in the central continent was a stage Yi Chen had never imagined. Sacred ground central continent, Yi Chen muttered to himself, a surge of indescribable longing rising in his heart. Suppressing the distractions in his mind, Yi Chen retracted his aura and set off on his return journey. He was exceptionally cautious on the way back. Although the 3 elders of the Blood Demon sect had temporarily retreated, their lingering murderous intent remained. And there was no guarantee they had left no backup. Occasionally, low growls of beasts echoed through the forest. With his foundation establishment's second-layer cultivation and the Jiuling's keen perception, Yi Chen could often evade powerful beasts in advance. Several encounters were resolved by his formidable Flame Emperor prison-breaking technique, eliminating threats with no major injuries. Meanwhile, deep within the Blood Demon sect's hall, where the aura of blood pervaded, bang! A wine cup, carved from forest-white bones, was violently smashed on the ground, shattering into pieces. Useless. A mere little brat from Wenxian Sect couldn't be taken down, and was rescued right under our noses. The Blood Demon sect cannot afford to lose face. A presence shrouded in dense crimson mist, with only 2 scarlet glows visible where the eyes should be, sat above. Speaking in a voice like a steel blade scraping bone, cold and piercing. It was the Blood Demon sect leader, Shui Lu. The 3 elders of the Blood Demon sect, kneeling below, trembled imperceptibly, their faces pale. My lord, please calm your anger. It is not due to our incompetence, but because the one who intervened claimed to be Wang Yu of the Flame Sacred Ground, though only at Golden Core 10th layer. Her manifestation of the Flame Sky Amethyst Jiaolong is formidable. We dared not fight her head-on, fearing disaster for the sect. Flame Sacred Ground. The crimson glow flickered violently, showing deep apprehension. Anger was restrained in his tone. The Flame Sacred Ground is tens of thousands of miles from the southern domain. How could someone from there appear here? Could it be that incident? I do not know, but observing Yi Chen, his root foundation is extraordinarily solid. My son Chun Wei perished by his hand. In the future, he may very well threaten the Blood Demon sect. He must not be allowed to escape. The 3 elders lifted their heads, their eyes filled with intense hatred and madness. Give your subordinate a chance. There is a God-given opportunity now. The core disciples of Wenxian Sect are about to undergo their assessment. This child will surely participate. The crimson mist swirled and remained silent for a long moment. The core disciples' assessment in the Wenxian Tower? That tower is peculiar, with many restrictions. What do you plan? Shui Lu's deep voice resounded. The Blood Demon Sect elders' eyes flashed with sharpness. Within the tower, survival is your own responsibility. The sect has planted several competent moles within the inner gate. Talented cultivators meant for intelligence and assassination. This time, they can be deployed. Then I grant you one more opportunity. The crimson mist gradually dissipated. The 3 elders slowly rose. With a flick of their fingers, 3 blood-red light talismans etched with twisted runes pierced the void, disappearing instantly. Dispatch Dark Guards 1, 5, and 7. At all costs. Eliminate the Wenxian Sect disciple Yi Chen during the Wenxian Tower trial. If any emergencies occur, trigger the Blood Demon Guidance to unleash nascent soul power. Success grants a surge of demon blood, breaking through to Golden Core. Failure, and his body and soul will be annihilated. The chilling words echoed through the hall, and the elders' lips curled into cruel smiles. Yi Chen, no matter how strong your fate is, entering the Wenxian Tower will be your grave. To ensure no mistakes, they deployed 3 long-hidden inner gate moles of the Blood Demon Sect, nurtured with significant resources, all in Foundation Establishment stage. 2 were at Foundation Establishment 9th layer, and 1 at 8th layer. They usually went unnoticed, but at crucial moments, combined with the sect's special method, Blood Demon Guidance, they could launch deadly attacks against Yi Chen. Many Wenxian Sect talents had been eliminated in this way. Wenxian Sect, Zhou Chen's independent courtyard. Zhou Chen sat cross-legged in the meditation chamber, After entering the Unity secret realm, he habitually checked Yi Chun's latest opportunities. Name: Yi Chun. Cultivation, foundation establishment, second layer. Destiny, son of fortune, embodiment of the celestial path, transforming calamities into blessings, fire spirit body, awakened. Fate, recently. Received a sect token from Wang Yu of the Sacred Land of Flames, exempting him from registration and selection, allowing direct entry into the final assessment. Ultimately reaching the third layer of the Sacred Realm, becoming the second elder of the Sacred Land of Flames, titled Lord of Crimson Flame. Engaged in a 4-day and 5-night battle against a formidable foe at the 7th layer of the Sacred Realm, sacrificing himself in a self-detonation to protect the Sacred Land. Recent opportunities: 1. In 3 days, within the Nameless Mountains near the Asking Immortal Sect, he will acquire a superior grade Gathering Yuan Pill, which will enable him to break through to the 3rd layer of Foundation Establishment. Recent opportunities: 2. In 5 days, mistakenly entering the cave of a nascent soul cultivator. Located 100 miles from the Asking Immortal Sect, he will obtain an inferior grade Earth-ranked Red Cloud Sword. Recent opportunities: 3. In 7 days. At an unnamed cliff near the Asking Immortal Sect, acquire an inferior grade Earth-ranked Gathering Yuan Pill, advancing to the 4th layer of Foundation Establishment. Recent opportunities: 4. In 10 days, a chance encounter with Lu Qianru, who, upon conversing, finds his talent commendable, bestowing upon him an inferior grade Earth-ranked Gathering Spirit Pill, which will elevate him to the 5th layer of Foundation Establishment upon consumption. Recent opportunities: 5. During the core disciple trial at the Asking Immortal Tower. Pursued by an assassin from the Blood Demon Sect, he breaks through to the 6th layer of Foundation Establishment in a moment of crisis. Turning the tables on the 8th layer assassin, Blood 7. He receives a superior grade Gathering Spirit Pill, advancing to the 7th layer of Foundation Establishment after consumption. Recent opportunities: 6. During the core disciple trial at the Asking Immortal Tower, pursued by 2 9th layer assassins from the Blood Demon Sect. The emergency brings forth the intervention of his ring spirit, who eliminates the assassins. He obtains a low-grade celestial herb, soul condensing grass, which significantly enhances his spiritual consciousness, allowing him to break through to the 8th layer of Foundation Establishment. Recent opportunities: 7. By virtue of the ring spirit's unique sensitivity to spatial fluctuations, he inadvertently discovers the fastest route to the 6th layer of the Asking Immortal Tower, becoming the first to reach it. He leaves his name on the stone monument of source suppression, becoming the 2nd individual in 10,000 years to do so after the former sect master Mo Jingtian, earning a reward of a low-grade holy-ranked medicinal pill, Holy Spirit Pill, containing the essence of sacred power. Consumption aids Yi Chun in refining his foundation, solidifying his roots, and advancing to the perfected 10th layer of Foundation Establishment. Recent opportunities: 8. Due to his contributions in eliminating the Blood Demon Sect's assassins, he receives additional points, earning a low-grade Celestial Gathering Spirit Pill and a superior grade Earth-ranked spiritual weapon, the Universe Sword. Recent opportunities: 9. The Sacred Land of Flames token, continuous advancements, the first to reach the 6th layer, leaving a name on the monument, the Holy Spirit Pill. Zhou Chen abruptly opens his eyes. Even though he has become accustomed to Yi Chen's extraordinary fortunes, he cannot help but inhale sharply, his lips twitching slightly. It is important to note that Zhou Chen's current foundation is an unprecedented 9th layer within the entire sect, achieved only after consuming the miraculous low-grade holy-ranked 7 fragrant bridge flower. This Yi Chen, merely by leaving a name on the stone monument of source suppression, is able to receive a holy-ranked medicinal pill, the Holy Spirit Pill. Although the holy-ranked is a tier below the Emperor-ranked, the core function of the Holy Spirit Pill lies in enhancing the potential of one's foundation. This signifies that Yi Chen's 5th grade foundation might directly ascend to the 6th grade or even higher, gaining an unfathomably stable base. This opportunity is invaluable and must not fall into Yi Chen's hands. Especially with the emergence of that Sacred Land of Flames token, Zhou Chen feels an intense unease. What kind of being is Wang Yu of the Sacred Land of Flames, casually bestowing a token that allows one to bypass initial selection, and commanding the 3rd elder of the Blood Demon Sect into submission with a mere word? Contemplating this, Zhou Chen immediately rises, adjusts his robe, and resolves to seek answers from Lu Qingtian. Chapter 45. The Sacred Land Opportunity and Lu Qingtian's Reaction. In the main hall of the summit, Lu Qingtian is attending to sect affairs. Master, Zhou Chen respectfully bows. Chener has arrived? Is it regarding the upcoming core disciple assessment? Lu Qingtian puts down the jade slip, gazing at his increasingly surprising disciple with a smile. Achieving the 3rd layer of Foundation Establishment in such a short time is truly the fastest he has ever witnessed. I do have inquiries, particularly about the Sacred Land of Flames, Zhou Chen cautiously begins. The sacred land of flames. Lu Qingtian's smile instantly fades, his gaze sharpening with an unyielding intensity. An invisible pressure envelopes the space, locking onto Zhou Chen. Where did you hear this name? Zhou Chen feels a constriction in his breath, alarmed by Lu Qingtian's profound reaction, and hastily replies, I merely overheard a few loose cultivators mention it during my travels, their words filled with reverence and longing, as if it were an incredibly powerful place. Out of curiosity, I dared to inquire with you, master. He deliberately omits the part about Wang Yu saving Yi Chun and fabricates a story about loose cultivators. Lu Qingtian scrutinizes Zhou Chen, noting his calm demeanor and the aura of the second layer of foundation establishment. Finding nothing amiss, the oppressive atmosphere gradually dissipates, though the gravity on Lu Qingtian's face remains unchanged. He gestures, establishing a barrier to ensure their conversation remains confidential. Chinner, this sacred land of flames is not to be trifled with. It is not a force within our southern region, but rather an unparalleled sacred land situated in the vast central continent, one of the colossal entities standing at the pinnacle of the entire Tianxian continent. Lu Qingtian's voice carries an unprecedented seriousness. The reason the sacred land dares to call itself sacred is that within such sects, sacred realm cultivators merely serve as elders, and it is not uncommon for hidden emperor realm behemoths to exist. There are even rumors of transcendent beings beyond the emperor realm. Its depth and terrifying heritage far exceed our imagination. Zhou Chen's heart trembles. Sacred realm as elders? Emperor realm not being uncommon? Existence beyond the emperor realm? He has always known that sacred lands are powerful, but he never anticipated their might to reach such unfathomable heights. This is truly a behemoth of the cultivation world. No wonder the third elder of the Blood Demon sect dared not utter a word before Wang Yu. The so-called top sects in our southern region are as insignificant as ants before the sacred land of flames. Lu Qingtian's tone carries a hint of complexity. The sacred land recruits disciples widely. Anyone who passes its stringent assessments can obtain resources and guidance beyond imagination, transforming from a carp into a dragon. However, due to its immense strength, internal competition is far more brutal than our sects could fathom. The Sacred Land token is a recommendation item only eligible for core disciples or core elders to distribute. Possession of it allows one to bypass initial selection and directly participate in the formal assessment of the Sacred Land's founding ceremony. He casts a meaningful glance at Zhou Chen. This matter is a secret. The loose cultivators outside only speak of it in hearsay. You must not mention it again while outside, nor harbor any unrealistic fantasies about the Sacred Land. It is beyond your current level of engagement. A slight misstep could result in annihilation. I will heed Master S teachings. Zhou Chen solemnly responds, yet his heart is tumultuous. The cultivation world should truly not be underestimated, even with his fortuitous advantages. The weight of this token is far greater than he had imagined. That Yi Chen fellow is truly being fed by the heavens. Lu Qingtian, seeing Zhou Chen learning well, nods in satisfaction, his tone softening. However, since you have established your foundation and are preparing to participate in the core disciple assessment, should you successfully become a core disciple, there may arise an opportunity related to the Sacred Land of Flames, perhaps. He abruptly halts mid-sentence, as if recalling something of utmost importance. His gaze fixed intently on Zhou Chen. Wait, Chinner, in my excitement over your rapid cultivation speed, I neglected to ask the most crucial question. What tier have you forged your foundation to? Is it the 3rd tier or the 4th tier? Zhou Chen's heart skips a beat. It is essential to note that his foundation is an astonishing 9th tier, a legendary supreme foundation. If this news were to spread, it would likely attract the attention of even Sacred Realm or Emperor Realm old monsters, eager to dissect him for research. It must be kept secret. He lowered his head slightly, feigning a hint of embarrassment while responding with a touch of pride. Master, the disciple has fortuitously forged a 5th stage Dao foundation. He dared not mention anything above the 6th rank, fearing it might be too shocking. The 5th stage was comfortably within the realm of prodigious talent, sufficiently explaining his rapid cultivation without being overly extraordinary. 5th stage Dao foundation. Lu Qingtian suddenly rose, his eyes wide with astonishment. The muscles of his face twitching as if he had just heard an incredible tale. His voice soared an octave, causing dust to rain down from the ceiling of the grand hall. What did you say? 5th stage. Are you certain it is a 5th stage Dao foundation? In a flash, Lu Qingtian was before Zhou Chen, gripping his shoulders tightly, his excitement causing his beard to tremble. Throughout the millennia of the Asking Immortal sect, only a handful had achieved a 5th stage Dao foundation, each becoming a pillar of the sect. His greatest hope had been for Zhou Chen to attain merely a 4th stage, yet here was the astonishing revelation of a 5th stage. Master, I assure you, it is indeed a 5th stage Dao foundation. Zhou Chen was taken aback by his master's reaction. internally marveling at his own good fortune for not claiming a 9th rank. Good, good, good. Lu Qingtian repeated the word thrice, his face flushed with excitement as he paced the hall, barely able to contain himself. A 5th stage Dao foundation. Ha ha ha. Heaven bless my disciple. Heaven bless our asking immortal sect. You will surely reach the nascent soul realm. No, even the sacred realm is within your grasp. In truth, Lu Qingtian's daughter, Lu Qianru, also possessed a 5th stage Dao foundation, which was the sect's greatest secret. Externally, they claimed she had a 4th stage foundation to protect her. Lu Qingtian, after a prolonged bout of laughter, managed to calm his fervor, gazing at Zhou Chen with unparalleled admiration and relief. A 5th stage Dao foundation. This matter is absolutely confidential. Apart from your master, you must not disclose it to anyone else, not even to your senior sister. Lu Qingtian admonished gravely, recognizing the significance of this revelation. Until you possess the strength to protect yourself, you must keep this under wraps. Understood, master. Zhou Chen replied earnestly. Lu Qingtian rummaged through his storage ring for a moment before producing a piece of ancient-looking inner armor, glowing with an earthy hue, adorned with intricate runes that exuded a steady and profound aura. Chen'er, this is a high-grade defensive spiritual artifact known as the Qian armor, crafted from the shell of a 10,000-year-old mystic turtle mixed with secret silver essence, and refined with the quintessence of earth from the core formation realm. It can be empowered with spiritual energy to activate its defensive capabilities. Lu Qingtian paused. This armor is sufficient to withstand multiple full-force attacks from a mid-core formation cultivator, and can even endure a single strike from a late-core formation practitioner. Its defensive power is astonishing. I bestow it upon you today. For the core disciple assessment is fraught with peril, and with this armor for protection, your master can rest easier. Zhou Chen looked at the formidable armor radiating a powerful aura. A warm current surged within him. Though his own physical prowess, bolstered by the perfection of the 3rd layer of the indestructible golden body, might rival or even surpass this Qian armor, the affection Lu Qingtian bore for him stirred a profound emotion within Zhou Chen, even after 2 lifetimes. Thank you, master, for your generous gift. I vow not to disappoint your expectations and will strive to be the best in the assessment. Zhou Chen received the Qian armor with both hands, bowing deeply, his tone resolute. This gesture of care he would remember. Simultaneously, he recalled that Lu Qingtian had not finished discussing the opportunities related to the sacred land. Thus, he spoke up, Master, what are the opportunities regarding the sacred land after the assessment? Haha, that is something you need not concern yourself with just yet. Simply remember, the higher your rank, the better. Lu Qingtian chuckled lightly, observing Zhou Chen without elaborating further. Seeing this, Zhou Chen wisely refrained from pressing the issue. After bidding farewell to Lu Qingtian with a respectful gesture, he mused that becoming a core disciple would surely bring even greater surprises, heightening his anticipation for the assessment. As for Yi Chun's prospects within the Asking Immortal Tower, Zhou Chen needed to devise a careful plan. First, there were the low-grade Earth-ranked Qi Xiao sword available in 5 days, and the low-grade Earth-ranked Ning Yuan pill in 7 days, both of which he could seize directly. The chance encounter between Lu Qianru and Yi Chun in 10 days would be even easier to handle. He could find an excuse to consult Lu Qianru about cultivation methods, ensuring she wouldn't be able to leave, while simultaneously fostering their connection. Yi Chen's opportunity within the Asking Immortal Tower primarily revolved around eliminating 3 dark guards of the Blood Demon sect to obtain pills and spiritual items. From the timeline, the 3 dark guards were still acting independently. If he could devise a method to eliminate the dark guards in advance, the opportunities would be his for the taking. However, Zhou Chen was uncertain about how to reach the 6th floor of the Asking Immortal Tower swiftly. After all, Yi Chun had stumbled upon it by chance, and the tower was vast, leaving Zhou Chen with little confidence in locating Yi Chun. In stark contrast to Zhou Chen's encounters, Yi Chun found himself in a state of discontent outside the Technique Pavilion. After much effort, he had finally returned to the Asking Immortal Sect. Yet after enduring several life-and-death battles, he felt acutely the lack of a powerful body technique. Whether facing the relentless pursuit of the Blood Demon sect or vying for opportunities in the trials of the Asking Immortal Tower, a superior body technique was of utmost importance to him. Yi Chun, after extensive inquiries, learned that Elder Zhang of the Technique Pavilion, despite his eccentric temperament, possessed an acute eye for talent and had a particular fondness for foundational nurturing elixirs, especially those derived from obscure ancient recipes. Yi Chen's thoughts sparked as he recalled a bottle of high-quality rejuvenation pills he had acquired after slaying an evil cultivator. The rejuvenation pill not only had effects on nurturing the foundation and enhancing the physical body, but also offered slight benefits to increasing physical strength. He promptly brought the bottle of rejuvenation pills to the technique pavilion to seek an audience with Elder Zhang. After considerable effort, he finally located Elder Zhang in a secluded corner, engrossed in examining a damaged jade slip. Disciple Yi Chen pays respects to Elder Zhang, he said respectfully. Elder Zhang did not lift his head, merely grunting in acknowledgement while remaining engrossed in the jade slip. Yi Chen carefully produced the jade bottle and spoke. I have come to seek your guidance on selecting a body technique, knowing that the elder is well versed in various techniques and their true meanings. I have fortuitously acquired this bottle of rejuvenation pills, which, while not extraordinary, possesses some foundational nurturing effects, and I wish to present it to the elder in hopes of receiving some guidance. Finally, Elder Zhang raised his eyelids, casting a sidelong glance at the jade bottle in Yi Chen's hand. His nostrils slightly flared, and he soon revealed an unmistakable expression of disdain and disappointment. Rejuvenation pills? Humph. Elder Zhang scoffed, his tone dripping with contempt. Such an ordinary item, and you dare to present it before me? Do you take me for one of those uncultured gatekeeping disciples? After years of research, do you think I cannot discern good pills from bad? Take it away. This pill is beneath consideration. He emphasized the phrase beneath consideration with particular weight, and upon finishing, he waved his sleeve dismissively, as if swatting away a fly. Go on. Go away. Do not disturb me while I contemplate the Tao. As for body techniques, find them on your own. There are countless animal hide scrolls in this pavilion. You can sift through them yourself. With that, he turned his back to Yi Chen, fully immersing himself back into the fragmented jade slip. Yi Chen's face instantly flushed crimson, his hand holding the jade bottle freezing awkwardly in midair, the humiliation burning within him like fire. He never expected that what he considered a decent pill could be regarded as utterly worthless in Elder Zhang's eyes, unworthy even of a glance. The techniques within the technique pavilion were vast and overwhelming, and Yi Chen found it challenging to locate a suitable one for himself. Suppressing his anger, he stowed the jade bottle back into his storage ring, bowed begrudgingly to Elder Zhang's back, and swiftly exited the technique pavilion, his steps heavy with suppressed fury and deep-seated frustration. Damn it, such arrogance, he muttered under his breath as he distanced himself from the technique pavilion. The art of agile movement was not inquired about, leaving him with an unrelenting sense of frustration. Without proficient agility, how could one navigate swiftly within the Tower of Inquisition? Should danger arise once more, it would be exceedingly difficult to shed adversaries. It appears that he must devise a solution on his own. The relentless pursuit by the Blood Demon Sect, the humiliation inflicted by Elder Zhang of the Techniques Pavilion, and the treachery orchestrated by Zhou Chen, all these grievances pierced his very being, igniting within him an unprecedented thirst for power. Suddenly, Yi Chen raised his head. After all, he had a benefactor in the form of a mentor at the Wenxian Sect. Although he had been bested by Zhou Chen in the outer sect competition, his performance had been commendable. Ultimately, he had become a disciple of the Grand Elder of the Wenxian Sect. On that day, the Grand Elder had bestowed upon him some elixirs and inquired about the type of technique he desired. Feeling despondent at the time, Yi Chen had deferred his response to his esteemed mentor. It seemed he could seek his assistance now. Determined, Yi Chen hastened toward the main peak where Grand Elder Li Hu resided. Upon reaching the entrance, he took a moment to adjust his breath and cupped his hands in greeting to the two gatekeeping disciples. Respected seniors, I am Yi Chen, and I wish to see the Grand Elder regarding a matter of importance. I kindly request that you convey my message. The two disciples promptly returned the gesture, saying, Junior brother, you need not be so formal. As a disciple of the Grand Elder, you have been granted permission to enter directly. Please, come in. A steady and resonant voice emanated from deep within the hall. I am Yi Chen, here to discuss a pressing matter with the Grand Elder. Yi Chen proclaimed with clarity and respect. The hall doors opened silently, and he stepped inside. The spiritual energy within the hall was far denser than that of the outside world, and the furnishings were arranged in a manner that exuded a sense of solemn grandeur. Li Hu, clad in a gray robe, sat cross-legged on a meditation mat, gradually concluding his cultivation. Upon opening his eyes and gazing at Yi Chen, a look of incredulity ignited within. Yi Chen Yu, his gaze, upon touching Yi Chen's form, burst forth with an expression of astonishment. Foundation establishment, second level. Li Hu abruptly rose, striding toward Yi Chen. His consciousness swept over him without restraint, and he gasped in admiration. Good heavens, such a young lad. Peak of the second level of foundation establishment. Your Tao foundation is remarkably solid, with golden patterns swirling within. Is this a 5th grade foundation? Excellent. Truly excellent. Ha ha. Heaven bless our Wenxian Sect. The Grand Elder could hardly contain his elation, his face a mixture of shock and joy. In truth, Yi Chen had always been cautious, reluctant to reveal his 5th grade foundation. However, considering the imminent assessment for core disciples, he recognized that without a superior technique for agility, he might be at a disadvantage, struggling to secure a favorable ranking. Moreover, his animosity toward Zhou Chen had reached its zenith. Li Hu laughed heartily, clapping Yi Chen on the shoulder with such force that it left Yi Chen's shoulder tingling. Excellent, excellent. Not only have you surpassed my expectations in terms of cultivation speed, but your foundation is also remarkably solid. A 5th grade foundation. Do you realize that throughout the millennia of our Inquisition sect, only the first sect master has ever achieved such a feat? It seems your recent trials in the outside world have yielded extraordinary results. Li Hu scrutinized Yi Chen from head to toe, growing increasingly pleased. Speak, my boy. What is it that you desire? As long as it is within my power, I shall grant it without hesitation. Yi Chen's heart steadied. He understood that his talent had successfully captured the Grand Elder's attention. Respected Grand Elder, during my recent trials, I encountered formidable foes who pursued me relentlessly, revealing my inadequacies in agility. In critical moments, I found it challenging to preserve my life, let alone pursue and defeat my enemies. I humbly request that you bestow upon me a superior technique for agility. I am willing to devote myself entirely to its cultivation, striving not to disappoint your expectations. Pursuit? Which audacious fool dares to chase after a disciple of our Inquisition sect in the southern region? Li Hu's fury ignited, an overwhelming aura escaping uncontrollably, causing the very spiritual energy of the cave to tremble. Feeling the weight of this formidable presence, Yi Chen's heart raced. Master, it was the 3rd elder of the Blood Demon sect. He then concisely recounted the events leading up to this moment. I cannot believe the Blood Demon sect would dare to act so brazenly. One day, I shall unite with other sects to exact vengeance upon them for you. Li Hu seethed, his heart burning with resentment at the thought that Yi Chen might have been killed without his knowledge by the Blood Demon sect. Yet, the Blood Demon sect was a force to be reckoned with in the southern region, unless the sect revealed its hidden cards. The Inquisition sect's current strength might not be sufficient to confront them, risking the potential for rival factions to take advantage of their conflict. My boy, while the Blood Demon sect is indeed loathsome, their power cannot be underestimated. For the time being, avoid venturing far from the sect and focus on cultivating within our territory. Here is my talisman. Should you find yourself in danger, you may crush it, and I shall arrive post-haste. As for the technique for agility, Li Hu stroked his beard thoughtfully, his gaze flickering. He had indeed noticed that Yi Chen's steps had seemed somewhat heavy and lacked fluidity upon entering the cave. If this shortcoming remained unaddressed, it could spell trouble for him in the upcoming core disciple assessment, particularly against opponents with peculiar speed or agile beasts. What kind of agility technique do you seek? Mid-grade of the Shin tier? Or high-grade? Li Hu inquired tentatively, as the sect's treasury did contain several high-grade agility techniques. Yi Chen lowered his head slightly, a glimmer of resolve flashing in his eyes, though his voice remained steady. I dare to ask for a technique of the Earth tier. Only thus would I gain the confidence to surpass other core disciples within the Tower of Inquisition, upholding the honor of my esteemed Grand Elder. Earth tier. Li Hu's brow arched in surprise. This time, Yi Chen's aspirations genuinely astonished him. Earth tier techniques were considered treasures even within the Inquisition sect, let alone those renowned for their rarity and agility. Generally, only core disciples were permitted to cultivate such techniques. He had initially intended to reprimand Yi Chen for his lofty ambitions, but upon meeting Yi Chen's calm and confident gaze, and recalling Yi Chen's 5th grade foundation and peak 2nd level of foundation establishment, the words of reproach caught in his throat. This lad may indeed possess the qualifications to cultivate an Earth tier agility technique. His talent merits greater resources from the sect for nurturing. Furthermore, with the core disciple assessment on the horizon, if Yi Chen could swiftly master a powerful agility technique, his chances of securing a high ranking within the tower would significantly increase. This matter not only pertained to Yi Chen personally, but also impacted Li Hu's own reputation and standing within the sect. After a moment's contemplation, Li Hu's expression shifted numerous times, his eyes flashing with determination. Very well, since you possess such ambition, I shall grant your request. With a flick of his wrist, a stream of light emerged from his storage ring, hovering in the air. It was a scroll, neither silk nor paper, exuding a faint azure hue. Crafted from a peculiar material, adorned with subtle feather-like patterns that emanated a mysterious spatial fluctuation and ethereal spiritual rhythm. As the scroll unfurled, 4 elegantly flowing ancient characters appeared. Hua Yu Ju. This is the Earth tier mid-grade agility technique, Hua Yu Ju, which I obtained during my youth while exploring an ancient cultivator's cave. Li Hu's voice carried a tone of nostalgia and pride, yet it was tinged with gravity. This technique, when cultivated to perfection, allows one to move like a divine bird, leaving no trace behind, enabling brief flight upon the wind, with rapid directional changes, making it exceptionally suitable for both short-distance evasions and escapes. It is the ideal remedy for your current shortcomings in agility. Yi Chen's pupils dilated, his heart soaring with joy. What a windfall! An Earth-tier, mid-grade agility technique. This far exceeded Yi Chen's expectations. However, Li Hu's tone shifted, becoming exceedingly serious. This technique demands profound insight and meticulous control over one's body and spiritual energy. The difficulty of cultivation is exceedingly high. Within the sect, a few core disciples had attempted to cultivate, yet none managed to unlock the secrets. You must be mentally prepared, should you fail to achieve minor success within 3 months. It is best to relinquish your efforts temporarily, lest you jeopardize the core trials. The disciple vows to exert every effort, not to disappoint the elder's high expectations. Yi Chen suppressed his excitement and solemnly accepted the heavy scroll of the transformation of feathers. The moment the scroll touched his hand, it radiated a slight warmth, and a peculiar wave of spiritual energy coursed through his arm, invigorating his spirit. Li Hu nodded in satisfaction, appreciating Yi Chen's attitude. After a brief pause, he flipped his hand, revealing a smooth jade vial that materialized in his palm. Upon removing the cap, an intensely pure medicinal fragrance instantly filled the entire hall. This is a low-grade Earth-tier gathering spirit pill. Li Hu presented the jade vial before Yi Chen. Such concentrated spiritual energy can stabilize your realm and prove remarkably effective when breaking through minor obstacles. You have just entered the second level of foundation establishment. Though your foundation is stable, it still requires fortification. This pill will assist you greatly, striving to elevate your cultivation before the assessment. Earth-tier medicinal pills. Yi Chen felt a surge of gratitude, realizing that Li Hu had indeed invested significantly in supporting him. Thank you, Master. I shall endeavor with utmost diligence. Living up to your expectations. Yi Chen bowed deeply. No need for such formality. Li Hu chuckled, waving his hand dismissively. Remember, body techniques and cultivation are but external factors. The key lies in your cultivation. You must practice diligently and grasp the essence. Prepare well, do not squander your talents. I look forward to your brilliance in the Tower of Inquiry. He regarded Yi Chen as a vital pillar for the future of the Inquiry sect, even subtly nurturing him as a potential successor to the lineage of the Grand Elder. After bidding farewell to Li Hu, Yi Chen returned to his quarters with the transformation of feathers and the gathering spirit pill, his heart brimming with determination. Armed with the transformation of feathers and the gathering spirit pill, he felt confident in his ability to enhance his strength in a short period. If Zhou Chen were to witness this scene, he would undoubtedly feel a sense of helplessness. Such a direct and designated opportunity bestowed upon Yi Chen could not be intercepted, and it was no wonder that the opportunity panel did not reflect it. Some might argue that eliminating Yi Chen would suffice to intercept the opportunity. However, they were unaware of the terrifying nature of the Child of Destiny. As long as one remains the Child of Destiny, when faced with peril, regardless of how dire the situation, they will always emerge unscathed. Even those whose strength far surpasses Yi Chen's would find it impossible to slay him. The third elder of the Blood Demon sect serves as an excellent example. Having acquired what he sought, Yi Chen was eager to depart. Deep within the nameless mountains, he discovered a hidden cave, partially concealed by vines, in a fog-laden hollow. The spiritual energy here was indeed denser than in the surrounding area. Yi Chen's spirits lifted as he waved his sleeve to clear the vines and cautiously stepped inside. The cave was small and dimly lit. He focused his senses, but found no source of concentrated spiritual energy. Reaching the innermost part of the cave, he saw only ordinary moss and a few commonplace stones. The only peculiarity was a patch of freshly disturbed soil in the corner. Had someone been here? Yi Chen squatted down, picking up a handful of earth. The soil retained a hint of moisture, evidently freshly disturbed. Was it a treasure-seeking rogue cultivator? Or a wave of ominous premonition washed over him? He searched meticulously, but aside from the new soil, there were no other clues. The anticipated spiritual herbs or ancient artifacts were nowhere to be found. Sigh. Yi Chen sighed heavily, feeling a profound sense of frustration as he reluctantly turned to leave. The sensation that the opportunity that should have belonged to him had been stolen by another resurfaced, leaving him utterly disgusted. Days passed. Yi Chen practiced the transformation of feathers, soaring over several mountain peaks, until he arrived at a desolate stone forest. Suddenly, he halted. Beneath an inconspicuous stone crevice, he sensed a faint yet pure residual wave of an ancient restriction. Following his intuition, there should be a sealed cave beneath this spot. Thus, employing his meticulous control over the flames through the Flame Emperor's prison-breaking technique, he investigated the flow of the Earth's fiery energy and carefully struck at the remaining nodes of the restriction. This is it. There is bound to be an opportunity. Hope ignited once more in Yi Chen's heart. Judging by the strength of the restriction, it seemed to be the remnants of a cave dwelling belonging to a nascent soul cultivator. Boom! A low, thunderous roar erupted as the ground cracked open. revealing a narrow entrance barely wide enough for a single person to pass through. The restriction had indeed weakened significantly. Without hesitation, Yi Chen leaped inside. The cave was suffused with a damp, decayed atmosphere, and the space was limited, with the stone chamber nearly collapsed. His gaze darted around. In the center, there was a stone platform with an indentation, as if it had once held a treasure, but now it lay empty. Empty. Yi Chen approached, running his fingers along the cold edge of the stone platform. The surface was remarkably smooth, devoid of even a speck of dust, as if it had just been polished. What startled Yi Chen even more was the almost imperceptible foreign aura lingering in the air and the crevices of the stone walls, a faint trace of spiritual energy that did not belong to this place. Though the spiritual energy was weak, its fluctuations and pressure, though subtle, emanated a level he could not comprehend, sending a shiver through his very soul. Could it be that a true powerhouse had passed through and casually taken it? Yi Chen was drenched in cold sweat. Little did he know, the aura that terrified him was merely a remnant inadvertently left by Zhou Chen, whose cultivation at the 9th level of foundation establishment rendered his spiritual energy's purity and intensity far beyond that of ordinary cultivators. Coupled with the enhancement of the Primordial Chaos Sutra, it was indeed easy to mistake it for the presence of a formidable being. He dared not delve further nor linger. Swiftly exiting the cave, Yi Chen felt despondent, as if yet another opportunity had slipped through his fingers. 2 days later, at the edge of the Blackwood Cliff, Yi Chen arrived at a steep cliffside near the Blackwood Cliff. He gazed down at a hidden stone crevice platform about 10 jong below, sensing the faint presence of spiritual herbs. Cautiously, Yi Chen descended, landing on the platform. The mountain wind was biting, and the platform was small, offering a clear view. However, to Yi Chen's disappointment, there were no miraculous flowers or herbs emitting spiritual light and fragrance as he had envisioned. Only traces of earth that had been uprooted, leaving a shallow pit and some broken roots. Yet, a strange medicinal aroma lingered in the air. This fragrance was unfamiliar to Yi Chen, yet it imparted a rare sense of tranquility to his spirit. Hiss! It must be a top-tier spiritual herb. Moreover, it had been recently harvested. But who took it? Yi Chen stared at the freshly dug shallow pit, his mounting frustration, indignation, and a hint of subtle panic reaching a boiling point. Every opportunity he had sensed in recent days had, without exception, eluded him. Once could be a coincidence, twice a coincidence, but thrice, all recently taken by someone else? This felt too uncanny, as if a pair of eyes in the darkness had been watching him all along, snatching away what was rightfully his. He recalled the herb garden at the cliff of Long Mang Mountain, stripped bare, and the taunting words from the cave behind the waterfall. I took it. You coming behind. Does it make you angry? Who could it be? I must kill you. A surge of hatred coiled around his heart like a venomous serpent, and a chilling killing intent ignited in Yi Chen's eyes. Chenner. In the ring, a faint yet urgent voice of the spirit emerged, interrupting Yi Chen's furious thoughts. Calm yourself. You are becoming overly attached. Allowing anger to disturb your mind only leads to chaos. Opportunities are meant for those with fate. Forcing them is futile. Return swiftly and focus on your cultivation. True strength is the foundation. Though the voice of his master resonated with age, it bore an unwavering firmness. Akin to a resounding wake-up call, Yi Chen abruptly awoke from his reverie. Indeed, what had come over him? He had nearly succumbed to obsession due to the lack of fortune, allowing his heart to waver. I truly deserve this. He chastised himself inwardly. Yes, master. I understand. Taking a deep breath, Yi Chen forcefully suppressed all negative emotions, his gaze turning resolute. He cast a final glance at the empty medicinal pit, devoid of any lingering attachment, before turning back to scale the cliff, racing toward the direction of the Wenxian Sect. Chapter 49. Subduing the blood-soul-burning flame sword. A breakthrough. Within the Unification secret realm, Zhou Chen sat cross-legged in the void, enveloped in a soft halo of light, resembling a deity emerging from primordial chaos. He slowly opened his eyes, fatigue absent, a glimmer of spiritual light swirling within. With a mere thought, the void rippled, revealing 3 treasures, each exuding distinctly different auras. The first was a long sword, entirely crimson, brimming with spiritual energy, its texture akin to that of crystal. Beep. Detection of the host successfully intercepting the fortune of the destined child, Yi Chen, has been made. Earth-grade inferior Qishao sword, triggering a 100-fold return. Reward. Heaven-grade inferior blood-soul burning flame sword. Will you accept? The system's notification rang cold yet melodious, akin to celestial music. Yes, Zhou Chen silently pondered. In an instant, the heaven-grade inferior blood-soul burning flame sword materialized before him. The moment it appeared, the temperature of the entire space surged to a terrifying degree. A violent, malevolent aura erupted, and a terrifying energy surged wildly within the sword. Occasionally, a distorted blood-red, ghostly visage would coalesce upon its surface, faintly roaring. Subsequently, the blood-soul-burning flame sword hovered silently, devoid of any earth-shattering commotion, embodying an extreme profundity that pierced the depths of the underworld and extinguished all existence. This sword was forged from the magma of the ocean of blood, infused with the essence of the most sinister, vengeful spirits. Crafted meticulously by a master artisan over countless years, an inferior heaven-grade spiritual artifact. The rampant spiritual energy and foul aura within it could spell death for ordinary Foundation establishment cultivators. Even those at the core formation stage would find it difficult to withstand its edge. Zhou Chen inhaled deeply, his expression exceedingly grave. Without hesitation, he activated the primordial chaos scripture, forming hand seals to channel energy. A flicker of flame ignited, distorting the space, revealing the Golden Emperor glazed flame. Swiftly, the golden flame gradually extricated a barely perceivable golden filament, akin to a living entity, which burrowed into the blood-soul-burning flame sword. Despite Zhou Chen's solid foundation and unceasing flow of spiritual energy, he was drenched in sweat at this moment. In the next instant, a wisp of black spiritual energy was drawn out, slowly entering the Labor Palace acupoint in his palm, guided by the Golden Emperor glazed flame. A chilling, unimaginable sensation enveloped him instantly. Zhou Chen's body trembled violently, his skin losing all color, transforming into a shade akin to ghostly cold jade. A thin layer of deep black malevolence swiftly cloaking him. The bizarre black spiritual energy rampaged within Zhou Chen's body. Beads of cold sweat streamed down his face, as if his consciousness were being devoured by a myriad of ants. However, the black and white runes generated by the primordial chaos scripture erupted with brilliance, steadfastly protecting his foundational essence and consciousness. The black spiritual energy, seemingly encountering something terrifying, ceased its tumultuous movement and was drawn into the primordial runes by an invisible force, restoring Zhou Chen's body to tranquility. Phew, that was arduous. The heaven-grade spiritual artifact is indeed not easily refined. Zhou Chen felt a twinge of fear, unaware that his low cultivation was a significant factor. Just refining the essence of a single inferior heaven-grade spiritual artifact required him to exert himself fully to barely succeed. Failure would undoubtedly result in severe repercussions. This was far more challenging than intercepting Yi Chen's superior earth-grade spiritual artifact, the Xianxian sword, and the returned superior earth-grade Songlong sword. Nevertheless, the power of this sword was equally terrifying. Zhou Chen sensed that had he still been in the Qi refinement stage, he would have been utterly incapable of refining it. Even if he had miraculously succeeded, wielding it would likely drain 90% of his spiritual energy in an instant. It is worth noting that Zhou Chen's quality and quantity of spiritual energy had already surpassed those of his peers, making it difficult to satiate this blade. Unbeknownst to Zhou Chen, his acquisition of this spiritual artifact was heavily influenced by luck. Artifacts above the heaven grade already exhibited a semblance of consciousness, choosing their masters independently. Had it not been for the primordial runes, he might have faced a backlash at this moment. This consciousness not only significantly enhanced the artifact's power, but also established a connection between the cultivator and the artifact, allowing for harmonious operation, making it difficult to seize during combat. Haha, your fortune truly is remarkable, Yi Chen. Yet, it all belongs to me now. I find myself somewhat reluctant to eliminate you. Zhou Chen pressed on relentlessly, his gaze shifting to the second treasure. Beep. Detection of the host successfully intercepting the fortune of the destined child, Yi Chen, has been made. Earth-grade inferior Ningyuan pill, triggering a 100-fold return. Reward. Heaven-grade inferior Nirvana true flame pill. A jade-white pill bottle floated in the air, its cork already shattered. Inside lay a pill the size of a longan, gleaming with golden light. Without hesitation, Zhou Chen inhaled, and the golden pill instantly vanished into his mouth. Boom. A beam of light erupted violently from Zhou Chen's Bai-Wei acupoint. If someone were present, they would witness Zhou Chen transforming into a being of golden light. This was not the burning of flesh, but rather an evolution of the very essence of life. Resisting the impulse to use the Golden Emperor glazed flame, Zhou Chen completely surrendered his mind. Not long after, every inch of his bones and every meridian underwent continuous transformation under the power of the Nirvana true flame. Soon, a faint golden halo began to flow over Zhou Chen's skin. His bones became as translucent as divine jade, their hardness surpassing several times that of before. Ugh! The indescribable agony and ecstasy compelled Zhou Chen to let out a low roar. Ultimately, the golden Nirvana fire gradually retracted. Zhou Chen remained seated in his meditative posture. At this moment, his bronze skin appeared as though it might turn to jade, his aura becoming increasingly ethereal and pure, and his consciousness surged exponentially. In this moment, he had unlocked an alarming level of potential. The effects were astounding. Zhou Chen's eyes glimmered with fervor. Chapter 50. Foundation Establishment 6th Layer versus Foundation Establishment 3rd Layer. In the next moment, the Tianyuan pill dissolved within Zhou Chen's body. A torrent of spiritual energy surged forth, instantly breaching the barrier of the pinnacle of the Foundation Establishment 4th Layer. Boom, boom. Two deafening thunderclaps echoed from within him. The spiritual energy within surged like a colossal wave, thickening with viscosity. The lake of spiritual energy roiled violently, its water level rising at a visible pace. The primordial chaos scripture operated at full capacity, as his meridians expanded and grew increasingly resilient under the relentless onslaught of this immense energy. Before his aura could stabilize, barriers in 2 of his meridians crumbled like dried twigs, collapsing instantaneously. Zhou Chen's aura surged like an erupting volcano, climbing steadily. Foundation Establishment 5th Layer. Foundation Establishment 6th Layer. A vortex of spiritual energy began to form above his head, ultimately converging within his body. Buzz. An even more formidable aura emanated from him. Zhou Chen's entire being was imbued with a surge of spiritual energy, akin to a roaring tide. He could distinctly perceive that the intensity of his internal power at this moment was several times more robust and refined than when he was at the 4th level of Foundation Establishment. Meanwhile, Yi Chun had returned to his abode at the Wenxian Sect, firmly shutting the door to completely sever his connection to the outside world. An inexplicable yet palpable sense of urgency washed over him. He understood that what he needed most at this juncture was strength. Whether it was for the core trials or the dreaded Zhou Chen he might face in the future, he had to accelerate his path to power. For reasons unknown, he always felt that Zhou Chen was exceedingly enigmatic, eluding his comprehension. Yi Chen first retrieved the transformation of wings scroll that the Grand Elder had bestowed upon him. The ancient manuscript unfurled before him, revealing a faint azure material with swirling feather patterns, as if it had come to life. The opening words were captivating. The body moves with the heart, spirit, and form unite. Transform chi into wings, merge wind into bones. Without hindrance, come and go like light. Yi Chen tightly closed his eyes, calming his mind as he attempted to channel his spiritual energy according to the intricately complex meridian diagrams depicted in the scroll. After only a few attempts, his expression grew grave. The entry-level difficulty of the transformation of wings truly exceeded Li Hu's expectations. The path of the spiritual energy was not only peculiar, but also demanded a division of the energy into countless minuscule, agile vortexes while simultaneously harmonizing with the subtle spiritual aura of the outside world. This required an extraordinary level of precision in controlling spiritual energy and a formidable sense of spiritual awareness for an average Foundation Establishment practitioner, let alone entering the technique. Even executing a complete small circulation would be fraught with challenges. Chener, focus and calm your spirit. The ancient voice of the ring's spirit resonated, imbued with unwavering certainty. You possess a fire spirit body. Your essence is fervent. You must harness the intent of rising flames to wield this technique. The transformation of wings is not merely light feathers, but the flames that pierce the void. Do not attempt to forcibly mimic the form of birds. Instead, let fire be your wings, utilizing the momentum of flames to ascend. Move like a flowing arrow, with nothing to impede you. Is the essence that the wind augments the flames, and the fire borrows the strength of the wind? Yi Chen pondered, and suddenly, enlightenment struck him like a beacon in the dark. With this revelation, he grasped the crux of the matter. Previously, he had been overly fixated on emulating the external form of the technique, neglecting the inherent advantages of his fire spirit body, which were explosion and propulsion. The lightness of the wind was merely a means. The essence of speed was also power. He immediately shifted his mindset, ceasing to forcibly divide his spiritual energy into countless fragmented streams imitating the wind. Instead, he began to compress, shape, and consolidate the profound and fervent crimson gold energy of the Flame Emperor's prison break into his legs and the pivotal nodes of his waist and back. Imagining boundless flames erupting behind him, transforming into 2 wings of blazing fire. Boom. The sensation of sluggishness in the operation of his spiritual energy vanished in an instant. A torrent of searing and tempestuous power erupted around Yi Chun. He bellowed, launching himself forward like an arrow released from a bowstring. No longer did he charge with the previous clumsy, linear momentum. Instead, he soared with a trail of crimson gold flames behind him. While he had yet to achieve the silent, fluid transitions described in the technique, his speed had at least doubled compared to when he had previously executed the Flame Emperor's prison break. He transformed into a blazing meteor, leaving a long luminous streak in the small meditation chamber. He had succeeded. Though he was still far from mastery, this first step marked a qualitative difference. Yi Chen's heart swelled with joy, and his admiration for his ring's spirit master deepened immeasurably. Even as a spirit, his master's vision and experience were beyond the reach of ordinary mortals. In the days that followed, Yi Chen immersed himself in frenzied cultivation, neglecting food and sleep. By day, he practiced the transformation of wings on the secluded cliffs of the sect's remote back mountain. He used the cliff as a whetstone, leaping from heights time and again, feeling the changes in the airflow, practicing forceful twists and turns in midair, and manipulating the ferocious thrust of the flames, striving to transition from the collision of a meteor to the graceful soaring of a fiery eagle. His body bore immense burdens. His clothes were shredded in the high-speed friction against the cliff, and his skin was lacerated by the fierce winds. Yet they healed rapidly under the powerful self-repairing ability of the Flame Emperor's prison break. Countless failures, collisions, and falls did not deter him. His gaze remained sharp as a blade, and he never wavered. By night, he diligently studied the deeper mysteries of the transformation of wings in his meditation chamber, sitting in stillness to recover. The body must act only after the intention has formed. The flames are not merely fierce, they also possess the subtlety of transitions. To break the wind is to be a brute. To master the wind is the true principle. Everything can become wings. All can harness the power of the wind. The ring spirit's voice echoed in his mind, as precise as a chef dissecting an ox, honing in on the core essentials. Yi Chen's understanding of the technique's essence deepened progressively. Gradually, the fiery light behind him began to consolidate, no longer bursting forth with the same reckless intensity as before. His speed remained astonishing, yet the trajectory became elusive. The turns between the cliffs were no longer jarring impacts. Instead, they formed smooth arcs. Occasionally, when he unleashed his power on level ground, the explosive start left not just a booming sound in the air, but also a lingering, indistinct afterimage of a fiery wing, distorted by extreme heat. This was the manifestation of the transformation of wings, a symbol of officially stepping into the minor completion realm of the technique. Ha, Master, I've succeeded. Master, I've succeeded. Indeed, Chener, your comprehension is commendable. The ancient voice of the ring carried a hint of satisfaction. Yi Chen sat cross-legged, focusing his breath and spirit. At this moment, his confidence surged, and he intended to forge ahead. He cautiously took out the low-grade Earth-tier spirit-gathering pill bestowed by Li Hu. The pill was no larger than a longan, its surface exhibiting a warm, jade-white hue, with an exquisitely pure medicinal fragrance wafting through the air. Merely inhaling a hint of it invigorated the stagnant spiritual energy within him, causing a subtle sensation of ascendance in his cultivation. Opportunity must not be missed. A glint of determination sparked in Yi Chen's eyes as he no longer hesitated. He tilted his head and consumed the jade-white pill. The moment the pill touched his tongue, it did not dissolve, but rather resembled a droplet of water falling into molten lava. Boom! Yi Chen's dantian erupted like a tempest. An unimaginable, pure spiritual energy surged through his limbs and bones, cleansing every meridian. His body tensed instantly, and his skin turned a vivid crimson. The Flame Emperor's prison break within him was thrust into overdrive by this external force, instinctively operating at its maximum capacity, relentlessly battering against the barriers of his realm. Crack! Crack! Under the combined assault of the overwhelming medicinal power and the Flame Emperor's prison break, the invisible barrier that had been obstructing him shattered with a resounding crash. Third level of foundation establishment. Achieved. Yi Chen slowly opened his eyes, feeling the surging power coursing through him, and clenched his fists. The earlier feelings of frustration and defeat vanished, as if his confidence had returned. Chapter 51. Discussing the Tao, Lu Qianru's admiration. As the day of the core disciple assessment at the Wenxian Tower drew near, the atmosphere within the sect began to grow tense. Zhou Chen sat cross-legged in his meditation chamber, a panel of opportunities floating before him, visible only to him. On the luminous screen, Yi Chen's name stood out prominently. A chance encounter with Lu Qianru, the granting of a pill. Zhou Chen murmured to himself, his fingertips unconsciously tapping on his knee, his gaze deep as an abyss. It was comparatively easier to seize the scattered opportunities of Yi Chen in the mountains. But this designated encounter and the bestowal of a pill posed a challenge. How to ensure that the pill meant for Yi Chen would fall into his hands without direct confrontation. Zhou Chen had previously contemplated the idea of simply stalling for time, yet he felt it might come across as too abrupt, potentially failing to trigger the fortuitous encounter he sought. His gaze landed on Lu Qianru, who appeared to possess considerable talent, and he found himself deeply admiring her. A thought flickered in Zhou Chen's mind, and a subtle smile began to grace his lips. Ah, so admiration is the key. If he could schedule a meeting and keep them apart, it would also provide him the opportunity to seek her guidance in person. However, given Lu Qianru's innate brilliance, her standards would undoubtedly be high. A mere inquiry would likely fail to pique her interest. It seemed he would need to present something of true substance. With his mind made up, Zhou Chen abruptly stood. A few days later, Lu Qianru's solitary peak was shrouded in the morning mist, with ethereal flowers and exotic herbs exuding an aura of spiritual energy, creating a scene reminiscent of the divine. Suddenly, a flicker of light from the protective barrier outside heralded the clear call of the valley's guardian spirit crane. Lu Qianru frowned slightly, gradually withdrawing her energy. At this hour, so early in the morning, who could be so lacking in etiquette? Moments later, a tall figure emerged through the barrier. It was Zhou Chen, his demeanor composed and reserved. From several paces away, he stopped and bowed respectfully, his voice resonant. Junior disciple Zhou Chen, daring to disturb senior sister Lu's tranquil cultivation. I have encountered some perplexities in my recent practice and humbly seek your guidance on a few matters. Lu Qianru raised her gaze, observing Zhou Chen, whose aura was as solid as a mountain, his eyes clear and spirited. The stability and subtle brilliance he exhibited far surpassed that typical of someone in the foundation establishment stage, which took her by surprise. Notably, Zhou Chen's cultivation seemed to have significantly advanced since their last encounter. This was Lu Qianru's instinctive perception. Junior disciple is being overly modest, Lu Qianru replied kindly, a hint of curiosity in her tone, though she remained seated. What perplexities do you face? Zhou Chen did not advance, remaining in place, and slightly bowed again. While practicing my movement technique, I occasionally find my spiritual power converging at the intersection of the Jingmen and Fengshui acupoints, as if caught in a turbulent flow. Unable to progress even an inch. It feels as though space itself is obstructed, rendering me unable to break free from these shackles. Though I sense something within, it remains as elusive as a flower in the fog. I have perused various texts that speak of the mind moving before the body, manifesting as a white rainbow that pierces the sun, yet in practice, I can only scratch the surface, and I remain unclear about the true essence therein. I find my intent at odds with the surrounding world, as if an invisible membrane separates me from the external sensations. May I inquire, senior sister, how one might capture and condense this intent? How might one shatter this membrane? This inquiry encapsulated Zhou Chen's current confusion. Intertwining his description of the bottleneck he faced in integrating the white rainbow, piercing the sun technique, with his usual struggles in cultivation. Lu Qianru's eyes suddenly sparkled. Zhou Chen's words had instantly piqued her interest. Space obstruction? The resonance of Tao intent. Her previously indifferent demeanor transformed into one of keen focus, and she rose abruptly. What Zhou Chen described was no ordinary issue of spiritual power operation. It touched upon the profound relationship between intent and Tao. This realization even sparked some insights within Lu Qianru herself. Moreover, the bottleneck Zhou Chen articulated felt strikingly authentic. Such clarity could only emerge from a deep understanding. This junior disciple Zhou's talent and comprehension were indeed intriguing. Unbeknownst to others, Lu Qianru, who outwardly presented a facade of a fourth-rank Tao foundation, was in reality no less than a fifth rank, having long been guided by Lu Qingtian, the sect leader of the Asking Immortals sect, endowing her with extraordinary discernment. I did not anticipate your insights into cultivation to be so profound, she remarked. Intent is the essence of the realm, requiring one to imprint the method with the heart and connect with the Tao through the spirit. Without further ado, Lu Qianru took several steps closer and began to elucidate her understanding of intent. She became so engrossed in the discussion that she entirely forgot about everything else, her thoughts wholly absorbed in the dialogue with Zhou Chen. Seeing that he had successfully ignited Lu Qianru's interest, Zhou Chen felt a sense of certainty and grew increasingly composed. He adeptly introduced his thoughts. What you say, senior sister, is indeed profound. However, I am rather dull-witted and often feel as though my intentions are like trying to grasp the moon reflected in water, elusive and intangible. The slightest movement causes the surrounding void to ripple. Could this be due to excessive fixation? The Tao canon states, attain utmost emptiness, maintain profound stillness, all things arise, and I observe their return. Is this state of emptiness and stillness the key to breaking the membrane? Zhou Chen cleverly framed his unique insights from the Taichu Chaotic Sutra as his cultivation dilemmas. Lu Qianru's eyes sparkled with interest. Zhou Chen's quotations and probing questions were astute and profoundly enlightening, prompting her to delve deeper into her own contemplation. She immediately shared her experiences on how she achieved unity of spirit and comprehension of the Tao during her cultivation. As the golden rays of the setting sun bathed the valley, casting elongated shadows of the two figures, Lu Qianru exhaled deeply after articulating a segment of her insights. her face reflecting a mixture of relief and satisfaction. Her gaze towards Zhou Chen brimmed with admiration and appreciation. Junior brother Zhou, your solid foundation and exceptional comprehension are indeed rare among the disciples of the Asking Immortals sect. Zhou Chen humbly bowed. Senior sister, your praise is excessive. Today, I am immensely grateful for your generous guidance. It surpasses a decade of my arduous cultivation. My mind has been illuminated, and I am profoundly thankful. With sincerity radiating from him, Zhou Chen was acutely aware that the crucial moment was at hand. Observing Zhou Chen's composed and restrained demeanor, along with her prior fondness for him, Lu Qianru made a swift decision in her heart. Junior brother Zhou was about to face the assessment for core disciples, a pivotal moment for his advancement. With a delicate sweep of her hand across her storage ring, a warm jade vial appeared in her palm. As she uncorked the vial, an extraordinarily pure fragrance of medicinal essence wafted through the air. This is a low-grade earth-tier gathering spirit pill, which can aid you in breaking through your cultivation. I hope it will assist you in securing a place among the top 10 in the core disciple assessment. Lu Qianru offered the jade vial to Zhou Chen. Her tone gentle. Success. Zhou Chen felt a wave of relief wash over him, suppressing a surge of excitement while maintaining an expression of pleasant astonishment. Nevertheless, he acted swiftly, accepting the jade vial with alacrity, feeling its cool surface still imbued with a trace of Lu Qianru's warmth. Senior sister's generosity shall forever be etched in my heart. I will not disappoint your expectations. Afterward, Zhou Chen departed. As his figure vanished into the gathering dusk, Lu Qianru stood at the valley's entrance, gazing in the direction of his departure, lost in thought. Chapter 52. The Asking Immortals Tower opens. Trials begin. At this moment, Lu Qianru held another vial of pills, specifically the exquisite beauty-enhancing pills that Zhou Chen had discreetly placed on the table. This fellow possesses quite the thoughtfulness. Reflecting on this, Lu Qianru turned back to her courtyard with an unperceived faint smile. Little did she know, at that moment in another corner of the Asking Immortals sect, Yi Chen happened to pass by several places Lu Qianru often frequented, yet he encountered no one at all. Upon returning to his secluded courtyard, Zhou Chen immediately entered the Primordial Unity secret realm and settled into a meditative posture. Ding! Detected that the host has successfully intercepted the fateful opportunity of the destined child Yi Chen, acquiring a low-grade earth-tier gathering spirit pill, triggering 10,000-fold return. Obtained a low-grade heaven-tier gathering spirit pill. A completely round pill, enveloped in wisps of spiritual resonance, materialized instantaneously in Zhou Chen's palm. The moment the pill appeared, the spiritual energy of the secret realm seemed to be drawn by an invisible force, slowly converging into visible strands of spiritual essence, swirling around the pill. No wonder it is a low-grade heaven-tier gathering spirit pill. The aura emitted by this pill was more than 100 times more potent than the earth-tier gathering spirit pill Lu Qianru had bestowed. Not only was the spiritual essence extraordinarily pure, but it also contained a hint of Tao resonance. Without a moment's hesitation, Zhou Chen tilted his head and swallowed it whole. As the pill entered his abdomen, it felt akin to a meteor plunging into the depths of the ocean. Boom! The potency of the medicine far exceeds that of an ordinary spirit-gathering pill, exploding instantaneously within Zhou Chen's dantian. This surge of energy is both ferocious and pure, directly impacting Zhou Chen's meridians. The Taichu Chaos scripture activates autonomously, with black and white Tao patterns swirling and frantically refining, absorbing this potent medicinal power. A resounding rumble echoes in Zhou Chen's ears, as countless pure spiritual energies are continuously absorbed and refined. The barrier between the 6th and 7th layers of foundation establishment begins to crumble under the onslaught of this medicinal force. At the moment the barrier is breached, a torrential surge of spiritual energy finds its outlet, causing Zhou Chen's aura to soar rapidly. Ultimately, the surrounding spiritual energy stabilizes. Zhou Chen slowly opens his eyes, brilliance flickering within them. With the enhancement of the 9th stage of Tao Foundation, the flow of spiritual energy resembles liquid mercury. A powerful sensation of strength fills every cell in Zhou Chen's body. As his cultivation breaks through, the black and white Tao patterns transformed by the Taichu Chaos scripture become increasingly clear and solid, with faint, intricate silver star points emerging, reminiscent of celestial bodies. He exhales a long breath, the white mist shooting forth like an arrow, surprisingly accompanied by a slight explosive sound. At the 7th layer of foundation establishment, Zhou Chen clenches his fist, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Dog Yi Chen, I shall accept your opportunity for the upcoming grand spectacle. I hope you can withstand it. In the early morning, the main square of the Wenxian Sect is already bustling with voices. The colossal Wenxian Tower stands at the center of the square, constructed from unknown gray-white stones, its surface adorned with ancient, weathered symbols, exuding a majestic yet slightly eerie aura. The tower appears to connect to another dimension. Merely gazing upon it invokes a sense of insignificance and reverence. This event is not only a selection for core disciples, but also a grand occasion held once every 2 years by the Wenxian Sect. Countless inner and outer disciples, stewards, and elders focus their attention here, the air seemingly becoming heated in this tense atmosphere. On the high platform, Lu Qingtian occupies the foremost position, with Elder Li Hu and others seated on either side. A hint of satisfaction lingers at the corner of Li Hu's mouth, clearly harboring high hopes for the astonishing potential of Yi Chen. Lu Qingtian's gaze is sharp as he surveys the disciples below who are about to participate in the trial. When his eyes land on Zhou Chen, a fleeting expression of unrecognizable gratification and anticipation flickers in his eyes. At this moment, Zhou Chen's aura is steady, his manifested cultivation level appearing as the 4th layer of foundation establishment. The time has come. The voice of the presiding elder resonates powerfully, drowning out the clamor of the crowd. Those participating in the core disciple trial, step forward to receive your identity jade tokens. Hundreds of outstanding disciples in the foundation establishment stage, including Zhou Chen and Yi Chen, move forward. Zhou Chen's gaze collides with Yi Chen's amidst the crowd. Yi Chen's pupils constrict. He can distinctly sense that, in just a few months of absence, Zhou Chen's aura has undergone a cataclysmic transformation. It exudes a profound, refined pressure akin to that of an ancient ferocious beast lying in wait, far surpassing what it once was. The 4th layer of foundation establishment. How could he advance so swiftly? A tumult of emotions stirs within Yi Chen, a chill creeping along his spine. Moreover, Yi Chen's keen intuition is frantically warning him. This individual is exceedingly dangerous. He is likely far more complex than he appears, having experienced fortuitous encounters and days of relentless cultivation. Along with the guidance from his spirit mentor, Yi Chen had received a low-grade earth-tier condensing yuan pill from Li Hu just days before the opening of Wenxian Tower, barely allowing him to break through to the 3rd layer of foundation establishment. But Zhou Chen's speed is simply inconceivable. A potent sense of crisis and inexplicable frustration wells up within him. It's him again. What gives him the right? Yi Chen's mind seethes with a desire to dismantle Zhou Chen into 1,000 pieces, especially when he catches a glimmer of amusement and cold scrutiny in Zhou Chen's eyes. Zhou Chen's gaze remains calm and unperturbed, disregarding Yi Chen's emotional fluctuations, as if observing a corpse. Indeed, he is at the 3rd layer of foundation establishment, just a step away from the 4th layer. It seems the opportunity to intercept the condensing yuan pill and spirit gathering pill has significantly impacted him. Yi Chen's combat prowess should not be underestimated, and with his spirit guardian's protection, it is likely he cannot be killed just yet. Zhou Chen inwardly scoffs, his expression serene as he accepts his identity jade token. Yi Chen suppresses the turmoil within, also claiming his jade token, forcibly burying all resentment and unwillingness deep inside. Within the Wenxian Tower, Zhou Chen, all the humiliation, I shall repay 100-fold. Yi Chen silently vows. The elder speaks once more, his voice ringing like a bell in the hearts of all present. The rules of the core disciple trial remain unchanged. The identity jade tokens are embedded with prohibitions. They must not be damaged amongst each other, but may be crushed in the face of life and death crises to trigger a teleportation shield for escape, simultaneously forfeiting one's qualification. The tower's interior is an independent small world, vast and boundless, divided into 6 layers. The higher the layer, the stronger the guarding beasts and the greater the opportunities. But the dangers also escalate dramatically. Points will be calculated based on the beasts hunted, the treasures obtained, and the layers ascended. The higher the final ranking, the more abundant the rewards. Those in the top 10 will advance to become core disciples, with further special opportunities. Remember, opportunities coexist with danger. Act according to your capabilities. Open the tower. With the Elder's command, a pure stream of spiritual energy flows into the Wenxian Tower. The enormous stone doors at the tower's base thunderously swing open, releasing a surge of energy that is a chaotic mix of ancient, wild, and bloody, yet infused with pure spiritual essence. The disciples participating in the trial are immediately transformed into streaks of light, being transported into the Wenxian Tower. Chapter 53. Hunting inside the tower, undercurrents in motion. The moment Zhou Chen enters the Wenxian Tower, he feels as though he has stepped into a primordial, untamed world. Before him lies an endless expanse of primal forest, towering ancient trees reaching for the sky. The earth is rich and dark brown, exuding the scent of fresh soil, while the air is thick with spiritual energy, at least 100 times denser than that of the outside world, even beginning to fog and liquefy. Ancient, mysterious, and teeming with life. Distant roars of beasts and the thunderous sounds of fierce battles resonate. From afar, disciples who were randomly transported earlier are already engaged in fierce combat with the savage lizards and venomous thorn demons of the first layer of the Wenxian Tower. Given the intensity of the fighting, the number of beasts is likely considerable. Beasts of the Qi refinement and foundation establishment stages are everywhere, and one can even sense the terrifying aura of core formation beasts from a distance. However, it is not the beasts that pose the greatest threat, but rather the other humans. After all, the elders did not state that attacks against fellow disciples were prohibited when announcing the rules. Time is of the essence. Zhou Chen, unconcerned about lingering, knows that the low-level beasts pose no threat to him. With a thought, he opens the opportunity panel. Before entering the Wenxian Tower, Zhou Chen had already locked onto a few disciples from the Blood Demon Sect. Lin Hao, an elite of the Inner Sect, at the 8th layer of Foundation Establishment, and Blood Demon Sect's Dark Guard, Blood 7, received orders from the 3rd Elder of the Blood Demon Sect to cooperate with Number 1 and Number 5 to ambush Yi Chun during the trial. Carrying a Blood Demon summoning talisman that can summon the 3rd Elder's primordial spirit for a full-force strike at the 1st layer of Nascent Soul. Recent opportunity, discovering a high-grade spiritual herb, the Black Water Yo Lotus, on the edge of the 2nd layer, Black Water Domain. Wang Chong, a core candidate at the 9th layer of Foundation Establishment and Blood Demon Sect's Dark Guard Number 5, received orders from the 3rd Elder of the Blood Demon Sect to cooperate with Number 1 and Number 7 to ambush Yi Chun during the trial. Also carrying a Blood Demon summoning talisman that can summon the 3rd Elder's primordial spirit for a full-force strike at the 2nd layer of Nascent Soul. He will encounter Yi Chun deep within the white bone wasteland of the 5th layer, setting a trap alongside Number 5. Recent opportunity, obtaining a fragmented array plate left behind by predecessors at the bottom of the 3rd layer, Wind Eroded Gorge, capable of unleashing a full-force strike at the early stage of Golden Core. Chen Feng, a core candidate at the 9th layer of Foundation Establishment and the 1st Shadow Guard of the Blood Demon Sect, received directives from the 3rd Elder of the Blood Demon Sect. He is to collaborate with the 5th and 7th Shadows to secretly eliminate Yi Chun during the trials. Armed with a Blood Demon summoning talisman, which can summon the 3rd Elder's primordial spirit for a formidable strike at the 2nd layer of the Nascent Soul, he is set to encounter Yi Chun deep within the 5th layer's bone wasteland. Together with the 5th Shadow, he plans to lay a trap. Recently, an opportunity arose to slay a guardian demonic beast, the 2-headed fire python, near the 4th layer's lava waterfall, yielding a low-grade Earth-tier fire python Inner Dan. Zhao Gang, an elite inner disciple and a steward of the law enforcement hall of the Asking Immortal Sect, serves as the 0 Shadow Guard of the Blood Demon Sect. Although he appears to be in the late stages of the 7th layer of Foundation Establishment, his true power is at the 10th layer. He too carries a Blood Demon summoning talisman, responsible for tracking Yi Chun and coordinating with the other Shadow Guards of the Blood Demon Sect. Recently, he discovered a small quantity of rare mid-grade Earth-tier refining material, star sand, in a secluded corner of the 4th layer's Maze Stone Forest. The strategic maneuvers of the Blood Demon Sect are astonishing. It feels as though the Asking Immortal Sect is being infiltrated like a sieve. A cold glint flickered in Zhou Chen's eyes. With a 10th layer Foundation Establishment and 2 shadows at the 9th and 8th layers, alongside such a trump card as the Blood Demon summoning talisman, their ambition is immense. Yi Chun, oh Yi Chun, will your ability to turn misfortune into fortune withstand this? Nonetheless, the Blood Demon Sect's schemes may well fall short. He swiftly made a decision to adhere to the original plan. First, eliminate the 2 Shadow Guards with slightly lower cultivation but better positioning, the 7th and 5th Shadows, thereby intercepting Yi Chun's chance for advancement, leaving the 1st, Chen Feng, as bait to track Yi Chun. As for Zhao Gang, he could be left untouched for now, as he was not indicated as participating in this opportunity according to Yi Chun's opportunity panel. Perhaps the Blood Demon Sect has deeper schemes at play. The first target is set, the relatively nearby 7th Shadow, Lin Hao. This individual is en route to the 2nd layer's Black Water Domain. With a flash of white light, Zhou Chen's figure darted forth like a specter, silently traversing the dense forest, deftly avoiding entanglements with disciples and demonic beasts. Each individual possesses a map distributed by the sect, yet it lacks detail, merely marking approximate areas and locations deemed extremely dangerous for sect disciples to venture. Activating the divine concealment technique to its utmost, his presence melded seamlessly with the surrounding environment, while his speed was astonishing, directing him straight towards the spatial passage leading to the 2nd layer. Occasionally, he encountered careless Qi refining and Foundation Establishment demonic beasts obstructing his path, but Zhou Chen took no issue in dispatching them effortlessly. Days later, Zhou Chen arrived at the area marked as the Blackwater Pool. This peculiar site comprises countless towering stone pillars and an expansive, inky black water pool. The pillars, resembling living entities, appear to be sprouting from the pool itself, towering over 100 feet. Their twisted forms harbor natural hollows that emit wailing sounds in the gusts of wind. The spiritual energy here is chaotic, easily disorienting one's sense of direction, and it conceals Foundation establishment demonic beasts adept at ambush. Just moments ago, Zhou Chen spotted several lurking rock scorpions and blackwater crocodiles. Fortunately, none detected his presence. A day later, Lin Hao, the seventh shadow of the Blood Demon Sect, tread carefully beneath the shadows of the colossal stone pillars. This individual exercised extreme caution, concealing his aura while vigilantly scanning his surroundings. The next moment, his eyes brightened as he beheld a faintly glowing black lotus before him, a high-grade profound tier spiritual herb, the Blackwater Ghost Lotus. He was ecstatic. Lin Hao rubbed his hands together and hastened forward to gather it. However, without warning, a jet of black water assaulted him, revealing a fifth-layer blackwater crocodile. Lin Hao's reflexes were remarkably swift. He quickly activated his protective spiritual energy. The black water sizzled against his body, incessantly corroding his protective aura. What a vile creature. Its toxicity is exceptionally potent. With a swift flick of his wrist, Lin Hao unleashed a flying sword, engaging in combat with the blackwater crocodile. The crocodile, unable to successfully ambush him due to its inferior cultivation and monotonous attacks, was swiftly dispatched by Lin Hao. Just as Lin Hao finished collecting materials from the crocodile's carcass and prepared to harvest the Blackwater Ghost Lotus, suddenly, without warning, a blur of white lightning, nearly imperceptible to the naked eye, shot forth from behind a stone pillar. The speed seemed to transcend spatial constraints. With a flash of brilliance, Zhou Chen unleashed his full might. The Primordial Chaos Sutra operated at maximum capacity, the blood-soul-burning flame sword pulsating with dark radiance. Enhanced by the perfected third layer of the indestructible golden body, the small-scale white rainbow piercing the sun erupted with terrifying speed, far exceeding that of a seventh-layer Foundation establishment. The overwhelming intent to kill plunged Lin Hao into a chilling abyss. As a shadow guard, he instinctively sensed the imminent danger. Reacting swiftly, he activated his protective spiritual energy and reached for his storage bag to summon the Blood Demon Summoning Talisman. But it was too late. With a swift motion, the white flash pierced through Lin Hao's hastily erected protective light. Lin Hao barely had time to glimpse his assailant's visage before feeling a chill at his neck, followed by a spinning sensation. The last sight he beheld was his own headless body convulsing violently as a steady, powerful hand reached for his storage bag. How pitifully feeble. Zhou Chen's voice was cold and devoid of emotion. The unparalleled speed of white rainbow piercing the sun, combined with the Heavenly Gang sword technique and the blood-soul-burning flame sword, effortlessly severed the head of an eighth-layer Foundation establishment shadow guard. With Zhou Chen's current strength, even an early-stage core formation cultivator would struggle to withstand such an onslaught. Reaching forth, he retrieved the storage bag. The entire sequence transpired in the blink of an eye. Lin Hao's corpse was swiftly kicked into the adjacent black water pool, where it began to churn as the black water crocodiles, akin to sharks sensing blood, rapidly converged, soon dragging the body into the depths to feast upon it. Ding! Detected that the host successfully intercepted the heavenly fate child Yi Chen's opportunity, acquiring a top-grade Earth-tier spirit gathering pill, triggering a 100-fold return. Reward, a high-grade heavenly tier essence gathering pill. Only a 100-fold? A high-grade heavenly tier essence gathering pill? Is that all? Zhou Chen was momentarily taken aback, but soon relaxed his expression. A high-grade heavenly tier essence gathering pill is indeed rare. Considering this was merely a minor character, one must not be overly greedy. Next, Zhou Chen murmured. Once more, he summoned the panel, locking onto the second target. The fifth shadow guard, Wang Chong. Wang Chong's path leads through the third layer's wind erosion gorge. Zhou Chen wasted no time and headed straight for the entrance to the third layer's passage. The wind erosion gorge of the Asking Immortal Tower, true to its name, is a place ravaged by fierce winds. The steep rock walls on either side tower into the clouds, grotesque boulders shaped by eons of wind blades, creating countless twisted holes and fissures. As the gales sweep through these naturally formed wind channels, they emit haunting wails, akin to countless vengeful souls lamenting, disturbing the minds and perceptions of intruders. The valley floor is littered with bizarre stones, forming a complex, shadowy labyrinth as the howling winds strike against protective auras, creating an unsettling cacophony. Wang Chong, the shadow guard of the Blood Demon Sect, lurked in the shadows. His outer disciple robes were caked in dust, and he had fully restrained his ninth-layer Foundation establishment cultivation. The gaze of the shadow vulture scrutinized the surroundings, emanating a chilling bloodlust, indicating he was far from benign. Wang Chong had just emerged from a fierce battle, having ambushed a 7th-layered demonic beast, the Wind Shadow Leopard, while it guarded a spiritual material, earning himself a high-grade profound-tier Wind Bellflower. Before the disciple could savor his fleeting joy, he was stealthily ambushed and extinguished by Wang Chong, who had been trailing him. He didn't even have the time to shatter his identity jade token. At this moment, Wang Chong was holding his breath, focusing intently. As he meticulously searched through the intricate crevices of the valley's rocky floor, guided by a faint instinct, his movements were exceedingly cautious, his spiritual awareness delicately scanning every suspicious inch nearby, while he occasionally braced against the fierce winds that battered him. The howling wind provided him with a natural cover, yet it also greatly interfered with his own perceptions. Unbeknownst to him, a pair of icy eyes had already locked onto him from the depths of a massive wind-eroded hole high above. Zhou Chen, devoid of any fluctuations of spiritual energy, had maximized the operation of the concealment technique, blending seamlessly with the environment. Observing Wang Chong from a distance, a cold smile crept onto his lips. The rabble of the Blood Demon Sect was indeed well hidden, making for a tantalizing haunt. As time ticked by, the tension etched on Wang Chong's face was gradually replaced by an uncontrollable ecstasy. In the narrow gap between two massive boulders, he had touched a small, cold, and hard object that was neither metal nor stone. Gently brushing away the attached sand and stones, an ancient stone disc, roughly the size of a palm, was revealed. Although it was riddled with fine cracks and appeared somewhat dull, it still emanated an undeniable aura of spirituality. He had found it. It was indeed a treasure. Wang Chong could hardly contain his exhilaration, just as his fingers grazed the arrayed disc, prying it from the crevice, and in that moment of utter relaxation, now was the time. From behind Wang Chong, an ethereal white afterimage seemingly materialized out of thin air, instantly tearing through the layers of fierce winds with a series of sonic booms. Like a meteor hurtling towards him at the valley's bottom, a white rainbow pierced the sun. The instant Zhou Chen's figure fully manifested, the low-grade heavenly stage blood soul burning flame sword was unsheathed. A resounding hum erupted as an indescribable dark crimson sword light illuminated the dim corners of the valley. There was no explosive display of might, only a profound silence accompanied by a sense of obliteration wherever the sword light passed. Even the fabric of space appeared to twist slightly, emitting a mournful groan. Upon the sword's blade, the blood-red demonic visage seemed to come alive, letting out a silent shriek, and a dense aura of bloodlust threatened to erode all laws and freeze souls. This was the terror of the blood soul burning flame sword. Who is it? Wang Chong felt a surge of dread. The sense of lethal threat arrived too swiftly, too ferociously. He had no time to comprehend how Zhou Chen had appeared, feeling instead as if he were ensnared in a hellish sea of blood, locked down by countless malevolent spirits and towering magma. The instinct to survive overwhelmed all else. He frantically infused spiritual energy into the array disc he had just unearthed, simultaneously igniting his vital blood to activate his protective treasure. A pitch-black bone shield expanded instantaneously, dark light surging forth, attempting to shield his entire body. Too late. Hiss. The sword light of the blood soul burning flame sword reached him in an instant, akin to a red-hot iron piercing through ice and snow. The hastily erected bone shield, capable of withstanding the full force of an ordinary core formation cultivator, disintegrated upon contact with the sword. The dark crimson sword light effortlessly pierced through the black glow, accurately embedding itself into the center of Wang Chong's brow. Wang Chong's eyes widened in terror, incredulously gazing at the young yet chilling face mere inches away. A minuscule charred hole was left at his brow, not even allowing a drop of blood to spill. His body withered instantly. All vitality and spiritual energy within him were obliterated in an instant by the malevolent aura of the blood soul burning flame sword. The array disc in his hand flickered with a dim light before fading entirely, falling to the ground like an ordinary broken stone. Zhou Chen did not linger. He sheathed his sword, reached out, and swiftly yanked off Wang Chong's storage ring. The black and white runes transformed from the primordial chaos scripture swirled within him, instantly refining the restrictions of the storage ring. With a thought, a small grass, entirely black and gleaming, about 3 inches long, emerged. It was the soul condensing grass. The moment the spiritual herb appeared, a refreshing chill, seemingly capable of cleansing soul fatigue, permeated the air. Chapter 55, Foundation Establishment Level 9, Lava Waterfall. Ding. The system detects that the host has successfully intercepted the fortune of the Son of Destiny, Yi Chun, acquiring the low-grade heavenly stage soul condensing grass, triggering a 100-fold return. Reward: high-grade heavenly stage resurrection leaf. Would you like to accept? The cold, crisp sound of the system prompt echoed in his mind. Yes. A peculiar leaf appeared before Zhou Chen, its surface shimmering with iridescent luster, the veins resembling the most intricate star maps, exuding a fragrance 100 times purer than that of the soul-condensing grass. Merely inhaling a whiff left Zhou Chen feeling a surge of clarity within his spiritual awareness. The high-grade heavenly stage resurrection leaf. Its effects far surpassed those of the soul-condensing grass by 100-fold. Having dealt with Wang Chong, Zhou Chen spared no glance at the desiccated corpse left behind. Utilizing the concealment technique, he swiftly departed the scene. Zhou Chen intended to elevate his strength first. As the Ascension Tower inexplicably invoked a sense of unease within him, he attempted to enter the unified secret realm, but found it inaccessible. The space was sealed. Thus, Zhou Chen had to proceed with utmost caution, for he had no protective ring to guard him. Time was of the essence, and Zhou Chen sought a secluded spot, setting up a simple concealment formation before sitting cross-legged. With a thought, he retrieved a top-grade, earth-level spirit-gathering pill and placed it in his mouth. Boom! The pure medicinal power erupted instantly, surging from his dantian along his meridians to fill his entire being. The potency of the top-grade, earth-level spirit-gathering pill was several hundred times that of a standard spirit-gathering pill. Its primary function was to facilitate breakthrough to the next realm. However, before most of the medicinal power could be absorbed, it was seized by the black and white primordial runes, which consumed the majority. A further 10% was intercepted by the Golden Emperor's glazed flame. What remained for Zhou Chen was a meager 30%, which explained the slow progress he had made during this period. Unfortunately, the black and white primordial runes and the Golden Emperor's glazed flame were insatiable. As long as spiritual energy entered his body, these two entities would not be picky. Nonetheless, the remaining medicinal power was still substantial. Seeing this, Zhou Chen hesitated no longer and began to refine it with all his might. The spiritual lake within him expanded violently, the pure spiritual energy washing over his meridians repeatedly. Crack, crack, thunderous roars echoed within him. Foundation Establishment Level 8. Pressing on, he raised his hand and swallowed a top-grade heavenly stage essence gathering pill. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The moment the pill entered his stomach, he felt a scorching wave of heat emanating from his abdomen. A torrent of spiritual energy, 1,000 times stronger than before, surged forth relentlessly. The mysterious primordial runes flickered wildly, greedily absorbing the spiritual energy, and the silver star-like specks upon the runes multiplied. The Golden Emperor's glazed flame, adhering to its principle of not letting good fortune go to waste, joined in the contest for spiritual energy. Zhou Chen dared not delay any further. He activated the primordial chaos scripture to its fullest, gradually forming a vortex of spiritual energy above his head. Buzz! The vortex of spiritual energy roared downwards. In the next moment, boom, 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 a flash of brilliance ignited in Zhou Chen's eyes. He summoned the final surge of spiritual energy, crashing it like a flood against the barrier of his realm. Break for me! Zhou Chen roared softly. In that instant, the barrier was utterly shattered. A magnificent surge of spiritual energy instantaneously liquefied, causing the reservoir of spiritual essence within to swell dramatically. Foundation Establishment Level 9, accomplished. Zhou Chen opened his eyes, exuding an aura of terror. The formations he had previously set up were obliterated in an instant, and the surrounding stones were violently flung 100 yards away, enveloped in a cloud of dust. Sensing the reservoir of spiritual essence within him, now significantly expanded, Zhou Chen felt an inexhaustible surge of power coursing through him. A subtle smile gracing his lips. Although the process of refinement lasted an entire day, the rewards were immensely gratifying. He had ascended 2 realms, from Foundation Establishment Level 7 to Level 9. It was time for Chun Feng, the first Shadow Guard, to venture into the Bone Wasteland. Thus, Zhou Chen discerned the direction of the passage to the 4th layer and departed swiftly, intending to meet up with Chun Feng, who was lying in wait at the lava waterfall for the Blood Demon Sect. Along the way, Zhou Chen encountered several Foundation Establishment Level 9 and 10 beasts. He initially had no intention of engaging, but some of these creatures, lacking in foresight, attacked him unprovoked. This provoked a thrill in Zhou Chen, who had just recently broken through, and he couldn't resist reaping them along his path. At the lava waterfall, waves of heat surged, and rivers of crimson magma sprawled across the landscape, crashing down from great heights. The magma plunged into the boiling lake below, creating terrifying waves and a thunderous roar reminiscent of a waterfall, crafting a mesmerizing spectacle. The air shimmered with heat, thick with the acrid scent of sulfur. Despite the inhospitable environment, an abundance of lava lizards and 2-headed fire pythons thrived within the molten expanse, some exuding the terrifying presence of Foundation Establishment and even core formation levels. More daunting still, the lava lake seemed bottomless, and an occasional pressure emanating from its depths sent shivers down one's spine. Chen Feng had just emerged from a fierce battle, struggling against the beasts that leveraged the advantageous terrain of the magma. He was splattered with the crimson blood of pythons, standing over the massive corpse of a two-headed fire python, having shattered both of its colossal heads. Crouching down, he cautiously dissected one of the heads, retrieving two fiery inner cores that radiated scorching, pure fire essence. At last, he had secured them. Indeed, the beast of Foundation Establishment Level 10 held something of value, albeit not sufficient to be of great concern. However, the essence of these beasts was undeniably precious. Chen Feng felt a slight easing of tension. Suddenly, three exceedingly faint sounds of breaking air emerged behind him. What? A warning surged through Chen Feng. In an instant, he stowed the inner cores into his storage pouch and summoned his full power, his protective spiritual light flaring to life. He quickly lifted his gaze. Before him were three figures, each at Foundation Establishment Level 8, clad in the robes of inner disciples, rapidly advancing towards him from three directions. They seek to kill and plunder. Chen Feng found the absurdity of being ambushed by righteous disciples while belonging to the Blood Demon Sect quite amusing. Come on. As the trio drew near, Chen Feng remained unfazed, even allowing a cruel smile to escape his lips. True to his demonic lineage and battle-hardened experience, he seized the moment as they approached, unleashing a piercing roar that interrupted their rhythm. Without hesitation, he summoned his most formidable black-bladed spirit weapon, a ghostly greatsword. The blade emanated a menacing aura, transforming into three nearly 10-zhang-long black blades of energy that cleaved toward the trio with the force of a mountain. Blood Demon Sword Art. This strike encapsulated all the power of Chen Feng at Foundation Establishment Level 9. Faced with the dread of the black blades, the eyes of the trio widened in terror. Flee! It's the Blood Demon Sect. Each prepared to shatter their tokens. However, it was too late. The massive black blades surged forth, striking them at the waist in an instant. Bang! 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 Three cries of despair rang out. Two of the trio were severed at the waist, while one managed to escape due to activating his mid-grade protective armor at the critical moment, though his identity token was sent flying from his grasp. Chapter 56. The Bone Wasteland. Yi Chen emerges. Die. Before the disciple could regain his senses, a low growl sent chills racing through him. It seemed his fate was sealed, as despair clouded his eyes. In a critical moment, a golden sword light collided with the black blade. Boom. A terrifying shockwave erupted in the air, sending the disciple from the asking immortal sect flying. Retreat. I will hold him off. A flash of white light revealed that the newcomer was Zhou Chen. His appearance was not merely for benevolence, but rather for the pursuit of additional points. Observing Yi Chen's fortunes, it was evident that he had secured extra points and rewards by slaying the Blood Demon Sect practitioners, and Zhou Chen had no intention of letting this opportunity slip by. With a witness to substantiate his claim against the invasion of the Blood Demon Sect, Zhou Chen's additional points would be more secure. His timing was impeccable, appearing just after two had been slain. The complexities of human nature weighed heavily. Otherwise, upon their exit, the trio could have turned against Zhou Chen, accusing him of being an accomplice of the Blood Demon Sect, creating unnecessary trouble. After all, those three were hardly virtuous, lying in ambush against their fellow disciples to seize treasures. Had it been someone else, the outcome might have been entirely different. Junior Brother Ma Yuan of the 5th Refining Peak, I am grateful for your rescue. I shall repay you handsomely upon our exit. The disciple exclaimed before swiftly shattering his token, enveloped in white light as he was instantaneously transported away. All of this transpired in the blink of an eye. Chen Feng, seething with rage, directed his ghostly greatsword, now a streak of darkness, imbued with an insatiable desire for murder, towards Zhou Chen. Zhou Chen did not draw his sword. Instead, he formed a sword with his fingers, and at the tips, a blinding, fierce golden flame erupted, even more dazzling and formidable than before. Golden Emperor Luminous Flame. Buzz. The moment that golden flame manifested, the violent fire essence of the molten magma seemed to momentarily freeze, before rushing toward the flame as if bowing before an emperor. Though small, the golden flame exuded an overwhelming pressure capable of incinerating all in its path and commanding the fires of the world. Hiss sizzle. The invisible sword energy, coalesced from the Golden Emperor Luminous Flame, disregarded the immense black blade, instantly reducing it to nothingness. The black demonic aura screeched in defeat, dissipating like a vanquished foe. The high-grade ghostly greatsword let out a mournful wail as it was struck by the terrifying flame, vaporizing in an instant. Puff! With his life-bound spirit weapon destroyed, Chen Feng felt as though he had been struck by a hammer, spitting out a mouthful of blood as his vitality plummeted. Gazing at the figure before him, once blurry and now clear, Only boundless fear remained in Chen Feng's heart. Flee! In a flash, Chen Feng bit his finger, employing a secret technique to transform into a streak of blood light, rapidly escaping into the distance. Upon seeing Zhou Chen remain indifferent in place, he finally exhaled a sigh of relief. Zhou Chen spared him, knowing he would need Chen Feng to locate Yi Chen. Unhurriedly, Zhou Chen collected the identity tokens of the two fallen disciples, watching his score soar by over 100,000 points. He couldn't help but marvel at the bounty these individuals had amassed. After all, slaying a Foundation Establishment beast yielded a maximum of 100 points, while a Core Formation beast granted only 1,000 points. Estimating he had gathered sufficient points, Zhou Chen set his sights on Chen Feng's departing figure, activating the white rainbow piercing the sun to pursue with all his might, while also employing the God Concealment technique to mask his presence. Chen Feng was indeed worthy of being the number one of the Blood Demon sect, his methods executed with utmost caution. In a fleeting moment, the surroundings transformed in numerous directions. Even the very essence and appearance underwent varying degrees of alteration. Were it not for the astonishing speed of the white rainbow piercing the sun, which far surpassed that of Chen Feng, he might have truly been left behind. Zhou Chen could not help but sigh inwardly. Chen Feng found a secluded spot and produced a pill exuding a dark aura. If it were not for the urgency of the task, he would never waste this Blood Demon pill. The Blood Demon pill, a unique healing elixir of the Blood Demon sect, could effortlessly restore one's injuries with but a single pill. However, such a remedy often came at a price, accumulating a considerable amount of pill toxicity within the body. For disciples of the demonic sect, this minor toxicity was negligible. Chen Feng gritted his teeth against the pain in his heart and swallowed the pill whole. In the next moment, a surge of blood energy coursed through him, his unstable aura instantaneously stabilizing, and his injuries visibly mending at a remarkable pace. After a while, Chen Feng suddenly opened his eyes. Truly, the Blood Demon pill lived up to its reputation. His injuries had vanished entirely. Sensing the abundant spiritual power and strength within him, Chen Feng revealed a faint smile of satisfaction. Resolute in his determination, he set off in the direction indicated by Zhao Gang, towards the Bone Wasteland, on the 5th level of the Inquiry into Immortality Tower. Days later, the Bone Wasteland lay before him, desolate and strewn with eerie white bones, those of both beasts and cultivators, as well as unknown creatures, creating an atmosphere both bizarre and terrifying. Chen Feng crouched behind a massive, cracked rib bone, his 9th level Foundation Establishment perception cautiously scanning the relatively open area ahead. Suddenly, he spotted a figure sitting cross-legged with their back to him, seemingly in the midst of recovery. Upon closer inspection, he realized that the individual was none other than Yi Chen, the very person he sought. Yi Chen had just emerged from a fierce battle, the remains of several formidable beasts lying at his feet. His aura had undeniably reached the 5th level of Foundation Establishment. After entering the Inquiry into Immortality Tower, Yi Chen had continually battled ferocious beasts, fighting his way to the 5th level, skillfully avoiding numerous dangers thanks to the guidance of his spirit master. His spiritual energy fluctuations had become significantly more refined since his entry into the tower, seemingly nearing a breakthrough to the next level. Nearby, Zhou Chen was left speechless. Even without relying on fortuitous encounters, Yi Chen's ascent was astonishingly rapid. Had Zhou Chen not intercepted him, Yi Chen would likely have already reached the 8th level of Foundation Establishment. How terrifyingly gifted he was. For ordinary cultivators, the path grows increasingly arduous with time. Yet Yi Chen, a child of destiny, defied this norm. Chener, someone approaches, harboring murderous intent, at the 9th level of Foundation Establishment, 500 zhang to your right rear. The voice of the spirit resonated in Yi Chen's ear. Despite the warning, Yi Chen remained with his eyes tightly shut, gripping his long sword. The aura of his fire spirit body slightly rising, as he silently activated the Flame Emperor's prison-breaking art, his body akin to a volcano on the verge of eruption. Cold sweat trickled down his forehead, clearly indicating he was in a heightened state of alert. A cruel excitement flickered in Chen Feng's eyes. Fortune favored him. Yi Chen was alone. Surely, Enqi and Enwu were nearby, ready to assist. Yet, they truly were useless, having yet to appear. Humph. I shall first deal with Yi Chen before waiting for their arrival. Unbeknownst to Chen Feng, the allies he awaited, numbers 5 and 7, had long since met their demise. Just as Chen Feng stealthily approached Yi Chen from behind, poised to launch a surprise attack, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. Chapter 57, Yi Chen's Fury. Confronting the Blood Demon. In an instant, Yi Chen pivoted sharply, throwing a punch without hesitation. Boom! A terrifying wave of heat surged forth, seemingly capable of melting everything in its path, aimed directly at Chen Feng's face. Every aspect, timing, angle, and speed had been calculated to perfection. It was precisely in that moment of Chun Feng's slight lapse in vigilance, as he prepared to strike, that Yi Chen's counterattack came. Though perplexed by how Yi Chun discerned his presence, Chun Feng's reflexes were not slow. A blood-red, conical force coalesced to its utmost limit. Emanating a sinister aura, this was the Blood Demon Sect's secret killing technique, the Blood Shadow Cone. Swish, swish. The Blood Shadow Cone split into two. One clashed with Yi Chen's fiery punch, while the other transformed into a streak of cold light, hurtling towards Yi Chen's brow. Yi Chen's countenance changed dramatically as he recognized this as the Blood Demon Sect's technique. Had this ambush caught him off guard just days prior, he would have barely managed to evade a fatal blow, suffering grievous injuries in the process. However, the current Yi Chun, having undergone the life and death trials within the Inquiry into Immortality Tower, coupled with his nascent mastery of the feather transformation technique, instinctively evaded the attack. Swiftly, the feather transformation technique enabled Yi Chen's body to shift at an extraordinary angle, sliding half a foot to the left. Just as Yi Chen internally celebrated his fortunate evasion, the spirit's urgent voice rang out, "Chun'er, beware of your back." Suddenly, the Blood Shadow Cone, having narrowly missed, veered back and struck Yi Chen's shoulder, causing a spray of blood. Humph! Yi Chen stifled a groan as a searing pain shot through his right arm. Had he not reacted swiftly, it would have surely pierced his heart. A look of shock and disbelief crossed Chun Feng's face. The strike he had deemed certain had been evaded by this seemingly fourth-level Foundation establishment youth. "You blood demon scum! I've awaited this moment for far too long." Yi Chen roared, his killing intent surging. The old grievances and new enmities surged forth in an instant. The Blood Demon Sect, a lingering specter, had forced him into life and death situations time and again. Without a moment's hesitation, he unleashed the full might of the Crimson Flame Emperor's prison-breaking art, channeling all his spiritual energy into his long sword. The blade blazed with a fierce crimson heat, and a sword aura engulfed in roaring flames erupted from its tip. Flame Emperor's prison-breaking art, Flame Emperor's slash. Kill. The terrifying force surged towards the recently steadied Chen Feng. Though startled, Chen Feng remained composed. A consummate master at the 9th level of Foundation establishment with abundant combat experience, he let out a fierce roar, and a black claw-like top-grade spiritual weapon materialized in his hand, a torrent of bloodthirsty demonic energy erupting forth, coalescing into a grotesque, blood-colored bone shield that stood before him. Simultaneously, dark light flickered from his fingertips as several bizarre blood-red seals silently shot towards Yi Chun, attempting to disrupt his spiritual energy. Clang! Boom! The blazing sword aura crashed violently against the blood-colored bone shield, unleashing a deafening clang of metal against metal. Chun Feng's body trembled violently, retreating 3 steps as deep footprints were imprinted into the ground, and his arm grew numb. The bloodthirsty demonic energy was sizzling under Yi Chen's flames. As if on the verge of disintegration, Chen Feng was horrified. What a fearsome power of flames. This was no ordinary technique. Yi Chen, too, was jolted by the immense backlash, his blood surging, his arm tingling. Yet, his eyes blazed crimson, brimming with fighting spirit, heedless of his injuries, adopting a life-or-death approach. Prison-breaking slash. Yi Chun propelled himself forward, leveraging the recoil, as the feather transformation technique activated stealthily. In an instant, he unleashed an astonishing speed, transforming into a blazing afterimage. Striking directly at Chen Feng's throat, his speed surpassed that of before, becoming even more cunning. Yi Chun was acutely aware of the vast disparity in their realms. He could not afford to delay. Only by giving his all did he stand a chance. A flicker of malice and rage crossed Chen Feng's eyes. Being pressured by a mere 4th-level Foundation establishment junior was an utter humiliation. He cast aside any condescension, unleashing the full force of his 9th-level Foundation establishment demonic energy. Bloodthirsty Demon Claw. Die. The ghastly pale skeletal claw was summoned in an instant, coalescing into an immense, dark red demonic claw imbued with a thick aura of malevolence. Accompanied by a chilling wail that reached for Yi Chun with sinister intent, the shadow of the claw loomed broadly, saturating the surrounding space with its terrifying magical essence. As the sword and claw clashed, a thunderous roar erupted, a violent shockwave radiating from the two combatants. Yi Chun felt an overwhelming force collide with his chest. Akin to a mountain crashing down, he coughed up a mouthful of blood, his sword slipping from his grasp, and his body was hurled backward like a broken kite. Agonizing pain surged through Yi Chen's entire being. Several of his ribs must have shattered, and his internal organs felt as if they had been displaced. He crashed into a massive skeletal structure, barely managing to halt his backward flight. Another spurt of blood escaped him, his breath dwindling to a mere whisper. The chasm between the ninth and fourth levels of Foundation establishment was insurmountable, even with the Flame Emperor's prison-breaking technique. He was akin to a mantis attempting to stop a chariot. Chen Feng also staggered back a couple of steps, a charred sword mark now etched upon the demonic claw. Its magical energy slightly disordered. Yet, in comparison, his condition was infinitely better. He gazed at the gravely injured Yi Chen, his eyes betraying a cruel delight and a fierce intent to kill. You little wretch. What does it matter if you possess talent? What does it matter if your comprehension is high? Before absolute power, you are nothing but a dog. To offend our blood demon sect is to pave your way to the afterlife. May you be reborn into a better life in your next existence. Chen Feng sneered, advancing step by step towards Yi Chen, his demonic claw brimming with sanguine light, mercilessly poised to strike down upon Yi Chen's crown. With that claw descending, Yi Chen's skull would surely shatter, and his soul would scatter. Suffocation, terror, a flicker of despair and unwillingness flashed in Yi Chen's eyes. Just as the moment hung in the balance, a resonant, commanding voice, imbued with ancient and profound gravitas, thundered like a celestial storm in Chen Feng's ears. Humph! How dare a mere ant harm my disciple? A radiant golden light erupted around Yi Chen, unprecedented in its brilliance. An indescribable, formidable power suddenly surged through his body. Ancient, majestic, overbearing. It was as though a primordial deity had awakened. As Yi Chen's eyes snapped open once more, they were filled with an icy indifference that looked down upon all living beings. He lifted his head to confront the ominous bloodthirsty claw mere inches away, a sardonic smirk curling at the corner of his lips. He did not flinch. Instead, he casually raised his right hand and extended a finger toward the terrifying claw. Upon closer inspection, intricate, arcane patterns coursed along his fingertip. There was no earth-shattering aura, only a terrifyingly profound essence that resonated with simplicity. Ding! A crystal-clear sound rang out. The colossal bloodthirsty claw, infused with sinister magical energy, began to disintegrate upon contact with that single fingertip. The cruel grin on Chen Feng's face froze instantly, replaced by sheer horror and trepidation. What is this power? You are not Yi Chen. Who are you? Chen Feng's voice turned sharp and shrill. Chapter 58. Narrowly escaping death, the brick reappears. Humph! An ant like you dares to know my name? Yi Chen's voice was frigid, imbued with supreme authority. He nonchalantly gestured forward with that finger. Desperate times call for desperate measures. Blood demon invocation. Realizing his imminent demise, Chen Feng ignited all his spiritual energy, unleashing his trump card as his magical aura surged violently. Swoosh! A golden streak of light pierced through the void, striking the center of Chen Feng's brow. There was no cataclysmic explosion. Instead, Chen Feng felt an indescribable, terrifying power invade his body in an instant. Even with the blood demon invocation activated, his protective magical energy was pierced through as if it were mere parchment. Ugh! Chen Feng's expression of shock froze, his eyes bulging, gasping for breath, yet producing no sound. Boom! Everything melted away like snow under the scorching sun. Instant annihilation. Following that terrifying finger, the golden light enveloping Yi Chen's form rapidly dimmed, akin to the ebbing tide. Chener, the entrance to the sixth layer has been located, just ahead within that towering rib. I must rest for a time. Ensure your own safety. The overwhelming, majestic aura surrounding Yi Chen vanished without a trace. Puff! Yi Chen spat out a mouthful of blood, his complexion paling to the hue of parchment. His body feeling utterly drained, weakened to the utmost degree. Every bone, muscle, and meridian in his body throbbed with excruciating pain, as if he had become a mere vessel detached from his own will, even the slightest movement becoming an arduous task. Master! Master! Yi Chen cried out anxiously, his voice laced with dread. There, the passage, the sixth layer, a frail voice echoed in Yi Chen's mind. No matter how he called out thereafter, there was no response. He sensed an impending threat. He could not linger here. Should he encounter any foe, even the weakest of bone beasts, he would assuredly meet his end. He had to find a safer place. Ahead lay the fabled entrance to the sixth layer, perhaps his only path to survival. The instinct to survive eclipsed the agony coursing through his body. Yi Chen steeled himself against the pain, dragging his battered form with immense difficulty toward the colossal rib structure. Unbeknownst to him, in the shadow behind Yi Chen, Zhou Chen stealthily followed like a specter, his divine concealment technique operating at its zenith, perfectly blending his presence, temperature, and even life force into the environment, rendering him undetectable even to a vigilant spirit. Sensing the spatial fluctuations ahead, a flicker of joy emerged on Yi Chen's face. Without hesitation, he plunged forward, oblivious to the ripples stirred in the space behind him. Indeed, Zhou Chen followed closely behind. Upon Zhou Chen's entry into the space, The spatial fluctuations at the entrance to the sixth layer gradually diminished until they vanished entirely. Zhou Chen suddenly realized that the reason the sect had not marked the sixth layer was that the entrance to the sixth layer of the questioning immortal tower refreshed randomly. Without sufficient fortune, one could not enter. This was a test of the disciples' fortuitousness by the questioning immortal tower. Had Zhou Chen sought it alone, he would have been utterly lost. The sixth layer, in contrast to the previous expansive levels, was considerably smaller. Rather than a layer, it resembled a tranquil void. Below, a vast plaza of polished white jade extended like a mirror to the obscured depths of darkness. An absolute silence enveloped the area. There was no sky, no sun, moon, or stars, only a profound and endless darkness above, exuding an ancient desolation and solitude. The air was thick with an almost liquid spiritual energy, filling the space. Merely inhaling it caused Yi Chen's damaged meridians to flare with discomfort. In the very center of this plaza, approximately 100 zhang away from Yi Chen, stood an extraordinary stone tablet, towering at 3 zhang high. Its surface exuded a lustrous gray-white sheen, neither metal nor stone. It bore no extravagant embellishments, appearing ancient and substantial, radiating an ineffable majesty and solemnity. I am the source steel of the questioning immortal tower. Those with a foundation of the 5th stage or above may touch the steel to inscribe their name and receive the rewards of this layer. The resonant voice echoed in the minds of both individuals. Upon hearing this, Yi Chen was overwhelmed with elation. If he could inscribe his name upon this monument, it would surely signify an immeasurable stroke of fortune. This is the divine favor bestowed upon him by fate. His luck has returned. In this moment, Yi Chen felt an overwhelming urge to tilt his head back and howl at the heavens. Ignoring the wounds that marred his body, he struggled to rise and hasten towards the stone tablet. Inscription, opportunity. A smile of elation could no longer be contained at the corners of Yi Chen's lips. Just as his fingertips were a mere inch away from the monument, poised to etch his name, a vague shadow of blackness silently materialized behind the unsuspecting Yi Chen. At this juncture, he was clad in a dark robe, a mask concealing his face, and wielding a massive brick in his hand. Indeed, it was the very brick used by Zhou Chen during the inheritance of the celestial source saint. Without a hint of spiritual energy fluctuation, it was aimed with precision and struck mercilessly at the back of Yi Chen's head. Bang! A muffled, solid sound echoed through the eerie silence of the 6th layer. Piercing and jarring. The joy in Yi Chen's eyes froze instantaneously, dissipating like mist. A searing pain surged from the back of his head, sweeping through his entire being, plunging his consciousness into darkness as his body succumbed entirely. This entire sequence transpired in the blink of an eye. Zhou Chen's movements were as swift as lightning, executed with a proficiency that was almost heart-wrenching. Zhou Chen gazed expressionlessly at the fallen Yi Chen. It was not that Zhou Chen harbored any desire to kill Yi Chen, but the moment such a thought arose, it felt as though he were being scrutinized by an overwhelming terror. His instincts warned him that if he were to slay Yi Chen now, his own demise would surely follow. Thus, he deliberately restrained his strength. Otherwise, even with Zhou Chen's indestructible golden body, a single blow from that brick could easily incapacitate someone in the core formation realm. He crouched down, deftly removing the storage ring from Yi Chen's hand. As for the ring spirit, he refrained from disturbing it, wary of inciting its attention. Having completed this, Zhou Chen removed the identity jade token from his waist. The jade felt warm to the touch, inscribed on its inner side with intricate sect symbols. My apologies, Yi Chen, for the force with which I acted. Gently tapping his jade token against Yi Chen's, a soft glow flickered, and over 100,000 points were instantaneously transferred to Zhou Chen's token. I have taken your points and opportunities. You may rest easy as you depart, Zhou Chen murmured, his fingers unhesitatingly crushing Yi Chen's identity jade token. Crack! The token shattered with a sharp sound. Instantly, a gentle white light shield erupted from the remnants of the jade token, enveloping the unconscious Yi Chen completely. In the next moment, Yi Chen, along with the fragments of the shattered token, vanished from this void space. On the empty white jade plaza, only a few drops of dark red blood and a faint human silhouette remained, bearing witness to Yi Chen's presence. With the fortuitous child of fate dispatched, Zhou Chen finally let out a sigh of relief. Chapter 59. Yi Chen is rescued. Name inscribed on the stone tablet. Outside the questioning immortal tower. Elders, look. The 6th layer of the questioning immortal tower has lit up. Someone has entered the 6th layer. What the hell? Who could be so formidable? In 10,000 years, only a handful have entered the questioning immortal tower. How terrifying. If one could inscribe their name on the stone tablet of the 6th layer, that would be extraordinary. Impossible. For only the ancestor has succeeded in doing so throughout the millennia. That is still quite impressive. The plaza outside the tower erupted in a frenzy. Wonderful. Truly wonderful. Heaven bless our questioning, immortal sect. Indeed, our sect's rise is promising. The elders were equally exhilarated, and a flicker of joy flashed in Lu Qingtian's eyes. The illumination of the sixth layer signified that someone had set foot there, and while it was uncertain whether they could inscribe their name, merely entering the sixth layer was testament to their exceptional qualifications and extraordinary luck. The questioning immortal sect would certainly nurture them as a core disciple. Thus, the sect had a regulation that anyone who entered the sixth layer would be awarded an additional 300,000 points, irrespective of their ranking, directly elevating them to core disciple status. Before they could revel in their elation for long, a golden light flickered ahead. A figure gradually emerged. Look, someone is coming out. The protective spiritual light is golden. It's the one who entered the sixth layer. Undoubtedly a core disciple. I wonder who it is. Their luck is remarkable. Luck? You try it. Our questioning immortal sect has had very few over the past 10,000 years. Indeed, the sect's records indicated that if one exited the questioning immortal tower's sixth layer with golden protective light, it would starkly contrast with the milky white light of other disciples. Moreover, the sect leader's decree could sense whether an individual had entered the sixth layer. It is as expected, judging by the aura. This individual has indeed stepped into the sixth layer of the questioning immortal tower. Lu Qingtian nodded slightly after closing his eyes to sense further. He seems to be injured. He is lying down. A disciple shouted, "It's Yi Chun. Quickly, take him for treatment." The realization that it was Yi Chun filled the Grand Elder Li Hu with both shock and joy. He was thrilled that Yi Chun had astonished him by reaching the sixth layer, bringing great honor to their lineage. However, he was also apprehensive about Yi Chun's condition. If Yi Chun were to be rendered incapable, it would be an empty celebration. After personally examining Yi Chun, Li Hu found that apart from a prominent swelling at the back of his head, he was merely drained of spiritual energy and bore some internal injuries. The situation was not critical. The sect possessed ample healing elixirs, making Yi Chun's recovery a relatively simple matter. A disciple mentioned earlier that there were infiltrators from the demon sect. Could this be their doing? One elder spoke solemnly. It is highly probable. Relay orders to seal off the area around the questioning immortal tower and meticulously inspect every individual that emerges. Any abnormalities must be dealt with immediately. Lu Qingtian commanded. Understood. The elders of the law enforcement hall swiftly departed. Having completed these tasks, Lu Qingtian gazed at the unconscious Yi Chun, letting out a faint sigh. I wonder how Zhou Chen is faring. If he is outshone by the Grand Elder's lineage, it would indeed place some pressure on Lu Qingtian, for at their level, the stakes of pride and honor surpass all else. Inside the questioning immortal tower, Zhou Chen turned around, his gaze fixed intently upon the ancient, majestic gray-white stone tablet before him. A smile adorned his face as he approached the monument step by step. As Zhou Chen drew nearer, an oppressive weight, as heavy as a mountain, became increasingly palpable, not only bearing down on his body, but also exerting a terrifying pressure upon his soul. The physical burden was manageable, thanks to the enhancement of the indestructible golden body technique, making it relatively effortless for Zhou Chen. However, the strain on his soul rendered Zhou Chen's movements somewhat laborious. At that moment, the primordial chaos sutra within Zhou Chen sensed the external pressure and activated autonomously. The once dormant black and white symbols within his dantian erupted with a profound brilliance, emanating a vast aura that enveloped him in a thin halo, countering the oppressive force of the stone tablet. This alleviated Zhou Chen's burden significantly. He couldn't help but wonder why Yi Chun had approached the stone tablet with such ease. Unbeknownst to him, the Xianyuan stone tablet tested a person's fortune, making it exceedingly difficult for ordinary individuals to draw near, much like the entrance to the sixth layer, which was elusive to most. Even if one were to enter the tablet's realm, it would still weigh heavily upon the cultivator's fortune. Yi Chun, being the child of destiny, possessed boundless luck, thus encountering no obstacles in his approach to the Xianyuan stone tablet. In contrast, Zhou Chen, with his inherently deficient fortune, felt a more pronounced sense of pressure. At last, he stood before the stone tablet. He raised his finger, feeling the unique icy and delicate texture of the jade beneath his touch. Zhou Chen concentrated his thoughts, channeling the immense spiritual energy within him to the surface of the ancient stone tablet, attempting to inscribe the character for Zhou. In that instant, as his spiritual power made contact with the tablet, the entire void seemed to tremble ever so slightly. The ancient stone monument erupted with a blinding golden light, enveloping Zhou Chen entirely. In the next moment, the hidden ninth-rank Dao foundation within him could no longer be concealed. Boom! The golden light, sensing Zhou Chen's ninth-rank Dao foundation, erupted from the top of the tablet in a massive chaotic pillar of light, soaring into the boundless void above. The space around the pillar twisted violently, as if billions of stars were being born and extinguished in an endless cycle. A more magnificent, terrifying, and mysterious dark golden stone tablet materialized in the void, exuding an indescribable ancient aura that instilled a sense of futility in any thoughts of resistance. Ninth rank Supreme Tao Foundation, 1 in 10,000. Ranked 6,761. Name can be inscribed. An irresistible sentiment imprinted this information deep within Zhou Chen's consciousness. Overwhelmed with astonishment, he could not help but gaze at the multitude of names densely inscribed upon the golden tablet. Hiss! The frightening golden light swirled around him, rendering his vision unclear. But he could faintly discern some names. Ranked 68th, Emperor Yan. Ranked 39th, Wuxi. Ranked 36th, Kong. Ranked 11th, which seemed to be sure. Beyond that, the names became indecipherable. And merely seeing these names sent a throbbing pain through his head. Such terror! Zhou Chen withdrew his gaze, his eyes gleaming with determination. A surge of ambition rising from his chest. He understood that his foundation was extraordinary, yet he had not anticipated it would invoke such a fearsome phenomenon. Even more shocking was the realization of the many extraordinary talents that surpassed him. It made him acutely aware of the existence of greater beings beyond himself, solidifying his resolve to cultivate further. Though his ranking was not particularly high, Zhou Chen believed that with the system's assistance, his future achievements would not be insignificant. Yet he also recognized that he must not grow complacent. My name is Zhou Chen, he declared with a low voice, channeling all of his spiritual energy as his fingertips traced the tablet's surface. Swish! Zhou Chen's name did not appear on the Jinyuan stone tablet. Instead, it flowed along the chaotic pillar of light, entering the terrifying golden tablet. Chapter 60, 10th Layer Foundation, Terrifying Depths. In the next moment, a mark imbued with his unique Tao rhythm and essence manifested upon the chaotic stone tablet in the void. Ranked 6,761. Zhou Chen. As soon as the mark formed, it seemed to come alive, automatically absorbing the chaotic spiritual light from the void, becoming increasingly clear and solid, radiating an aura of eternal immortality. Simultaneously, streams of golden luck flowed rapidly from the chaotic stone tablet into Zhou Chen's body. Though he could not see the golden light of fortune, he could distinctly feel an indescribable comfort, akin to a long-awaited rain after a drought. Soon, the chaotic golden light gradually dissipated, and the chaotic stone tablet vanished from sight. Success in leaving his name. Congratulations on activating the chaotic stone tablet and successfully leaving your name. Reward: 1 low-grade Holy Spirit pill. The familiar voice of the questioning Immortal Tower resonated in Zhou Chen's mind. Elated by the reward from the questioning Immortal Tower, Zhou Chen felt a surge of joy within. Ding! Detected that the host has successfully intercepted the Destiny Child, Yi Chen's 6th layer opportunity to leave a name. Triggered 10,000-fold return. Reward: 1 drop of low-grade Emperor-level Chaos Origin. Will you accept? The system's cold notification echoed, yet it seemed to carry a strange fluctuation. Hiss! A drop of low-grade Emperor-level Chaos Origin. Although Zhou Chen did not fully comprehend what this entailed, instinct told him it was an extraordinary item, one he desperately needed at this moment. The previous low-grade Holy Spirit pill had already established an unparalleled foundation for him. This time, the Chaos Origin would likely be even more significant. Zhou Chen's heart brimmed with anticipation. Accept! At the instant he responded, an unimaginably pure energy, imbued with the essence of origin, surged into his body like the Milky Way cascading down from the heavens. Boom, boom, boom. A terrifying whirlpool of spiritual energy erupted around Zhou Chen, as if his very being had become the epicenter of this tempest. The purity of the low-grade Emperor-level Chaos Origin far exceeded that of the low-grade Holy Spirit pill by hundreds, even thousands of times. More alarmingly, it directly influenced his life source and the foundation of his cultivation. The overwhelming chaotic aura instantly shattered the barriers of Zhou Chen's 9th layer foundation, propelling him to the 10th layer in an instant. Crack! Crackle! The explosive sounds within him resembled thunder from the heavens, resonating continuously. Chaotic energy surged from every pore of his body, harmonizing with the countless specks of light in the void. The vast energy poured into his already expansive spiritual lake without reservation, rapidly raising its levels at an observable rate, while the lake began to compress, refine, and expand. Zhou Chen's muscles, bones, tendons, blood, internal organs, and even the minutest cells underwent a profound metamorphosis under the cleansing of this origin aura. His bones resonated with a sound akin to the clash of gold and jade. His skin shimmered with iridescent light, and faint chaotic Tao patterns flickered into existence before vanishing again. In his consciousness, the core black and white primordial symbol, forged from the primordial chaos scripture, vibrated violently. The number of silver star points visibly increasing. These light points arranged themselves in a certain order, becoming even more arcane and mysterious, as if they were evolving and gestating something. The Golden Emperor's glazed flame also grew more refined and pure under the nourishment of this origin energy, with a faint white essence quietly emerging at its core. Beads of sweat streamed down Zhou Chen's forehead. The process was incredibly violent and painful, yet he gritted his teeth, steadfastly maintaining his focus, fearful of missing this opportunity. 10 breaths, 30 breaths, 100 breaths. Buzz. A colossal, harmonious, and flawless aura erupted from Zhou Chen, akin to a slumbering ancient beast awakening. The spiritual energy beneath his feet seemed to be pushed aside by this momentum, creating terrifying ripples. The third layer of the indestructible golden body reached perfection. It seemed that the fourth layer was merely a step away. Feeling the domineering power within him and the increasingly pure and condensed spiritual energy, Zhou Chen's heart swelled with pride, and a confident smile finally graced his lips. The 10th layer of foundation, so close to the golden core. The 6th layer of the questioning immortal tower, the white jade plaza, fell silent once more, the rich spiritual energy flowing like a silent tide. Zhou Chen stood tall before the ancient and grand genuine stone tablet, the power boiling within him due to the chaos origin gradually calming, ultimately settling into a deep tranquility, profound and restrained, like an abyss or a prison. 10th layer foundation, a state of perfection. The prospect of breaking into the golden core stage was but a thought away for Zhou Chen. Yet, the impulse to ascend to golden core was forcefully suppressed. Zhou Chen vaguely sensed that his foundation could still be enhanced. He did not wish to conclude his journey just yet. Having witnessed many extraordinary talents, Zhou Chen was unwilling to resign himself to mediocrity. Nevertheless, this harvest was immensely significant. He could clearly feel that the spiritual lake in his dantian seemed to have expanded to its limits. Within the lake, the essence of spiritual energy shimmered with a pearlescent glow, each droplet exhibiting an extraordinary texture, as if it could transform into jade at any moment, brimming with unfathomable, colossal power. Zhou Chen found himself in a state of bemusement, for the consequences of suppressing his cultivation were that his dantian occasionally felt a slight twinge of discomfort. The black and white rune, born of the Taichu Chaos Sutra, had now stabilized, with more silver starry points swirling on its surface, forming a diminutive yet enigmatic star map. Continuously inhaling and exhaling spiritual energy, each pulse seemed to resonate wondrously with the spiritual forces in the void. There was no need for the low-grade Holy Spirit pill at this moment, as utilizing it would surely hinder his cultivation suppression. With this thought, Zhou Chen tucked the pill away. Calculating the time, Zhou Chen surmised it was time to depart. Channeling spiritual energy into his identity token, a golden aura gradually enveloped him, imparting a profound sense of comfort. In the next instant, he felt his feet firmly on the ground, reappearing at the center of the main peak's plaza. Astonishment erupted as Zhou Chen materialized. The plaza was filled with exclamations. Look, a golden aura. Someone has entered the 6th level of the Wenxian Tower. No way. Is this real? Bless the Wenxian Sect. We are soaring. A pair of prodigies. Who else could it be? Haha. It's Brother Zhou Chen, the champion of the inter-sect competition. Brother Zhou Chen, I adore you. You are magnificent. The disciples in the plaza were in a frenzy. Lu Qianru's eyes widened in disbelief, her mouth covered in astonishment. It was no wonder they were so excited. Throughout the millennia, only a handful had ever entered the 6th level of the Wenxian Tower. To have 2 appear this time was unprecedented, regardless of whether they etched their names in history. The rise of the Wenxian Sect was now inescapable. Many elders were moved to tears of joy. The sect master, Lu Qingtian, instantly leaped to his feet, laughing heartily. Ha! Splendid. Good. Bless the Wenxian Sect. Hearing their master's voice, the disciples erupted in unison, chanting, Bless the Wenxian Sect. Bless the Wenxian Sect. Even the usually cantankerous Grand Elder Li, who could not contain his excitement, and joined in the cheer. Only those within the Wenxian Sect could truly grasp the significance of this moment. As long as these two did not fall midway, the rise of the Wenxian Sect was indeed unstoppable. Chapter 61, 1,000,000 points, witnessed by Ma Yuan. Such a grand spectacle in the Wenxian Sect had not been witnessed in many years. However, not everyone shared in the exuberance. Zhao Gang from the Blood Demon Sect, who had also been teleported, appeared conflicted. Yi Chun was alive, and he had ascended to the 6th level. Such a formidable individual. And now the Wenxian Sect had produced 2. Zhou Chen and Yi Chun could not be allowed to remain. Zhao Gang resolved to discreetly inform the Blood Demon Sect of this critical information while the surrounding disciples were distracted. The jubilant celebrations continued for quite some time, and the elders did not intervene. While Zhou Chen awkwardly scratched his head, he glanced towards the viewing platform where Sect Master Lu Qingtian nodded slightly in acknowledgement, to which he returned the gesture. As he turned his gaze sideways, his eyes met Lu Qianru's penetrating stare. Zhou Chen smiled and nodded at her. Upon witnessing Zhou Chen's radiant smile, Lu Qianru inexplicably felt her heart race, awkwardly turning her head away, with only her flushed cheeks revealing her inner turmoil. Zhou Chen was left bewildered by the sudden shift in her demeanor. Gradually, disciples who had been eliminated or severely injured were teleported out, the brilliance flashing continuously. Zhou Chen deliberately suppressed his cultivation to the 7th layer of foundation establishment, presenting an aura that suggested he had only recently broken through. After a little over half an hour, all disciples were finally teleported out. Of those who emerged safely, only 70% made it, indicating a significant elimination rate. The remaining 30% either perished at the jaws of beasts or fell victim to treachery. Ultimately, no one would probe too deeply, as the cultivation world was notoriously ruthless. The dead bore no value. Zhou Chen maintained a calm demeanor as he walked steadily towards the points tally area. Having truthfully reported the situation of the demonic sect disciples to the sect and handed over their tokens. With the testimony of the previously rescued disciples, his points were assured. The towering monument in the center of the plaza displayed the rolling rankings. Look, Yi Chen's name has lit up. Points 0. Hiss, 250,000. Did Zhou Chen delve into the lair of beasts or blow up the first level of the Wenxian Tower? How is that possible? The highest score just now was only 100,000. I remember Zhou Chen entered at only the 4th layer of foundation establishment, right? Even if he got lucky and found a treasure, he couldn't possibly have that many points. Is there a mistake? Shoo, keep your voice down. The elders from the law enforcement hall are watching. The points Jade token was bound by the sect's core restrictions. The chances of error were minuscule. A greater commotion erupted among the crowd. At that moment, the points following Yi Chen's name suddenly jumped from 0 to 30,000. 30,000. From 0 to 30,000? What is going on? You fool. The golden protective light that appeared earlier. He is the disciple who entered the 6th level. According to sect rules, anyone who steps into the 6th level automatically receives 30,000 points, regardless of their accumulated score. My heavens. It truly is Yi Chen. I knew he was extraordinary. Entering the 6th level. How many have achieved that in a millennium? Zhou Chen also entered the 6th level. And the previously displayed 250,000 points surely hadn't accounted for everything yet. Just then, a subtle white light flickered again. And Zhou Chen's points surged dramatically, revealing Zhou Chen, 1 million points. A complete 1 million. The entire plaza descended into an eerie silence. Everyone's eyes widened, staring in disbelief at that astronomical figure. 1 million points. Such a score had never been heard of in any previous core trials. 1 million. A disciple's voice rose sharply with shock. What on earth did he do? Is Zhou Chen even human? Someone murmured, utterly dumbfounded. Could it be that Zhou Chen had successfully etched his name in history? Otherwise, how could one explain such points? A bold conjecture was raised, but was immediately countered. That shouldn't be. The points for successfully etching one's name are the same as those for entering the 6th level. There are no additional bonuses. The rules of the Wenxian Tower cannot be false. Zhou Chen must have achieved this through sheer strength. On the platform, the elders could no longer maintain their composure. Grand Elder Li, who fixated on the direction in which Yi Chen was being carried away, then glanced at the towering figure of 1 million points. The fleeting joy brought by Yi Chen's 30,000 points was instantly overshadowed by Zhou Chen's remarkable score. Seated at the head of the table, Sect Master Lu Qingtian's gaze was as sharp as an eagle's, cutting through the agitated crowd, landing squarely on Zhou Chen. A fleeting glimmer of gratification and curiosity passed through his eyes before settling into calmness. Zhou Chen had advanced to the late stage of the 7th layer of foundation establishment. Surpassing expectations, yet this million points was truly astonishing. Lu Qianru, standing slightly behind Lu Qingtian, was equally taken aback. She fixed her gaze on Zhou Chen's figure. And based on her understanding of him during this time, she firmly believed that he had earned his points through merit. However, she still held a sliver of doubt regarding the process. At this moment, the top 20 rankings had nearly solidified. With a terrifying figure prominently displayed in the lead, Zhou Chen, with a staggering score of 1,500,000. Zhou Chen's points were a chasmic lead. The second place was Yi Chen, with 300,000 points. Third place was Zhang Lei, with 200,000 points. Fourth place was Wang Xiaoyu, boasting 190,000 points, and fifth place was Zhao Gang, with 180,000 points. The atmosphere was solemn as the 3 elders of the law enforcement hall presided over the score tally. As Zhou Chen approached calmly, the leading elder suppressed any visible surprise on his face and spoke in a grave tone. Zhou Chen, step forward to verify your supplementary score Jade Talisman and present any evidence or explanations regarding your substantial point acquisitions. It was revealed that the Wenxian Sect had distributed 2 score Jade Talismans to each disciple to prevent cheating. One was the primary talisman, equipped with a teleportation function, while the other was a backup, solely for data recording. Zhou Chen presented the backup talisman. One of the elders extracted an ancient copper mirror, its surface shimmering with ethereal brilliance as it enveloped the jade talisman. The mirror clearly reflected the composition of Zhou Chen's points, slaying beast demons, defeating a level 1/5 beast, including 2 early-stage core formation beasts, earned him 150,000 points. Gathering various spiritual materials granted him 120,000 points. Transferring points via talisman accounted for 180,000 points, and slaying 3 disciples of the demonic sect awarded him 300,000 points. As this last figure illuminated, the air around them seemed to freeze. The pupils of all the elders constricted. All the high-ranking members on the platform stood up in unison. Demonic path hidden guards. 3 of them. Zhou Chen, are you speaking the truth? The voice of the 7th elder of the sect trembled imperceptibly. This was a matter of utmost importance concerning the safety of the sect. Although there had been sporadic reports from disciples about encounters with suspected members of the demonic sect, no solid evidence had emerged. Indeed, I would not speak lightly. I have previously presented the evidence to the 3 elders of the law enforcement hall. Zhou Chen's voice was steady and powerful, instilling confidence. Chapter 62. Undoubtedly, the core leader. It was confirmed that the disciples of the law enforcement hall had verified the claims, and several of the escaping disciples had provided testimonies regarding the suspected presence of demonic sect disciples, affirming the matter beyond doubt. As Zhou Chen's words fell, the 3 elders of the law enforcement hall rose to explain to Lu Qingtian and the other elders. One of the elders then retrieved 3 items from his storage ring and placed them sequentially on the tally platform. A pitch-black, cracked remnant of a ghostly-headed saber, and 3 black talismans exuding a faint aura of bloodthirst. The front bore a grotesque blood skull, while the backs were inscribed with the numbers 1, 5, and 7. The moment the talismans appeared, a dense and unique aura of blood magic pervaded the air. Hiss, the Blood Demon Order. This was the exclusive identity talisman of the Blood Demon Sect's hidden guards. Dark 1, Dark 5, Dark 7. These are core-level hidden guards. Gasps of astonishment erupted. Everyone recognized the power represented by these 3 talismans, which could only be possessed by disciples painstakingly nurtured by the Blood Demon Sect, each extraordinarily strong and ruthless. Many of the sect's talented disciples had fallen victim to these lurking demonic disciples. To slay them and seize their talismans signified an absolute superiority in strength. The 7th elder, in charge of the law enforcement hall, wore a grave expression as he meticulously examined the talismans and the remnants of the saber, confirming their authenticity without a doubt. He took a deep breath to quell the tumult within and addressed Zhou Chen. This matter is not trivial. You must recount it in detail. Zhou Chen slightly bowed and replied, the process of slaying these 3 was quite perilous. I feared that lingering too long would attract stronger accomplices. Hence I only took the crucial items and did not collect the corpses. A senior brother can attest to my actions. Zhou Chen narrated with a blend of truth and embellishment, his logic impeccable, with details selectively omitted yet irrefutable. The 7th elder exchanged glances with the 3 law enforcement elders, nodding slowly. To slay 3 elite hidden guards of the Blood Demon Sect during the trial was a significant achievement. With both crucial physical evidence and testimonies at hand, it was sufficient to substantiate Zhou Chen's claims. Disciple Ma Yuan can testify. At that moment, a voice filled with the fervor of survival rang out. It was Ma Yuan, who Zhou Chen had rescued from the lava waterfall. Although he had been heavily injured and had exited early, he had still amassed a considerable number of points. Hearing the elders discuss the hidden guards, he immediately rushed from the crowd, pointing at Zhou Chen, excitedly adding, Elders, it was this Zhou's senior brother. At the 4th layer lava waterfall, I witnessed it with my own eyes. He faced the Blood Demon Sect's hidden guards head-on and saved me. The weapon used by that Blood Demon scoundrel was indeed that ghostly-headed saber. Had it not been for Zhou's senior brother's intervention, I would have perished. I can swear an oath on the heavenly Tao. Ma Yuan's appearance and testimony were convincing, stirring the crowd into a frenzy. After all, no one would jest about an oath on the heavenly Tao. Should there be any falsehood, one would be condemned to utter ruin. It was conclusive. Zhou's senior brother single-handedly killed 3 hidden guards of the Blood Demon Sect, 2 of whom were at the 9th level of Foundation establishment. Heavens! Faced with a multitude of beast demons and distracted by the need to counter the assassinations from the demonic sect, he managed to achieve such a remarkable feat and earn 1,000,000 points. Just how formidable is Zhou's senior brother? I take back my earlier words. Zhou's senior brother's achievements are truly well-deserved. Utterly terrifying. This is a true prodigy. Various expressions of awe and reverence converged upon Zhou Chen. The doubts and grievances that had arisen from his 1,000,000 points had completely dissipated, replaced by profound shock. The admiration in Lu Qingtian's eyes was unmasked. He slightly nodded, his voice resonating across the assembly. Excellent. Zhou Chen, you have vanquished the demonic guards, displaying exceptional talent. You are undoubtedly the leader of this core trial. In addition to the rewards for this trial, the sect will bestow further generous rewards. At this moment, no one disputed Zhou Chen's points any longer. The atmosphere in the square was ignited, with countless disciples discussing Zhou Chen's name, his terrifying points, and his achievements. Observing Zhou Chen, who stood before the crowd accepting their admiration, yet remained as steady as a mountain, Lu Qianru's curiosity intensified, clawing at her heart. Although the sect leader and the elders had not sensed anyone leaving their name on the source stone tablet, an instinct told Lu Qianru that matters were not so simple. Was there truly no name inscribed on the 6th layer of the source stone tablet? Lu Qingtian stepped forward, his voice booming like thunder. The core disciples trial hereby concludes. The leader is Zhou Chen. The blood-red figure of 1,500,000 points blazed upon the giant tablet. In second place, Yi Chun, with 300,000 points. In the distance, Yi Chun, being carried, fluttered his eyelids, an unnatural flush appearing on his pale face, yet he could not awaken. The rankings from 3rd to 10th were announced in succession. The top 10 would be selected as core disciples, and the sect would grant them core disciple robes, adorned with dark golden cloud patterns, exuding a sense of antiquity and grandeur. From this day forth, they would be core disciples of the Wenxian Sect. Zhou Chen stood at the center of the high platform, gazing at the dark golden cloud patterns on his sleeves, feeling a profound sense of emotion. When he first traversed here, he was destitute and disfigured, and now he had ascended to the status of core disciple. Steady as a deep abyss, unmoved as a mountain. Numerous female disciples erupted in frenzied cheers. Zhou Senior Brother, I love you. Zhou Senior Brother, do you have a partner? I want to marry you. Zhou Senior Brother. If you fancy a junior brother, I am available. Even some male disciples began to jest, nearly causing Zhou Chen to lose his composure in laughter. Lu Qingtian's gaze swept through the throng, resting momentarily on Zhou Chen before shifting to Yi Chun on the stretcher, a vague speculation stirring in his heart. Both had entered the 6th level, yet while Zhou Chen emerged unscathed, Yi Chun was carried out horizontally, his points inexplicably reduced to 0, provoking a cascade of thoughts. The Grand Elder, Li Hu, wore a complex expression, his palm pressed against Yi Chen's shoulder as he silently channeled spiritual energy. For his valiant dispatch of the Blood Demon Sect's Dark Guards, Zhou Chen was awarded additional points, including the top prize, a low-grade spirit gathering pill of the Celestial Tier and a supreme-grade Earth Tier artifact, the Qianxiafan's sword, which were now bestowed upon him. Ding! Congratulations to the host for usurping the fortune of the fated child Yi Chun, obtaining a low-grade spirit gathering pill of the Celestial Tier, triggering a 100-fold return. Reward: 100 bottles of low-grade spirit gathering pills of the Celestial Tier. Will you claim them now? Ding! Congratulations to the host for usurping the fortune of the fated child Yi Chun, obtaining the supreme-grade Earth Tier artifact, the Qianxiafan's sword, triggering a 100-fold return. Reward: a mid-grade Celestial Tier Qilin armor. Will you claim it now? Choosing to delay the claim, Zhou Chen opted to wait, aware of the multitude of eyes upon him. However, a mere 100-fold return? Clearly, Yi Chen's pivotal fortune had been snatched away, and thus, the likelihood of exceptional rewards diminished. He resolved to seek out more treasure rats. Lu Qingtian stepped forward once more, raising his hand, and the bustling square fell into an immediate hush. Disciples of the Asking Immortals Sect, heed my command. Lu Qingtian's voice resonated, reverberating painfully against eardrums. Chapter 63, The Sacred Land's Opportunity, Yi Chen Awakens. In the sacred land of Yanhua, the Centennial Grand Selection was on the cusp of commencement, with a grand competition among the myriad sects of the southern region to be held in half a year. And the Asking Immortals Sect granted 20 direct advancement slots to the semifinals, bypassing the preliminary rounds. Following deliberation among the sect's high-ranking officials, the top 10 newly initiated core disciples, as well as the top 10 ranked core disciples of the sect, would earn this privilege. In 6 months, during the Grand Sect Tournament, any disciple with foundational cultivation above the core formation stage and below the nascent soul stage, age 30 or under, may journey to Baishur City to register for the preliminary selection. Those who succeed will gain entry into the semifinals. The voices of the crowd surged like boiling water erupting from a pot. The Grand Sect Tournament. The preliminaries. Ordinary disciples also have the chance to join the Sacred Land. The Sacred Land of Yanhua, a place of boundless opportunities, with techniques and fortunes aplenty. It is said that the sacred fire left by the ancient divine beast, the true phoenix, still exists. The disciples were fervent, their eyes aflame with ambition, for who would not desire to ascend to greatness in a single leap? Zhou Chen's gaze flickered, The central continent signified a broader stage and more formidable adversaries. As the ceremony neared its conclusion, rewards had already been distributed according to merit. Yet, Yi Chen remained in a state of unconsciousness, necessitating the involvement of others to claim his rewards, with Grand Elder Li Hu aiding in receiving them on his behalf. In Zhou Chen's hand appeared an ancient, cool-to-the-touch token, emblazoned with the characters for core in an ornate script. However, just as the law enforcement elder was about to declare the competition concluded, Yi Chen on the stretcher suddenly opened his eyes, an overwhelming pain crashing over him. His head pounding mercilessly. In a fleeting moment of clarity, memories surged back. The 6th level. The town source monument. The brick. First in points? Zhou Chen. Yes. It was that familiar brick. Yi Chen seemed to grasp everything in an instant. Master. He silently screamed at the ring in his hand. Yet the only response was a deafening silence. Abruptly, he broke free from the stretcher, his eyes blood-red, staggering to his feet. Zhou Chen, I will kill you. Yi Chen roared, his finger trembling as it pointed accusingly at Zhou Chen. My storage ring. My points. The secret realm of the heavenly source sage. It must be you. You have taken everything. The once vibrant square fell into an eerie silence, all eyes fixated upon this unfolding drama. Li Hu, quickly. He called, calm down. Zhou Chen turned. His brow furrowed. Yi Junior brother, what do you mean by this? You were gravely injured by demonic cultivators and lost consciousness. It was I who aided in activating your identity token for your escape. Do not let our previous misunderstanding lead you to misplace your anger upon me. He spread his hands, his expression innocent as he regarded Yi Chen. Indeed, without senior brother Zhou Chen, could Yi Chen have survived? Who would have thought such shamelessness existed? Repaying kindness with malice, shifting the blame. I always suspected Yi Chen was no paragon of virtue. Perhaps it was Zhou Chen's benevolence that guided him into the 6th level. If that were the case, then Yi Chen is truly despicable. Enough. Yi Chen howled, veins bulging on his forehead. The 6th level had only you and me. I was ambushed by the brick. Who else could it be? And previously, in the secret realm of the heavenly source sage, it was also you, was it not? Stumbling forward in his agitation, Yi Chen's energy began to whirl chaotically within him. Junior brother Yi, I concede that we had our misunderstandings, but you cannot unjustly accuse me. I, Zhou Chen, have always acted with integrity. Why would I harm you? If I had intended to strike, do you believe you would still be standing? Zhou Chen's expression was one of haughty righteousness, an air of moral superiority surrounding him. His foundational cultivation at the 7th layer surged forth, an invisible aura pressing down on some disciples, rendering them motionless. Indeed, Yi Chen, with only a 4th layer foundation, could have been obliterated if Zhou Chen had truly desired his demise. One could only wonder at his audacity. Clearly, Zhou Chen's recent triumph in the competition had sparked jealousy among the onlookers. I suspect the 2nd place was merely a charity from senior brother Zhou Chen. Exactly. The disciples murmured amongst themselves, their gazes toward Yi Chen laced with disdain and derision. Enough. Lu Qingtian's voice boomed like thunder from the heavens. An invisible, terrifying pressure released, seemingly freezing the very air around them. Yi Chen coughed up a mouthful of blood, collapsing to the ground, his blood-red eyes still fixed on Zhou Chen, filled with deep-seated hatred. Yi Chen, stand down. Grand Elder Li Hu unleashed a surge of spiritual energy, forcefully restraining Yi Chen. Lu Qingtian glanced at Zhou Chen before turning his attention to Yi Chen. This matter will be thoroughly investigated by the law enforcement hall, should anyone harm a fellow disciple. They will not escape unscathed, if no evidence exists. His gaze sharpened. To slander a core disciple of the sect will invite severe punishment. Yi Chen, unrepentant, attempted to speak, struggling against his bonds. Silence. Li Hu barked, locking down Yi Chen's energy. Sectmaster, I shall take him to recover and meditate. I will clarify this matter, sparing the sect any further worry. The last words were squeezed out through clenched teeth. Initially, Li Hu had held Yi Chen in high regard, but the temperament displayed today had begun to sour his opinion. Lu Qingtian nodded slightly, and Li Hu's figure transformed into light, disappearing toward the distant peaks. With this matter resolved, you shall come to see me. Lu Qingtian cast Zhou Chen a lingering glance before departing. Though the storm had temporarily subsided, Yi Chen's outburst had only intensified the chatter in the square. Congratulations, Junior Brother Chen. You have truly brought honor to the sect master. A melodious voice chimed near Zhou Chen, who looked up to find Lu Qianru before him. Thank you, senior sister, for your kind words. It is all thanks to your guidance. Zhou Chen responded, bowing slightly, his tone humble. A glint of cunning flashed in Lu Qianru's eyes. Junior Brother Chen, I have aided you immensely. Shouldn't you consider offering something in return? As she spoke, she extended her delicate, snowy hand, batting her lashes at Zhou Chen. Zhou Chen was momentarily taken aback, an amused smile creeping onto his face, realizing she had come to seek favors. Fortunately, his current fortunes were vastly improved, unlike before when he could hardly afford to reciprocate. Nevertheless, he remained grateful for Lu Qianru's assistance. Certainly, senior sister. However, having accepted the benefits from junior brother, should he find himself in trouble in the future, it will be entirely up to you to support him. Lu Qianru suddenly felt a chill in her hand as a delicate porcelain vial materialized within her grasp. Before she could examine its contents, Zhou Chen had already walked away. When Lu Qianru probed the vial with her spiritual sense, her complexion paled in shock. It was actually a low-grade spirit-gathering pill of the heavenly tier. Wasn't this the reward Zhou Chen received for ranking first in the recent competition? This spirit-gathering pill is an exceedingly rare treasure even for core formation practitioners. And with the grand competition of the 10,000 sects approaching, Zhou Chen just gifted it to her so generously. Lu Qianru stared blankly at Zhou Chen's retreating figure, a flicker of complexity crossing her mind. She understood Zhou Chen's temperament. Once he made a decision, he would not waver. So she did not pursue him to return the vial. Last time it was an exceptional beauty pill, and now it was fortuitously a low-grade spirit-gathering pill just as she was on the verge of a breakthrough. It seemed she owed Zhou Chen quite a debt of gratitude. Surely, she could not repay it with her body, could she? Lu Qianru was startled by her own thoughts, a flush creeping across her cheeks as she spat softly and hurriedly departed. Unbeknownst to her, Zhou Chen possessed 100 such spirit-gathering pills. The crowd in the square gradually dispersed. Chapter 64. Yi Chen's heart is distant, the sect master supports. Within the grand hall, the expression of the elder Li Hu was grave, the atmosphere stifling. At this moment, Yi Chen's body had begun to recover, though his complexion remained somewhat pallid. It was evident that Li Hu had administered a healing pill to Zhou Chen. Gritting his teeth, Yi Chen knelt on one knee, his eyes flashing with humiliation and resentment. Master, disciple is truly wronged. It was Zhou Chen who ambushed me on the 6th floor, seized my treasures, pilfered my points, and forcibly expelled me. Every word is the truth. You must stand up for me. Yi Chen's voice was hoarse, carrying a hint of a sob. Li Hu slowly turned around, his gaze sharp as a blade. How can I stand up for you? Just now, you lost composure like a madman, accusing the champion of the competition. Where is your evidence? What of the respect for the sect's elders? Who besides you can testify to what transpired? Can you condemn someone based on mere conjecture? He stepped closer, his voice icy. Even if we assume for a moment that it was indeed Zhou Chen's doing, so what? Yi Chen, upon hearing this, felt as if struck by lightning, disbelief washing over him. Zhou Chen was the sect master's disciple, a core disciple of the sect. Li Hu's tone was weary and frigid, stating that even knowing it was Zhou Chen's doing, he would face no punishment. It was merely a matter of victors and vanquished, do you understand? He looked down upon Yi Chen, his words heavy yet cruel. The sect needs true prodigies, not troublemakers. Zhou Chen decimated the Blood Demon's Dark Guard during the trial, earning 1,000,000 points and securing the championship. His potential, temperament, and combat prowess all surpass yours. The sect's choice of him is both widely supported and entirely justifiable. Until his crimes are unequivocally proven, opposing him is tantamount to opposing the will of the entire sect. Each word struck Yi Chen like a hammer to the heart. Chinner, the realm of cultivation is not merely about fighting and killing, nor is it a child's play. Rules, strength, and status are the fundamental measures. Today, you have already drawn the ire of the entire sect. Should you continue to act recklessly, despite your talents, do not blame your master for being unable to protect you. Unable to protect me? Yi Chen's hope extinguished completely, turning to ash. Once a genius, he had now become a nuisance despised by all. Indeed, it confirmed the saying, a fallen genius is worth less than a dog. Zhou Chen's meteoric rise had rendered him unable to seek justice. Inundated by grievances and indignation, Yi Chen's faith in the asking immortal sect crumbled, leaving only profound disillusionment. How foolish he had been to hesitate while courting the flame holy land. In the end, the sect treated him worse than a dog. Yi Chen bowed his head, falling silent, his clenched fists trembling slightly, nails piercing his palms. After a long time, he whispered to Li Hu, Master, I have learned my lesson. I am somewhat weary. Li Hu looked at him, seeing the lifeless despair in his countenance. A flicker of sympathy crossed his face, but recalling Yi Chen's talent, he spoke in a deep voice. Focus on healing and refrain from causing further trouble. With that, he swept away. As the door closed, in the darkness, Yi Chen lifted his head, his eyes now a cold resolution. He gazed at the ring on his finger, recalling the selection token from the flame holy land. Thankfully, he had entrusted it to the ring spirit master for safekeeping. Yi Chen felt a surge of relief in his heart. Only the ring spirit master is my true mentor. They are all in cahoots. Since the asking immortal sect does not welcome me, then I, Yi Chen, shall take my leave. Yi Chen rubbed the ring in his hand, resolute in his decision. Rather than exist in the asking immortal sect, suppressed by Zhou Chen, he would rather venture to the central continent. Armed with the Holy Land token and his fifth-tier foundation, Yi Chen was determined that he could carve out a path for himself. On the day of his return, he would ensure Zhou Chen paid in blood for his transgressions. A plan for departure quietly formed in Yi Chen's heart. Inside Zhou Chen's core disciple cave abode, the last remnant of fiery essence was completely devoured by the black and white runes of the primordial chaos scripture. The fiery python core, akin to a red jade, had turned to powder and dissipated. The spiritual energy reservoir within his dantian had thickened to a substantial state, shimmering with a faint glow. Were it not for Zhou Chen's firm restraint, it would have surely surpassed mere foundation establishment at the 10th layer by now. As he examined the black and white primordial runes and the golden emperor's glazed flame within him, a tremendous power surged silently. A slight smile curved at the corners of his lips. Within the foundation establishment realm, he was invincible, even unafraid of the 5th layer of core formation. At this moment, there were still 6 months until the grand competition of the 10,000 sects. The cave's restrictions trembled slightly as Lu Qingtian's voice reached his ears. "Chenner, come to the grand hall." A streak of white light rushed forth, and moments later, Zhou Chen arrived at the grand hall where Lu Qingtian awaited. Lu Qingtian stood by the window, his demeanor somewhat solemn. Disciple Zhou Chen pays respects to master. Lu Qingtian turned, his gaze piercing as it swept over Zhou Chen, filled with both scrutiny and approval. 7th layer of foundation establishment, your vitality as fierce as a dragon. Excellent. In this trial, you vanquished the demonic sect, courageously claiming the top spot and elevating our sect's prestige. I am greatly relieved. Disciple is terrified and grateful for the opportunity. Zhou Chen humbly replied. Lu Qingtian gestured for Zhou Chen to take a seat. However, Chenner, you have not left your name on the asking immortal tower, yet there is no need for dismay. The conditions for leaving a name on the stone tablet are exceedingly stringent. Lu Qingtian and the elders had refrained from inquiring whether Zhou Chen's name was inscribed, mainly because the sect master's token could verify the results and revealed Zhou Chen's name was absent. Moreover, the appearance of the chaos stone tablet had left no trace whatsoever, leading to this misunderstanding. Zhou Chen had no intention of clarifying. Remaining low-key was the path to success. As for the matter of Yi Chen, elderly who had already clarified, Lu Qingtian's tone was indifferent, his gaze profound. This child has a volatile temperament, yet possesses considerable talent and fortune. Like you, he is also at the 5th layer of foundation establishment, and the sect intends to nurture both of you together. He shifted his tone, his gaze intense, an invisible aura emanating from him. But you, Zhou Chen, are my disciple Lu Qingtian's. If you encounter any challenging matters, do not hesitate to take action. I shall bear any responsibility on your behalf. Remember, behind you stands your master. As long as it does not harm the sect's interests, any means are permissible. Zhou Chen felt a swell of gratitude within him. Lu Qingtian, this seemingly casual master, had likely already surmised the tensions between him and Yi Chen. Even if he were to kill Yi Chen, Lu Qingtian would undoubtedly stand firmly by his side. Taking a deep breath, Zhou Chen spoke with a steady and resolute voice. Disciple will adhere to Master's teachings. I shall not fail your expectations. Excellent. The upcoming grand competition of the 10,000 sects and the Flame Holy Land will be your true battlefield. Prepare well, should you require resources. The sect's foundation is at your disposal. Lu Qingtian's eyes brimmed with satisfaction as his sleeve brushed lightly, revealing a dark golden cauldron adorned with intricate, arcane runes. Suspended before Zhou Chen, this was the Wenxian treasure cauldron, a premier artifact of the earth grade, capable of absorbing myriad fires and refining spiritual energy. It could also be employed for alchemy and combat, serving as a fitting congratulatory gift for this competition's victor. Thank you, Master, for your generous bestowal. Zhou Chen replied earnestly as he accepted it. As he watched Zhou Chen's departing figure, Lu Qingtian cast his gaze towards the boundless sea of clouds outside the hall, lost in contemplation. Meanwhile, in the forest on the outskirts of the Wenxian Sect, a figure clad in dark attire emerged, holding a core disciple's token to unlock the restrictions. Swiftly vanishing into the night, none other than Yi Chen. Chapter 65. The Truth of Poison, the Buffoon. Within the Blood Demon Sect's main hall, the atmosphere was stifling, almost suffocating. Zhao Gang knelt on the ground, his back nearly touching the floor, cold sweat soaking his garments. He trembled as he reported the failure of the Wenxian Tower's ambush on Yi Chen, along with the intelligence that both Zhou Chen and Yi Chen had reached the 5th level of Dao Foundation. The blood mist billowed violently from the high seat, a scarlet light suddenly flaring, piercing Zhao Gang's eyes with pain. Useless. A furious roar erupted, causing Zhao Gang's head to thrum, his consciousness seemingly torn asunder. At that moment, a paper raven materialized, circling once before landing on Zhao Gang's shoulder, an exclusive means of communication for the Blood Demon Sect. The paper raven swiftly shot forth a beam of spiritual light, penetrating Zhao Gang's mind. With his eyes closed, he quietly interpreted the message relayed by the scout. Master, a splendid opportunity. Yi Chen has departed the Wenxian Sect, heading towards Baishir City. Zhao Gang's eyes flew open, his heart swelling with joy. A blood-tinged hand reached out from the blood mist, ruthlessly pressing toward the side of the Blood Demon Sect's third elder. Boom. The elder was sent flying like a broken sack, crashing against a pillar, blood and internal organs bursting forth, his aura instantly diminished. Chenji, from this day forth, the authority to mobilize the Blood Demon Guards is transferred to the Grand Elder, and you shall forfeit 1 year's worth of cultivation resources. The voice of Blood Tower was cold and piercing. I grant you one final chance. Present Yi Chen's head to me, or your lineage shall be thrown into the Blood Demon Cauldron for refinement, rendering your existence unnecessary. Understood, Master. The third elder, Chenji, struggled to rise, prostrating himself in gratitude, yet deep within his eyes lingered resentment and profound fear. Li Kuan. The voice of Blood Tower resonated through the grand hall. A gaunt, elderly figure cloaked in black emerged from the shadows, surrounded by a chilling aura, his cultivation having reached the 3rd level of Yuaning. At your service. You have been lurking within the Wenxian Sect for many years. It is time for you to take action. Bring Wang Ming, Zhao Gang, and gather 10 dark guards of the 9th level of Foundation Establishment. Zhou Chen must surely have Lu Qingtian's hidden hand beside him. You must act swiftly and decisively to eliminate Zhou Chen. Yi Chen is all alone. This is a heaven-sent opportunity. Third Elder Chenji, you are to lead a team. Ensure his complete annihilation. Your command shall be obeyed, and Zhou Chen's head will be presented. Li Kuan clasped his hands, his expression devoid of emotion as he accepted the order. Depart. As the blood light swirled within the hall, Li Kuan and the third elder's figures gradually faded away. The blood mist churned, and the murmurs of Blood Tower echoed throughout the vast hall. Lu Qingtian, Wenxian Sect, I shall see just how resilient your bones truly are. In Zhou Chen's cave dwelling within the Wenxian Sect, the Wanshang treasure cauldron floated in midair, ancient runes gently moving, exuding a dense and profound aura. Zhou Chen pressed a drop of his essence blood from his fingertip onto the cauldron's core, branding it with a spiritual imprint, establishing a subtle connection that bridged his consciousness to the cauldron. Upon closer inspection, he discovered that this premier Earth-grade cauldron was indeed quite practical, manifesting both offensive and defensive capabilities that could withstand even the initial assaults of the Yuaning stage. Zhou Chen attempted to channel a strand of Golden Emperor's glazed flame into the cauldron. A resonant hum emanated from the cauldron as the runes ignited instantaneously, causing the golden flame to become even more refined and pure, sending a tremor through the glazed flame within Zhou Chen's dantian. The Golden Emperor's glazed flame is remarkably compatible with this cauldron. Not only can it refine spiritual power, but it also amplifies the Golden Emperor's glazed flame by 10%. Truly a marvelous treasure. Zhou Chen's heart settled as he stored the Wanshang treasure cauldron away. With this artifact in his possession, even if he encountered an ancient Yuaning beast, he would possess some leverage to maneuver. 3 days later, dark clouds loomed low. Just as Zhou Chen was beginning to grasp the wondrous applications of the Wanshang treasure cauldron, he prepared to head to the scripture pavilion to research information regarding the sacred fireland. Suddenly, a figure abruptly entered his perception, trailed distantly by several law enforcement hall disciples. Dear nephew, the newcomer wore a fawning smile, though a subtle glimmer of greed lurked in his eyes. Zhou Chen halted, gazing at him with calm eyes. Oh, it is Uncle Heir. Zhou Fu's smile broadened as he lowered his voice. Dear nephew, your current accomplishments bring great honor to our Zhou family. I have decided to propose that this year's Zhou Family Ancestral Hall meeting be presided over by you. The Zhou family of Luo City held an ancestral hall meeting annually to pay homage to their ancestors, simultaneously encouraging outstanding descendants to compete, with the victors receiving greater resources. Before Zhou Chen's cultivation was crippled, he had consistently secured first place, making the role of presiding over the ancestral rites an unparalleled honor for any member of the Zhou family. However, Zhou Chen let out a cold laugh, stepping closer with an icy glare. I have no interest in presiding over rites. But does Uncle Heir still recall the farewell banquet from a few years back when I entered the Wenxian Sect? How was the nourishing meat porridge that Aunt Heir personally concocted? Zhou Fu's countenance paled dramatically, as though struck by a heavy blow. In an instant, his mind went blank, a cold dread enveloping him, as if his very blood had congealed. How do you know about that? Now esteemed as a disciple of the Wenxian Sect, especially as the sect master's disciple, The matter of his previous cultivation being crippled had long been thoroughly investigated by Lu Qingtian. It was Zhou Fu from the secondary branch of the Zhou family, who, out of jealousy for Zhou Chen's talent, had conspired to cripple the primary branch in a bid for control of the family, secretly administering the demonic boiling powder, causing Zhou Chen's abilities to gradually vanish. No wonder the truth had been so elusive during the investigations. After all, Zhou Fu was merely an external steward, and executing such treachery was all too simple. However, Lu Qingtian had treated Zhou Chen exceptionally well, not only uncovering the truth, but allowing him to deal with the situation, even if it meant obliterating the entire Zhou family. Lu Qingtian would not bat an eye. Go down and inquire of the King of Hell. Be mindful in your next life. Zhou Chen, it was my fault. Uncle Air is not a villain. I never intended this. It was all your Aunt Air's instigation. Blame her. Please don't kill me. I am your Uncle Air. Zhou Fu immediately fell to his knees, weeping profusely at Zhou Chen's feet. Zhou Chen felt no compassion whatsoever. With a flick of his finger, a minuscule strand of golden flame leaped forth, its terrifying heat sizzling the air, swiftly entering Zhou Fu's dantian's qi. Zhou Fu let out a chilling scream, his body arching as he writhed on the ground, his Dao foundation and cultivation instantly incinerated by the terrifying flame. Before long, only a pile of ash remained. Observing the filth strewn across the ground, Zhou Chen could not help but frown. Clean this up. Zhou Chen calmly instructed the nearby law enforcement hall disciples. Subsequently, one disciple produced a black token, addressing his fellow disciples. This individual conspired against a fellow disciple. According to the 17th clause of sect regulations, his cultivation should be abolished, and his position as an external steward revoked. He shall be sent to the black gold mines as a slave, never to step beyond the mine's confines. However, considering Zhou Fu's desire to atone, this matter shall not be pursued further. The other law enforcement hall disciples acknowledged the order solemnly and swiftly set about cleansing the remnants of ash. If Zhou Fu could hear these words, he would surely be enraged to the point of spitting blood. What does it mean to voluntarily offer one's life in exchange? Are you all blind? Zhou Chen nodded slightly. The disciples of the law enforcement hall were remarkably professional, and their processes were exceptionally thorough. However, Zhou Chen's vendetta for the poisoning was far from settled. Once he wrapped up matters concerning the Asking Immortal Sect, he would need to pay a visit to the Zhou family in Luo City. After all, Zhou Chen was a meticulous individual. Leaving roots of trouble unaddressed could lead to unforeseen complications. It was always best to ensure that the second branch remained intact. Chapter 66. The Blood Demon Strikes Again, a Fatal Trap. Zhou Chen was no saint. This was a world of deception and treachery in the realm of cultivation, leaving no room for carelessness. It was all too common for enemies to seize opportunities to turn the tide. After resolving this matter, Zhou Chen suddenly felt a wave of relaxation wash over him. Suddenly, the black and white runes emanating from the Taichu chaos scripture within him trembled gently, seemingly growing in strength. Above the 9th-tier Dao foundation, a faint golden light flickered, indicating that the foundation's essence had become richer, likely due to Zhou Chen's clarity of thought. Thanks to Yi Chen, Zhou Chen's mind stirred as he accessed Yi Chen's opportunity panel. Name: Yi Chen. Cultivation level: Foundation establishment, 4th layer. Fate: Child of Destiny. Embodiment of immortality, turning misfortune into blessing, Fire Spirit Body, awakened. Fate: Recently received a sect token from Wang Yu of the Sacred Land of Flames, allowing him to bypass registration and selection to directly enter the final assessment, ultimately reaching the 2nd layer of the Sacred Realm and becoming the 8th Elder of the Sacred Land of Flames, known as the Revered Red Flame. Engaged in a 3-day battle against a 6th layer opponent from a rival faction, ultimately self-destructing to protect the Sacred Land. Recent opportunity 1 day later. While departing from the Asking Immortal Sect en route to Baishur City, pursued by the Blood Demon Sect, traversing the Tiger Rock mountain range, he was hunted by a 9th layer tiger demon. During his escape, he inadvertently discovered a cave left behind by a nascent soul cultivator to the south of the mountain range, where he found a resurrection pill. After transferring the pill's spiritual energy to the spirit of his ring, he awakened the spirit. Recent opportunity 2 days later. In the valley of the Tiger Rock mountain range, he stumbled upon a bottle of high-grade pure yuan pills. After consuming it, he advanced to the 5th layer of foundation establishment. Recent opportunity 7 days later. He retaliated against a foundation establishment cultivator from the Blood Demon Sect, acquiring 5 bottles of supreme-grade gathering spirit pills, which propelled him to the 6th layer of foundation establishment. Recent opportunity 1 month later. On his journey to Baishur City, he was ambushed by rogue cultivators attempting to kill him for treasure. After defeating them, he obtained a mid-tier body refinement technique, Vajra art, from their storage ring. Recent opportunity 5 2 months later, while en route to Baishur city, he encountered Xianxia, a core disciple of the Wenxian Sect, who was being pursued by beasts. After saving her, she developed a fondness for him and gifted him 5 high-grade cultivation pills, which allowed him to break through to the 7th layer of Foundation establishment. Recent opportunity 6. 3 months later, while traveling to Baishur city, he was hunted to Qingman Mountain, where he unexpectedly discovered a hidden Buddhist sanctuary. After it opened, amidst the chaos of the Wenxian Sect, Wenxian Sect, Huangfeng Valley, and Tianlong Temple, he infiltrated deep into the sanctuary and obtained the ancient Buddha's relic, refining it to achieve successive breakthroughs to the 10th layer of Foundation establishment. Zhou Chen nodded thoughtfully. Yi Chen's rate of advancement was impressive. If left unchecked, he could become a significant threat in the future. Moreover, he was well aware that the ambush on the 6th floor of the Asking Immortal Tower was orchestrated by Yi Chen. After all, not everyone employed a brick, a tool of such simplicity, for a surprise attack. To ensure the brick was more manageable, Zhou Chen had instructed the disciples of the Artifact Refining Pavilion to craft a high-grade Earth-tier treasure brick using the rare material, star sand. The brick, while exceptionally sturdy, bore no unique characteristics, leaving the disciples of the Artifact Refining Pavilion utterly perplexed. Zhou Chen remained silent, solely focused on enhancing its capabilities. From Yi Chen's opportunity panel, the other opportunities seemed manageable. The crucial opportunity, however, was the ancient Buddha's relic, which must not fall into Yi Chen's hands. The high-grade cultivation pills were a gift from Xianxia of the Wenxian Sect, making interception exceedingly difficult, yet it was worth attempting. The other pills should not be overlooked. And while the body refinement technique was of little consequence, advanced planning for the sanctuary was essential. It seemed that seizing the opportunity presented by the relic was pivotal for his ascension to the Golden Core stage. A glimmer of enlightenment flashed through Zhou Chen's mind. Before long, Zhou Chen sensed an approaching presence. A disciple from the law enforcement hall hurriedly approached him and offered a solemn bow. "Greetings, Senior Brother Zhou. This afternoon, Senior Brother Zhao Gang from the law enforcement hall is hosting a banquet at the 100 Flowers Pavilion, inviting you to join the celebration. Several disciples who ranked in the top 10 of the competition will also be attending, and I was specifically asked to extend the invitation to you." A smile crept across Zhou Chen's lips, realizing that the Blood Demon Sect could no longer contain their eagerness to act. It was only natural. If the Asking Immortal Sect were to learn that the Blood Demon Sect had 2 disciples at the 5th layer of Foundation establishment, they would surely be restless. Fortunately, Zhou Chen had already taken precautions. He had informed Lu Qingtian about Zhao Gang being a spy for the Blood Demon Sect, and Lu Qingtian had swiftly made the necessary arrangements. As for how he discovered it, Zhou Chen had not disclosed, nor did Lu Qingtian inquire further. In the next moment, Zhou Chen sent a message to Lu Qingtian. "Master, the fish has taken the bait. This afternoon, at the 100 Flowers Pavilion." Meanwhile, 1,000 miles away from the Asking Immortal Sect, in the wilderness, Yi Chen staggered through the forest, his figure a pitiful sight. His clothes were tattered, stained with dark red blood, both from beasts and his own. The once stable aura of the 4th layer of Foundation establishment now seemed feeble, as if he were on the brink of collapse. A closer look would reveal a dark red bloodline coiling around him like a malignant growth, almost imperceptible and exuding an acrid stench. This was the Blood Demon Sect's secret technique, the Blood Soul Line, a unique tracking method of the Blood Demon Sect. Once ensnared, there would be no escape within 100 miles. It had latched onto him when Yi Chen killed Chen Wei. At that time, Yi Chen had either not noticed or had not paid much attention to it. After all, he believed that even the Blood Demon Sect would not dare to harm someone protected by the sacred land of flames, especially a disciple of the Grand Elder of the Asking Immortal Sect. Reality proved he had been too naive. Swish, swish. 2 blood-red figures appeared ahead, like phantoms, blocking Yi Chen's path with eerie precision. Following that, figures emerged from behind, left, and right, surrounding him. "Hey, you run pretty fast." One of the blood-robed youths cackled, his face adorned with twisted dark red demonic patterns. He was evidently at the 7th layer of Foundation establishment. The patterned youth greedily stared at Yi Chen, licking his lips. A 5th layer Dao Foundation, with the secret technique to extract true seeds. What a rare treasure. The sect master commands us to capture Yi Chen alive for soul refinement. No need for chatter, just break his limbs and present him to the 3rd elder. Another bald, muscular man barked, exuding a menacing aura. Also at the 7th layer of Foundation establishment, the blood figures, imbued with a fierce killing intent, lunged at Yi Chen. Claw strikes, bone spikes, and long whips all surged towards his face. "Get lost." Yi Chen's eyes turned crimson as he bit down on his tongue, the pain jolting him to forcibly channel his nearly exhausted spiritual energy. The Crimson Feather Sword, a mid-tier spiritual sword gifted by Li Hu, erupted with waves of sword chi. Simultaneously, he unleashed the feather transformation art to its utmost, narrowly evading several attacks from the multiple assailants. Slish! A foul blood whip struck his left shoulder, instantly corroding and penetrating his protective spiritual light. Bloodstains, deep enough to reveal bone, marred his shoulder, the liquid even tinged with a faint darkness. Yi Chun let out a muffled groan as he swept his right hand, wielding the crimson feather sword, to repel the two blood shadows that had encroached upon him. The flames upon his sword dimming slightly. Flame Emperor's slash. Yi Chun roared, pouring every last ounce of his spiritual energy into the crimson feather sword. The sword's aura surged violently, crashing towards the most formidable of his adversaries, the demon-patterned youth. Chapter 67. Yi Chen's flight, Zhao Gang's demise. Overreaching, the demon-patterned youth sneered, conjuring a skeletal spear in his grasp, infusing it with surging demonic energy. In an instant, the spear's tip coalesced into a profound dark gleam, accompanied by a piercing shriek as it surged forth. Boom! Fiery explosions scattered in all directions. Yi Chun felt as though struck by lightning, blood gushing forth as his body was violently hurled away, crashing through two ancient trees before finally coming to a halt. Yi Chun felt as if every bone in his body had shattered, his vision darkening as the last remnants of his spiritual energy were expended. It was no wonder Yi Chun struggled. The relentless days of high-intensity pursuit had left him utterly exhausted, especially as his pursuers were all cultivators of the 6th level of Foundation Establishment or higher. He was fortunate not to have encountered Chen Ji, the 3rd elder of the Blood Demon Sect. Otherwise, his fate would likely have been far graver. Lying on the ground, his consciousness fading, Yi Chen's chest heaved violently, teetering on the brink of collapse. The demonic energy from the Blood Demon Sect coursed chaotically within him, hampering the flow of his spiritual energy. Die! The demon-patterned youth's sinister visage loomed larger in his vision, the skeletal spear seemingly imbued with the power to obliterate all, thrusting mercilessly towards his heart. The scent of death enveloped Yi Chun in an instant. Master, save me. In the haze of his fading consciousness, that thought was all that remained. Sigh. A voice, laden with the weight of ages, resonated as if transcending time itself. The ring spirit actually desired Yi Chun to undergo more trials. Only through blood and fire could he attain greater growth. Throughout his journey, Yi Chun had relied too heavily on the spirit. However, when confronted with imminent peril, the ring spirit could not remain indifferent. The sound echoed like thunder in the ears of the demon-patterned youth and the burly man, causing their movements to falter involuntarily. Buzz! Yi Chun's eyes snapped open. A beam of golden light suddenly illuminated the center of his brow. Though faint, the golden glow emanated an ancient and terrifying pressure. The skeletal spear, capable of rending spiritual artifacts, came to an inexplicable halt just half an inch from Yi Chun's heart. The spear tip seemed to emit a silent lament. Yet it was as if an invisible hand held it in place. Not only the demon-patterned youth, but all the blood shadows surrounding him froze in their tracks, their faces etched with horror. A primal fear, stemming from the very essence of life, made them tremble uncontrollably. This was a terrifying pressure that even elders in the nascent soul stage had never experienced. In the midst of the demon-patterned youth's terror-stricken gaze, Yi Chun slowly raised his right hand. It was still that emaciated hand, but at that moment, two fingers, pressed together, began to emanate a deep, dark point no larger than a grain of rice. With the emergence of this dark point, the surrounding light, demonic energy, dust, and even sound seemed to be utterly consumed. The very fabric of space appeared to buckle under the strain, beginning to distort slightly. Pointing forward with his fingertip, he directed it towards the skeletal spear. At the moment of collision, the dark point silently devoured the spear, followed by the demon-patterned youth, the burly man, and the dozen or so disciples of the Blood Demon Sect surrounding them. These disciples could not even emit a cry of anguish before being obliterated. Only when there was nothing left to consume did the dark point linger in the air for a time before gradually vanishing. Chen'er awaken. A voice like thunder reverberated in Yi Chen's mind. His consciousness slowly returned to clarity. Upon awakening and perceiving his surroundings, he realized that it was the ring spirit that had once again saved him, filling him with a profound sense of dread. Had it not been for the resurrection pill that summoned the ring spirit, Yi Chun would have likely met his end here. Thank you, master. Yi Chun expressed sincerely in his heart. Enough, Chen'er, swiftly depart from this place. I have purged the blood soul line from you. But a presence of a nascent soul cultivator from the Blood Demon Sect is hastening this way, the ring spirit urged, sensing the familiar aura of the 3rd elder. Chenji. Yes, master. Time was of the essence. Yi Chun gathered several storage rings from the ground, suppressing his injuries, and hastily made his exit. Just as Yi Chun departed, a shadow enveloped in blood mist arrived at the scene. It was none other than Chen Ji, the third elder of the Blood Demon Sect. Following him were dozens of figures clad in the robes of the Blood Demon Sect disciples. The blood soul line had been severed here, and the traces on the ground were still fresh. Yi Chun had not gone far. Everyone pursue. If we fail to capture Yi Chun, the sect leader will hold us accountable, and you shall accompany me to the grave. Yes. The disciples of the Blood Demon Sect swiftly scattered, heading in the direction Yi Chun was likely to have fled. Even if I must chase you to the ends of the earth, I shall kill you, Yi Chun. Chen Ji's expression twisted with malice. Within the 100 Flowers Pavilion, Zhou Chen was the last to arrive, casually taking a seat. The other disciples of the Asking Immortal Sect, who had arrived earlier, promptly raised their cups and approached Zhou Chen, eager to greet him. In the next moment, the melodious sounds of stringed instruments within the pavilion faltered abruptly, a chilling intent to kill enveloping Zhou Chen. Zhao Gang, following closely behind the crowd, suddenly erupted with madness in his eyes, a streak of blood light aimed directly at Zhou Chen's throat. Humph, a mere clown, Zhou Chen sneered coldly, his Qian sword vibrating ominously, its intent sharp and unparalleled. Heavenly Gang sword technique, annihilation. Gray and white sword energies flared to life, warping the space around them. In a flash, the blood light was silently cleaved apart, vanishing without a trace. Uft! Zhao Gang's head soared high into the air, his headless corpse crashing heavily to the ground. Zhou Chun's cultivation had reached new heights. The full-force strike of Zhao Gang, at the 10th level of Foundation Establishment, felt no more significant than a mere tickle to him. Yet Zhao Gang had been misled, deceived by Zhou Chen's apparent cultivation of the 7th level of Foundation Establishment. He failed to unleash his blood magic technique, Blood Demon Call, in time, resulting in his swift demise. After all, employing Blood Demon Call required a cost, and now it was far too late for regret. Murder! A shrill scream pierced the air as shocked disciples of the Asking Immortal Sect recoiled in terror, the scene descending into chaos. Scoundrel! You dare to kill my Blood Demon Sect disciples. Prepare to pay with your life. In the corner, a figure erupted, the aura of a 5th-level core formation cultivator soaring skyward. Wang Ming's fingers splayed, his ghostly claws rending the air as they bore down upon Zhou Chen. What of a 5th-level core formation? Come forth, just right for me to test my physical limits. Zhou Chen roared, activating the indestructible golden body technique to its utmost. Dark golden light radiating from him, primordial runes swirling ceaselessly as his life force surged like a torrent. Boom! The ghostly claws collided fiercely with Zhou Chen's fist. Shockwaves sweeping through the area, leveling the 2nd floor of the 100 Flowers Pavilion in an instant. The disciples of the Asking Immortal Sect scattered like headless flies in panic. With a muffled groan, blood trickled from Wang Ming's mouth. Zhou Chen's strength was terrifying, his eyes filled with astonishment. Wang Ming had not anticipated that Zhou Chen could withstand his full-force strike and inflict significant harm upon him. Now it is my turn. Void Severance. In Zhou Chen's eyes, a fierce glint flashed as his left hand wielded the Qian sword, unleashing a formidable sword radiance once more. With his right hand transforming into a fist, he struck down heavily, sealing off all possible escape routes for Wang Ming. Chapter 68. Luring the snake from its hole, Blood Tower makes its move. Swoosh! A sword wave tore through Wang Ming's defenses, leaving a deep gash on his left rib, exposing bone. Elder, act swiftly. This child is a monstrous talent. He must not be spared. Wang Ming hastily summoned a blood shield, urgently shouting into the air. Taking advantage of his plight, a flash of white light darted through. White rainbow piercing the sun, severing the void, severing the soul. Annihilation, annihilation, at a speed imperceptible to the naked eye. The terrifying sword wave instantly pierced through Wang Ming's blood shield. The protective aura of his golden core realm crumbled under Zhou Chen's relentless onslaught, akin to tofu being smashed, revealing a bloody hole in his chest. Were it not for the multitude of onlookers, including the likes of the Golden Emperor Lilian and the inability to unleash various techniques, Wang Ming would have met his demise long ago. His death was imminent, a mere heartbeat away. Boom! The sky suddenly split apart, and a massive, dark green spiritual hand descended, locking onto Zhou Chen with overwhelming force. Even though Zhou Chen had reached the 3rd layer of the indestructible golden body technique, he felt every bone in his body creaking under the terrifying suppression of a nascent soul cultivator. The gap in power was still too vast. Zhou Chen's expression remained unchanged, though he couldn't help but inwardly sigh. Presumptuous. A thunderous roar reverberated through the heavens, as Lu Qingtian's figure swiftly interposed itself before Zhou Chen. With fingers poised like a sword, he gently pointed at the giant hand in the sky. Swoosh! The dark green giant hand disintegrated inch by inch, vanishing into thin air. Master, The other disciples of the Asking Immortals sect shouted in excitement, their relief palpable. Elder Li Kuan, the traitor, dared to come, so let him remain. Lu Qingtian's gaze turned icy, locking onto the void where Li Kuan lurked. Li Kuan's soul trembled, having lurked in the Asking Immortals sect for many years. He was all too aware of Lu Qingtian's power and dared not confront him directly. Demon's disintegration. Li Kuan's blood surged, transforming his entire being into a stream of crimson light, attempting to flee. Humph, do you think you can escape before me? Lu Qingtian snorted coldly, as if the very space had solidified, causing Li Kuan's speed to slow dramatically. Qingtian seal. Lu Qingtian's right palm flipped, a blue handprint traversing through space. Disregarding Li Kuan's defenses, aiming directly at his crown. Master of the Blood Tower, save me. Li Kuan screamed in despair. Lu Qingtian, you dare. The voice of the Blood Tower echoed from the depths of the void, a dark red finger beam slicing through space, aimed straight for Lu Qingtian's brow. Lu Qingtian's expression turned stern, with his left hand forming a seal, an illusory character representing Zhun materialized. The dark red finger beam's speed drastically diminished, its edge continually dulled. Bang! Li Kuan was utterly obliterated by the Qingtian seal, his flesh exploding like fireworks, his soul scattering. Swoosh! The dark red finger beam collided with Lu Qingtian's mental barrier, dissipating completely. Lu Qingtian. The Blood Tower roared in fury, its voice shaking the void. This grudge is unresolvable. On the day of the grand tournament of the 10,000 sects, I shall ensure that the disciples of the Asking Immortals sect repay blood with blood. As the sky calmed, the disciples of the Asking Immortals sect, having survived the ordeal, gazed at Lu Qingtian with reverence. You handled today's matter exceptionally well. Lu Qingtian remarked to Zhou Chen, his tone softening slightly. Focus on your training and prepare diligently for the grand tournament of the 10,000 sects. Zhou Chen nodded. Disciple understands. Thank you for your rescue, master. Lu Qingtian nodded and instructed the law enforcement elder, clean this place thoroughly. Any surviving spies from the Blood Demon sect should be imprisoned in the Demon Suppression Valley for your personal interrogation. With that, Lu Qingtian turned to leave, Zhou Chen following closely behind. With Zhou Chen emerging victorious in the core trial, the Blood Demon sect returned defeated from the 100-Flower Pavilion. And Zhou Chen's name had unknowingly begun to rise in prominence among the younger generation of the Asking Immortals sect. Upon returning to the main peak, Lu Qingtian did not speak further, merely gesturing for Zhou Chen to sit. Chener, do you understand the significance of today's events? His gaze was profound, his tone calm, yet authoritative. Zhou Chen pondered for a moment before responding slowly. The Blood Demon sect has been eyeing the new generation of our Asking Immortals sect with hostility. This time, with Zhao Gang and Wang Ming sent to assassinate me. It is evident they sought to test my strength, or perhaps even eliminate me to stifle a potential threat. Lu Qingtian nodded slightly, indeed. The Blood Demon sect has been increasingly active in recent years, harboring covetous intentions toward our Asking Immortals sect. As a prominent figure among the younger generation of the sect, you have naturally become a thorn in their side. He paused, his tone turning cold. However, they have underestimated your strength, as well as the depth of our sect's heritage. Their infiltration runs deep, and it is regrettable that many talented disciples have perished at their hands in the past years. At this point, Lu Qingtian let out a slight sigh. Chener, you must grow swiftly. I do not know how long I can protect you. Zhou Chen's heart quivered, and he solemnly replied. Master, rest assured, I shall strive with all my might to live up to the sect's expectations. A hint of relief flickered across Lu Qingtian's face. Excellent. Your performance today is already sufficient to instill fear in the Blood Demon sect. However, with the grand tournament of the 10,000 sects approaching, they will not relent easily. In the days to come, you must exercise even greater caution. Zhou Chen responded earnestly, Disciple understands. Go now, focus on your training, and prepare for the forthcoming tournament. Lu Qingtian waved his hand. Zhou Chen bowed respectfully before exiting the main peak. Upon returning to his cave dwelling, he seized the opportunity of solitude to enter the Primordial Unity's secret realm, sitting cross-legged to recuperate. Although Zhou Chen had successfully withstood Wang Ming's assault at the 5th level of the Golden Core realm, the depletion of his spiritual power was significant, and his meridians had also been somewhat shaken. Quickly, he circulated the Tai Chi Chaos scripture, with black and white runes flowing within him, gradually restoring his spiritual power. Meanwhile, the scenes of today's battle replayed incessantly in Zhou Chen's mind as he reflected on the lessons learned. Li Kuan's nascent soul strike, had it not been for the timely intervention of Master Lu Qingtian, would have surely spelled disaster. Zhou Chen silently steeled himself. The might of a nascent soul cultivator indeed surpassed imagination. In the days ahead, he must hasten to elevate his strength to secure an invulnerable position in the grand tournament of the 10,000 sects, for after all, The Asking Immortals sect is merely one among several major sects in the southern region, with numerous exceptional talents present. Time quietly passed, and soon night fell. Zhou Chen slowly opened his eyes, his spiritual power fully restored. Next, it was time to visit the library pavilion to research information regarding the grand tournament of the 10,000 sects. Zhou Chen rose and exited his cave dwelling, heading towards the direction of the library pavilion. Inside the library pavilion, lights glimmered brightly. As a core disciple, Zhou Chen enjoyed unfettered access. Standing before the bookshelf, he perused the materials concerning the grand tournament of the 10,000 sects. Core disciples not only enjoyed the sect's finest resources, but also gained access to the latest intelligence from various factions. The Grand Tournament of the 10,000 Sects is a pinnacle confrontation for the younger generation across the major sects of the southern region, held once every decade. With participants being the elite core disciples of each sect, all possessing extraordinary strength. Zhou Chen meticulously studied each document, gradually forming a clearer understanding of the Grand Tournament. This time, both righteous and demonic paths may participate. The righteous sects, including the Asking Immortals sect, Wenxian Sect, Huangfeng Valley, Tianlong Temple, and Amei Cave, would all send their strongest disciples. The demonic sects were not to be underestimated either, featuring the likes of the Yellow Spring Sect, Blood Drinking Sect, Yin Mountain Sect, Heartless Valley, and Blood Demon Sect. Notably, the Yellow Spring Sect's disciples are notoriously cunning, warranting extra caution. Huangfeng Valley is low-key yet formidable, its strength unmatched, with both righteous and demonic paths wary of provoking them, as they annihilate opposing forces with every strike. Tianlong Temple should not be taken lightly, as it is rumored that a Buddha child has emerged, showcasing exceptional power. In the realm of the Qing Mountain Sect, Jianxin, the sword of unparalleled clarity, has transcended to the 7th layer of the Golden Core stage, his prowess instilling fear in all. Meanwhile, the Blood Demon Sect's blood child, Shui Wuhan, remains undefeated in battle even against those at the 9th layer of Golden Core. Chapter 69, Panel Enhancement, Lin Feng's Fortune. System, display my panel, Zhou Chen intoned silently. Name, Zhou Chen. Cultivation level, 10th layer of Foundation Establishment. Fate, indestructible golden body, talented in comprehension, dual cultivation of immortal and martial arts, acquired Tao body. Alchemical wisdom, recent opportunities, a veil of fog obscures your fate. Recent chances are presently unviewable. Indestructible golden body, red fate. Your innate talent and body refinement is extraordinary, making your cultivation effortless. Talented in comprehension, purple fate. Having consumed the 7 fragrance other shore flower, your perception is unparalleled. Effortlessly grasping the great Tao. Dual cultivation of immortal and martial arts, new golden fate. Practicing Tao, martial arts, and techniques is as simple as breathing. You have successfully established a 9-tier Tao foundation. Your cultivation speed is extraordinary. Acquired Tao body, purple fate. Refined through the primordial chaos scripture and supplemented by an imperial grade special elixir, your foundation has been enhanced, achieving the immaculate acquired Tao body, enabling rapid cultivation. Alchemical talent, blue fate. Your aptitude in alchemy is remarkable, making the process of refining elixirs effortless for you. Upon closer inspection, Zhou Chen realized that the previous purple fate of martial talent and the fate of cultivating immortality had merged into a brand new golden fate of dual cultivation of immortal and martial arts. The other talents remained unchanged for the time being. Closing the tome in his hands, Zhou Chen fell into deep contemplation. Many disciples from other sects exhibited extraordinary talents. It seems he must devise a way to connect with them. Judging by the current trend, Zhou Chen may not be able to generate much gold for a while. In various novels from his past life, it was often said that prodigies abound in the realm of cultivation, yet they are not so easily encountered. Within the Asking Immortals sect, the true children of fate are only Yi Chun and Lu Qianru, and even Lu Qianru can hardly be considered a true child of fate, as she merely acts as a vassal to the real one. This is simply due to the vastness of the cultivation world. Moreover, no one has truly measured the extent of the entire southern region. From the Asking Immortals sect to Baishur City alone spans several 100,000 miles, not to mention the even more distant central continent. Furthermore, the path from the southern region to the central continent entails traversing various rumored forbidden lands, crossing endless gale winds, desolate deserts, and frigid wastelands teeming with ferocious beasts, where human presence is scarce, where even those of the sacred realm might struggle to traverse the domain. Thankfully, the supreme sects have developed teleportation formations capable of instantly transporting individuals across millions of miles, thereby fostering increased communication across the continent. Currently, Zhou Chen's greatest asset lies in the inferior imperial-grade primordial chaos art, and the inferior sacred grade body refinement technique indestructible golden body method. Although the Golden Emperor's Lioli flame is formidable, his current strength is too limited to unleash its true potential. His shortcomings are glaring. While the white rainbow piercing the sun technique is indeed rare, it pales in comparison to the talents of the sacred Landes paragons. His sword technique. The superior profound level Tian Gang's sword technique is also gradually lagging behind his burgeoning strength. Yet, he possesses formidable trump cards. Previously obtaining the superior sacred grade Great Wilderness Finger and the returned inferior imperial grade technique Great Wilderness capturing Heaven Finger from intercepting Yi Chun have remained undisclosed, as revealing them could attract terrifying adversaries. The higher his cultivation ascends, the more he perceives the terrifying nature of these techniques. In the face of absolute interests, even the most benign can swiftly turn ruthless. Even Lu Qingtian, who has treated him well, could become merciless in an instant. This is precisely why he has refrained from bestowing the Empress's bloodline upon Lu Qianru. Zhou Chen closed the tome with determination. The cultivation world is far too expansive. He must grow at an accelerated pace. A sense of urgency welled within him. Just then, a familiar voice resonated from behind. Junior brother Zhou Chen. I knew I would find you here. Turning, Zhou Chen was surprised to see Lin Feng, a core disciple ranked among the top 20 of the sect. Senior brother. Zhou Chen bowed respectfully, to which Lin Feng offered a slight smile. I heard you displayed remarkable prowess at the 100 Flowers Pavilion today, bravely contending against Wang Ming of the 5th layer of Golden Core. Truly admirable. It was merely luck, had it not been for our master's timely intervention. I might not have emerged unscathed, Zhou Chen replied humbly. There is no need for modesty. Your strength is evident to all. With the 10,000 sects grand competition approaching, I have come to remind you that the Blood Demon sect will not relent. You must exercise greater caution. Lin Feng patted Zhou Chen on the shoulder. Zhou Chen nodded, expressing gratitude. Thank you for the reminder, senior brother. I will be vigilant. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Feng lowered his voice. Additionally, I have received word that the Blood Demon sect has dispatched their strongest disciple, Bloodchild Shui Wuan, to target the Asking Immortals sect during the 10,000 sects grand competition. This individual is cunning and possesses unfathomable strength. You must remain exceptionally cautious. A chill ran through Zhou Chen at the mention of Shui Wuan. I will be on guard. Lin Feng nodded approvingly. Very well, I shall not disturb you further. Prepare well. I look forward to your performance at the 10,000 sects grand competition. As Zhou Chen watched Lin Feng depart, he silently contemplated reviewing the opportunity panel. Name, Lin Feng. Cultivation level, 6th layer of Golden Core. Fate, noble son of a cold family, exceptional luck, cut short midway, proficient in blade techniques. With a modicum of talent. Fate, one day hence, he will unwittingly discover a cub of the crimson-faced tiger, misjudge its strength, suffer injury, and be pursued by the Blood Demon sect due to Yi Chen's involvement, ultimately meeting his demise at their hands. Recent opportunity 1, one day hence. He will discover a mutated cub of the crimson-faced tiger in its den. Recent opportunity 2, one day hence. While fleeing from the Blood Demon sect to the Tiger Roar Ridge, he will inadvertently find a low-grade earth treasure, the Blood Red Vine, but will be unable to claim it due to the pursuit. Upon finishing the review, Zhou Chen felt a twinge of regret. Though he and Lin Feng were not closely acquainted, Lin Feng had kindly come to offer a warning, revealing his commendable character, in stark contrast to the hypocrisy of other disciples. Moreover, it was Lin Feng who had, upon overhearing 2 disciples discuss Zhou Chen's plight during a time when Zhou Chen's cultivation had fallen to naught, subsequently devoted considerable effort to investigate his circumstances. Though the investigation yielded no results, it nonetheless constituted a fortuitous connection. Had Lin Feng acquired the mutated cub of the crimson-faced tiger, his strength would undoubtedly receive a significant boost, possibly allowing him to shine at the 10,000 sects grand competition, a pity indeed. Naturally, Zhou Chen had also taken note of the Blood Red Vine, containing an abundance of vital energy. It is a rare treasure for body refinement and healing, which would greatly assist in his cultivation of the indestructible golden body method, enhancing his vitality. It is also a primary ingredient for Qi blood pills, yielding superior effects once refined into elixirs. Such a treasure is indeed rare and ought to be secured. Fortuitously, the journey would also allow him to return to Luo City. Thus, he resolved to generously seize this opportunity, taking the chance to claim Lin Feng's fortune and save his life in return for the kindness Lin Feng had shown him on 2 occasions. With this thought in mind, Zhou Chen departed the scripture depository and made his way directly to the Tiger Roar Ridge. Chapter 70, Stealing the Crimson-Faced Tiger, Bloodline Reversion. Zhou Chen did not pause for a moment, fully activating the white rainbow, piercing the sun technique, his form blurring into a white shadow amidst the rugged mountain ridges. Deep within the Tiger Roar Ridge, ancient trees towered, vines twisted, and the resonant roars of beasts filled the air, suffused with a potent primal atmosphere. Zhou Chen, guided by the whispers of fortune, swiftly pinpointed his target area, arriving at a secluded basin embraced by towering rock formations. Holding his breath, he discreetly activated the divine concealment technique. Like a withered leaf, he silently descended onto the gnarled branches of a colossal ancient tree, peering through the intricate lattice of leaves down into the basin below. Moments later, he discovered a dark, cavernous opening, approximately several feet high. The enormous claw marks nearby, coupled with the pungent scent of wild beasts wafting through the air, unmistakably indicated that ferocious creatures lurked in this vicinity. This was indeed the place. After patiently waiting for about half an hour, a roar that reverberated through the mountains erupted from the depths of the forest. It was a thunderous sound, tinged with an undercurrent of impatience. The adult red-faced tiger was out hunting. With the adult absent, an opportunity presented itself. Zhou Chen's gaze sharpened, and like a wraith, he glided downwards, lightly tapping his toes on the protruding rocks, skillfully avoiding the vines at the cave's entrance, and stealthily entered the cavern. Although the cave was shrouded in darkness, Zhou Chen's keen eyesight allowed him to see clearly. Deep within the cavern, on a massive nest made of dry animal hides and straw, a cub of the red-faced tiger, roughly the size of a calf, and cloaked in vibrant crimson fur, lay curled up in slumber. It resembled a living flame, with slender golden patterns on its forehead softly glowing in the dim light, exuding an extraordinary grace. A stream of pure blood essence emanated from its body, evoking a sense of astonishment in Zhou Chen. However, time was of the essence, and without a moment's hesitation, Zhou Chen swiftly approached the nest. With gentle yet rapid movements, he cradled the cub in his arms. Perhaps sensing Zhou Chen's lack of malice and the aura of the innate Tao body surrounding him, the cub felt an unexpected bond. It merely whimpered sleepily and smacked its lips, showing no signs of violent struggle. At the very moment Zhou Chen succeeded, the system's notification chimed in his mind. Ding! Successfully intercepted the opportunity of Lin Feng, mutated red-faced tiger cub. Triggered, thousand-fold return. Reward, inferior grade bloodline reversion pill. Zhou Chen's heart leaped with joy. It was indeed a pill capable of enhancing the bloodline of a beast. The method for concocting such a pill had long been lost to time, and even the appearance of a single one could drive cultivators from various sects into a frenzy. After all, the lifespan of beastkind far exceeds that of humans. If utilized properly, it could potentially nurture a guardian beast for a sect for a millennium. Even in sacred lands, bloodline reversion pills were exceedingly rare. However, sensing the return of the red-faced tiger, Zhou Chen hastily exited the cave. Moments later, he found an uninhabited corner nearby and entered the Unity secret realm with the cub. Without hesitation, he produced the pill that had just appeared in his hand. The instant the bloodline reversion pill materialized, an ancient aura pervaded the air. As mysterious silver halos danced across its surface, the mere presence of the pill's essence caused Zhou Chen's own blood to simmer within him. Yet he understood this was not meant for his consumption. The earlier the beast ingested the bloodline reversion pill, the greater the potential for its bloodline to revert. He promptly placed the invaluable pill into the mouth of the still sleeping red-faced tiger cub. As the pill dissolved upon entry, it transformed into a stream of light that flowed into the cub's belly. In an instant, a roar erupted from the cub's throat, distinct from the previous childish whimpers. Now imbued with an overwhelming terror and authority, crimson light, akin to a volcanic eruption, burst forth from the mutated red-faced tiger cub. As if it sought to incinerate the entire secret realm, the cub cried out in anguish amidst the radiance, yet its body visibly swelled at an astonishing rate. Its fiery red fur melted away, reshaping into dazzling, gem-like red diamond scales that meticulously enveloped every inch of its form. In the blink of an eye, the cub's size expanded from that of a calf to that of a fully grown elephant from Zhou Chen's past life. The slender golden pattern on its forehead ignited into a blazing flame, morphing into a majestic totem of fire that exuded an aura of terrifying dominance. It suddenly opened its eyes. Its presence surged to the first layer of core formation. The previously naive, beastly gaze was replaced by deep, intelligent eyes. The scales of its crystalline armor glimmered like rubies, and the flaming totem on its forehead signified its transformation into the legendary ancient variant, the fiery crystal tiger. With a low growl, it instinctively focused on Zhou Chen. Zhou Chen felt a shiver of apprehension, but prepared for any unforeseen circumstances. However, what took him by surprise was the massive head of the fiery crystal tiger nuzzling affectionately against him, emitting low, rumbling purrs, its gaze filled with affection and gratitude, akin to a gentle kitten. In the next moment, the fiery crystal tiger emitted a red mark from its fiery totem, which flew into Zhou Chen's consciousness. Zhou Chen sensed an ephemeral connection with the fiery crystal tiger, as if its very existence hinged upon his own. You're quite perceptive, aren't you? I expected I'd have to give you a good thrashing first. Zhou Chen chuckled, patting the forehead of the fiery crystal tiger. With the evolution complete, he hastened to seize the next opportunity, departing the Unity's secret realm with the fiery crystal tiger in tow. Little did they expect. As Zhou Chen and the fiery crystal tiger re-emerged into the outside world, a furious roar shattered the sky. Simultaneously, a colossal figure surged towards them, brimming with uncontainable wrath. It was none other than the adult red-faced tiger, returning from its hunt. In its frantic search for the cub within the cave, it had gone mad. Following the scent of its young, discovering the cub's presence had vanished, the adult red-faced tiger had been waiting for several hours in a state of heightened tension. The terrifying power of a seventh-layer golden core erupted without restraint, locking onto Zhou Chen with relentless intensity. The fiery crystal tiger, standing beside Zhou Chen, boldly stepped forward, positioning its massive form protectively in front of him. It let out a roar imbued with an ancient resonance, its familiar voice and presence momentarily halting the charging adult red-faced tiger in its tracks. The adult red-faced tiger's blood-red eyes fixated on the blazing totem on the fiery crystal tiger's forehead and the pristine crimson armor covering its body. Filled with disbelief and shock, the familiar stirring and the pressure emanating from its bloodline rendered it hesitant to act recklessly. The fiery crystal tiger growled again, this time softer. And then it turned, gently sweeping its robust, armored tail across the side of the red-faced tiger. Observing the fiery crystal tiger before it, the adult red-faced tiger's fury gradually gave way to confusion, softening its demeanor, though its gaze towards Zhou Chen remained vigilant. The fiery crystal tiger inched closer to the red-faced tiger, nuzzling its massive head against the side of its neck, seemingly eager to convey something important. The adult red-faced tiger sniffed the air around the fiery crystal tiger, and the familiar scent resonated deeply within its bloodline, leading to the realization that the creature before it, imbued with a terrifying bloodline pressure, was indeed its offspring, transformed through some unfathomable metamorphosis. The enormous form of the red-faced tiger began to tremble, a low, mournful sound escaping its throat, filled with sorrow and longing. Its colossal head gently nudged the crimson flame crystal tiger once more, delicately licking the fiery totem emblazoned on its forehead, as if performing a final farewell ritual. Subsequently, with one step, then another, the red-faced tiger slowly retreated, each step seemingly laden with the weight of 1,000 burdens. The massive tiger's head turned back every 3 paces, its beastly eyes reflecting a profound longing unique to a mother. Ultimately, the red-faced tiger let out a heart-wrenching howl that reverberated through the mountain range. In the next moment, it resolutely turned away, its gigantic form transforming into a streak of crimson lightning as it dashed into the depths of the vast forest. The crimson flame crystal tiger gazed towards the direction of the red-faced tiger's disappearance, emitting mournful cries that lingered in the mountains. Zhou Chen silently observed this poignant scene. Despite his steadfast resolve, he could not help but feel a twinge of compassion. Yet, the path of the great Tao was fraught with competition, demanding urgency. Even Zhou Chen knew that a moment's carelessness could lead to demise, so he merely sighed softly. He stepped forward, his palm brushing against the forehead of the crimson flame crystal tiger. Little one, it is time to depart. Your journey is far from over, and you have yet to be named. From now on, you shall be called Xiaohong. Zhou Chen spoke gently. The little creature seemed to comprehend his words, letting out a low growl and affectionately nuzzling against Zhou Chen. Then, a flash of light flickered, and its form swiftly diminished, transforming into a streak of red that vanished into the spirit beast pouch at Zhou Chen's waist. Though Zhou Chen possessed the power to slay the red-faced tiger, he refrained from doing so, considering the feelings of the little creature. Having subdued the crimson flame crystal tiger, Zhou Chen channeled his energies into the white rainbow piercing the sun, racing towards the cliff in the valley on the opposite side of Tiger Roar Ridge. Guided by the information on Lin Feng's panel, at the midpoint of the cliff, a natural, narrow fissure yawned into an unfathomable abyss. At the edge of the crack, a plant of vivid blood-red hue, exuding a potent aura, was quietly thriving. Its twisting vines were none other than the low-grade earth-tier blood vine. Zhou Chen descended with the wind, effortlessly plucking it from its growth. The instant he grasped the blood vine, a surge of rich life energy stirred within him, igniting his blood and vitality. Ding! Congratulations to the host for acquiring a low-grade earth-tier blood vine, yielding a 100-fold return of a high-grade earth-tier blood essence vine. It is astonishing that the blood essence vine proves to be 100 times more effective than the blood vine. Quite impressive indeed. Zhou Chen satisfiedly stored both the blood vine and blood essence vine within his storage ring. Just as he prepared to depart, a familiar roar echoed from ahead. Blood Demon Sect scoundrels? Let's die together. The voice carried a note of resoluteness. It was Lin Feng's voice, accompanied by a resounding explosion. Zhou Chen turned to the source of the sound, witnessing a somewhat disheveled figure being cornered to the brink of the cliff by three blood-colored silhouettes. At the forefront stood a middle-aged man in a blood robe at the sixth layer of the core formation stage, grinning malevolently, his blood banner snapping ominously in the wind, emanating waves of foul blood light that seemed capable of corroding spiritual power. The three figures exuded formidable auras, one at the sixth layer of core formation, and two at the fifth layer. An insect from the questioning immortal sect, your misfortune has found you. I shall refine your essence into my blood fiend banner. Prepare to die? Lin Feng, merely passing through, had fortuitously crossed paths with these three blood demon sect cultivators, who, having been assigned to this vicinity to track Zhou Chen without success, were seething with frustration. Upon spotting Lin Feng's disciple attire, they resolved to extract some form of retribution from him. At this moment, Lin Feng bore several deep, bone-exposing wounds, his aura in disarray as he struggled to fend off the onslaught with his long blade. Insect of the questioning immortal sect, meet your end. Seizing Lin Feng's moment of vulnerability, one of the squat, stout blood demon sect disciples suddenly cackled, unleashing a blood-red claw strike. It seemed Lin Feng was on the verge of being overwhelmed by the trio's assault. Seeking death, Zhou Chen's eyes glimmered with cold light. Without uttering a word, he willed forth a radiant, ethereal longsword that materialized in his grasp. Indeed, it was the blood-soul burning flame sword. The terrifying pressure seemed capable of igniting the very air. With a hum, the Tai Chi primal chaos scripture surged to full power, and with Zhou Chen's immense spiritual energy infused, the blood-soul burning flame sword's blood fiend power surged dramatically. With a single step forward, white rainbow piercing the sun reached its zenith. A flash of white light flickered, and Zhou Chen's figure instantaneously traversed 100 zhang. Danger! Enemy ambush! Retreat! Yet it was too late. Swoosh! 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 Three subtle, yet unmistakable slashing sounds rang out almost simultaneously. Time seemed to freeze at that moment. The three blood demon sect disciples, who had been so arrogant merely a second prior, found their expressions frozen in an instant. Then, three lines of blood erupted from their necks. Just a heartbeat later, they transformed into grotesque, charred corpses, toppling backward. Such was the nature of the blood-soul burning flame sword, the air thick with the scent of blood and char. Everything occurred far too swiftly. Lin Feng, preparing to self-destruct alongside them in a final act of vengeance, was taken aback as the trio was swiftly dispatched. He stared in astonishment, lifting his gaze to see a familiar figure approaching, wielding an otherworldly longsword. You are Zhou Chen, junior brother? Lin Feng nearly believed he was hallucinating, speechless and overwhelmed with shock. He had never anticipated encountering Zhou Chen in this place. Nor could he fathom that this fellow disciple could so effortlessly annihilate three elite blood demon sect cultivators at the core formation stage. Zhou Chen, with an expression devoid of emotion, flicked away the remnants of blood from the blood-soul burning flame sword, his gaze sweeping over Lin Feng's grievous wounds. A slight frown creasing his brow, he casually retrieved a healing elixir from his storage ring, tossing it to Lin Feng without a glance. You're quite injured. Use this for healing. His tone was calm and unperturbed, as if he had merely accomplished something trivial. Instinctively, Lin Feng caught the vial, his pupils contracting in disbelief. This was a high-grade healing elixir of the earth tier. As a core disciple, he had seen many things. Yet such a precious item was practically priceless, and Zhou Chen had so nonchalantly tossed it to him. Junior brother Zhou, this is far too valuable. I cannot. Lin Feng felt a surge of gratitude and trepidation, hastily interjecting. However, before he could finish, a sharp sound pierced the air. Zhou Chen had already transformed into a streak of white light, darting away in an instant. All that remained was a faint ripple in the air and the echo of two words in Lin Feng's ears, at your service. Then, that white streak vanished into the vast horizon.